Since the Abyss appeared and changed the world, monsters from novels have emerged through a portal. Humans awakened extraordinary power and used it to eliminate monsters while also exploring the Abyss's potential. Now, evaluating people is no longer based on character or effort, but on rank and awakened power. Those with high awakening ranks will live better lives. Ordinary folks who can't even open their character stats have to accept a poor life full of contempt. This youth is Kim Tae-hyun, 35 years old, still unable to awaken despite his age, so he works as a casual laborer moving boxes. During a punitive mission, they accidentally clashed with Asmodeus, an SSS-class monster, and most of the group died, only leaving Tae-hyun alive. Just when Tae-hyun was about to be killed by it, a man calling himself the king appeared. He stopped time and space and decided to grant him power. With just a snap of his fingers, Tae-hyun returned 16 years ago, right on the day he got beaten up by Bee Uksu and his subordinates. Instead of being angry, Tae-hyun laughed like a madman. System log, name, Kim Tae-hyun, age 19, rank, finally awakened. Uksu was furious. You like to take punches that much? I thought you'd be easily defeated again like usual, but no. Tae-hyun only needed a few basic moves to defeat them all in 35 years. Throughout his life as an unawakened person, he did everything he could. Daily physical training, researching all available information about the Abyss and monsters, learning various skills including combat techniques. He would never lose to Kim Tae-hyun. Hyun will not fall to these dim-witted fools like them. They don't even know basic things. After defeating Hyuksu's two companions, Tae-hyun's mood changed. Hyun felt very satisfied but noticed that Hyuksu had stood up when he wasn't looking. He wiped the blood from his nose and said, "Awakening, Tae-hyun, you bastard, you're dead now." As Hyuksu began to exert his power, rough stones immediately gathered around him, forming a sturdy armor over his body. This ability is called Stone Enhancement. It hardens the body by forming stones on the bones. With a powerful punch aimed at Tae-hyun's face, he dodged the dangerous attack quickly. "Try another one and I'll dodge again." But before Tae-hyun could breathe easy, Hyuksu didn't give him any time. He formed his fists and struck Tae-hyun with incredible speed as if to crush him into pieces. A large shockwave followed, the ground cracked, rocks flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. Hyuksu stood in the thick dust, maintaining a fist-on-the-ground stance. Surprise! Tae-hyun had approached Hyuksu from behind without him noticing. Noticing his presence, Hyuksu turned around and punched Tae-hyun back. But Tae-hyun missed. However, what surprised Tae-hyun was that although he hit Hyuksu's face, it was Hyuksu who bled. It turned out that Tae-hyun had hit the reinforced stone layer on Hyuksu's face. Nothing happened to him, but his hand got injured instead. Hyuksu took advantage of Tae-hyun's distraction and suddenly punched him with a powerful strike. This punch sent Tae-hyun flying 3 meters back. Lying in the rubble, Tae-hyun's face was covered in blood. Hyun slowly raised his head to look at Hyuksu's towering figure approaching. Hyuksu smiled smugly and said, "You should know your limits when playing tricks. Are you awake now? The scum who was at the bottom of society without awakening. What are you trying to do now? Keep running like you just did? Or are you going to try and buy some skills with your awakening abilities?" All awakeners have a skill and a rank. Starting from F, they're normal humans, up to S, individuals fighting in the territory of entities called monsters. The physical and combat abilities of an awakener increase dramatically compared to ordinary people. But Tae-hyun's ability is unknown and unheard of. It's the lowest rank hunting skill. F. Hyun had no chance against C. Hyuksu, but for some reason, before Hyuksu's shock, Hyun, covered in blood, slowly stood up from the ruins, supporting himself on his knees. Confidently exhaled and said, "I don't think I'll lose to you." Just as he finished speaking, a red-hot aura enveloped him. Hyuksu couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was utterly shocked. What the hell is that? Can't be true. You really woke up? This is just Kim Tae-hyun from the bottom of society. But Taeyun ignored Hyuksu's nonsense and was lost in his own world with the newly awakened power. It's about sensing scent. I can feel magic entering my will. Hyuksu's words cut off his thoughts. I don't know what's happening, but all I need to do is kill the Trine and everything will end. Swiftly, Hyuksu discarded his thin uniform, reinforced his upper body, rushing towards Taeyun, who just awakened his skill. Taeyun raised his hand, palm facing Hyuksu, creating a block that could cut off Hyuksu's attack. Hyuksu didn't understand what was happening. He only knew his fist couldn't touch Taeyul. Taeyul maintained the throwing stance, his eyes suddenly flaring with intent. His strength erupted, stones on Hyuksu's face flew away, leaving just his naked body and a pain scream. On the other side of the building, no one knew about the bloodshed on the rooftop. Dust and dirt obscured everything, making it hard for outsiders to see who was inside. Inside that dust, Taeyul still stood, Hyun still in his throwing stance. But Hyuksu seemed drained, unconscious, falling beside Taeyun on the cold ground. In Taeyun's mind, a mechanical voice spoke. Prey acquired. Your rank has changed to E and you've learned a new skill. In an instant, Taeyun's arm was covered in hard stone, petrified rock. At the school clinic, sunset light filtered through the window. The nurse stepped out puzzled as Taeyul carried two unconscious boys on his shoulders, one with green hair lying on the ground. He paused, breathing evenly, greeted the teacher, his face scratched and blood streaming from both eyes. Teacher Ha gasped in surprise, the red-faced boy with a disheveled uniform around him. After fighting, we brought by Hyuk-Zu to the clinic. With her healing abilities, she's treating us. Taeyul extended his hand. A green light healed him. She wondered why he was so injured. Of course, I lied. He replied immediately, we fell down the stairs. The nurse still doubted. Phew, somehow she didn't ask anything more, he said softly. Taeyul walked up a large hill in the residential area. Trimti pondered. Now that I'm healed, it's great. I woke up and can now revenge by Hyuk-Zu. The problem is prey. Many sharp red tentacles surrounded him, his form clearly showing bloodlust. Rank, something to train a lifetime for, increased after one fight, a silver E hovering in the sky. It was just F but had the power of C and above, I could steal skills from those defeated. A huge fist from stone terrified by Hyuk-Zu, debris flying everywhere, red smoke engulfing him, flames burned purple-red around him. How did that person give me such strength? Why did he regress me? So many questions. He walked up the stairs while thinking. Sunlight shone on the road, a man looking at something behind Taeyul. But in the end, only one thing mattered. Taeyun's eyes became determined. He stood before the green door of a two-story house, studying hunting. Taeyun looked at the house with familiarity. It had been a long time since he was home. A family of 3 appeared in his mind. A freckled boy and a kind adult smiling. After my parents died, I lived with Uncle. He smiled as he opened the door to enter. Uncle will be late. Should I look for similar skills? He calculated. Suddenly, he noticed 3 boys in the house, one with orange hair sitting on a chair. The other 2 wore masks covering their faces, and a young man clumsily dropped his money box, looking at Taeyul. He gasped, Kim Taeyun, surprised to see him again. That was the brown-haired freckled boy. Taeyul replied, Huang Jiang, why aren't you in school? He found a box and scattered money on the ground. He cursed silently, Huang Jiang, this scoundrel, before he could regress. I remember it always wanted to pick on other bullies. It stole all the money in the house and caused big trouble. I didn't think it would be today. The masked man asked, Who's this? Rhea stammered a few words. He whispered to the blonde guy. He put his hand on top of his head. He frowned and listened to the explanation. He said, I was curious who that was. Turns out it's related to Jerong. He jumped in surprise. He walked towards Taehyun. If your brother doesn't want to get hit, he should avoid and pretend not to know. We'll take the money and leave right away. He got closer to him, placing his hand on top of his head to show dominance. Your big brother hasn't woken up yet. He remained silent, stared at him for a moment, then smiled. Perfect. I wanted to check it out. The blonde guy could only ask to words before. What a blurry image appeared. Taehyun hit his chest so fast that the money and coins flew everywhere. He screamed in pain and spat saliva. The two behind him were surprised by what just happened. Immediately, Taehyun's hand reached towards his face. The blonde guy panicked and turned away. "Wait," he shouted loudly. "Pray." Taehyun smiled satisfactorily, but then a voice announced that the pray function couldn't be performed, causing him to stop in shock. The blonde guy was both terrified and confused about what just happened. Taehyun was sweating. "What? Pray? It's not activating." He stared at his hand. He quickly gave him a powerful punch, cursing, "You crazy kid." Taehyun fell back, unable to brace himself. He shouted "die" and charged with his allies. One guy produced red chains, Bai Shi, binding, the other blew out a purple gas, Poison Shi, Toxic Shi. He stood in the middle and released green sharp beams, Blitz Shi, Hammered Shi, all three skills targeting Taehyun as he struggled to stand up. His eyes widened with sweat. The power of the techniques was shown when light spread around the house. In the room, a thick purple smoke appeared and small explosions could be heard. The blonde guy scratched his head. How dare a non-awakened one pretend to awaken? He doesn't know where he is? Suddenly, he was startled, his pupils constricted. Feeling the skill usage, a notification sounded. The smoke gradually turned red and a faint shadow appeared in the middle. Binding, poison, hemorrhage confirmed due to the mysterious power's resistance. There were teeth on top of Kim T's head, with a strange person covered in red marks. He was covering his face, burning. His hand produced fake earth fragments. He smiled contentedly. Naturally, it didn't work. Then he could deactivate skills at will. I have no idea what happened. The blonde guy stepped back as Taehyun charged towards him with incredible speed, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Red beams followed his hand, piercing through the man's body, breaking his face. He smiled triumphantly, his eyes glowing, but I'm sure it was strong. The man gasped, his face distorted and his eyes turned white. Kim T, his brother calmly observed. Now, these guys are lying unconscious on the ground. He put his hand in his pocket and smiled contentedly. The window light entered him. I guess I learned two things now. Only awakened ones can see the window index. A red notification appeared. Name, Kim Taehyun. Age 19, rank E. Strength 3, Stamina 6, Speed 5, Mana 10, Weakness 71%. Magic Skill 10 tenths, Hunting Prey E. Selected target is Awakened Fake. Mana 5, Enhancement E. Body Strengthening, Mana 1. Details about the Awakened Fake are recorded here. Though detailed, not everything. First, from now until then, there was leftover mana to activate the hunting skill, yet it didn't turn on. He focused on the skill description. In other words, while the description mentions mana to activate hunting, something else beyond mana must be involved. Additionally, the inherent nature of the hunting skill isn't mentioned in the description. That's resistance and deactivating skills related to abnormal conditions like poisoning or hemorrhage. He remembers the moment flames engulfed him and his spiky tentacles, his focused gaze. Taehyun rubs his mouth, calculating. Never mind right or wrong, we'll figure it out later. He frowns. More importantly, what are you doing? Taehyun nervously looks at a brown-haired youth suddenly sprawled on the ground. He quickly raises his head and loudly says, "Hey, after seeing that person of yours, I've been impressed. Me, Huang Daicheng, my cousin will criticize himself for his actions. Please forgive me this time only." Taehyun doesn't react. Van Nai, even if you clean shoes or fix dog sounds, do whatever I tell you to. Lamban, that pathetic guy, finds it hard to believe. We've known this guy for a long time, but who would have thought it would get so bad? Taehyun bites his lip. Forget about it then. Ryojing growls, barking before the dog's sound. Grr, grr. After all, there's still an urgent matter happening today. A mysterious face with glowing red eyes appears in the middle of the city sky. Ryojing's shadow is now a spotted dog. Taehyun stops him. Forgive me then. You don't believe it, do you? Really, really? He crosses his arms and looks far away, but in return, you have to come with me to finish this. At an abandoned construction site, the orange of dusk passes through the windows. The black and white iron gate is stuck, a red and yellow sign placed before it. No entry, no trespassing. Two girls stare up in shock. This is a water gate, behind which a silent boy observes the protective layer surrounding the water leak. Countless monsters with terrifying teeth try to tear through it. The water gate. Monster phenomena occur when a sudden water gap opens, creating a path leading to the abyss. If not handled properly, it will lead to an underground disaster. He sighs. It's been 10 years since we've seen a water gate disaster. This sudden gate creation has monsters flooding through, harming humans. The blonde girl assesses the situation, looking at the monsters and seeing that if left alone, an underground disaster will happen soon. The red-haired girl is alarmed. Should we evacuate nearby areas? He confidently turns around. No need, because I have my level B barrier skill. Besides, this water gate's level is only C, a monster with teeth pushing hard to get through, meaning the strongest monster that can pass through that gate will be of level C. He then stretches his neck and struggles with all his might one more time. In other words, even if an unexpected crisis happens, before I could retract my offer, the barrier was pierced. They rushed out like a storm, drooling. The two girls shout loudly to the captain. He turns and kicks hard, severing the monster's neck. Purple blood splatters everywhere. He continues straight. We can handle level B monsters easily. Ji Yang follows Taeyun through a dark alley, constantly calling out to get his attention. So, isn't everything okay now? Hey, you said the control team was already there. Hey, that's good then. Hey, Taeyun helplessly reminds him. Be quiet. Don't keep saying hey. He explains slowly. You're right. Based on a rough mana estimate, it's a seawater gate. On the other hand, the control team is level B, so they won't have any issues facing a C-level opponent. Ji Rang confirms, right? That's what I meant. But if it was actually a sea underground disaster, you'd be shocked by my answer. In this Watergate area, the scene is littered with dead bodies, looking utterly desolate. The guy in the vest is thinking, it's strange. These lower-level monsters actually tore through my B barrier to get through. He realizes, could it be? The mana flowing out from here is stronger than mine. Captain, something inside the gate is. The barrier has added to more layers. The green monsters gradually appear. A large jaw crashes into the protective layer, creating many cracks around. They step back, observing the process. The monster's teeth are sharp. Its mouth opens wide, emitting a loud sound. He gets nervous. What? It is. The last barrier has shattered. They rush out en masse. The largest one is red, with fur eyes and a sinister smile, carrying a huge weapon. Level A, he sweats, not C, but before he can finish, intense flames burst towards him, creating a deafening explosion. The monster's fangs are slightly exhausted. If I'm right, this is really over the top. How could I know all of this? They're running on a bridge. He thinks because I've experienced this before. The other guy continues, seeing no monsters. They didn't even issue an evacuation order. He responds psychic. Rhea Rain can't believe her own hands. Huh? I'm just guessing here. My psychic ability said so. You're lying. Don't tell me you're trying to deceive me. As he answers, a group of large monsters with weapons chase the civilians in front of them. People scream and beg for help. Run! It's a water gate. Save me! Rhea Rang's face turns blue. There are question marks on her face. Taehyun looks calm. Do you remember what I told you to do? If you remember, do it now. You're worried. What about me? Me too. His hand is gradually enveloped by earth and stone. His face becomes serious. I'll handle those scoundrels and follow you right after. At a skyscraper, Taegu stands looking at the city through the window. The situation is deteriorating faster than he said. The Watergate thought to be sea level turned out to be a level. No support was available as everyone else was busy conquering dungeons and exploring the abyss. He's desperate. Now, the only way to solve this crisis is an artificial level awakening. You are our last hope. Help us! Swords clash wildly. And Hainisu, he bites his lip hard. Tears stream down his face. He shouts loudly, Everyone is waiting for me. Hero, me, and Hanasu, arriving there. Features. The monster fell back with a loud thud after Thuan used his enhanced hand to strike it in the chest, causing it to fall backward. Do's hands began using techniques as Fan created a vortex that sucked the monsters into it. As expected, the failed hunt was due to the depletion level. If the depletion level exceeds 70%, then it won't function anymore. Most skills are activated based on mana usage. But this doesn't mean you only need to worry about mana, as depletion increases with skill use or physical activity. So does its severity. The higher the depletion, the weaker the skill's power, and the heavier your body feels. Unfortunately, there are many things to consider. I found out that if I absorb the life force of a dead monster, I can recover mana, making my techniques simpler. The target no longer has any life, thus mana cannot be absorbed or recovered. You successfully hunted and restored your mana, and it's good news that your rank changed to D. Both the hunt and the beast's level went from E to D. Change the name of the technique. The more you hunt, the higher you level up. With this, I can progress to S or even SS class. No, maybe I'll become the first SSS class person. After dealing with the monsters, he looked around. Should we go back to King J? Before he could finish his sentence, Hansu was fighting a giant monster. He swung his sword and shouted, "Filthy creature, you will pay for the lives you have taken. Justice warrior, Hansu will judge you." We were caught off guard, so we just stood there in shock. Both the monster and Hansu launched an attack, with Hansu's glowing sword rushing towards the monster. The monster screamed in agony as a large explosion erupted around the building. Ho witnessed everything from the start and thought he could easily defeat an A-class monster. This is definitely an A-class Fool's Awakening, the one who handled the ancient gate stream alone before I returned. The frenzied sword, Hansu, he's as strong as rumored. Dust rose and he saw Hansu standing triumphantly on top of the monster, boasting to the foolish creature that it just died under his justice sword. Taehen and he are indeed as dumb as they say. But why is Hansu here? Before returning, I remember he had a bloody battle with an Orge in Maza City. After defeating the monster, Hansu bowed his head in prayer, hoping everyone could rest in peace. Hyun still watched Hansu, feeling his skills. Suddenly, he was startled as everything around him turned dark. Hansu was ambushed. A large figure stabbed him from behind. Blood spurted from his mouth before he could understand the situation. What? The attacker grinned maniacally. Got you, Hansu. The entire city was engulfed in smoke. At a clothing store, Rhea Trang stood beside the sleeping nurse. Raise your eyebrows. Is this really okay? You remember the urgent conversation with T. Hein, many people will die tonight. One of them is our school nurse, Choi Noon. She'll die while focusing on helping civilians instead of evacuating. Can you use your sleepwalking technique to make everyone fall asleep? Then put Choi Naeong to sleep and evacuate her to a safe place. I'll handle the rest. You wonder how Taeyun knows all this. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Maybe it's reasonable, but what other explanation is there? Yes, T. Hein. No, big brother T. Brother, he has awakened a skill to see the future. A voice sneaks into the little boy's thoughts. No! Teeth clenched, he roars loudly. See the future. Great! Crazy indeed. Too crazy. Your inner self has a different voice. I said no. Hey, everything will be fine. Cut to our scene again. You see Hansu being stabbed and looking worried. Damn it, something is very wrong here. Hansu clams his hand over the wound and struggles to speak. Who are you? Reveal your true colors. That guy still wears a sinister smile. You were stabbed at a weak point, yet you're still alive. Surprising, grade A is really different. Huh? Then the hunt will be more interesting. This guy is a grade B villain, Han Sang-do, with the same level of hiding skill. Taeyun thinks they call people who awaken and commit crimes villains, among which grade B villain Han Sang-do is a crazy murderer. As the casket shattered and monsters poured out, he wandered around killing people in a fit of rage. But I'm sure I've never met him before regression. The future changed because of me. Heinsu at this moment is tall. His whole body glows. "You bastard, you're a villain, I'll punish you with my own hands." He grabs the sword and rushes to the villain, thinking they would have a life or death battle, but both are surprised by each other's evilness. The monster from before suddenly leaps up, knocking Heinsu and the villain off balance. It snarls and roars loudly. Nearby monsters also can't avoid its surprise attack and are pushed back. "What? A huge ogre!" Han Sang-do laughs maniacally. Impressive recovery ability. Indeed a grade A monster. The monster swings its fist towards Heinsu and Sando, but their agility allows them to dodge it. With his demonic reputation as a villain, Han Sang-do narrowly dodges. "Useless. I'll let that bastard monster have Enhuinsu." Meanwhile, he turns around, his squinting eyes and bare teeth looking at the monsters. "I didn't think I'd have an audience here." He then swings his sword upwards. "Great, the more prey the better." Taeyun is surprised because he didn't expect this situation. Han Sang-do reveals his murderous intent and rushes towards him. "Die." When Sang-do's sword touches Taeyun's neck, it was quickly blocked. He timely activates the stone skill at his neck and scoffs. "You fool." Saying that, he calmly retaliates with a beautiful stone throw, making the villain bleed and push back. However, the villain still wears a sinister smile. "Bastard, turns out you're a fake awakener." He softly calls his name, Grade B villain Han Sang-do. This startles him. He continues to roll up his sleeve and advances. The madman goes around killing people. Using stealth skills, right? Lucky me, I ran into a person. He activates the stone skill on his body. Both are now officially in a life or death battle. For every sword strike from Sang-do, he quickly blocks it. They keep trading blows, one new for him and one for me. It's hard to tell who will win in this situation. Han Sang-do uses his foot to massage the ground as he steps back. "You're quite strong too, so confident that you must be. Who knows if my sword won't work on you? I don't know how much about me you know, but you probably think you can beat me because your attack doesn't affect you. But kid, you should know the world doesn't work the way you think it does." Saying that, he gives a sinister smile and disappears right in front of TH. He quickly realizes, hiding, he's gone, but he knows that won't change anything. His eyes become sharp. "Your attack is still ineffective against me." He raises his hand to punch the air when Sang-do appears behind him. "You're done here." He swung his sword at you, but luckily you managed to block it in surprise. Imagine the consequences if you hadn't. His sword went through your stone layer though, surprising you. Blood. Sando became even more excited. "Do you know how many awakened fakes I've hunted down? They're all delusional about their invincibility. Your weakness is exposed now. You must be angry and just want to run away, right? Before you die, you should know this. All skills have weaknesses." He struck Taehyun's weakness and laughed triumphantly. Blood splattered everywhere. He panted heavily. Who would have thought the stone barrier had such a flaw? This skill isn't completely immune to attacks. Stronger blows will shatter the stone, and the broken pieces are replaced by weaker stones. He targeted this weakness from the start, but as expected, I can still fight him one-on-one even though he's only a B-class opponent because my physical skills aren't just D-level. He smiled and spoke. "Let's end our test here." This made Sang-do savor it. "What?" He quickly adjusted his emotions and charged forward. "Are you going mad because you're cornered? This time, your composure is better, no longer struggling like before." He spoke again. B-class villain Han Sang-do. "Do you know why I wanted to meet you?" I still charged forward arrogantly. "What are you babbling about?" A red light flashed in front of him. Surprising him, he cast a spell with arrogance because I want to steal your skill. Sang-do stepped back. "What kind of mana is this with such ominous aura? You son of a bitch, hiding your strength all along?" But it was just temporary worry. His expression changed immediately. A purple aura surrounded him. "Fool, I don't know what skill this is, but you think you can defeat me when you can't even see me." Taehyun maintained his composure. "Didn't you say all skills have weaknesses?" I realized this after biting the heads off several monsters a few times. Among those monsters, countless escaped my sight, but in the end, the hunting skill devoured them all. Simply put, no matter where you hide or run, the hunter will catch you. Sangdu let out a heart-wrenching cry Taehyun made that villain vanished forever. After minutes of bloodshed, the city was finally at peace again. Amidst the ruins, Hwinsu lay motionless. Damn it, if that villain didn't ambush me. Hero of justice, undefeated warrior. Even I and Hwinsu can't underestimate death. The class monster got up and roared loudly, swinging its fist towards Hwinsu, sending dirt flying. As it raised its hand, Hwinsu seemed to be just a bloody mess, but in front of it, there was nothing. Taehyun saved Hwinsu in time. What the hell is this? Why am I lying on the ground now? It's too strong, that's why. He continued using the magic he applied to Sangdu. Anyway, it's more convenient like this. The sun was rising, casting light into the dark sky of the city. An old couple opened their door and exclaimed in surprise. Hai and Ring laughed triumphantly. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Taehyun asked Han after. Uncle, everything is okay now, right? They saw the two safe and sound return, moved to tears. Oh my god, we were so worried you'd been taken by a monster. Mr. Linson, and there's nothing to worry about. Right, sir? After hearing that, they recounted it, probably because you haven't been home for a long time and didn't know, but our place is in such a mess now. There might be someone new. Di Zhong Lai. No, nothing happened. Right, sir? Taehyun was superficial. You don't know either. They entered the house and the sun grew stronger outside. A hand held a phone to check today's news. The reporter announced, breaking news, a large fissure has appeared after 10 years. Images of the monster were shown, angry with a red face, as per government instructions. Now, warnings about the fissure have been completely lifted. Based on potential reemergence, the government ordered schools in the vicinity to close for a week and information on survivors is gradually being released. They could breathe a sigh of relief. 2 guards were posted outside a school. 3 young patients stood there observing. One youth realized it wasn't level C but A. It's level A. The teacher who treated Taehyun was interrogated by 2 police officers. She was flustered. When I woke up, I found myself here. There were countless cameras and photographers. Microphones rushed towards the victim. He covered his face with a hand and sniffled. Oh, citizens! I didn't defeat that huge orange monster. The real culprit is someone else. The news continued to report. However, the color of the orange monster hasn't been identified yet, and the whereabouts of the attacker who attacked the citizens remain uncertain. So people are very worried that preventive measures for safety might not be effective. A red-haired youth in a mask held a knife. Beside him was someone wearing a black hoodie with a scythe on their back. They looked at the ruins of a building. Next piece of news, Taehyun smiled contentedly. Okay, turn off your phone. Thankfully, no one mentioned me. I'm in a forest and standing on railway tracks. Alright, so let's move to the next phase then. He was mentally shocked. In front of him was a dark tunnel, hard to determine where it would lead. Sunlight filtered through tree branches, making the scene more mysterious. Information appeared. Kim Taehyun, 19 years old, rank D, strength 15, speed 20, mana 40, 5% weakness, magic 40/40ths, skills, hunting D, target selection, mana 10, stone barrier, body enhancement, mana 3, concealment. He looked at a specific part and calculated. Now I have 3 skills. The concealment skill is indeed a big deal, but with my current level, it's very difficult to use all 3 skills because using them recklessly could drain my mana instantly and increase my weakness. That might be a risky move. He recalled the scene. Taehyun collapsed from exhaustion in front of a group of large monsters. Green fairies surrounded him, laughing maniacally. He calculated that the best preventive measure was elixirs. Glass bottles with various shapes contained colorful liquids. Elixirs restored mana and vitality when used. Taehyun entered the tunnel. There was a large purple hole on the wall. Before him were remnants of destroyed structures, but elixirs were quite expensive. I'll have to go hunting for money. Moan Man struggled through a narrow water passage. To hunt legally, we need proper permits. In fact, using skills without permission is already considered illegal. Dai Trang's chibi face smiled. I knew it! He gently touched the brick. So my only choice is to explore undiscovered dungeons. Taeyun arrived at the shelter of countless terrifying spiders. Spiderweb, there were 3 large ones in the group. Half human, they emerged from spider heads, sharp ears, strange features on their bodies, staring at him as an intruder. Level B spider sisters, the red-haired spider was suspicious. Why did a human dare come here? The blue-haired one has another question. How did you find us? The love apple with 7 tails laughed, paralysing him, and then started feasting. Brother Tingly seemed indifferent. They talk well, don't they? Do they possess high intelligence? Lurking Cold continued, rank B isn't enough to change his ranking. I have to absorb 100 like this? The spider fairies got furious at what he just said. They immediately threatened and charged, preparing to attack him. How dare you? That arrogant, lowly human. Do you know the situation you're in? The red-haired love apple took a deep breath, clearing her throat. All 3 spiders roared loudly. We'll feast on you and release a purple ball to attack him. They related, cackling with glee. What do you think? Don't you feel your body can't move and is gradually paralysing? Taeyun's one eye was bloodshot. The sharp tentacles shattered their attacks, successfully resisted a detrimental effect. He smiled faintly. Just as we thought. You have quite useful skills. The spider fairies were shocked, mouths agape at his effortless counterattack. They muttered, hold on. Strange sounds and terrified screams echoed through the dark tunnel in the forest. You've successfully hunted and absorbed a new skill, causing paralysis. New Awakening Association of Korean players stands tall in the city. 2 guards stand solemnly at the entrance with traditional Korean designs. A short-haired girl sipping coffee sits opposite an older man wearing an eye patch. They silently observe. The deputy personnel manager of New Awakening Association, Go Taeguk, feels a bit awkward. To top awakening agents of the New Korean Player Association, players legally licensed to use their skills for exploration, dungeon clearance, and so on. Images of young men facing countless terrifying monsters with grotesque appearances. Currently, 5 strongest Korean players hold most of the power in the Awakening Association. 3 men, including Teok, clash, one holding a glowing snowflake-shaped weapon. The 4 major player guilds include the 4 great guilds, warriors, and the tall, imposing man wielding a powerful sword. Artisans, alchemists in robes using mystical magic to create useful items. Wizards, mages, mermaid girls blending into the water and feeling it. Information providers, intelligence agents, a man walking stealthily after leaving a letter on the ground, and regulatory bodies managing players, including the 4 great guilds. Are the New Korean Player Association. Dr. Jin summoned a weapon, followed by guards and Tai-Kai symbols glowing brightly. Teok's eyes darkened, uneasy, with the girl sitting calmly, exuding an aura. Long time no see. Chairman of the Dead Souls and SEUIE class player. He rubbed his hands, elegant and authoritative. Thank you for coming. I know you're busy. The chairman of New Korean Player Association and SEUIE class player. Did you find something? He asked. You mean the Cunning Guild? Her eyes showed some caution. The Cynical Guild has 3 heads with lower jaws reattached. A criminal organization founded by the most wicked villains among the evildoers. Members were golden rings with 3 heads carved on them. One of the head choppers had a tongue sticking out, with 2 scars on his head. Behind him were cunning and sinister-looking people. He distributed a report and statistics. These are recent movements of the Cynical Guild and their targets as well. He got up, but I doubt you called me here just to pick up the documents yourself. What's going on? Jinghui smiled faintly and said, you're sharp too. I want to ask your opinion about this matter. You're curious, right? About my thoughts. He continued speaking. Who are you referring to? When did you start evaluating players? She hesitated but answered, of course, when I turned 19. Whom do you refer to? Chairman, don't tell me it's a surprise. He smiled because she had guessed his intention. Do you think a high school student can fight a monster? In the dark dungeon, surrounded by blind bones, Taeyun sat on a pile of monster corpses with a bag full of glowing diamonds. He made a phone call. Hello, is this one of the 4 great alchemist guilds? Yeah, I just want to buy elixir water. The dark-haired man held a bright purple magical stone in his hand. The school closure order for 7 days has ended. A clear blue sky with sunlight filtering through the leaves. Students rushed to school, starting a new day. What did I do during those 7 days? Training. Taeyun went for a workout with Jaein. You're behind, working hard on your weights. Strength +1. Your expression is completely unreadable. Frustrated with his cousin. Strength +1. Conquered several dungeons. He still maintained a calm demeanor, calmly breaking the monster's head off. It screamed in pain. The songbirds also sang. One of the 4 great alchemists. The building is simple yet intricately designed. Too many monastones, 'tis scary. We'll treat you as a super VIP customer, so please do business with us. The manager's mouth dropped when he saw the colorful sparkling stones in front of him. The 2 employees behind were also astonished. Trading elixirs, monastones, and monster cores used for creating potions or equipment. Chibi Zhang chuckled to explain. Meanwhile, a notice appeared. Kim Taehyun, 19 years old, rank C, strength 30, speed 32, mana 65, fatigue 16%, magic 65/65. Skills, hunting C, targeted hunting, mana 15, crystal C, body strengthening, mana 9, camouflage C, concealment, mana 8, paralyze C, stun target. Level A7. Taeyun's rank increased to C. He blocked the Danchi technique. The road ahead is long. For now, I still have to go to school. He sat at a corner of the table by the window. 3 students were amazed and discussing him. Kim Taehyun, I heard he defeated by Hyuksu's accomplices. He has awakened, right? Another dark-faced person continued. Anyway, Kim Taehyun is in big trouble now. The girl beside him was curious. Why? He replied, you don't know? Things have escalated to the point where Lee Young-jae can no longer ignore it. Taeyun glanced at the hurried footsteps and the overturned chairs. 2 students with angry faces approached, one foot propped up on the table, making a loud noise. A red-haired guy in a shabby suit is lounging on a blanket, smiling at him. Long time no see, his aura is cold and threatening, waking up an S-class pretender. Lee Young-jae. Taeyun recalled information about him. Lee Young-jae, the 3rd generation of Taisan Group, which sponsors high middle school Taisan. Old memories surfaced. He was beaten to the point of bleeding, falling back, clinging to a brick wall, wiping his mouth, and glaring up with hatred. 2 bully students approached. He smiled smugly from behind. The main culprit, Paihiksu, who ordered him to be bullied before awakening. He looked at him with pitying eyes. Taeyun smirked. Who are you friends with? You're lucky that that's enough for now. His face hardened with resentment. A fellow student behind was angry, pointing a finger. You, dog, who do you think you're talking to? A punch landed straight on his face. Blood splattered everywhere. Dong Di frowned, slightly unsatisfied. Can't see what's going on here. I'm talking to her. He laughed mockingly. Kim Taeyun, you must be smug after beating by Hyuksu. Taeyun silently put his hand in his pocket. However, a red and orange haze gradually enveloped him. His eyes widened in shock before the situation overwhelmed him. Dongdi laughed disdainfully. Above is a swirling orange ball centered around a heart. It resembles the sun's shape. You should check who you're standing in front of, right? Taeyun felt intrigued inside. This is the power of an SA class pretender. Impressive indeed. He threatened. Listen to me while I'm still lenient. He silently pondered in his mind. But you know that. I wonder how you'll react when we meet again. His hand started to be surrounded by thick red smoke. Dongdi sipped her drink. That's enough. Stop. A green-haired girl approached as she realized the situation. Cold white smoke spread everywhere. She grabbed a fellow student's hand, freezing it and causing him to scream in pain. Lima Jiang, hesitating, looked at him seriously and said, Kim Taehyun, you two, that's enough now. He smiled thinking of her power. Lima Jiang, class president, Miss Vietnam, IU's older sister Aong, an S-class pretender. Model student, Top 1% Noble Family, future SS player. She has countless titles and is expected to achieve more. The image of her elegantly standing before a large diamond-encrusted glass of water with the word S frozen around it symbolizing her nobility. However, she's very stubborn and hard to persuade. He let go and tried to soothe her, saying, "Stop, everyone might misunderstand. We're just chatting." She calmly continued, "You'll use force if I don't leave. Shut up and get out." What about hitting him in the face? His eyes turned bloodshot. He directly scolded her, "Lima wrong. Watch your mouth or you'll regret it. Do you understand?" Her face remained stern as she said, "I will use force if you don't leave. Shut up and get out." Taehyun is worried. "It's just you two who need to stop. This way, the classroom will be destroyed and Aring and Dunji's aura clashes fiercely." He looks at her with a disdainful gaze. She doesn't mind looking back at him steadily. He raises his hand and turns away, doing something mysterious. "Alright, let it stop here. I don't intend to fight in this classroom, but do you think that's what I would say?" He boasts loudly. Dunji's hand suddenly catches fire and forms a ball of flame. He intended to throw it at her, but Ah-hyeong is already ready for battle. Rin wrong. They pause when they hear the shout. Taehyun focuses on listening to the announcement from the media club. An extraordinary class organized by the Player Association will take place in the administrative office, so all students immediately gather there. Another special class is announced. Dong-di looks surprised. The Player Association. He frowns at a Jeong still in a defensive stance and Kim Tae-hyun, whom he almost fought if not for her intervention. He smiles faintly. "Oh my god, you guys are strong." He steps out of the classroom, followed by two accomplices who look at him and her with hatred. He slams the door shut. A Jeong turns to Han and Kim Tae-hyun worriedly. "Are you okay?" "Oh, no need to thank me. The seat is already empty now. I was standing by the door, urging her to hurry up." "Why are you still standing there? Didn't you hear the announcement for everyone to gather in the administrative office?" "I'll go first, look after him." Has Kim Tae-hyun always been like this at the physical fitness center of the school? At the school's physical fitness center, all students have undergone full training. Discussions are going on everywhere. A special class organized by the Player Association is taking place. What are they teaching here? Because of recent waterway issues? The microphone test sounds. "Hello everyone. My name is Go TGCC. Representing the Player Association, I stand on stage to speak. Behind me are two bodyguards. I am here for two reasons. One, I apologize for the slow response of the association in dealing with waterway issues and ensuring everyone's safety. And secondly, a purple aura is emanating around me to inform you all about the changes coming to the players among you. The ones holding the future of the association in their hands." Go TGCC excitedly grabs the microphone. Dong-di makes a sound and frowns at Kim Tae-hyun, "That bastard." Ah-jang puts his hand over his mouth thinking, "I need to talk to him after this." Meanwhile, he doesn't care. He yawns deeply out of boredom. The next morning in the auditorium, students below start discussing excitedly, "What does this have to do with us? Don't we only become eligible at 19, so we can't participate this year either?" Go TGCC silences the noise below, perhaps thinking they thought so. "But of course, I am here to inform you because from now on, it will affect all of you. Due to recent breaches and the sudden increase in monster numbers in the dungeon, the Player Association realized we are short on manpower. So through these trials, we will start recruiting candidates, including high school students." Hearing this, the students below are surprised. High school students, us. High school student candidates will be selected based on factors like skills, evaluation scores, academic performance, and attitude. The corners of Mo Ti-hu's mouth curl up in a fake smile. These selections do open opportunities for all students, but the selection process has already been conducted. Through good skill, his eyes suddenly turn purple. He uses the eye scan ability to see the abilities of the students below. One student has an ability score of 534. Another has an ability score of 312. And there's one with a very low ability score of 122. The eye scanner can observe an overview of the abilities of the objects it sees. If focused more, it can even see the status windows of the objects. Tigu's lips curled into a smile as he continued, definitely looking at the ability stats above the students' heads and thinking to himself that here, the number selected was much better than other places. They would be excellent players. Tigu's lips twitched in surprise, but the most surprising were these two kids. The ones he mentioned had an ability score of 1.924, Lee Young-jae, and the second one, A.I.Eng, with a shocking ability score of 2.335. Tigu smiled to himself. The department really did send me a list of top candidates. Suddenly, he remembered AI giving him the list. Here, I gave this to you just because the chairman requested it. Thinking further, Tigu was surprised by how many untrained potential awakenings there were. He revealed an enigmatic smile. I'll write a recommendation letter for the new association right away. At the same time, a student's voice rang out. It was Dong Yi. He raised his arm and spoke. Awakened imposters. Tigu suddenly looked surprised. Dong Yi stood below with an arrogant tone. He said, informing us about the player recruitment test. But aren't there still people here who don't fit this selection? Hearing that, Tigu was confused. The unfit ones. He explained. I mean, only some of those already awakened have the potential to become players, right? In other words. Then Dong Yi glanced at Hyun. Hyun, I don't think unawakened people should hear such harsh words. Strength isn't the only thing that makes a strong player. It's also the level of awakening, handling situations, or vast knowledge about the abyss. To become a player, one needs to reach certain complex skills at a certain level. Dong Yi added, but ultimately, those stats can only be achieved by awakened people. Still with that arrogant tone, he turned to Hyun and said, spitting salt on the wound, what about unawakened people? They have nothing to base their evaluation on. The awakened students standing next to Dong Yi followed suit, turning to mock those who hadn't awakened. Hyun frowned and thought, Dong Dunji, so you came all this way just to see if I've awakened or not. It seemed like he understood what was going on in his head. Dong Yi smiled back. Right, if you have awakened, prove it. Suddenly, Aing angrily turned down and shouted at Dong Yi. But before she could finish her name, she suddenly paused, imagining Hyun's attitude. What are you doing? I didn't ask for your help. So she gritted her teeth and turned back to the confused students around them. Never mind it. Dong Yi continued. So I hope you will get rid of those unawakened scum as soon as possible. This place isn't for them. Tigu responded. I understand your intention, but whether to participate or not is up to you. Dong Yi didn't stop there. He continued mocking. Kim Tae-han, have you still not felt ashamed? People like you shouldn't be candidates here. Or are you indifferent to this simple awakening test? Hearing his taunting words, Hyun didn't get angry. Instead, he smirked inwardly. Do you think so? And if you can't prove your awakening, dreaming won't help you enter this association's selection. But there's no need to reveal your strength to be recommended. Tigu stood above and carefully observed the events unfolding between them. He lightly touched his mouth and commented inwardly. Dong Yi, that kid is an S-rank player but still bullies others. Truly despicable. Then Tigu turned his gaze to where Hyun stood below. What did it say? Kim Hyun, right? How can an unawakened person so obscure attract its attention? Or is it just out of frustration to see what potential this brat has, information that's not confirmed? GCC widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, why the flag? Suddenly, he shouted, you're right. I really was careless. But why would an unawakened person like me participate in this selection? I'm just getting in the way for you guys. Your words are confusing. Why the flag? Hyun continued softly. So he hesitated not and raised his middle finger, saying he would leave on his own. While you guys lock yourselves up here to attend your wonderful lesson, your attitude and words made Dong Di so angry, veins popping out. This flag-waving bastard. TGCC was still in disbelief, his vision not working on this guy, but even the chairman's. and loving him like that, something never happened before. But why? For this brat, he's useless. T. Hyun walked away calmly. GCC watched his figure disappear. No matter how many times I watch it, the result is always uncertain. Information not confirmed. Information not confirmed. Information not confirmed. Suddenly, Hyun turned slightly and smiled lightly. Right after that, Gook's eyes widened in shock as if he saw something terrible. What met his eyes was a girl with long hair and fair skin, followed by her ability stats appearing above him. It was the terrifying number from 1996. Outside, dust gradually settled over a school. The scene switched to the library room of the school. Inside, the afternoon light covered the bookshelves. Hein was flipping through pages while sighing, thinking he would find peace here to search for the information he needed. He looked up and smiled slightly. Well then, in front of Hyun didn't know where three guys suddenly appeared, ready to cause trouble. After all, he couldn't find anything useful anyway. The guy in the middle arrogantly said, "Dongdi is looking for you. Follow us." Hyun calmly flipped through pages and challenged, "What if?" The guy in the middle sneered and asked, "What do you have, a restaurant or something?" Hearing him mention that, he widened his eyes in surprise. Hein looked at them in shock and asked back, "What?" He replied, "Dongdi is sending a message to you. You're a worthless stray. Don't you want more suffering? Didn't you suffer enough already?" The guy continued using his magic. "Don't worry, we'll drag you to the place anyway." In an instant, a loud explosion came from inside, destroying the library door. Now, only ruins surrounded them, smoke continuously billowing out. One of them was being choked and struggled for breath. It turned out to be Hyun. He grabbed the guy's neck with one hand and lifted him up. "Don't make me ask twice." T's geese. His eyes flashed with anger. Where is that brat now? Cut to the earlier scene at the meeting. Everyone has left and it's empty. The sunset shines through the window onto the basketball truck below. He has arrived where Dong-yi was waiting with another person. The man with the top knot stood beside him, extending his magic-infused hand forward and said, "This is a surprise." Dong-yi smiled and asked, "What do you think?" The man with the top knot replied, "After that brat arrived, I cast some disadvantage effects, but this guy turned out to be Hanzo, Lee Young-jae's bodyguard. He is a ranked player." Hanzo looked at Taeyeon, who was seething with anger. His entire body emitted a red and black aura as he continued, "They didn't work. With such high resistance to effects, he must be a rank 2. Hearing this, Dong-yi laughed and said, as expected, "You've awakened. Should we talk now?" He remained silent. Dong-yi extended his hand and spoke. "My words might sound harsh, but I don't intend to fight you. Actually, I want to recruit you as my subordinate. After graduation, I plan to establish a club under the guise of the Tisan Air, but even if I'm a genius, I can't do everything alone. Do you understand?" He pointed at him and added, "Like you now, Kim Tae-hyun." He kept shouting as if he were insane, "So it's Kim Tae-hyun. Forget the grudge and work for me. You'll have wealth and prestige. I'll make your family rich." Hyun interrupted Dong-yi's arrogance. "You're talking too much. Wealth and prestige, is that it?" Hyun was truly enraged. His hands and body turned into stone. "Dong-yi, you've gone too far." Hyun seemed surprised for a moment. Then he chuckled and sighed. "Yes, right?" From his hand, magic energy emitted. "As I thought, a wild dog needs to be trained." Hanzo quickly placed his hand on the floor, creating a magical circle. Then he shouted loudly, "Barrier!" A barrier is a magic skill that covers space. Those outside cannot sense the magic within it. In other words, the barrier surrounds the walls and floor. Hanzo stood up and waved his hand, saying with this, "No one can interfere in the master's battle anymore." Now, as he watched the battle between the two, he continued, "Enjoying that fight, right?" Han swung his fist from behind and charged forward. Dong-yi isn't someone to be underestimated. He quickly threw a fiery fist from behind. The two punches collided, creating a powerful shockwave. It seems that Dongyi's Fire Fist is gradually overpowering T-Hein's Rock Fist. T-Hein's hand wrapped in stone began to crack. Without giving T-Hein time to react, Dongyi immediately kicked him right in the face. Unable to dodge, T-Hein was sent flying into the wall by the kick. The impact was so strong that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Dongyi laughed loudly with satisfaction. Did you notice the difference in our strength? At this moment, T-Hein was being hit by continuous explosions from the battle. He stood there deep in thought, thinking about that young Kim T-Hein. I feel sorry for him. He has a high-level body enhancement skill and is in a rank awakened form, with his combat skills and determination far surpassing those of other students. It's hard to find anyone in the school who can be his opponent. T-Hein barely smiled as he thought, but today, his opponent was. It seems Dongyi is gaining a significant advantage over T-Hein. He swung his hand forward, instantly emitting a blinding light. A genius! S-R-A-K. T-Hein continued to think. Kim T-Hein, you can't win this round. You should surrender and submit. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. After the previous attack, T-Hein was pushed back, but he quickly lunged forward and threw a punch, determined to land a direct hit on Dongyi, sending him reeling backward. Two fists collided, with Dongyi taking the full force of the blow and spitting out blood. Then he flew straight back. T-Hein couldn't believe his eyes as he exclaimed in shock. What? Impossible! The master is losing a one-on-one fight. Even though he saw Dongyi lying on the floor, it was hard to understand how this could be happening. Suddenly, he shouted at Kim T-Hein, what did you do? My body, I can't move. Hearing his words, Hein stood there, unable to move. Then he looked over at T-Hein, wondering, body enhancement isn't the only skill he has, right? What kind of monster is he? T-Hein, with a bloodied face and smug smile, spoke up. Finally, it's working. He wondered to himself, what did I do? T-Hein had obtained 3 skills from hunting, marbles, stealth, and paralysis. T-Hein hadn't used all his skills yet. A C-rank paralysis wouldn't be easy to overcome with an S-rank resistance. Stealth couldn't be used when attacked from a distance. Hunting was the last resort and shouldn't be used so openly. So the purpose of T-Heal is to wait for the right moment to use paralysis in close combat. Skills that cause effects are more effective when applied directly to the target than from a distance. Therefore, with the continuous damage and paralysis effect from each punch, even S-rank resistance couldn't protect against it. You've been paralyzed. You completely resisted it. You've been paralyzed. You completely resisted. You were paralyzed. You completely resisted. Paralysis. Resistance. Your resistance to paralysis failed. He threw another punch, breaking Dongyi's face and making him spit out fresh blood. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing T's figure. Hein slowly appeared with Dongyi lying unconscious on the floor below. Witnessing the entire battle, Hein had wide eyes, still in shock. Hein thought to himself, the Han man is also a genius. In the hand-to-hand combat, he even outperformed his master. But suddenly Dongyi laughed and said, I admit your strength now, Kim T-Hein. Then he picked up a purple stone and said, I guess I underestimated you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost to someone like you. So he immediately crushed the purple stone with his hand. Immediately, T-Hein's eyes widened in surprise as a huge skeletal body appeared before him. Following Dongyi, who had also stood up, emanating magical energy, we should fight seriously now. Taeyun desperately ran for his life. Behind him was a powerful force chasing closely. The monster stretched out its hand to attack him. At that moment, Taeyun leaped high to avoid the sudden attack. His arm instantly transformed into a giant stone hand. With cold eyes, he turned and swung his fist with all his might towards it. The monster unleashed a fireball as preparation for an attack. Taeyun's punch collided with the monster's fireball, blocking T-Hyun was stopped in its tracks. The impact caused several stone fragments to break off his arm. Hyun shattered. Then all the stone around his hand crumbled, revealing his true hand inside. The collision produced a loud explosion. The blast pressure pushed him back. Hyun fell heavily to the ground amidst flying stones and debris. He cried out in pain. One of the guards approached, witnessing the giant monster standing before him. That's the form of his master's vortex technique. He grabbed the railing, his face pale with fear. It's very difficult to fully utilize a master's power with S and K-class strength. High-level abilities need support. Just now, a sparkling purple crystal was on his fingertips. The master used an amplifying gemstone. That crystal was made from the core of monsters. When humans absorb it, its power will become stronger. Crafted from refined demon cores, it temporarily boosts mana in the user's body. With that support stone, the master can now fully utilize his level 3 powers. Lin Feng stood laughing triumphantly and waved his hand. The guard's expression turned worried as he surveyed the scene. The problem is, he shouted at Lin Feng, "Master, you should stop. Are you planning to kill him?" His strength continues to increase. The guard continued shouting his explanation. Besides, the amount of dark magic in your body is too much already. Your blood vessels will explode from the magic and uncontrollable chaos. As he spoke, a fireball suddenly flew towards them. Where the guard stood exploded instantly. He lost his balance and fell down. Lin Feng's eyes had changed. That fireball was shot by him. "How dare you order me around, you mere guard?" Zen lost this round. Humiliated. "Do you want me to let it go?" Meanwhile, he struggled to stand up. He wiped the blood off his face and stared at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng angrily shouted, "Die!" The monster swung its power, causing the ground to crack. Lin Feng became even more insane. He laughed loudly. "Die! Die, you bastard!" Kim Tae-hyun. The guard tried running towards him quickly. "Not good, as I thought. He's losing control in a chaotic state. How can he escape this chaos?" He landed on the ground near the fireball pit Lin Feng created. "Kim Tae-hyun, are you still alive? Give up and run away." He reached out his hand to pull him up. "I'll stop the master. Hurry up." Suddenly, the guard was hit by a punch like a powerful wind, so hard that his face twisted. Blood and nose sprayed immediately. The punch was so strong he had to step back. Through the thick smoke, Tae-hyun's figure appeared, heavily walking towards them. "Run after you started this fight. Why are you saying that?" "Nothing surprising. I admit S rank is powerful. So from now on, different recovery potions are scattered on the floor. The remaining liquid splattered everywhere. Recover fatigue. Restore stamina. Mana regeneration." A surge of power erupted from his body. One eye turned blood red. He laughed maniacally and said, "I'll take this seriously too." Somewhere else, in a skyscraper, in the chairman's office room, GCC stood opposite the boss, reporting on the player's stats. The chairman's face was tense as he roared loudly. 1900, 2300. Is that possible? GCC calmly confirmed. Yes. Another voice read the report. Li Youngjae at 1900. Lim Aojang at 2300. There's no doubt both are S-class awakeners. The two secretaries beside him were shocked by the report in their hands. One exclaimed, "Even an S-class. An untrained player with a strength of 1900A. The other echoed loudly, "That's clearly a rank player level, so he's on par with Japan's Saint Maiden?" They laughed. "Finally, we have a player as strong as Korea's Saint Maiden." TGCC listened to their conversation. Saint Maiden. Amidst the ancient cherry blossom tree, a woman was floating and shining. Saint Maiden leading the players in Japan. A monster with stats over 2,500 first appeared at age 19, shocking all S-class awakeners worldwide. Indeed, the woman's half-face, with emotionless eyes, emitted a white light that seemed hard to approach. Even if it is a monster, she only surpassed 2,500. How can her just started awakening stats compare? TGCC imagined the powerful image of Tae-hyun. The number above him in 1996 was a class illusion. They must have misread the stats. Anyway, the door to the room opened at that moment. TGCC walked down the hallway followed by 4 other guards. His face was stern, he had to check it himself. Back in the battle, the guard's eyes widened as if disbelieving what he saw. No, this can't be! He fell to his knees on the ground, looking up and stammering. How? It might be possible. In front of the guard was Taeyun using his own strength to control Yanfeng's monster, causing it to scream in pain. A red energy stream shot into the monster's mouth. It was gradually disappearing. Yanfeng below couldn't accept what was happening. How? How can this happen? He raised his burned arms forward, shouted loudly. How could I lose to a failure like you? Kim Taeyun, I'm the Tai-san group heir. I'm S-class, you miserable wretch. You must die. Yanfeng, exerted all my strength, making his eyes emit divine flames. His face was blackened, revealing the bones inside. A loud cry, Liangde, that power burst out trying to escape T's control. Huan, he still stood straight, extending his hand as red energy continued to shoot forward. No matter if you're an heir or what rank, it doesn't matter to me. T! He concentrated all his inner strength into his palm and smiled. His eyes glowed red, shocking Yanfeng, who opened his mouth wide at the sight of that power. A large energy burst out. The giant king's body appeared. Yanfeng looked up in fear. Power of a king. Red flames shot towards Yanfeng. It was so fast that his face only showed an expression of sheer terror before freezing. His entire body stiffened like it had been frozen. At that moment, the lightning almost swallowed him whole. Then it vanished. Not a sound was heard. No trace remained. The sun's rays shone on the quiet city. Suddenly, boom, the glass of an office building shattered into many pieces, falling round the ruined scene along with raging flames. A man with numerous wounds and blood on his face. His sweat dripped down his face in thick beads. His face was covered in large and small bloodstains. Truly surprising, the disheveled man lay behind him while he slumped before him, looking at him. The man was propelled backward by some force, while he was injured. Player Isao Hondo didn't expect his lamb to be dragged into this when he used his hunting skill. He stood there as the man hugged his wounds. So your lordship has been saved. That's fortunate. What do you plan on doing now? He spoke with him. Your lordship is the heir of T-San Corporation. How will you handle this? Who started it? Talk sensibly. He continued speaking. Moreover, am I supposed to fear such threats? The broken and distorted iron bars. Don't worry, I don't intend to kill him. So what then? He said instead, you should pay for this mercy, pay the price later. He widened his eyes in fear, considering he was the heir of T-San Corporation. So I thought, shouldn't I receive $1 billion as compensation? Round him, money fell down. Amidst the ruined and burning office building, there were people nearby. They were surprised by the scene before them. Everyone quickly retreated. Is there an attack from a monster? She thought to herself. No! She was worried that this terrifying magic and fire must be Li Yongjae's power. But where is he now? The man was using his magic to threaten him. Kim Tae-hyun, the dog from earlier, you were so proud just now. What are you saying now? Save me. I know my mistake. Her imagination, could it be? A woman calmed everyone down. So stay here safely and don't go in there. It's dangerous. She immediately rushed forward upon hearing this. The door is smoking. I was wrong. We shouldn't have left the two of them alone in the gym. She ran as fast as she could into the burning building. It's all my responsibility, Kim Tae-hyun. As she ran, she prayed. Please, you must survive. The man lay on the ground in pain, while he smiled contentedly. When she arrived, she saw this scene. She was slightly surprised. Just when I needed a witness, not someone to carry him to the infirmary or hospital instead. He scratched his head and spoke to her. Kim Tae-hyun, how did things end up like this? I didn't know anything. When I came in, I saw him lying unconscious here. He must have fallen down the stairs. She helped him up. He fell down the stairs, so I don't know what happened. Don't tell anyone you saw me here. That's all, I'll go now. She stood up and stopped him. Kim Tae-hyun explained this situation. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Only she and that man remained. He, Kim Tae-hyun, stood on a high place and looked down at the scene below. Luckily, Lim Ah-sang was there to deal with Lee Young-jae. Now we just wait for the Tisan Corporation's response. If nothing happens, it means the matter is resolved. So then his information screen appeared. What is this? Famous people appeared in his thoughts. How could Sun Lee Young-jae have this? It's hard to understand, he thought. Moreover, instead of absorbing the Flame Heart skill, it's the King's Heart skill that boosts the stats of the Lamb's members. Do they have this skill too? He chuckled and thought, but this is good anyway, for people appeared in his thoughts. A rare skill affecting all members is valuable regardless of its rank. It can be used with various skills and combined with any other skill. That's why the King's Heart skill is much better. As he walked, he said, indeed, even more wonderful than I thought. 3 cars stood in front of him, surprising him as he found Kim Tae-hyun's student. He approached and said, I have many questions for you. Worried, he wondered how this man could be here just now. He asked, what are you doing at the physical training room, the magnificent castle? A man holding a glass concluded. 3 fierce dogs. His only son was injured along with 1 billion in compensation. This is to pay for handling this matter quietly. A man hiding under the shadows. It's my fault. He pleaded, please forgive me. No matter what I say, it doesn't matter. The mysterious man said, just do as he wants. He was surprised. A wild child, very interesting. The man replied, but we must compensate at the price for what he did. He was taken aback. Chairman Lee Dong-soo of Tisan Group is an S-rank player. The man asked him, what happened in the physical training room at Tisan High School? How could Go-gu appear here? He pondered what the man was asking about. He meant when I fought with that scoundrel? Or during the gathering in the lecture hall where everyone was chosen to awaken? Is he referring to something else? He looked at him and said, you're a high-ranking member of the Awakening Association of South Korea. I directly met someone. This rarely happens. It seems like you. Knowing what I did, that's why he came here directly. Continue talking about the explosion in the physical training room. It has nothing to do with me. He asked, the explosion? He glanced and said, you're referring to the fire at that academy. That place will be handled by the firefighters and relevant authorities. He continued, I want to talk about something else. It seems you haven't answered me properly. Did you not mention the explosion? He asked him, what did you do in the physical training room at the academy? After hearing this, he only laughed. So what does that mean? I thought you already knew about it, right? The man was surprised and asked, why are you here to participate in the selection process of Awakeners? He replied, joining the selection of Awakeners. How can you be so sure? Under his feet, magic power emitted. See this. A strong aura of magic surrounded him. Will you see if I'm qualified enough? The man looked surprised and said, impossible. What strength is that? His current strength surpasses even the last time in Consador Gym. This power is stronger than before. You're not a fake Kim Tae-hyun, right? He asked, why are you here? Are you participating in the selection process of Awakeners? The man replied, interesting. How can you be so sure about that? Magic power emanated from his feet. A strong magic aura surrounded him. Will you see if I'm qualified enough? The man looked surprised and said, impossible. What strength is that? His current strength surpasses even the last time in Consador Gym. This power is stronger than before. You're not a fake Kim Tae-hyun, right? His eyes glowed red. Who are you to have such immense power? He asked, but how come your clothes? At his house, participating in the selection of Awakeners, the shocked boy asked, is it true that you're going to participate in this selection process? It's about a month until then. The boy's eyes widened in shock. His imagination was running wild. Indeed, I didn't see wrong. You are the king for me. How lucky am I to follow you? Stop talking nonsense. He lifted him and said, the Tisan Group hasn't reacted yet to what I've done. The bastard noble seems to have reduced his doubts about my identity and strength. We still have a month until the Awakening selection, so I need to train more to boost my power. If this is handled well, everything will be resolved. While talking, the phone on the table rang. A group of people are watching our house from above. The man in a white cast is choking another guy. Why does the association need to protect this bastard's house? The man being choked is running out of breath. Things seem more complicated now. He might be the one selected for the upcoming Awakening selection, so we need protection. A masked man says the association members are quite interested in the country's future, while another masked man remains silent. This Awakening candidate has potential. He doesn't have much combat experience. With potential, he'll just be a pawn for us two brothers. The black masked man replies, right, without experience, even with power, you're useless. The black masked man yells, we'll show him what true awakeners are like, little brother. As soon as he finished speaking, the white masked man choked him again. What do you think you can do? I'm the one without combat experience they were talking about, the black masked man retorts. The whole school is burning. You said $1 billion compensation. How much are we talking here? The provocateur says, this matter is too important. I can't do it. I'm just a bodyguard and I can't decide on this issue. I replied, I'm not the kind to make you take full responsibility for my actions. Go back to your training manual and negotiate with the chairman. I continued, in case I betray you or stab you in the back, we'll connect our souls through this chain. The terms are simple. First, the Tisan Corporation must compensate me $1 billion for my losses. As agreed, resolve this gym incident peacefully to benefit both sides. The current affairs reporter announced that the fire at Tisan High School's gym was caused by gas explosion, fortunately with no casualties. The provocateur called someone on the phone. Second, I'm Seo Hoodoo. I'll provide you with information about the assassins sent to your location as promised. You ask, what skills do these two black and white killers have? Their stealth is nothing special to me. Apart from that, can they do anything else? The one in the car says, I heard they've prepared well for this Awakening selection. I hope we'll get some good candidates for H, O, E, G. She holds her phone and speaks. Who do you think will be the best Awakening candidate? Shin Einbach from Bizen, right? The other party responds, not exactly, he's pretty good, but I'm more interested in his brother. She replies, what brother of mine? You're overestimating him. His strength isn't that level. Don't trust anyone, only Shin Einbach from .I.Eng will make a difference this time. I've heard there's new information about an S-rank Awakening candidate, right? The other party says, yes, but the Vice President Godig mentioned someone else that we should pay special attention to. Originally, you planned to use your hunting skills at night to eliminate them, but due to lack of energy, you decided to call for backup. They arrived quickly. In front of them are two black and white brothers hugging each other. There's a large hole in the wall. The cleanup crew discusses, surprisingly, H. White and a high school student too. They're becoming more aggressive. They've already disturbed an Awakening candidate from the association and a high school student. After cleaning up, Hyun says. Hyun turns to Kim. Hyun thanks him for calling. Do you know why these things happened? I wonder if you guess the reason behind it. Hyun thinks for a moment, then looks away. No, I don't know. Hyun says, I believe what he said. He opens his phone to analyze. Could the list have been leaked? We need to step up our security. Hyun thinks, there must be a reason for Tisan Corporation's actions here. I'm sure we'll face more trouble. Line 59. Line 60. But we're not even talking about properly handling it. Now, the urgent task isn't Tisan Corporation, but this. He cast magic from his palm, but only a message appeared. Insufficient stamina, system overload, cannot use brute force techniques. On the way back, he was thinking while walking, with low stamina, he couldn't use skills. Everyone's in the same boat, right? In the end, we still need to boost our stamina? He thought about methods to increase stamina, one by absorbing monster abilities and another by absorbing spirit fake abilities. But both required brute force techniques, so all his ideas failed completely. After thinking for a long time, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, is that the only way? The next morning, brother, you're at the gym break. greeted by a beautiful girl with strong muscles and clear muscle lines. She handed him some information and introduced herself. Please come in. This is the best training center in Korea. I'm Yura, the manager of Breakhead. How can I help you? In front of her was T. Hyan, next to you is Jejang who's jumping. At Breakhead, you need money, health, and everything else to sign up here. Are you really going to train here? Unlike Jejang's loudness, he simply replied, then why not? Yura watched this scene silently thinking, kids these days. She said, two of you, this is the training center. Without letting her finish, T. Brother coldly handed a black card and registered both of them. This surprised her. Huh? Is that a Swift card in your hand? He asked as he handed it to her. Is this enough, right? Yura still seemed stunned while holding the card. Card, VIP card of the Alchemists Guild, one of the 4 major guild members. Why would a kid have a high-level Spirit Fakes card? Could it be you? She glanced at him and hesitated. Approving his entry would surely cause some issues. What now? In this tense moment, a laugh broke the silence. Yura is in trouble. All 3 turned to the voice. It was a strong-looking man with a distinctive chicken head. Under everyone's gaze, he laughed and continued. Brother, you can't just pay your way in here. This guy is the strongest member of the guild. Kong Chun, he's a B-rank trainer, not a spirit fake. He's known as Strong Kong Chun and is part of Black Hat. He's also a hitman. His skill is to enhance muscle mass, and his characteristic is changing names. Taeyeon looked speechless while Jejang seemed impressed by this man. Strong Kong Chun, that name sounds cool. What now? Brother. Taehyul was uninterested in talking. How did you come up with that name? Are you crazy? The weightlifters here quickly recognized Kong Chun. They started to talk. Strong hitman Kong Chun is here now. He's recruiting newbies again, right? Poor guys. Kong Chun flexed his muscles proudly. Have you all trembled at the mention of my name before? If you leave now, I'll let it go. Taeyeon cut in. What are you talking about, weakling? Kong Chun's mood changed from happy to annoyed. What? Yura was also surprised by this. Jejang called out urgently. Brother. Kong Chun got angry. Ta! You think you're stronger than me? Taeyeon smirked. Huh? If you don't believe, let's bet on it. The loser will pay a year's membership fee. Kong Chun laughed disdainfully at the challenge, his nose still dirty from picking his nose. Fine, if that's how it is. Both of them were suddenly transported into a mysterious space. In front of them was an extremely dangerous and challenging terrain filled with monsters. It seems this is some kind of virtual game technology. They just need to sit on chairs, using brainwave shockwaves to enter the simulated world. The observers were all very excited, while Du Trang looked surprised. Girl, what's that? Me? AB what? Yura continued. It's a virtual training system called Virtual Porter. Someone asked again, Virtual Porter. She explained, Virtual Porter is like the Abyss. An actual training ground where players must eliminate B-class monsters and reach their destination within the shortest time while carrying maximum weak. HT. This method is widely used in centers, but it's disadvantageous against Kang Chun. The game had already started. Kong Chun laughed loudly in the space. You foolish kid, dare to challenge me? While killing monsters, he looked down on Taeyeon. My skills are for attacking. Mobility is mobility, a perfect skill in Virtual Porter. The weight I can lift varies, a year's membership fee, fine. At this moment, a strange light flashed past him. It was Taeyeon. He outpaced Kong Chun at the speed of light and killed all monsters with each step he took. He quickly encountered the second group of monsters. They were easily defeated by him. Even against overwhelming numbers, he only needed one move to wipe them out. On the screen, 999 combos. This number represents T. Heal! Kong Chun stood there with his mouth open in shock. Ta! Heal sighed contentedly and spoke. I only plan to go for 30 days anyway. Maybe you've already been trained on this too. All the spectators were wide-eyed, some even angry. Amidst the chaos and noise, Du Trang didn't know that a sign saying, I believe in you had been up since when. T. Brother continued in the virtual world. Strong, Kong Chun, right? What now? The bet was tough, now it's time to pay and go away. Looking down at Kongshun from above, his mouth curved into a charming smile. He moved to a crowded stadium where an announcement echoed. Hello everyone. Today marks the 30th day since the change in recruitment criteria was announced. The final day we've been waiting for has arrived, the test for awakened individuals. The Association of Awakened Individuals changed this test to allow young adults to participate as well. People from all over the country rushed here to the testing site of the association, especially those who have been eagerly awaited by many. 5 Iron Fist seemingly unbeatable in close combat. Hong Yungguk, a grade, a warrior with excellent fighting skills. S grade Li Jisan, undefeated in Bison. Thunderbolt, Shim Yunbok, S grade. Herchi got the highest score among those who participated this time, promising saintly star Lim Ah Young, S grade, etc. Many talents registered for the test. The stadium was now bustling with people. With such a crowded scene, a reporter shouted, "Too far away, too far. If I get bad news today, I might be fired." This is a Nusi economy reporter named Kim. She has an E-grade typing skill. Her purpose for coming here was to interview and film the awakened individuals participating in the test. She knelt down before the crowd, complaining, "If I can't take photos, at least I can interview participants." Indeed, an E-grade. She can't do anything. My life is over. As she was feeling down, a figure approached and started cursing. Damn it! Why are there so many people? How will the contestants pass through like this? Her teary eyes were blurry. Contestant, that's T. Heel. He walked past her and continued complaining. Anyway, this is a nightmare. Kim Yoju, the reporter, spoke up. Do it. Please let me interview you for a moment. The crowd was so dense now that no one could pass through. Thankfully, T. Hyun arrived just in time. He was called by the guide, contestant Kim T. Hyun, this way, we have only a minute before the test starts. As he entered, he talked about how late he was because the reporter Kim started her interview unexpectedly. Kim spent a lot of time interviewing him, probably because she finally found a contestant in the bustling crowd. He blurted out, "Anyway, we need to build our image first." He walked inside. Here, many contestants were gathered waiting for the competition to start. Looking at the number of name tags on their chests reaching 1,000 shows how big this competition is. Aang saw a familiar figure and exclaimed, "Oh!" Hyun turned to look at Aing. She paused her anger when she saw someone she knew shouldn't be here, Kim T.Heun. He looked at her and asked, "What's wrong?" "Class president, you're still in shock. What happened to your body?" He answered casually, "Oh, I was just training a bit." Yeah, looking at his figure, that's quite a bit of training. I heard he awakened but could change so much in just 1 month. Hyun still stared at her, making her feel awkward. Hey, what happened to Leongdae? Before she could ask properly, the announcement continued with, "Welcome to today's recruitment, people bearing the responsibility of carrying Korea's future." This is where the first challenge to select awakened individuals as official contestants begins. Now I will explain the rules. Look at the number on your chest. That's your registration number for the competition. The requirement of this round is to collect 5 registration numbers, including your own. Losing a registration number means you're out. This is the competition for registration numbers. The time for this round is only 1 hour. After the announcement, the ground started shaking, making the contestants panic. Oh, the ground! What's happening? The ground? No, space is changing. The announcement continued with the final instruction, allowing everyone to use any skills except killing. So now, the first round officially starts. All contestants are still not aware of what's happening. After some time adjusting, they finally started shouting in panic, trying to find targets to avoid being attacked. The tasty target right before them is Lee Mei, S-rank awakened individual. Witnessing the surrounding encirclement, A's face remained unchanged. She coldly looked around and cast a spell towards them. Line 60 completed. The entire space around them is frozen, making it impossible for them to approach her. Everything she does is monitored and praised by the association members. This so-called noble lady has a different caliber indeed. Her skills are excellent. The other contestants are also worthy opponents. The strength of this batch far exceeds previous batches. They quickly shifted their attention away from A.I.Ing to others. Among them, Bizen's S-rank Shin Yunbok is particularly promising. The first round has been going on for 20 minutes already. No one else could even get close to him. Forget about attacking? It's truly impressive. A.I.Ing and Shin Yunbok are both outstanding. Only Tigu stood quietly on the side, observing everyone in the association. Of course, everyone cares about their rankings, but I saw another hidden factor. Kim Tae-hyun, someone like you should easily pass this test, right? Show everyone, Kim Tae-hyun, your strength and everything else. Tigu carefully observed every move of Tae-hyun, but on the screen, it showed that Tae-hyun was being attacked by his opponent. Tigu was startled. Huh? What is this? How is this happening? Tae-hyun's current opponent is a rank awakened Hongdong GCC using device skills, while Tae-hyun is C-rank awakened using stone skills. Tigu was bewildered by the scene. Did I misjudge Kim Tae-hyun's abilities? Being held back by an A-rank awakened, not even dodging any attacks. Tigu seemed to realize something. Hold on, not dodging any attacks? Could it be? As Tigu was still guessing, Tae-hyun charged straight at Dung GCC with his fist. Donggook's fist aimed directly for Tae-hyun's face, showing no hesitation to take the hit. He was knocked back by Dung GCC and spat out a mouthful of blood. Dung GCC was angry. You, that kid, are you looking down on me? Stone skills are low compatibility with device skills. You didn't dare face me directly, you tried to distract me. Hyun cut in calmly, really, you talk too much, so that's what it means. His stamina and charm have both increased by 1. After a month of training, the signs of Byrhythm still remain. His abilities are still lacking, enhancing strength through training, maximizing his body's endurance. The battle is nearing its limit and finally, training. So it hasn't ended yet, training isn't over. After a while of fighting, Tigu's eyes, Hyun became satisfied. Dung GCC, covered in wounds, shouted loudly, "Monster, fall." Before he could finish his sentence, Dung GCC fainted. He collected Donggook's ID number and smiled. Now he has 2 ID numbers. Witnessing that battle, Tigu laughed loudly. Indeed, he's not an ordinary person. Continuous laughter spread. Association members turned their attention to him. Go Deputy Director is very pleased. It seems these contestants have great potential. Tigu was elated inside. The training method like this in a large-scale survival battle, Kim Tae-hyun, his bold and daring nature. But now, the issue is that his strength has been significantly depleted after the recent fight. Now, it's best to conserve energy and collect ID numbers from weaker opponents. Suddenly, Tigu paused and all association members were taken aback. Hey, who's that? Waking up from a deep sleep, huh? Don't know who my opponent is? Or does he want to be eliminated from the competition? Tae-hyun faces Ian Bok, the undefeated champion in Bizen. Seeing T.Hyun, Ian Bok looks down on him arrogantly. What do you want? Tae-hyun idly counts something. Hey, how many registration numbers do you have now? 128. Then Tae-hyun smiles brightly. Never mind, more than 5 is good enough. Ian Bok advances towards Tae-hyun with his terrifying strength. Each probing ray carries a huge destructive force. Tae-hyun skillfully dodges all the attacks from Ian Bok. Ian Bok continues to attack with a disdainful expression. Tae-hyun runs while using the stone skin technique to counterattack. He rushes forward and kicks Ian Bok hard, as if breaking through the layers of stone skin surrounding him. Most of his attacks are rendered ineffective. Along with his fast attacks, there's an effect from the rays that can stun opponents. How can I break through this defensive barrier in this situation? I just went through a rather intense battle before and my sense of smell hasn't recovered yet. Witnessing Tae-hyun's expression, Ian Bok smirks, seems less aggressive now. Looks like I need to warm up first. Ian Bok rushes towards T. Hyan ignores the surprised look on his face. He gathers his strength and swings directly at T. Taeyeon quickly turns his head to dodge Ironbok's attack. He kicks towards T. Electric currents appear. He continues to shoot electric currents towards T with his hand. Taeyeon is in a tough spot and has to retreat. Yoonbok laughs at the defeat. Where are you running, brat? Haven't even fought yet and looking for an escape route already? Taeyeon screams in pain after being hit by the electric current. Yoonbok gets more excited upon hearing this. How's it going? Feeling numb from my thunderbolt, right? If you can't fight, just hand over all your ID cards quickly. To avoid the pain, Taeyeon grits his teeth in pain. He focuses on the stone skin technique and rushes towards Yoonbok. Yoonbok quickly dodges and breaks Taeyeon's attack with his finger. You're overdoing it. A bright light from the immense power blinds Hyun. Yoonbok continues to charge towards Hyun with his strength. Taeyeon keeps retreating, unable to resist. A powerful strike is launched. Everything shatters into pieces. Taeyeon endures the painful blow and screams. Yoonbok still unleashes his power. To this point, still enduring it, you really have some strength. He thinks this guy is truly stubborn, still not giving up after such a fight. The others who were hit like this would already be running away and discarding their cards. In this competition, I thought Bang-hoo, Lima Young, and the forest god Lee Ji-san were enough to match me in strength. He didn't think natural magic would reveal someone so skilled, but that's okay too. If he just endures like this, he'll only be a toy for me to play with. Suddenly, an unknown object flew towards Yoonbok and hit him in the face. He was surprised. How? What is that? What happened? How could this happen? Did he throw something at me? How can his technique penetrate my lightning armor's defenses? Hyun kept throwing objects at Yoonbok, causing him to bleed. He was confused. How could this guy's stone-piercing skill break through the lightning armor's defense? It makes sense if any rock that touches the lightning armor shatters, which is unexpected for Yoonbok. Still, in these fake awakening battles, anything can happen, and there are unpredictable variables. The material used to construct this arena is made from compounds that resist the power of fake awakenings. Although it looks like stones, its nature is entirely different. Therefore, using it as a weapon against Yoonbok, we can bypass his lightning armor's defenses. With this meticulous plan without any flaws, Ian seems quite surprised by the plan, doesn't he? Yoonbok bled angrily. You sneaky bastard. Yoonbok used all his strength to throw a large rock at him. He immediately lost his ability to resist. Han is arrogantly taunting the injured Yoonbok. Even though he's skilled, he still doesn't deserve to be my opponent. Yoonbok lay motionless on the ground after T's powerful attack. The number tags of the weak contestants scattered everywhere. Yul proudly smiles. The association members only see a pile of rubble. They are surprised. What's happening? How can an S awakening defeat a C awakening? Kim T. How could he win like that? TGCC thinks it's unbelievable that he used the arena stones to defeat the lightning god. Suddenly, TGCC furrows his brow. Hyun stands beside unconscious Yoonbok. He happily takes 3 number tags. Great! Now I've collected many ID cards. I'm sure to pass this round now. Suddenly, a large ice block flies over. Hyun quickly dodges it. Unfortunately, Yoonbok, who is unconscious, gets hit by the ice. Poor fate, he was just getting beaten up and now this big ice block hits him again. Hyun realizes it's ice. Above, a huge snowflake falls down. Magic surrounds Hyun looks like a ball. Then the ball is enveloped by thick layers of ice. Ing steps forward gracefully. THN is surprised at what she's doing. His mind races as he sees her cold expression. It's Ice Hail AIONG. Isn't she planning to fight me here? I've been fighting with that lightning battle for too long. I don't know when she started noticing me. Ing spoke up, follow me. The greater the power, the higher the responsibility. You seem confused by her words. And continued with power and strength, but no responsibility. It's just violence. I've been observing your match. Kim T, you're very strong. Brother, you knew how to use this arena to defeat Shin Junpak. T, brother, why are you saying that all of a sudden? Yang was furious and shot ice shards at Taeyun. Does it seem like Lee Youngjae was also defeated in the same way, right? Taeyun's expression showed great surprise as he handled people, but he quickly dodged Yang's attack. Yang kept attacking Taeyun without changing her expression, even with he ran while worried. It's not good now. She has targeted you as the opponent for this battle. I can't avoid her in a battlefield like this. For some reason, Yang approached and punched Taehyun in the face. He flew far away immediately. Aing shouted angrily, "Where are you going? Face me with all your strength. As you said, you're different from those Lee, Dong, Ja, Kurma. You won't do things against your conscience to achieve your goals, right? But when I observed your fight just now, both Lee Youngjae and Bai Hyuk-soo seemed affected by your illegal actions." Yang shot ice shards at Taeyun. Her attack was filled with anger towards him, causing Taeyun to fly far away. The ice around the impact began to break into pieces. Taeyun fell to the ground. Seeing this, Yang continued criticizing. Using skills without permission is selfish behavior. That's not allowed. Both of them are severely injured and in recovery now. I guess you did it for some forced reason. So I haven't told the organizers yet. But you should know your place and withdraw from this fake partner selection competition. With what you've done, do you have enough qualifications to be a fake partner? He spoke up in defense. Who are you to judge me? His words surprised her momentarily. Hyun struggled to stand up. He's good now. You saw how Lee Youngjae treated other fake partners violently. Why didn't you stop him then? Now talking about responsibility and right or wrong with me. Are you just trying to defeat me in this competition, isn't it? So speak your mind boldly to me. At least I'll feel more comfortable facing you honestly in this battle. Don't use those reasons and stick them on me like that. Facing T's light smile, Hyun, she was shocked to the core. She tried to regain her composure. So these are your rebuttals to my words? It seems you won't regret what you've done. Alright, this battle we can't avoid now. After saying that, she activated her ice staff and coldly stared at T. Heal! I'll show you the power of an S-Class awakened spirit. I'll be completely different from those two. T! Heel's face was full of blood, calculating. The previous two battles were too intense. Mana is almost depleted. Thatchbai, that skill has been broken many times and can't be recreated. Therefore, their defensive strength has significantly decreased. In this tiny arena, if I use stealth to approach her, it would be quite difficult. With her wide area freezing skills, she would easily spot me right away. The King's Heart has greatly enhanced my power and abilities, but in this upcoming battle, it will still be very tough. I haven't found a way to turn the tide yet. My hunting skill is still sealed and can't be activated. Mana is also running low. It's impossible to hold out long enough to use the paralyzing skill like against Lee Youngjae in this battle. All I could do was, you figured out a way to turn things around. You ran straight towards Aong. She also grabbed her weapon and charged at you. A large explosion occurred, shattering the ball of energy surrounding them. Taeyun kept thinking about his plan. This is the only way I can think of right now. The association is still observing and discussing. I couldn't see how the battle was unfolding. The freezing effect makes everything around us look unreal. Guk was surprised. Kim T. Hyun, suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. Huh? Everyone in the room was taken aback. Oh, they did? The bone vortex smoke gradually dissipated. Hyun and A. Y. Aang emerged slowly. Amidst the chaos, Hyun lay on top of A. Y. Aang, their lips touched. Y. Aang's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't understand what was happening and kept shouting Hyun rushed towards A. Aang, her hammer gathered force. A powerful strike, sending rocks flying everywhere, creating a thick cloud of dust. Hyun surged through the smoke like a gust of wind, leaping high to land directly in front of A's target. Ang. In that moment of despair, what Hyun aimed for was a kiss. His body perfectly landed on a Ang. Were their lips touching? More accurately, Hyun aimed at Lit. The hit rate when using a skill in close range is much higher than from afar. That's why Kim Hyun mixed Lit into his blood for Ing to drink it. Of course, considering the resistance of an S-class awakened being, this was like gambling. Hyun wiped his lips and stepped back. Ian lay still on the ground without moving. The result was paralysis. His resistance failed. Kim Hyun Ua. Ian struggled to speak, causing a devastating mental shock, attracting immediate 3 points. Finally, Hugh smiled triumphantly. Did it work? He thought. The first exam time has ended. The mechanical voice said, medical teams will safely escort the contestants out. Please stand still at your current positions. I would like to reiterate that after the exam ends, all injured contestants will be immediately attended to by the medical team. Although Yang was paralyzed, she passed the first round because her test number wasn't stolen and her combat ability wasn't lost. For Kim Tae-yeon, he only got 7 numbers in the competition, but defeating Shin Ayeon-bok and Lim Ae-yang drew a lot of attention from other contestants. He beat Shin Ayeon-bok and Lim Ae-yang. Is he really an S rank? The crowd keeps talking about Taeyeon's match result. His recovery skill is pretty good too. I was so tired I couldn't move just now. Hyun shivered in fear. Maybe we should get a sign later. Suddenly, Hyun sprang out of nowhere and charged towards him. Kim Hyun, you coward, he growled. His eyes revealed his anger. His hand was clenched into a fist. Shin Yoon-bok was surprised by Taeyeon's unexpected attack. Once outside, you can't do that kind of stuff anymore. Yoon-bok shouted. He didn't seem satisfied with the match result. He panted heavily. A punch from nowhere forced Taeyeon to step back a few steps. The students around Huichi approached to watch. What's going on? They're fighting. Shin Yoon-bok knocked him down. The crowd cheered for Woo. Yoon-bok roared without paying attention. Get out of here, you guys who have nothing to do with this. Ayeon-bok pointed and a current of electricity shot down, causing students to scream in pain. He challenged Kim Ayeon, let's fight it out fair and square. Ayeon-bok widened his stance. That crazy guy, Ayeon struggled. I'll teach you who's boss here. His hand formed a fist, but he couldn't move. A kind of pressure made everyone in the room collapse. Only Ayeon barely managed to stand up. These kids, they're like shadows stepping into the spotlight and won't shut up about anything. This guy is Ayeon immediately recognized an S-rank fake awakening. Park Sung-jin, one of the top fake awakenings in the Korean Awakening Association. He'll become one of the SS-ranked awakeners in the future. Sung-jin stopped before Taeyeon. He seemed very fierce. There are still those who can stand up. Seeing this, he intensified his efforts, making it harder for Taeyeon to resist. The more they fought, the closer the end drew near. I heard that S-rank awakeners who have awakened and haven't awakened are very different, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Taeyeon thought, look at that kid. He's still holding up. Sung-jin was amused. Even the extraordinary awakeners couldn't handle it. Just as he was about to intensify his efforts again, medical staff intervened to prevent the situation from worsening. Fake awakening, what are you doing? They just got treated. Do you want to eliminate them before the second competition already? Never mind, Sung-jin was flustered. What did I do? I'm just showing them how strict discipline is. Liar, the medical staff shouted. Don't use your skills anymore or we won't survive this competition with you. If you do that again, I'll report it to the chairman. Round here, only T's nose remains. Brother, you're alert. Sung-jin approached and asked him, what's your name? Kim T. Brother. He struggled to speak. Sung-jin forced a smile. Your target is definitely an S to level awakened one. I'll wait for you. He patted T on the shoulder. Brother, and then he quickly left. Why did you do that suddenly? Come here fast. The medical staff also hurried after him. Sung-jin today will surely face consequences. The scene changes to the next day. Sungjin in his shiny black suit stood on stage with a microphone, speaking up. Have our contestants rested enough? Then let's start the second test from now on. This is where we'll be testing. Just pass through this gate and you'll reach the D-Class division, where students discuss and observe. Is it really a place where monsters will appear? Sungjin continued to explain the rules. 5 people passing through the gate form one team. They explore the spatial dimensions with a designated supervisor. Every action during the exploration will be evaluated. Weapons and other equipment will be provided by the organization. Now, each of you will step forward in order. The second test is the classification test. Hole hesitated. Yes, even inexperienced amateur awakeners won't face much difficulty entering D-Class dungeon unless this classification is legendary. Legendary classification, S level, the first discovered world of legend within the D-Class dungeon, the second testing ground for awakeners. Many have died, including those who discovered it, making escape from where impossible. If we could prevent it beforehand, that would be great. No one believes in unfounded claims. Even when the truth is revealed, they remain the only ones suspected. Holt was disappointed. A pity, but let's focus on our own tasks. As long as we're not in the first exploration team, there are plenty of ways to survive. But ultimately, human plans can't match divine ones. Hull somehow ended up in the first exploration team. We have 5 people here. Let's get started with the supervisor's call. The second test supervisor and S-Class Awakener Amazoha. Information: the first to discover legend within the dungeon river. F******** this, T's true thoughts. Hyun raised his voice. The entire first exploration team of Hull set off. Everyone had a smooth start with the initial challenges as they completed their parts. Bravo, Majoha spoke up. Everyone did great. This is our first battle, but everyone fought bravely. Amazing awakeners. No, not like that. It's all thanks to that supervisor. Haha, we didn't do anything. The team members just flattered him. Damn it. Why are we the first team to discover the dungeon with so many others? Of course. That magical Zohar item T's wearing is from the first person who discovered after the dungeon. There's only one ring that boosts physical strength, speed, and magic power tenfold. The legendary double dungeon must be S level. I won't survive if I get caught up in it. Brother, you're overthinking. No matter what, we have to do everything to avoid the legend. The group arrived at a fork after talking for a while. One member asked, "What should we do?" Zohar's supervisor. Haha, it's just a common situation when discovering a double cell. Now we'll vote on it. Before he could finish speaking, Taehyun ran off like a caged bird. It was Kim Taehyun, the contestant. Due to her shock and acting alone, she quickly turned back. Don't worry, follow this path. Taehyun didn't stop but continued running. Who knows if he really let us choose or not. This way, Hyun raced off happily, leaving Zohar's calls behind. I'll take a different path when we regress anyway. This way, hoping Tray won't find Kai Hyun. Hyun moved forward and was suddenly faced with the double cell. The group wondered, why is there a gate here? Are we going crazy? We've been running in circles and ended up back here? If you touch it, one member tried to reach out to the gate. Everyone stopped. Shouted, "What's wrong?" The group was confused. Look, but don't know, right? Roared, "There's no other gate except the one into the double cell. You can tell at a glance. The most important thing is to report this back outside." That's what the awakening fake Ma Joha said. Turn to face Ma Joha. Yeah, this is the first time in my life I've seen this. One member spoke up. In principle, reporting it to the association is correct. But Zohar's lips curled. Let's try going inside this time. What? Hyun was skeptical of his own actions. I know you, Hyun wanted to say something. But I can sense that the magic within the gate isn't too dangerous. After all, it's only a D-level dungeon. I'm in a class awakening fake. The association prepared this gate for special cases. Exploring this will likely increase our scores significantly. Are you serious? Awakening fake Zohar, Tae-yun shouted, the principle of exploration. Haha, principles. Ma Zohar interrupted. Contestant Kim Tae-yun doesn't know about the Time Kingdom and dares to say that? That's right, you've been doing as you please all this time. Don't be so arrogant. Everyone in the group spoke up. I didn't expect you to defy his opinion. Proud, huh? Hyun was speechless. These damn guys. This has been decided. Ma Zohar ordered. He inserted his ring into the gate. A strong light blinded everyone momentarily. The team was momentarily transported to a place that looked like a palace. What's going on, Zohar the Awakener? Is this really a D-class monster? Everyone starts talking worriedly. Silence and look ahead. Hyun speaks. Damn you, what have you been saying all this time? It's nonsense. Here they come. You speak up. A class ghost warriors can't do that? Everyone prepares to fight. Zohar orders the terrifying ghost creatures. Zohar uses his control ability on the charging ghost warrior. Now attack it. Use firelight combined attacks quickly block their vision. The shield users defend at the front line. Others don't stand too far back. Quickly eliminate them. Working together, the smoke is thick. Alive to die. We actually managed to defeat an A-class ghost creature. Haha, what's so impressive? Let's try attacking these guys again. Just as everyone was having a moment of relief, the ghost creatures still stand in front of them. Zohar's exploration team looks surprised at the scene before them. For monsters with faces covered by hands holding weapons appear in front of them. They step towards Zohar's group one by one. The mushroom-haired youth opens his mouth wide, staring at the four monsters. Others are not far behind. Taehyun kneels before a monster corpse to examine it. His eyebrows tighten in concern. What is this? Something very strange. Doha stands in front of the four monsters' corpses. His pale face looks at something terrifying ahead. Doha grits his teeth, looking at the chaotic group of monsters before him. Damn it, every time we kill one monster, more layers of creatures appear. He turns to look at his exhausted and injured teammates behind him. Moreover, Zohar's team is now weakened, some still bleeding from their wounds. Everyone is drained. If this continues, everyone will be killed. Taehyun approaches him. There are too many strange things in the double dungeon. Zohar is startled by this. Zohar watches as he steps forward. Kim Tae-yun. He sweats while looking at T. Brother, he seems fine. He fought a lot but shows no signs of fatigue. Well, clearly, the double gate is extremely dangerous. A mouth-shaped trap on a heart bound by iron chains and T. Brother smiles, extending his hand. In front of him are four exhausted and injured teammates. If Kim Tae-yun's abilities weren't enhanced by the king's heart skill, he wouldn't have lasted this long. Doha frowns. Is he really a CO Awakener? He asks, strange, what do you mean? Tae-yun turns to look at the monsters. It's just my guess, but these aren't ordinary ghost warriors. His words shock everyone. Doha's group argues, what are you talking about? Then who were we fighting earlier? He doesn't answer them and turns away. I'll go check that now to find out exactly what kind of monsters we're facing. Saying this, he draws his sword from beside him. Everyone is surprised. What's going on? T's hand. When Hyun touches the hilt, it turns to stone. He tightens his grip on the hilt. Hyun uses his ability to swing the sword and fight the approaching Ghost Knight. His hands clench the sword as he faces to Death Knights charging at him. Their weapons swing, aiming for T. Hill! The Death Knights attack simultaneously, causing the ground to crack and dust flying everywhere. One of the Death Knights notices something amiss and hesitates. Memories fade as a shallow pit appears, but T is nowhere to be seen. Where's Hill? They look confused, but one of the Death Knights realizes he's hovering above them. The Death Knights stop and scream, his body slowly descending. Their mouths started to ignite one by one. The room was brightly lit by the flames of the giant Death Knights appearing. Even the ceiling was hung with weapons. In front of them stood a neatly ranged army of Death Knights. Many more were stationed along the corridors. This place felt like a battlefield. The masked youth looked round nervously. What kind of disguise is this? His companion couldn't believe what he was seeing. Is this all the Death Knights here? They were visibly shaken with fear. Sitting on the highest chair in the room was a figure. He laughed loudly. You ordinary folks made it to our place, huh? Impressive. His eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight of prey. Then he ordered the surrounding knights. We need to deal with you now. He was the Lord of Death Knights, the master of the legendary S-level dungeon. The Death Knights drew their swords and stabbed them into the floor, causing cracks to appear. One knight pulled his sword out while walking, creating a loud scraping sound. Then he pointed his sword at the group led by Ha. The mushroom-headed youth was terrified. What? What are they doing? He'll guess that they wanted to face each of us one by one. The masked youth looked up in fear at them. Face one. The mushroom-headed youth frowned. This isn't good. I'm out of mana. Can't fight them anymore. Team Tren and everyone stay calm. Our goal is to escape here, so face one. Facing one isn't necessary. But because they were too scared, the three mushroom-headed youths turned and ran, leaving Tihan and Zohar in shock. He ran with his eyes closed. Let's just run back to where we started and wait for rescue. One more. I don't want to die here. A Death Knight tightly gripped his sword in a fighting stance. He swung his sword towards Zohar's group. Hyun quickly dodged, but the three who turned and ran weren't as lucky. The Death Knight's sword had injured them, leaving all three severely wounded. Zohar and Hector were stunned by the bloody scene before their eyes. The other three were in intense pain from their wounds. Blood splattered on Hyun's face. His eyes widened. Hector. Zohar, the Ma judge. I'll buy some time. The next sword move was coming at him. Go find a way out of here quickly. Zohar used all his strength to push the injured members of their group behind him. Then he used his skill. A triangle. Inside, smaller triangles appear. Then a dirt wall is built right in front of Hong is afraid to stand up. Ma Zohar, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Ha orders grab the wood chips. With just a little experience as a, how could you handle it? Let me take care of this. Hyun looks surprised at the dirt wall in front of him. The two are separated by a wall. I have always wanted to become an S rank. Ha expresses his inner thoughts. No matter how much I train, I can never reach that goal. That goal is increasingly out of my reach. Hong listens in surprise as Zohar declares his determination. This is our chance. If we can defeat this double dungeon, we will officially be recognized as S ranks. He smiles lightly. The result today must be decided here and now. The Death Knight wields his sword to attack Zohar, quickly using his skills. The Death Knight's sword clashes with Zohar's, sending debris flying. While fighting, he also hits Brother, Brother, don't be discouraged. Even though we've only known each other for a short time, I can see your potential. Two more Death Knights join the attack to support future development. Run while you still can. I'll hold them off here for now. Ha takes a defensive stance against the Death Knights. Don't worry, I won't just die here. In front of him is a magic circle, my role as an overseer. Hearing Zohar's words, Taehyun stands to deal with it, while Zohar turns to look at the injured girl in the team who has fainted. She lies on the ground, covered in injuries, but for our injuries like this, something feels about to happen. Hyun's face is covered in sweat. His pupils are constricted. The earth wall behind him has crumbled, sending debris flying everywhere. He quickly turns around, raising his hand to shield himself. The Death Knights stand there. One of them has stabbed Zohar through the chest with his sword. Zohar lies silently on the ground. His glass is shattered beside him. Their boots step over him by accident. Hyun watches the Death Knights approach, deadpan. Behind him, a wounded female teammate is unconscious. In front of him, Zohar's fate is uncertain. T. Hyun's eyes widen as Zohar's bloodstained sword points directly at his face. The Death Knights are now facing T.Hwoon, their swords aimed at his face. I challenge you to a duel. The wounded female teammate is ignored by the Death Knights. Zohar lies motionless on the ground. In front of T.Hwoon are many Death Knights. They want to duel one-on-one with him. Next to T. Hyun, a sword stands ready beside him. The challenger is waiting for T. Hyun agrees to the challenge. He stops staring at his bleeding sword, which is just a few centimeters from his eyes. It takes some time before T. Hyun regains consciousness. He stares blankly as a drop of blood falls from the tip of the sword. On the ground lies a silver ring with a ruby. T. Hyun remembers Zohar wearing this ring, which is Zohar's demon judge ring. Seeing no action from him, one Death Knight raises his sword to strike Taehyun. His eyes reflect the movement of the sword. The sword swings down, but Taehyun dodges quickly and grabs the ring that fell on the ground. Looking at the ring in his hand, he thinks it might boost his power for reactivating his hunting skill. There's no time to think now. He needs to activate the ring. Taehyun quickly puts the ring on and activates it. Please, Ring of Humanity. The ring glows on his finger. For Death Knights surround T. Hyun. Just as they're about to attack, T. Hyun's body starts glowing. Even the Lord of Death Knights is surprised. Red light from the ring spreads over his body and radiates outwards, sending all surrounding Death Knights flying. The other Death Knights are a bit uneasy. What power? What strength? A voice echoes in T's head. Hyun, the Ring of Humanity has been activated. All stats have increased by 10. The glowing ring on his finger continues to shine. Your attributes have been reset. Your hunting sense skill has been reactivated. T. Hyun's eyes turn red. The strange power of the ring surrounds him. The red light around him fades, and 3 of those who ran away are still lying on the ground. A sound comes from within the gate. Taehyun uses his skill to attack the Death Knights, sending them flying in front of the Lord of Death Knights. 3 Death Knights jump down above him. Taehyun sternly raises his hand with red light. With a wave of his hand, he sends 3 Death Knights flying. The red light pierces through their bodies. It will take about 10 seconds to fully activate the hunting skill. His arm turned into solid stone holding the sword. I can trust my skills from before to now. Taehyun swung his sword to defend. I could completely defeat them. 1/split a Death Knight in 2. With the experience accumulated through countless battles, the next move decapitated another Death Knight. 5 Death Knights surrounded T on the riverbank. H. In this head-on battle, I can survive. Suddenly, a sword appeared in front of him. T's eyes widened. H. Widened. The unexpected slash pushed him back. Dust and smoke rose, the air filled with debris. The smoke cleared from T's view. Hyun was a huge purple spear piercing through a poor Death Knight, creating a loud boom. His eyes widened, mouth agape. This is a spine-tingling sensation for T. Hyun. The Death Knight Lord stood up from his throne. A terrifying aura emanated from him, making T tremble. C. Radiating from him was terrifying, causing T to shiver. The Death Knight Lord raised his hand. His entire body emitted purple light, filling T with fear as he widened his eyes. It's from that creature. The weapons on the ceiling were also covered in the Death Knight Lord's magic. Sensing something unusual, Taehyun looked up at the falling weapons on the ceiling. One fell right where he stood, but Taehyun dodged just in time, or he would have been impaled. The Death Knights from the hallway rushed in. T quickly ran away, his steps never stopping. The weapons hanging from the ceiling kept falling, creating a deafening metallic clatter on the ground. Taehyun screamed and ran, not stopping to reach his target while using skills. The Death Knight Lord wasn't afraid. He raised his hand to counter T's skill. His palm emitted a small purple light ball. Red rays grew sharp, aiming at his palm. A small purple ray distorted. With a wave of his hand, the tiny purple ball from the Death Knight Lord broke T's skill. Simultaneously, it was pushed back, and in front of T's horrified face, he slowly opened his mouth. You seem strong, but... His cruel eyes pierced into T's. That's all you can do now. His move was so powerful that it sent Taehyun flying to the gate, creating a small impact and filling the air with dust. The smoke cleared, revealing weapons embedded in the floor. After the smoke cleared, the Death Knight Lord appeared. His hand gripped a huge spear ready to stab down, stepping on T's head. He looked at him with pity mixed with disdain. "I want to ask you one last thing before ending your life." He stomped on T's head. "Hyun, where did you get your power from?" The pain was unbearable for T. Hyun screamed. His sword pierced through him, using his authority to threaten. A voice echoed in T's mind. Hyun echoed again. "You resisted a part of the Death Knight Lord's pressure with your mysterious power. The oppressive force on you has lessened slightly." His foot pressed harder. The pain in his head continued to torture him. That voice echoed again. "You resisted a part of the Death Knight Lord's pressure with your mysterious power. The oppressive force on you has lessened slightly." He grew impatient. "Do it again. You are indeed different from ordinary awakened beings. But do you really think you can resist the pressure I'm exerting on you?" The Death Knight Lord looks down at him with the same disdain as an ant. "I'll ask this again. Where did you get that power?" He was enduring the pain from the sword and the pressure of my strength, unable to hold back a scream. Due to the intense pain, Hyun fainted, his consciousness leaving for another place. In front of Hyun is a massive creature with 4 horns on its head and 6 arms. The creature stands very close to him. Hyun looks small compared to the giant form it takes. The creature is looking down at him, and Hyun also raises his head to look at it. Then, realizing something else has appeared, he turns to look around. Next to him are his teammates, Hyun and Zohar. Hyun and Zohar lie there, their bodies placed beside each other, fully submerged in water. Zohar's eyes closed, lying on the water surface. The water level has risen to nearly half of his body. Hyun opens his eyes wide with fear and helplessness. Behind him is the Death Knight Lord. "What we have isn't enough to defeat it. What should I do?" Hyun's face expressionless, covered in blood. "The true master of that power has given me a royal technique. Who is that king? Why did I get this power and understand the language of creatures? Is my power just a coincidence, or is there some arrangement I'm still unaware of?" The Death Knight Lord prepares to end Hyun's life, but he doesn't care. Everything remains in the dark. Taehyun stands still. "Why did the king grant me this royal power?" The Death Knight Lord's sword is about to touch his neck. At that moment, a familiar voice echoes in his mind. "I've told you those things before." Hyun's eyes widen in surprise. In front of him, the massive creature is gone. It's the king. He steps towards Taehyun. "Hyun, the king's face is indistinct. I'm impressed by your will and perseverance. Those are what make you strong. You don't need to think or change anything." Hyun looks at him in shock. His consciousness returns to reality, but he still hears the king's words. "Just hold on to the royal power I've given you." After returning to reality, his eyes widen and his pupils turn red. The Death Knight Lord no longer hears Hyun's painful screams. "It seems you've submitted to my power." He raises his hand, realizing he hasn't gotten the answer he wanted, so he will end your life here. Just as the Death Knight Lord prepares to finish off Hyun, something unexpected happens, making him stop. A surge of power from his body causes the Death Knight Lord to stand still. Red spines cut through the bodies of the surrounding knights. Then they fell to the ground. The Death Knight Lord narrows his eyes. "What's going on?" He looks enraged at Hyun performing a skill. "This power, damn it. How can anyone escape from this overwhelming strength that spreads throughout his body, causing him intense pain?" The voice in his head reappears. "Power is increasing by 1. Strength is increasing by 1. Agility is increasing by 1. Speed is increasing by 1. The Knight Lord of Death smiled happily. "We've been waiting for this for a long time. Show us your power." Han raised his sword. "I will end this battle with glory to the Knight Lord of Death." His sword fell down. A purple-like column appeared right where T was. Hyun stood behind as the Knight Lord of Death swung his sword. He looked at the light column in front of him. His red pupils tightly locked onto the enemy before him. Sang disappeared. Heian appeared. His hand caught that swing. You've always been curious about the power I have now, haven't you? He stared in amazement at the small human before him. How is this possible? Heian remained calm. All right. His hand had many red thorns. Hole shouted loudly. You will get the answer you surely desire. A voice echoed in his head. The heart of King B. The red thorns in T's hand. Hole quickly grew longer. He struck directly at the Night Lord of Death. Han screamed in pain. The Night Lord of Death was pushed high up. A sword nearby, and he needed to grab it. Heian's strong hand gripped the hilt tightly, snapping it in half. His sharp eyes locked onto the prey. Heian leaped into the air, both hands continuously slashing at each other, creating harsh sounds from the clash of blades. The Night Lord of Death couldn't believe what he was seeing. How is this possible? Damn it! Han used his own magic to control 3 weapons. As the Night Lord of Death moved, all the weapons around aimed at him. A human like him shouldn't be able to defeat us. At that moment, the sword in T's hand, had broken into 3 pieces. He calmly used his own skill, his strong hands surrounded by sharp thorns. All the thorns around moved together. They spun and intertwined to form a monster opening its mouth to swallow the Night Lord of Death whole. Han was terrified, speechless at that sight. Heian calmly looked at Han. This isn't power humans can possess. Fear appeared on Han's face. He looked at the Night Lord of Death. That is the power of a king. The monster formed from vines and thorns opened its mouth to attack Han. The Night Lord of Death was swallowed. Then the Night Lord of Death and the vines exploded in midair. Heian fell to the ground. A voice echoed in his head. You have learned a new skill, the Knight's combat technique. The people around were in chaos as the prison door began to glow. The energy around it swirled and emitted beams of light. Sungjin shouted loudly, "What level is this magic?" The girl beside him checked, S-grade that's. She said loudly, "We have issued an evacuation order, but the evacuation has been postponed due to changes in the prison." The guy next to her added, "I wonder if the rescue team can arrive before the prison opens." He whispered, "Cursed it." Suddenly an S-rank magic source appears in D-level dungeon. If this continues, everyone will die. Sungjin thought, maybe I should go down there and check it out. Suddenly, the dungeon emitted a powerful surge. Everyone shouted, "The dungeon is opening." Is that true? Everyone, get ready. It's getting stronger day by day. They looked closely at the dungeon entrance. Sungjin was shocked immediately. Oh! Taeyun stepped out of the dungeon entrance. His face was covered in blood. He nearly couldn't make it back. Thanks to Taeyun's efforts, the double dungeon incident was resolved safely, and all students escaped danger. The second trial recruit result will be decided based on pre-evacuation scores. The victims' bodies were found and returned to their families. The president decided not to disclose the identity of the person who handled the double dungeon incident. The chairman said, "Maybe we'll face media criticism, but if I reveal the truth, Heian will become a target for the media and other hunters." Guk replied, "Deal with it." Sungjin laughed out loud. The chairman thought we couldn't understand this balance thing. Just keep him safe from the media for now. He smiled and thanked them. So the chairman asked, "What do you two think?" The chairman was interested. Heian, no. What's the actual skill level of the S-rank dungeon breacher? Taeyun answered, well, he solved an S-rank dungeon on his own, so at least he has the skills of an S player. Guk added, but in reality, his level is much lower, making it hard to assess his strength. The chairman raised his head and said, so. Both looked at each other, likely reaching national level power. Suddenly, the sky turned dark due to a solar eclipse. A heavy breath echoed in the air. The roar of monsters resounded. A series of monsters appeared before him. Taeyun thought, what are these monsters? His face showed surprise. Why am I here? He saw a man appear from the sky. He was descending towards him. Taeyun widened his eyes. It's the king. The monster screamed in pain upon seeing the king. The king extended his hand towards the monsters. A strong light emanated from the king's hand. The monsters vanished before that white light. Taihan was startled by the scene. His face was covered in sweat as he looked up. The king's voice echoed, "I'll wait." Then he gradually ascended. Taeyun was surprised to hear the king speak from the bottom of the abyss. His voice grew fainter. In the depths, Taihan woke up with his body drenched in sweat. His soul seemed to tremble. He looked at his hand. Taeyun felt confused. What is this? Is it a dream? He thought to himself, no, it's more real than a dream. He imagined again, what does waiting and helping mean for that day? Hyun reviewed everything. Even S-rank monster hunters or the scent trackers need to be cautious. Understanding what those monsters say too, so many questions popped up in his head. He checked with his hand. It must be about becoming stronger and entering the abyss, right? His info board appeared. He looked closely. Sure enough, as he thought and imagined again, he had a premonition when fighting the Death Knight, but he never expected to actually reach B rank. Taeyun looked at his info board. With stats like this, he was about to match S-rank players soon. He imagined the monarch's authority. That must be the powerful skill that dominated him then. Hyun forced a smile. With this development speed, he would soon reach national power level. A loud noise from outside the door interrupted his thoughts. The voice boomed out, "No, don't do it like that. If you act recklessly like that, I'll call your parents or something." The door gradually opened. Really, visiting a patient isn't so restricted. Hyun's eyes widened. The association president wouldn't bother him this much. Who are you opening the door to clean up the mess you made? She smiled lightly and greeted him. They drove straight out onto the street afterward. The driver was confused. Union Hall? I'm just the driver, right? She said calmly. Just sit down. Who are you excited for? This is my guest. Let me handle it. She was surprised by T's question. Brother, help with the Union Hall's public relations department, one of the 4 main guild leaders. He glanced over. What's going on that you came to me? Hyun immediately replied, oh, I didn't say. I wanted to see the child who survived the S-rank double dungeon myself, so I brought him home from the hospital. He was shocked by her answer. A main guild leader coming all the way here just for that. What's more reasonable than that? Hyun was excited. You're too rigid. Okay then. So father asks, have you heard how the third awakening test is conducted yet? She said, the third test is like the first one where people live through it, but unlike the first, everyone outside can watch from the stands. He glanced at him. Your skills will be discovered then. All guilds will start craving low-rank awakenings that can defeat S-ranks. Brother just stared and remained silent. She extended her hand. So I'll make you an offer you can't refuse. Money or fame? She turned to leave towards T. Brother, I'll give you everything you want. Join the public relations department. E's eyes sharpened. On the other hand, Brother remained calm. Only the driver was scared. Brother replied straightforwardly. No thanks. She called out loudly in disbelief. What did you say? The sky gradually grew dark. Hein spoke up. Thank you for bringing me here. I appreciate it. Now I'll walk on my own. Ein refused. Why is that? She pointed to him. What you heard from me was the truth. Your salary will double and there are other benefits when joining our guild. She spoke loudly, or if you've accepted another guild's offer before, think it over and tell me what you need. THNN. It really is hard to decline, isn't it? She was surprised by his response. I told you already. I don't belong to any guilds. Simply because I don't want to join any guild right now. Hyun said the conditions offered by her guild are very good. Thank you for your offer. If needed, I'll contact you later. He turned around and said he just wanted freedom now, so he hadn't agreed yet. She sighed in relief. Okay, understood. Hyun walked away with a slight smile. Hands immediately reached out towards him. Ai uncovered his mouth. Hyun looked at Aeon. Her eyes widened in anger. Who are you really? She shouted. How can a newly awakened one refuse an invitation from me when participating in the guild's test? I thought there was no reason for any awakened one to reject such a request. This is something I cannot believe. She released her hand, but would still forgive him this time. The driver approached. Oh, master, he's still young and hasn't thought through everything. How can you treat him like that? The driver continued. He woon as well. Brother, think it over. This is a rare invitation from the guild leader. You should accept it. You'll have to join a guild eventually. Might as well now. Hein snorted. Master said so. Why won't you listen? T's eyes narrowed. Hein was smug. This is something I expected to see from Guild Master Li Mei. Why? She hesitated. How can you know that? He softly replied, I know everything, including your name. Ai Yong's eyes widened in surprise as her eyebrows furrowed. For a moment, everything was silent. Suddenly, a strong light emerged around Ai Yong, emitting a surge of power. The driver wiped sweat from his face. This is too loud. We've caused too much commotion. He recalled that Guildmaster Ai Yong's real name used to be Li Mei. Lin Trangyang was the head of a family representing Yuxum. They had wanted to raise her as an heir for their family, but after having a daughter, everything changed. The title of Lim Aiang was stripped away. From then on, she was treated like an outsider. After some time, Ai Yong became an awakened one and changed her name and surname. Who squeezed his neck? This is almost unknown to anyone. Who's angry now? How dare you say that name in front of me? Aren't you afraid of living longer? She was close to fainting. Now I can no longer be lenient with you. I will. His hand gripped hers tightly, causing her to shiver. Suddenly, he spoke. You resisted the Amazon warrior Ian's spiritual combat pressure with an unknown strength and successfully countered it. Ian was forcefully pushed back. You unleashed your Night S spirit awakening to counter that pressure. The counterattack was successful. Ian's hand still trembled. How can a new awakening have such powerful spirit energy? She looked at T. Brother, he thought silently. An experienced old awakening could not be pushed back by this. Even an S-rank old awakening like mine would struggle. He looked up proudly. She involuntarily stiffened. He slowly approached her, then pressed her against the wall. Brother, he said. I told you before. Now you understand. Don't overstep just because I seem gentle, Guildmaster. Her cheeks flushed slightly. At that moment, the driver also looked surprised. Impossible. Not long after, in a stadium, a voice echoed throughout. The third test for awakenings was taking place here. This could be considered an extremely large arena. The host announced that this test would be conducted openly for everyone to witness. Therefore, you can come and watch directly or watch on TV. Sung Jin and T Gu stood in the stands eagerly watching. Today, many high-ranking awakenings from various guilds across the country also came here. They came to observe and seek potential awakenings for their guilds. Supporters of the contestants also came to cheer them on. How dare you, brother? Let me see how you do. Below in the stands, a man exclaimed, Oh my god, there are so many people here. Thanks to T brother, we got to come to such a place to watch this competition. The woman beside him replied, But is that kid okay? There are too many talented people here. This awakening test will be very difficult. I wonder if GAEU. He interrupted. Oh, no need to think about it. This will be handled by T. He won. Everyone just trust him. GAEU. He was excited. He already has enough strength to defeat high-ranking S awakenings. Just keep trying and you'll do well. The man said softly. So we can rely on that then. GAEU. He roared, yes. With just one move, he could end his opponent. Kim Jin, the reporter, heard this and was shocked. Oh, she thought to herself, now I'm prepared. I need to closely observe his match to write a great report. The reporter Kim recalled, last time, I couldn't interview him due to the editor-in-chief's reason that he was just an unknown awakening. As she thought, tears welled up. This isn't good. I'm worried, with so many high-ranking awakenings participating, if he gets eliminated, my career is over. If I can't get a great interview now, my job is finished. As she was crying, she heard someone say, Pay attention, the atmosphere in the arena seems tense. She whispered to herself, "The atmosphere in the arena is becoming strange." Kim Jin looked around. She thought, all these high-ranking awakenings and potential awakenings from other guilds are participating in this test. Like Lizzie and a rank awakening, Kim saw everyone looking at one person in the arena. She paused. Is that the target of this test? Could he be the most promising S-rank awakening? She was surprised, huh? The host's voice echoed, "The third test is about to begin." Suddenly, someone laughed derisively. The host continued, "Everyone, pay attention to this captivating match. Now the awakenings." Hyun smiled and said, "Show your skills." They all launched attacks one after another. Others also charged forward with their powers. They simultaneously attacked their target. A voice shouted orders, "Focus on attacking that person first." He had defeated the S-rank awakening in the previous test. If we don't focus on attacking him first. Suddenly, Hyun rushed to them like a wild beast hunting its prey, his eyes gleaming with sharpness. Seeing Thewn, the others were so scared their faces turned pale. He concentrated hard on his fist. Then he hit one of them right in the face. Another was also taken down by Hyun. Within a blink of an eye, in just one move, he sent them flying everywhere. They all fainted and fell to the ground. Hyun, on this side, slightly smiled. Suddenly, something beneath Hyun's feet started to rise up. Branches appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, they wrapped around his entire body. He was surprised and exclaimed, "Oh, what is this move?" The boy performing the magic laughed loudly. "Even after defeating a fake S-rank illusion, you still need to be careful. I am the last winner of this round, so you won't have any chance." As soon as he finished speaking, Hyun easily escaped from the branches and kicked him hard into the ground. The other was instantly defeated by Hyun, who smirked and said, "Next one." The others witnessing this couldn't stop shouting, calling him a monster. "Attack with all your strength. If we keep attacking together, he'll soon get tired and give up." Hyun turned to point at them and said slowly, "This is the night's battle." The others rushed towards him, a red light suddenly flashing. It enveloped them, making their eyes widen in surprise. A huge skull warrior appeared before them. Its entire body emitted red mana. The skull warrior roared several times, creating an immense pressure that left everyone slack-jawed. Hyun smiled smugly, facing the power radiating from the skull warrior. Ong Ingui above had to raise his hand out in front of him. She exclaimed in amazement, "It's insane! How could he do that?" The arena was now left with only Hyun standing there. All the others had been defeated and lay unconscious. He sighed as he took a step forward. "It seems everyone has been defeated." "Oh, is there still one girl?" A familiar figure appeared through the dust. The girl Hyun mentioned was a Yang. She panted, holding her injured arm. He said, Yang, do you want to fight me? Then come on over." Yang looked exhausted. She didn't respond. Hyun smirked and challenged her. "Oh, or do you want me to kiss you like last time?" Hearing this, Yang frowned in anger. Her face turned red with embarrassment. The ice is rising from both sides. Thong Truck created an ice ball right in the middle of the arena. Hyun remained calm as he spoke. "It's that ice prison again." At this moment, the AI voice called out Kim Hyun's name loudly. She angrily held her saber and pointed it at him, shouting, "Hold your mouth shut. This time, it won't happen again." Hyun looked very confident as he asked, with a mysterious smile, "Are you sure about that?" After a while, small ice shards lay on the ground. On this side, a Yang's saber broke in half and fell to the ground. Her hair fluttered in the cold air. A Yang fell over Hyun and then landed on the ground. A Yang was defeated by him. Hyun gently reached out towards her, but it didn't work. He smiled in acknowledgement, but indeed she was a formidable opponent, a Yang. The referee announced that the third round had ended. The winner of the third round is contestant number 920 Kim Hyun. The prize for the competition was placed on the table with a voice announcing, "This is the reward for you, the winner of this round." It turned out to be Jinghui, who said, congratulating him on becoming an S-Class Awakened 1. I never thought that the third round would end so simply. Indeed, it wasn't natural that he could conquer the legendary double dungeon before. Taehyun gently held his short sword and replied to the guest teacher, "It was just luck, sir." Jinghui smiled lightly. Then he called out, "Taehyun, after this round, do you have any plans to join our Korean Awakened One Association?" Hearing Xinggui's offer, his face froze like a two-boat trick. Xingui continued, "What do you think about joining our Awakened One organization?" His expression was serious as he awaited Taehyun's response. Taehyun looked at the button and thought to himself, "Indeed, so much has changed. Although I have many achievements in this year's Awakened One Association competition, honestly speaking, I don't think I'm strong enough to become a high-level player yet. But they invited me to join as an official member of the association. If I join the organization, I will have more opportunities for development and support from the association. However, joining the association would limit my activities." Tea! Who picked up his teacup? Finally, Finn responded, "I respectfully decline your offer." Hearing Finn's response, Heel and Jinghui stood up in shock and shouted loudly, "Why did you refuse like that? What was the reason for doing so?" He spoke up. "Actually, the reason is quite simple. There's nothing special about it. Instead of joining an association or organization, even with their support, I would be severely limited in my actions. Therefore, I think it's better to act as a lone player. Thank you for the offer, but I can't join." Jinghui smiled lightly and then burst into laughter. Taehyun also smiled. He sat down on the chair and said, "I didn't think you would say that. You want to act alone instead of joining our association because you want freedom, Taehyun. That's very confident, which is good. So I have a suggestion for you. Instead of joining the association, can you?" Taehyun raised his eyes and looked at him curiously as Jinghui smiled. He continued, "Be a member of the Top Asian Awakened One tournament." The scene changed to a dungeon where fierce monsters rushed forward. But in an instant, Taehyun easily defeated all of them with just a wave of his hand. The bodies of the monsters lay everywhere. The bodies of the monsters were scattered everywhere. Taehyun looked at the glowing door ahead and spoke. "It seems the battle has ended. This is just an Asian regional tournament, but it's quite demanding. The Fake Awakening Festival across Asia. Each country sends 5 representatives introduced by their respective Fake Awakening guilds. In this competition, Fake Awakenings compete for points by defeating monsters. But before participating in the tournament, Fake Awakenings must be selected as representatives by their national guilds. To be chosen as a representative, a Fake Awakening needs to defeat a certain number of monsters, contributing to the peace of their country. This is simply understood as the value of a Fake Awakening's efforts." Xinggui's words echoed in his mind. Hyundai, I think, is an S-rank potential Fake Awakening. The National Fake Awakening Management Association will choose him to be one of those worth investing and training in. He thought silently. Mr. Engu said what he did was just becoming a Fake Awakening and recently promoted to S rank. To contribute more to the country or increase the value of his efforts. It's not that simple. Other Fake Awakenings have accumulated much over many years to reach this level. Now, wanting to make significant contributions, one must participate in defeating higher level and stronger monsters. As I know, there aren't many new dungeons discovered in South Korea recently. Even if I try my best to clear them, the value of a Fake Awakening's efforts might not be enough. And these dungeons may not have high-level monsters that bring more contribution points as desired. Therefore, despite some danger, I still need to go there. Pehol stepped towards the glowing door. There was no other choice. The scene switched to a mansion where suddenly a glass cup fell and shattered on the ground. A man used magic to squeeze the neck of his wife while lifting her up. He gritted his teeth and said, "Chairman, please stay calm." Hearing this, the man asked in a low voice, "Stay calm?" He spoke angrily, each word with force. He said that despite his successor of T-San Group being hospitalized after an attack, the S-rank evil Fake Awakening still roamed freely outside without punishment. The man threw the wife down on the ground and shouted, Do you think I should stay calm in such a situation? The wife fell unconscious on the floor. Suddenly, a girl bowed respectfully and announced, "Sir, there are guests from the notorious Fake Awakening Guild." The man twisted his wrist to look at her and asked, "Notorious Fake Awakening Guild?" Then he shouted loudly, "Those scoundrels received a lot of money from our contract, but still couldn't handle a new S-rank Fake Awakening. Now they appear. They must be desperate to live. Alright, let's go meet them directly." His eyes widened in surprise suddenly. Black energy gathered and concentrated behind the girl. A figure stepped out from the black energy, saying softly, "I'm sorry for what happened to my son, but I'll leave it as is." The man exclaimed in surprise, "That little black one is just an S-rank new Fake Awakening talent. There's nothing to worry about." He said with a surprised face, "Stranger, that happened to my son. I'm very sorry for that, but let it be. That little black one is just an S-rank new Fake Awakening talent. There's nothing to worry about." The man exclaimed in surprise, "Stranger!" On that night, he introduced himself. "Pleased to meet you, Chairman. I'm the Vice Guild Master of the notorious Fake Awakening Guild. I am Ghoul." The scene switched to another side where it connected with the glowing door He just entered. He gradually stepped out and suddenly a voice echoed, "Welcome He1, the Golden Fake Awakening." A man stood in front of the door holding up a white piece of paper. The man shouted loudly, "I will be your guide to the auction area for Mr. He1. I am an rank Fake Awakening Guild Master of Alchemy. My name is Park Gyunwoong. Park Gyunwoong, and a rank Fake Awakening hired by the Alchemy Guild to guide participants in the auction with spatial manipulation skills." He continued loudly after witnessing your outstanding performance during the certification test. "I've admired you ever since. Can you sign something for me? Kim Tae-hyun, an S-rank Fake Awakening and a key member of the Alchemy Guild. This is the highest and most prestigious Asian auction hall, Hunding, the largest in Asia, premium and rare items, safe and convenient transactions for customers. Moreover, this Dawn Crystal has many other benefits and advantages. Of course, what everyone cares about when trading here is Gyunwoong's smiling face, ensuring customer privacy." Seeing his own name on the sign, he helplessly said, "He wrote it right there." Gyunwoong added, "When customers participate in Dawn auctions, someone will be responsible for guiding them." As he walked, he explained that the location of the auction house changes due to the spatial gate's placement. Without guidance, you can't find your way there. That's why the auction house has been a reliable destination for VIP customers for decades now. He'll nodded in agreement with Gyunwoong's previous words. Indeed, this place charges high fees, but offers good security and privacy to customers. But, Hugh looked up at the auction house. Behind it loomed a large monster threateningly, saying today's auction would be attacked by a powerful S-rank demon. The voice of the auctioneer echoed loudly, "Finally, here they are. The most important item in today's auction is called Phoenix Medicine. Anyone who drinks this will instantly gain 20 more magical power points." Hugh stood above and thought, he came here specifically to wait for that demon. Although dangerous, defeating an S-rank demon would greatly increase the value of his awakening effort. "The information I have is still vague. From reading old news, I know the Dawn auction house suffered a demon attack causing significant damage. The attacker was an S-rank demon, Narendra Nehru. But who stopped and defeated it during this attack? Here he is." Hyun gently waved his hand to call Gyunwoong over. "Oh, I need to ask Gyunwoong something." He hurriedly ran over to respond. "Yes," he asked, "who's in charge of safety for everyone here today?" Hearing his question, Gyunwoong was surprised and asked why he wanted to know this. Taehyun raised his hand and answered, "I just wondered about my own safety here." He hesitated and said, "Well, that's a matter for now." Just then, someone laughed loudly, drawing the attention of both Taehyun and Gyunwoong. "Who is it?" The 12th Awakening from South Korea, the youngest high-ranking member in the association. Everyone around was surprised to see a group of Awakenings walk out. A white-haired man led them towards T. Hein. He smiled and asked, "Are you Kim Tae-hyun?" The white-haired man named himself Ryohei Isuka, known as the Demon Sword. He is an S-rank Japanese awakening responsible for auction house safety in Dawn. Taehyun looked over and widened his eyes. "So it's him," Gun Yuang replied, standing beside him. "Yes, that's the awakening in charge of today's auction security." He glanced at T. Hein whispered, "But you need to be careful." He said he can do anything for his own benefit, even kill his teammates. Other awakenings call him the Demon Sword. Ryohei extended her hand and smiled. "I didn't think today I would meet one of South Korea's top young awakenings here. It's a great honor for me, right, Kim Tae-hyun?" Hein. He stared at the man's outstretched hand for a moment. Tae-hyun furrowed his brow and thought, "Left hand." Then he also extended his own hand. They grabbed each other's hands. As soon as they shook hands, a stream of mana ran through their hands straight to Taehyun's body. The mana flowed like electricity. It made him frown and grit his teeth. Suddenly, Ryohei burst out with a strange laugh. His eyes turned bloodshot as he laughed loudly. "Didn't you think you couldn't handle this pressure? No wonder he's the awakened potential of young Han. T, brother, if you think in your heart, that scoundrel wants." From behind him came a loud shout. Turning around, Han saw his brother. "Brother, those people looked very uncomfortable as they clutched their throats. We can't breathe." T, brother, you're worried. It's not good now. If it continues like this, it will affect them too. Rhea spoke up. "What happened? I apologize for any trouble. Seems like I went a bit too far with Kim Tae-hyun. Here you are. After all, he's just an S-grade contractor." He pushed his hand away. "But there's something." Ryohei put a hand on Taehyun's shoulder and smiled. His voice was arrogant. "I also have to tell Kim Tae-hyun that you need to know. Not everyone with an S rank has the same power. Little brat, I don't know what your purpose is today, but listen up and behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll kick you out of here." Little brat, enough with the greetings. Then Ryohei turned around and left. He spoke loudly as he walked away. "Hello, little brat. Wish you a successful auction," followed by a loud laugh. Gumwon asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Taehyun followed his figure, thinking to himself, "Ryohei Isuka. Now things here have become more complicated with many variables than I thought." The scene changed to a high-rise building where some awakened potentials stood guard at the entrance. Suddenly, an awakened potential approached, followed by a group of masked people. Another awakened potential spoke up. "Those scoundrels came from nowhere, right?" Someone else added, "They think this place is somewhere they can just walk in and out like that." A man with two swords behind him stepped forward and spoke loudly. "Never mind the details. It seems they want to go to the management office of the portal. But not everyone can enter here. Those who step in but are not allowed will face our punishment." He drew his sword from behind and warned them. The other awakened potentials stepped back to protect him. The level awakened potential faced off with them. Hearing this, they all responded in unison. "Yes, no dark corner here." Soon after, the gatekeepers were defeated by that man. The monster he summoned was enjoying one of the awakened potentials who just entered. His eyes glowed red and he chuckled slowly. "Sin, the heavens will forgive you. This elder is named Narendra Nehru. He's a S-level pretender, his true identity unclear." A blue-haired man reports the situation. "Sir, the current situation is somewhat complicated. An unexpected figure has appeared at the auction house. The rising S-level player from South Korea, Kim Tae-hyun, is present at the auction house. We didn't anticipate this. So what should our next move be?" He quietly raised his hand and fell silent for a moment. Ryohei spoke up. "It's fine. That scoundrel only has a hollow reputation. You all can rest assured. I'm here, so don't worry. He's just a name after all. He's overconfident. No one can escape the punishment of the heavens." Ryohei had barely finished speaking when the building suddenly exploded with a large blast. The auction hall, where the auction was taking place, also immediately exploded. Passengers on nearby corridors were affected by the shockwave from the explosion. People from upper floors fell down. Initially, it only exploded in one area, but gradually other parts of the building started to explode as well. Gunning panicked, Kim Tae-hyun, things are getting serious now. The situation is quite complicated. We need to leave the auction house and go to a safe place. Heel raised his eyebrows in surprise. Indeed, we didn't expect this. The attack happened so quickly. Explosions erupted everywhere inside the auction hall. But it seems like just a terrorist attack. The S-level demon responsible and our target have not appeared yet. But what's most important now is, suddenly, someone appeared pointing a gun straight up and firing wildly. The auction guests panicked and fled. "Spare me!" The man with the gun shouted loudly. Everyone stood still. "Leave all valuable items on the ground right away. Anyone who resists will only die." Just as he finished speaking, his head was severed from his neck in an instant. Tae-hyun quickly grabbed a short sword and dealt with them swiftly. Witnessing what just happened, Gun Yuong called out loudly, "Oh Kim Tae-hyun." Tae-hyun landed softly and said, "Now you catch Gun Yuong. The situation here is quite dangerous. You should quickly report to the Awakening Association for assistance. As for me," with a confident expression, he continued, "I'll handle this personally right here." The sword Tae-hyun is holding is a blood assassin blade. A rare item, it's the reward Kim Tae-hyun received in the South Korean Pretender contest. Moving down to lower floors, pretenders are trying to stop the strangers from earlier. One of them shouted loudly, "Who are you? These items were brought out for auction. You will be punished by the Global Association for acting like this." The blue-haired man ordered, "Finish them off." End of lines. The moment his subordinates charged, they brought each one down. They fell to the ground one by one. In an instant, all were dealt with. The blue-haired man reached for a box. He held it in his hand and spoke. "So I found what we're looking for." What the blue-haired man was holding was the Phoenix Blood. It's unique. Using it will boost magic power and strength by 20 points. The blue-haired man frowned at the Phoenix Blood, thinking, "This is exactly the item Mr. Narendra Nehru wanted to acquire from this auction." Its effects are truly terrifying. With high-level awakened individuals unable to significantly increase their power, just using this could bring a new level of strength. Now I only need to return with this item. Suddenly, an explosion occurred. The blue-haired man raised his hand to shield himself from the dust and debris. The dust flew past the unconscious awakened individuals on the floor. He was surprised, exclaiming in shock. One of his subordinates shouted loudly, "Sir Daiki, someone is attacking us." He continued, "We can't yet determine who the attacker is." Something unexpected attacked, causing him to turn his head. The others immediately went into a fighting stance, but they were quickly subdued, spitting out blood. Daiki panicked, thinking he might have used. His eye was cut, causing blood to spray everywhere. He was in immense pain. "This damn fool." Daiki swung his hand and released chains. The chains spread out in all directions. They intertwined with each other. In a flash, Daiki had grabbed Tae-hyun with those chains. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Do you think you can sneak attack me like that?" Daiki raised the injured eye and grinned. "Now you're definitely going to die, fool." Tae-hyun showed no fear. Instead, he spoke up. "You think binding me with a light chain can control me? Then you need to rethink that." The bodies of the unconscious awakened individuals lay scattered on the ground. The others were also shaken. Some cried out in fear. Others seemed to have fallen into despair. Giant monsters, looking very terrifying, stood before them. In the office managing the portal auction hall, they had surrounded the entire venue. Their numbers were too numerous to count. Rhea Hay stood above and sighed. "Things are going better than expected." The old man chuckled. "It seems summoning that will go smoothly. Now we just need the Phoenix Blood." Before he could finish, one of his subordinates hurriedly ran over to report. "Danger!" Black knelt and reported with his radio. "The blue-haired men have found the Phoenix Blood. Daiki has immediately contacted us, but there's a problem on their end now." Rhea Hay turned, curious. "Is something wrong?" The radio in his subordinate's hand crackled. After a while, the other side spoke. "Aren't you Narendra Nehru?" His eyes widened at this. Ryohei asked softly, "Who the hell are you to interfere with my business?" He smiled and replied, "You asked. I'm Ire." Daiki on this side has already been defeated by him. Taehyun held the phoenix blood in his hand and taunted, "I am the one who took the phoenix blood from you guys. If you want to get it back, come find me now. I'll wait for you here, you worthless S-class." His words made him furious and shiver with rage. "You dare touch my stuff, you're going to die." At the auction house, dead bodies litter the floor. Hyun drank the phoenix blood potion greedily. Looking at the phoenix blood in his hand, he felt a surge of power. Feeling good now, physical strength increased by 1 part, magic power increased by 1 part. The finished product emitting light, truly different from the phoenix blood, its effects are unmatched. Before in the dungeon, even with the fake ring, stats didn't increase this much. Hyun smiled satisfied. Now that I've drunk all of the phoenix blood potion, there's nothing that bastard can steal from me here. Someone is approaching. It's Ryo, or his expressionless face and subordinates arrived, seeing the dead bodies scattered everywhere. One guy stepped forward to check. No one survived? Another guy with sweat on his face said, "Earlier, there was a security team call from the monitoring center. They're coming down here now. Why is everything like this?" A sneaky laugh echoed. "What are you talking about? Did you pay attention at all?" His subordinates exclaimed. "What's she saying?" His face showed scheming and darkness with a wicked smile. He softly said, "The one who caused all of this is right in front of us." His voice echoed in the dark basement. "Hey, I knew you were here. Show yourself, Thun." Purple light appeared with his feet. "Good." Thun appeared with purple lights on him. "Clearly, I used the stealth skill, but how did you still find me out?" They stood facing each other. Ryohei said arrogantly, "Stop moping around. A newly promoted S-class like you. Why are you hiding in the dark here? Was this place caused by you?" Hyun replied with a tone, "What are you talking about? I'm the security manager at Eastern Auction House. Why ask me? The terrorists attacked here and killed auction participants. Where were you when this happened?" Ryohei sneered, "Of course, I have my reasons. You don't need to understand." T's eyes. Hyun looked at him. "So that's how it is. No wonder there were so many high-level security guards here." Hull reached into his jacket pocket and took out something. Before the terrorists attacked, bombs had already exploded in various corners of the auction hall. According to my guess, someone must have been here placing all those bombs. Indeed, it was as I suspected. Just when the terrorists attacked, the bombs went off. From his jacket pocket, Hull slowly revealed a glowing saber. "Perfectly timed. You're really good at this. No wonder you're an experienced S-class." A spy aiding them and being the head of security is exactly who we didn't expect. Ryohei grinned maliciously, as expected. He had his reasons. Hyun's face twisted with a sinister smile. "You seem smart, but you're also dumb sometimes. I told you before to be quiet and not bother me. Did you forget?" He disappeared, leaving only golden streaks behind. Hyun held the saber with a defensive expression. He suddenly appeared holding a saber in his hand. But Hyun was prepared and blocked his attack. "Hand over the item you've taken right here." His face turned vicious. Hyun grinned as he dodged the blow. "Huh? If you're that good, come down and get it from me." They fought fiercely with golden light blinding everyone. Then only two white figures were seen with intense red flames. Small stones fell down. The box was split open. His subordinates shouted, "Not good. We need to retreat quickly. 2 S ranks. We can't intervene in their fight." Moreover, Ryo, or his evil reputation, is known by everyone. If we stay here without caution, we might die easily. His comrades died with him, but he still killed them. Taehyun used various skills to attack. Taehyun was a bit doubtful. The way this guy fights, it's a little different from what I know. His offensive and defensive moves seem quite special. I rely on my instincts and the situation to react. He relies on his guesses and the sounds of movement to adapt. This guy isn't easy to deal with either. He can recognize my movements and judge the right response. A golden ray flashed past. T. Hyen was caught off guard. Ryohei suddenly threw a powerful blow at T. Hyen. He got injured in his hand and spat out blood. Even though we're both S ranks with similar movement skills, there are still differences in skill level from practical combat experience. But regardless, T. Hyen suddenly jumped up, shocking the subordinates who exclaimed, "Look above!" T. Hyen's hand reached out like a demon, not needing to use his hunting skills now. The subordinates were sucked up with their cries of pain. His demonic hand controlled the subordinates and killed them in horrific sounds with unexpected strength. T. Hyen asked, "Is it the Devil Sword Ryo? Where is he?" A sinister laugh appeared again. "You're a good fighter, kid. Even though you hide well in this large open area with many obstacles, I can recognize you by sound." Ryohei was on the roof of the building. "Now you've shown yourself to me as a response to what you did before. Then let's see your devil sword stab through your head from above." With his red eyes and sword in hand, Ryohei, Taiyun struggled to defend. The two masked men on the lower floor were guarding. They immediately ran away when they saw Ryohei punch Taiyun through their guarded area. They rushed through several floors, stones flying everywhere. Ryohei kicked Taiyun's chest and pointed his sword at him. Suddenly, he panicked. What? What is this? How could you lock my devil sword?" Taiyun smirked as light chains appeared on his hand to lock Ryohei's sword. He laughed, "Right, even S ranks have different skill levels, fool." Ryohei was speechless. That bastard. Just now when he attacked the small guys outside and then appeared here, he didn't escape but intentionally showed himself so I could attack him. At that time, he had already prepared this skill of light chains. After I attacked him, he locked all my movements to prevent me from escaping. Pihin's punches have those light chains on his hands. Now, where are you running off to? The light chains attacked directly towards Ryohei. "Damn you! How could you do this to me?" He screamed in disbelief. The light chain punch flew forward and hit Ryohei's face straight on. His face contorted, blood spewed from his mouth. The buildings were torn into a large dark hole, terrifyingly visible. The auction house was destroyed inside. Ryohei and his subordinates were blinded by the light chains, crouching with their faces covered in fear. His subordinates, blinded by the glowing light chains on their bodies, lost all strength in their faces. They were angry, disbelieving, unwilling to give up, struggling against the blinding light chains, but powerless. Ryohei was kneeling there with the blinding light chains around him, unyielding. A fierce and unwilling look appeared on his face. Ryohei snarled, grinding his teeth in resentment. Standing before him was T. Hyen was smiling triumphantly. Ryohei was kneeling on the ground with a resentful expression. "Damn you, T. Hyen! T." Hyen stood there looking straight at him. He sneered in contempt. "I didn't think someone of your rank as an S-rank player in Japan would become a collaborator with those thieves." Ryohei couldn't bear the humiliation. His face turned fierce. He rose to his feet, growling. "Damn you! It's all because of you that I failed in this plan." A foot kicked straight into Ryohei's face. The kick made him yelp and open his mouth wide. After the strong kick, Ryohei was thrown far away with pain. A loud groan echoed. "You talk too much. Accept your failure." Taehyun stared in shock at his loyal subordinates worrying about Ryohei. His subordinates followed the direction he was thrown far away. Terrified and frightened, they looked towards Ryohei, shouting with concern. "Master Ryohei, are you all right?" Taehyun widened his eyes, questioning them sternly. "If you know anything, tell me where the head of Narendra is hiding." Ryohei was knocked down hard on the broken floor, his eyes squinting in pain. T's voice echoed in his ear. "Brother," he said, "you might get a lighter sentence if you talk. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. The guilds have been alerted about this news. They will arrive at the auction house soon. Of course, when the major fake awakenings come here, both you and the head of Narendra will die." Ryohei, lying in the rubble, sneered. "You said they would come to support? You're too naive. A rookie indeed." T. Brother's eyes widened in shock at Ryohei. "What did you say?" Footsteps rushed down the corridor as the base door was opened. Everyone stopped working and looked towards the newly opened door with astonishment. The plump man with round glasses and silver hair hurried into the office, the electronic screen flickering. His face was covered in sweat as he gasped for breath, urgently calling out to the support teams. Why haven't we seen any of the support teams at Dawn Auction House yet? This man is a 4th-rank guild member, Zhang X, the S-grade alchemy master. Zhang X looked at the two men in front of him, one young and one old, analyzing the current situation. Do you know that there are many rare items up for auction at the auction house? Many VIP customers from Korea and other countries have also come to participate. If the Awakened Guild members don't arrive quickly to support, the auction house won't be able to withstand these robbers. The older man had one eye covered with a patch, his hair neatly styled, speaking calmly to soothe him. We already know all of that. When the terrorist attack happened, news spread quickly throughout the guilds. The guilds have prepared military support forces. The leading guild responder is Sung Jin, accompanied by powerful S-rank Awakened members. He visualized the incoming military support and the strong Sung Jin leading them. Sangik's face was covered in sweat as he looked surprised. Why haven't they left yet to aid the auction house? If there are any issues, contact us for full support. That's not a problem. There are other issues we don't know about, but the most critical one remains unresolved. We can't get to the auction house at all. He slammed his hand on the table, visibly angry. Sangik was even more panicked as sweat dripped from his forehead. What do you mean? The man with neatly styled long hair replied calmly. Those scoundrels had prepared for this situation. When the attack on the auction house began, they immediately rushed to the management room of the portal gates. Now they have full control over all the portals. Therefore, all the portals are now locked. Sangik couldn't believe it this time. The portals are locked? Yes, but you don't need to worry too much. Hantar replied calmly. Fortunately, there are two S-rank players at the auction house, Ryohei and Taeyun. The face of Ryo appeared in his mind with a wicked smile and a glowing sword. The newly promoted S-rank player T.He1 already has strong abilities. On the other side, the robber only has one S-rank member named Narendra. T.Huan appeared with amber eyes, smiling as red light surrounded him. He is extremely confident that all we need to do is wait for them to create a new portal connection to the auction house. But by then, I think those two S-rank players will be able to hold off the situation and buy us time. The task now is just waiting for the technical fix of the portal issue. But the opponent, the scoundrel Narendra Hanta, isn't ordinary. With that voice, a pair of black high heels slowly entered the room. Everyone was startled as they looked towards the person who spoke from the door. Why is EU Ayanko here? The girl with short, edgy hair and a cold expression in a black suit appeared before everyone. Cut to Dawn Auction House, where Ryohei and his subordinates are tightly bound by light chains. Ryohei was quivering in front of Taeyun. Ryohei looked up, his mouth curled into a mocking smile. But you didn't think about this. Narendra isn't simple. With his Devil's Pact skill, he will kill you quickly. Taeyun asked back, Devil's Pact skill? Ryohei still wore a mocking expression. He replied arrogantly, exactly as that name suggests, he can summon and call forth demons from the demon realm here. Depending on the number of sacrificial items, he can summon demons of different levels. Do you think you can defeat him? With such a high-level support skill, Ryohei thought about the terrifying and powerful demons that appeared in his mind. Hyun was surprised and asked back, are you saying he will sacrifice items to the demon realm? Ryohei grinned darkly with an ominous face. Yes, of course. The demon realm desires souls most, and what you're wondering is, humans, cut to the guild office where whoever said that is in love. Everyone was stunned by what U.I.E.O.Eng just said, unable to believe what they heard. Even the man with the top knot. Why did you say that? The other two quickly asked back. There are too many hostages and low-level players at the auction house. These are souls he can sacrifice to the demon realm. To summon a high-level demon, he's also an S-rank player himself. His subordinates include many awakened mercenaries with real power. Sang-il is no longer calm now. He shouted in panic. This time, he'll capture all the hostages and sacrifice them too. We need to act fast. We never thought of this. UI's emerald green eyes. They are even darker than hers. Yes, it seems there will be a catastrophic destruction at the Eastern Breeze auction house. The future at the auction house. Hugh pulled Ryohei up from the ground, raising his fist towards her. Hyun's face clearly showed anger and determination. You scoundrel, how could you do this? People you consider sacrifices? Ryohei laughed even louder. The smile became vicious. Even though you beat me, Hyun, you won't be able to stop Narendra's plan. The outcome is already decided. Surrender now. If you untie me and kneel to beg for mercy, I might accept you as a subordinate under me. Hyun's face became even more ugly. Ryohei laughed louder. Otherwise, if you choose to fight against Narendra, your soul will be destroyed and sacrificed to the demon realm. His laughter echoed. Taeyeon pinned him to the wall with his raised fist. The red sun surrounded the Eastern Breeze auction house as waves crashed against the shore. Thousands of hostages were kneeling below, while above them, terrifying demons stared down. A figure is seen high up looking down at the hostages. One of the underlings reports to the man with bloodshot eyes wearing a long robe. Sir Narendra, it seems Ryohei has failed. The masked underling continues to report. We sent people to look for him, but haven't found any trace. And the phoenix blood also disappeared with him. What do we do now, Sir Narendra? He smiles and shrugs. It seems there's an AD-level player here who can handle this. But that rat won't harm us. We just need to wait for the reinforcements from other guilds to arrive. The gates are closed now. His hand reaches out with black light appearing. The hostages below are suddenly pulled up by the black lights, causing those left behind to scream in fear. The girl is being controlled as if her. Sir Narendra controls the black lights to harm the hostages. The controlled hostage can only cry out in pain. But that rat, if it doesn't show up, will just follow our plan. As he controls the hostage, Sir Narendra speaks. More and more black light surrounds him. Now, the demon realm will have many high-level souls. Sir Narendra looks like a real devil now. His dark eyes have a red glint. His sinister smile radiates black light, looking down at him with increasing ominous aura. Huh? The lights are off? The hostages in the darkness become even more terrified and panic-stricken. The masked guards become alert. What's going on? Why did the power go out now? We didn't control it. Why can't we blow up the power plant then? In this pitch darkness, how can we see anything? And what about the machinery running on electricity? A sinister face. Narendra's dark and eerie eyes appear. Where did the sacrificial object go? Is something happening here? Narendra looks disappointed as he sees only black lights and no hostages left. Suddenly, Taeyeon appears behind him, wielding a light chain that strikes towards Narendra, surprising him. The chain punch heads straight for Narendra. Narendra with his eerie eyes watches the approaching light chain. T's hand! Hyun controls the light chain to attack Narendra powerfully. Narendra isn't ordinary. He dodges Hyun's attacks. Hyun! The powerful chain punch heads straight for Narendra, who is right in front of him. Narendra, with his deep dark eyes, faces the approaching light chains without worry. Taeyeon advances towards Narendra, attacking powerfully with a punch and prepared fireballs. He steps back to avoid Taeyeon's attacks. Angered by the attack, Narendra growls, his face becoming even more ferocious. Taeyeon is satisfied by seeing Narendra's expression. Taeyeon's whole body emits more light. Got him now. Suddenly, something appears behind Narendra. A three-eyed golden-eye creature with sharp teeth and a mouth that can breathe fire emerges. The flames are intense and terrifying. Seeing this, Hyun narrows his eyes in surprise, not understanding what's happening. Unbelievable, it's not just one but multiple of these creatures growing on Narendra's back. Their sharp eyes wide open with fangs ready to create massive fireballs that destroy the light chain Sarun. Ding Narendra! Halt! A loud explosion sounds. A black smoke cloud and flames burst out, sending debris flying everywhere. T.H. dodges the explosion, kneeling to look at where it happened in the raging fire. There he sees a dark figure with three-eyed creatures moving behind him, looking back at him. Is there a monster behind him? How can he be so strong? He stood there amidst the fierce flames, but showed no reaction, as if he and the fire had become one. "You're T! Hyun, an S-rank fake awakening? Are you here to save us?" Sounds came from behind. Now it's T. Hyun finally turned around. They are the hostages that Narendra has captured. They looked at T. Hyun like a savior. Just waiting for this, they charged towards T like madmen. With hope of being saved, he helped us untie our hands. "Hurry up before those robbers come back. We'll give you all the money we have if you save us." They didn't finish their sentence as T. Hyun waved his hand. He used the light chains to send them flying into a bright white circle. "Talking too much will distract you." Suddenly, they were lifted into the air. They screamed in fear. T. Hyun suddenly sensed something moving towards him. Hyun glanced upwards. The monsters, with sharp claws and red eyes, were rushing towards T from above. Hyun was standing below. When those terrifying monsters touched the ground, where T. Hyun had been standing, only a bright light shot up into the sky, sending rocks flying everywhere. The monsters didn't understand what was happening and looked around for T in the still smoking area. Hyun was hiding somewhere with his red eyes. While they were searching without success, sharp flashes of light crossed their vision. Those intersecting beams of light were from T's sharp sword. Hyun held the sharp sword to attack the monsters. T! Hyun leaped into the air with his sharp sword and powerful chains. The monsters below were cut into pieces by T's sharp sword. His hand, that gnarled hand, appeared again. In mid-air, he hovered like a ghost with a skull-like face above him, looking at the bodies turned to dust. Looking at another monster on the upper level, its sharp teeth and red eyes made it even more terrifying. It howled in anger. Another hairy monster with glowing eyes emitted a sound of hell. Its angry growls grew louder, darker as its eyes glowed. Surprisingly, the monsters that T. Hyun had cut into pieces suddenly revived and charged at him even more viciously. Hyun was surprised by this sudden change in circumstances. With a boom, T. Hyun disappeared in an explosion of smoke. Where is he? The place where Tae-yeon stood now only showed thick black smoke. Narendra and the monsters that had attacked Tae-yeon were below, staring at the thick black smoke. From above, Narendra spoke. "Did you think you defeated me already? Didn't you know about my evil contract technique? This skill summons creatures based on sacrifices. Of course, I can't summon weak monsters." Narendra was proud of his evil contract technique. He thought it was the strongest skill that no one could resist. His face and satisfied smile showed this. "These monsters are all S-rank with additional support from my skill." These monsters, empowered by Narendra's strength, charged at Tae-hul, who was struggling to defend against them. With their magic power split among them, they've evolved into a much higher level of strength. The monsters are attacking Tae-hul more fiercely. You're quite exhausted from resisting them. These monsters have been empowered. Narendra is continuously boosting the monster's power to quickly attack Tae-hul, stronger and faster. Tae-hul can't resist anymore, getting hit hard by their blows, cracking a large section of the brick floor. "If you defeat that bastard Ryo, I'll praise you too," Narendra says as Tae-yeon falls slowly from the impact, spitting out fresh red blood. "But against me, you'll fail too." Narendra boasts about defeating Tae-yeon with an S-rank awakening. Another loud explosion and black smoke. Stone fragments fly everywhere. The hostages are watching the large explosion, only seeing the monsters rushing into the thick black smoke. This is bad. He's been defeated. The hostages, tied up, loudly cry in panic. They think Tae-hyun has been defeated. One of them shouts unwillingly, saying they asked for help but didn't listen now and will face the consequences. "At least we still have someone to fight off those monsters if we save us." "You're wrong." A middle-aged man's voice tied up rings out, surprising everyone who stops to look at him. He speaks to all the hostages. "Look, thanks to him, the monsters haven't harmed any of us. He attracted their attention away from us." Everyone realizes now, all the monsters and masked men are no longer paying attention to them but focusing on attacking T. Hull! He's in a weak position but isn't running away. Maybe he did this to buy time while waiting for other guilds to rescue us. T. Hyun, with his last strength and the dagger in hand, persistently fights off the surrounding bug monsters. The hostages are shocked after hearing the middle-aged man's analysis, looking at T. Hyun, with his fading appearance covered in wounds and blood, still struggles to hold onto the dagger to fight on. The middle-aged man continues speaking firmly. Those hostages he intended to sacrifice have all been freed by him. He recalls the images of the hostages being hung up for sacrifice. Unable to control himself anymore, his body trembles and hot tears stream down. He hesitantly says, so his original intention was that he would actively attack to draw the monster's attention. Can we be safe by having those hostages hanging there for sacrifice? T. Hyun's face is covered in wounds, blood soaking through his clothes, but he still clings to the dagger and fights on. The tied-up hostages feel ashamed of their selfishness, only thinking about themselves. They cry out, "I didn't understand that. Keep going T. He won. We believe in you. You can win." To boost his strength, they can only cheer for him like this. The light chains reappear strongly again, tightly wrapping around the monsters' necks. They struggle to escape from the attacking light chains. T. Hyun counters. He soars up and uses the glowing chains to deliver a powerful blow that ends their lives. T. Hyun's eyes widen in anger. Alright, stop shouting like that. The monsters are over there now. The hostages realize something is wrong. They just did something crazy, exclaiming out loud. Huh? Narendra stands calmly watching the terrifying fire-breathing monster, observing the battle and wonders too. Why? A group of huge monsters are ready to advance towards T. Hi all, I'm injured but still fighting against those monsters that just fought me. T. Hull keeps shouting at them not to move. This bunch of fools. No matter how strong you are, I'll defeat you all. Come here, everyone. The hostages tied up witnessed the scene and were worried, shouting in panic. T. Hull, be careful. T. Narendra laughed loudly with satisfaction. His evil laugh echoed. What a true brotherhood spirit. T. Hyun's face was covered in blood, but his eyes remained resolute as he shouted. Come on, Bakuwang. The battle will end soon. You can do it. The dark eyes of Narendra suddenly paused when hearing what T. Hyun said. Narendra looked towards the door where a figure had just appeared. Who was that? He held back as he saw someone standing there. Tao! Damn you! When did you show up? Pakwang didn't make Taehyun wait long and showed his skills. One could see the blinding light emanating from Pakwang's palm. Pakwang focused all his strength on his ultimate technique. He shouted at Taehyun, "Sorry for making you wait so long. I'll do it right away." Cut to Ryohei, who was tied up with light chains. He lay on a pile of broken rocks, injured all over, groaning loudly. Bakuwang was shocked to see Ryohei in such a terrible state. Bakuwang couldn't believe that Ryohei was lying there unconscious. Look at T. Hyun asked curiously. T. Hyun handled this situation. They were Naru's people who had infiltrated the security team. I just took care of them, T. H. calmly answered Bakuwang's question. Their footsteps hurriedly approached, discussing the current situation as they walked. I didn't think it would turn out like this after a short while. Now isn't the time for idle chatter. We've taken control of the management room door. That bastard used hostages to summon monsters inside. T.H. explained the situation in detail to Bakuwang. Now we need to face both the monsters and the robbers. The robbers are easier to deal with. Hyun glanced at Bakuwang and said, but if we ignore the monsters, the hostages will be in danger. The hostages were tied up and monitored by red-eyed demons. They'll all die eventually. Bakuwang was startled by Hyun's analysis. Panicked, he asked quickly, what should we do now? Hyun calmly replied, we need your skills now. Bakuwang was even more surprised when mentioning his skills. He stammered, controlling the gates. Is that me? I know how to control the gates, but I need to know their exact locations to use them. You mean connecting the gates to summon other guilds? Bakuang skeptically asked T, "Brother, when you want me to use my gate controlling skills?" T, brother frowned, "Not exactly. What I need is." Bakuang eagerly awaited T Hyoin's solution for dealing with the monster threat. One by one, several gates were controlled to open, their lights dazzling and blinding. The gates shine brighter as the monsters are sucked in, unable to resist, only howling. The gate's power grows stronger, drawing more monsters inside. Narendra stands high and watches the terrifying power of the gate, not believing his eyes. What? Why is it appearing? He erupts with anger. Same here. What's happening? The gates grow larger, forming a large black hole. With the gate's terrifying power, many monsters are sucked inside. Suddenly, a strong green light penetrates through this space. That light grows stronger and rushes in. The monsters howl as they're pulled by that kind of power. This light causes the monsters' bodies to separate. Narendra stands there, radiating power, asking what's going on. His face grumbles with anger, saying, "This is happening." In the middle, a large vortex-like hole swallows everything round it. Ganyun just came out of the round gate, looking up in awe at his thoughts. He wondered before if opening the gate to suck away the monsters would work. Now he's completely convinced after seeing this. Ganyun stands behind Taehyun, who is standing and feeling the gate he opened. Ganyun still has many thoughts in his head. The monsters are now sucked away. Only that bastard Neru remains. I think he can defeat him to save everyone. Then Taehyun turns and calls out, "Park Jeon Ganyun." He nods as he hears Taehyun's words, now having completed the task of opening the gate here. "It's quite dangerous for you here, so please take everyone and run quickly." He asks back, "Why?" His face is no longer calm but wide with anger, saying, "What do you mean? I can fight too." But Hyun remains very calm, smiling as he turns away and says, "Your job here is done. That bastard is an S rank, so it's beyond your strength. Go quickly." Then Hyun stomps his foot, causing the floor to shatter. The atmosphere becomes more fiery with the appearance of their opponents. Hyun looks at Park Jeon-woong and says, "I don't have time to protect you or everyone will focusing on fighting him." Narendra stands in front of him, shouting, "Taehyun." He claps his hands together with a smile, looking at Tanu. "Alright, I heard you. Go there." Ganyun stands behind, not without worry. Then he quickly evacuates everyone and steps in, telling everyone to follow my lead and run this way. Hyun turns his face back with a bit of anxiety, saying, "It seems like everyone has started to evacuate." He then looks up at Tanu and says, "Now it's just me and that bastard." He rushes forward with all his strength. He glances at him before stopping in front of Narendra. Tanu charges towards him, saying, "You're lucky. You think S ranks have the same power?" Then Narendra extends his hand and flames burst around it, shouting, "How can you resist me?" A flame follows the direction Narendra points at. He directly points at Taehyun to control the fire towards him and says, "You little brat, you'll die here today." The flames reach him, making him raise his hand to shield his head. The ground explodes with a boom. Tanu raises both hands and waves them at the demons with sharp teeth, saying, "Even if you can save the hostages, you can't suck all my monsters into that gate." Taehyun falls down due to Tanu's power, his body injured and blood spilling from his mouth. He continues, "But none of this will help you defeat me." He raises both hands and calls for terrifying creatures, saying in front of him, where he fell, "This battle will still end with my victory." Taehyun sits silently amidst the destruction Tanu caused, cursing him. Then Narendra's eyes turn red as he says, "You'll be sacrificed to me." The monsters behind him look at Taehul with glowing eyes. Suddenly, Taehul slowly stands up and laughs, saying, "Old fool, you talk too much." The shockwave was intense. Hyun seems to be screaming in vain. What's happening? Back when T and his opponent were fighting, T is now. Hyun is at a disadvantage as a super rank S rushes towards him, causing him to hover midair. He falls deeper and the monster approaches closer with each second. Hyun plummets along with the heavy rocks. Narendra stands there emitting green flames across the floor, laughing loudly. Then he shouts, "Isn't it true that the power of a god is always something different?" Still Hyun struggles to hold on as he falls, realizing things are not good. His arm suddenly feels like it's being wrapped by chains. The chain then strikes the glass door with such force that it shatters. The chain is now taut. A large hole forms where the chain acts, creating a gaping hole through the sky and pulling him out. Hyun tries to grip the ground desperately. His body lies down facing the floor, with only his hands touching it. He struggles to breathe heavily as he asks, "What is this monster's power?" Suddenly his eyes widen as if noticing something. Right in front of him stands a monstrous creature with terrifying green energy. It rushes towards him, but his mind suddenly freezes. Narendra, on the monster, successfully hurls Taehyun away. The building's wall is shattered and a large hole appears. Then Taehyun is flung out with a loud scream as parts of the wall crack. Taehyun is thrown, but the monster and Narendra continue to attack, saying, "Now you're going to die." Fool! Taehyun's power returns, causing him to surge forward and shout, "You!" Taehyun raises his hand towards Narendra and the monster, emitting a force that knocks the monster down. He says, "Think you can win with your dragon?" The monster responds quickly by opening its mouth to unleash a massive power. That power rushes towards him again. He is frozen in fear of its magnitude. Immediately that force explodes, shaking the sky and sea. It breaks everything into tiny pieces amidst the chaos. Narendra and the monster continue to fly forward under a green energy field. Standing there, he says, "Didn't expect this." Narendra looks at Hyun is hanging by his feet and hands on the wall, saying someone attacked like that but still lives. The chains have wrapped around his limbs and are attached to the wall. Despite a fierce battle, he's just very tired, looking up and breathing heavily. Hyun is hanging with his head down on the wall. He grumbles in discomfort, thinking this fool. Now he feels like a small entity attached to a large building. In front of him are the super rank S-Core and Narendra observing. His mind is filled with hatred towards them. He's too strong, especially with those demons and core dragons he revived. His super rank power sounds equal to his. Hyun opens one eye slightly as if thinking, but it seems the gap is too wide now. These thoughts continue in his mind. Here, if he could sacrifice to get such a core, he would definitely face some limitation in power. His back shows a black hole and his hands are covered with visible veins. Hyun notices the visible veins on Narendra more closely, thinking internally, or else he would already be an S-rank god. Hyun looks straight at Narendra, thinking now I need to find his weakness and counter quickly. Suddenly he laughs. Narendra stood there looking down and said, "You dare to look down on the divine like you? I already knew what you had." This sentence made Hyun very confused. Hyun was worried as he started sweating. Then Narendra smiled and continued, "Now you must feel powerless because you can't defeat me. That's why you're still waiting for the right moment to find my weakness and counterattack, right?" Hearing this, Hyun was worried as he started sweating. Then Narendra said, "I understand that. You also have a sharp mind." But suddenly, Narendra roared with his power shaking the entire sky around them. "Do you think your plan can come true when I already know your intentions?" That terrifying power once again filled this space completely. Narendra and that S-Class bone dragon flew and unleashed that destructive power on T's house. Un was hanging up. Un was extremely frightened and shouted loudly, "What flag?" Everyone and Gan Yuong were standing in the building, looking out with worried expressions. Seeing this clearly, everyone could see their extreme fear. It turned out that the S-Class bone dragon had discovered the position of the hostages and charged straight towards where they were hiding. Narendra continued to unleash the power from earlier into the building, causing bricks and stones to fly everywhere. At this moment, The headquarters was being illuminated by lights from all sides. The coordinators were panicking, shouting to everyone to hurry up. Everyone, move quickly. The emergency connection gateway with Hunting Auction House has been completed. All the senators stood in a neat line before the door with the large circular light hole and followed the coordinator's instructions. Hurry up, we need to go there first. Our top priority is to rescue the hostages. The female coordinator hurriedly, worried, sweating profusely, one hand on the microphone and the other on the screen, said anxiously. But currently only South Korea can connect with the front door gate. This rescue mission's leader is Park Ji-sung, an S-ranked player with much experience, but even so, there will be many unpredictable dangers when they arrive. Sung-jin, at the head of the team, calmly said in his pocket, "It's fine." Then he continued saying, "We have some information about the robbers there. I need to go there quickly to rescue everyone." This made the female coordinator look up with a mix of surprise and worry without saying anything. Sung-jin loudly ordered his entire team, "All of you move towards Hunting Auction House now." He turned half his face and shouted angrily, "You damned evil bastards today." Those behind him were very ready to follow his orders. They will pay for the actions they've done. All the hostages had fallen down with the debris around them. At this moment, Gan Yuong was bleeding from all over his head and other wounds, suddenly waking up in pain. He tried to open his eyes to see what was happening in front of him. In front of Gan Yuong was a huge explosion with blinding light. Hyun had stood there, raising both hands to block the power coming towards everyone, causing Gan Yuong to wake up. He worried about T's life. Hyun rushed forward quickly. T. Hyun, ouch! And T. Hyun was alone against that power and shouted loudly. Thanks to his strength, he pushed the power away from Narendra with the S-class monster in front of him. As if not willing to lose, Narendra continued laughing loudly. "This is your choice." The S-class bone dragon also opened its mouth and released a type of power. Then Narendra laughed proudly as he looked down and said, "If you want to save everyone, sacrifice yourself under the dark flames of the bone dragon." Gan Yuong, sitting behind, saw him again struggling against that great power and shouted his name. It seemed that at this moment, Gan Yuong was no longer strong enough to stand up and could only shout loudly, "Hill, run fast. What you've done so far is already beyond your limits. Anyway, there's no need for you to try too hard anymore." He might have pushed some potential in his body to its limit, but his body couldn't handle it and exploded, falling down. Narendra's thoughts continued. He wouldn't be able to stand up again. With a visibly uncomfortable expression, Narendra said, "Finally, a blasphemer against the gods." Standing there, Narendra loudly declared, "No matter how hard you try to oppose me, death is inevitable." Suddenly, the claws of the monster appeared as Narendra and the beast approached. The monster's limbs suddenly fell apart and its claws shot down. This left Narendra extremely confused. What was happening? Stones were falling from above, making Narendra look down to see Taehul standing up steadily. Narendra's eyes widened with concern. Another monster appeared, much stronger than the one he faced before. The red monster opened its mouth, emitting a terrifying aura as it advanced towards Narendra, roaring. Standing on his dragon bone, Narendra looked up worriedly. "What is this?" Hyun's voice suddenly echoed, "Her. A god?" Narendra stood there in confusion. Hyun stood there with a serious expression. "What does that mean to me?" Looking at the terrifyingly powerful figure, Narendra spoke fearfully. Narendra, drenched in sweat, said, "You bastard? You're not Kim Tae-hyun." He shouted, "Who are you?" Looking at that terrifying power, he asked loudly, "How can you possess such supreme power? This is impossible." Tae-hyun stretched out his powerful hand and said, "Ask the gods in hell if you want to know. Go!" Before he could finish, a terrifying force was unleashed. You will die now. Narendra's face tightened with sweat. Go! Narendra was immediately cut apart by the powerful force, each part severed in different places. Tehul stood there and pointed at where Narendra fell on the monster. A powerful force instantly engulfed them, destroying everything, including the monster and Narendra. You have learned a new skill when you bargained with the devil. In the silent, dark space, a sudden light illuminated T. Hyun shone like a beacon. T! Hyun stood silently in the dim and terrifying scene. He muttered, "This is where I fought with that bastard Narendra." Suddenly, red chains appeared, as if just heated to high temperatures. The chains wrapped tightly around him, preventing any resistance from Hyun. Hyun was truly panicked. Hyun was utterly confused. Hyun didn't know what was happening. Before he could understand, a massive stone flew at him with terrifying force. He fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, in excruciating pain. In his subconscious, he thought, skill, stone barrier, disabled, what's happening to me? Hands were doing something behind him. Before Hyun appeared as a massive, mysterious, and imposing statue. Above the statue was a crown of skulls, surrounded by red light emitting threatening energy. Hyun stood below the statue, feeling an overwhelming power invade his body, causing him to scream in despair. Hyun muttered in panic. What's going on? Amidst kiss days, a cold and cunning voice echoed, questioning the abilities of someone when they heard the mysterious stranger's voice. Hyun glared angrily. The Han continued, "How can those abilities be considered human?" He responded incomprehensibly. If I absorbed them, a huge dragon-like mouth would appear from a blazing red circle right after. Wouldn't awakening that potential be incredibly delicious? The monster roared and charged towards Hyun moved with incredible speed. He gritted his teeth, furrowed his brows in tension, and greeted the fear. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. Hein jolted awake, legs flailing everywhere. His entire body was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. But when he saw the surroundings, did this all just happen in a dream? The wounds didn't appear, and his injured hand from the fight remained unchanged. What's going on here? Suddenly, Jin came in with a bag of snacks. Hein, oh, you've woken up then? Hien was surprised. He realized the person before him was Seong Jin, who had just awakened. Seong Jin asked, "Do you want to eat something?" Seong Jin and Hien ate while discussing. This is the apartment prepared by the association and auction house for you in general. It's compensation and reward for your help during the recent bombing incident. Thanks to you, we were able to rescue all the hostages they had taken. And the fake awakened as real, or whoever he is, has already been punished. That was a significant bombing. Fortunately, thanks to you, many people could survive. You fainted after that battle. Many friends and family members came to visit you, but they all left eventually. Your family members and your younger brother cried their eyes out. The association director was worried sick on that day. Jean recounted the expressions from that day. He couldn't help but laugh while talking. Looking at those expressions from that day, it's funny. After that battle, we had someone check your health. Don't worry, you're fine. We didn't find any after effects on your body. Before this, I was worried about the influence of demon energy when fighting Nero, but everything is okay now. Hugh nervously sweat and said, "But for some reason, I've completely forgotten what happened at the auction house, my actions there, and even the bloody battle with Nero. What happened then? How was my battle there?" Jin confirmed, "Indeed, this is true. Beyond my expectations, Hyun replied, "It's because Jin asked more about what had happened to you back then that I noticed and wondered." Taeyeon recalled the scene from that day. Gunu lying on the ground with a scared expression. In front of him was a tall, muscular man with red hair. Taeyeon continued, "When I was losing to Nero, something happened." Jin asked curiously, "So who defeated him then?" Hyoin answered, "I can't explain it. When I came to, only the fake Ganyuong was there awake." Ganyuong then asked, "Huyun, what's wrong with you? What did you say?" Then Ganyuong suddenly opened his eyes for some reason. It turned out to be Huyun, but he didn't understand why he attacked Ganyuong at that moment. With just one strike, he made Ganyuong cough up blood, and he fell down then, still looking surprised. Oh, defeated after only one move, huh? But it was enough. Ti Huyun sneered. Now return this body to him. After saying that, Ti Huyun fell down and his hair turned back to brown as usual. While he lay there, Jin found him and rushed over to help, waking him up. Wake up, Ti Huyun. Someone outside said. Everyone, quickly move around and search for the hostages here. The hostages were just a bit scared. They didn't seem to have any serious injuries. But where Neru's monsters went, and that bastard disappeared mysteriously. Jin sighed, truly, Ti Huyun. So what happened here, Ti Huyun? Return to reality. Jin said, after the hostages calmed down, we asked them about the situation there. They couldn't know everything, but they did say you defeated Neru and then passed out. Ti Huyun replied, that's right, since they're not fake hostages, they can't know everything. Jin continued, for Ganyuong, he doesn't remember anything like you do. It seems some force erased our memories. I guess this could be a side effect of fighting Naru's aura. But anyway, things are good now. Congrats and thanks a lot. We're still investigating the battle site, so if we find anything else, I'll let you know later. After Jin died, Hyul thought, could it be that my memory was affected by Neru's aura, making me forget what happened then? That sounds a bit unreasonable. But I remember my arm breaking when I tried to hunt for prey. At that moment, I must have been trying too hard to fight Neru while hunting. Suddenly, something came up. The aura of Beacon summoned demons by connecting with mana level 200 in the demon realm. Hyun said suddenly, what? This is the skill from Neru that I absorbed after defeating him through hunting. Here, it only requires 200 mana to activate. It's a bit different. He needed an offering back then, but now I have only 180. While lost in thought, Jin called out, hey Hyun. Hyun turned to Jin. Someone is here to see you. Hyun, brother. Yes. Ah. Yang stepped in with a basket of fruits. See, Jin said, someone's coming, so I'll go back. T. Hyun looked at her. A mix of emotions rose within him. Ah. Yang spoke first. I came to visit you. Young, the S-rank fake hostage player. The cityscape unfolded, bustling and familiar yet suffocating with sunlight shining down. Snacks and drinks on the table were still the same old boring ones. Hyun wasn't really hungry either. Suddenly, a strong force placed the fruit basket down, crushing the snacks and making an unpleasant noise. Hyun looks at the scene, surprised and frowns. Across from him, Yang doesn't seem to notice this change. Coldly says, I heard you were injured in a fight with robbers before coming here, but now you look fine, right? Looking at the messy scene on the table, Taeyun sits down across from him and replies, I was only slightly hurt. In general, my health is still normal. It's not affecting me. Yang picks up a juicy red apple, as if wanting to vent her anger on it. Continuing, in this terrorist incident, I heard you saved many hostages and eliminated a pretty strong S-class awakening, right? Hyun seems hesitant. This is somewhat true. Her anger turns into the force to squeeze the apple. Ian, angry with tension, says, seems like you also faced S-class awakenings there, right? The sunlight highlights her discomfort in her eyes even more. The poor apple is squeezed tighter. Hyun still doesn't understand and asks again. The apple is completely crushed. It's clear how angry Yang is. She speaks firmly. I know you're good, but don't think that makes you the best. I'll try to train harder and catch up with your strength quickly. Her forceful grip sends apple pieces flying onto T's face. Across from Hyun, he finally understands where her discomfort comes from, but still doesn't fully grasp it. Why are you so angry? Is this jealousy or worry? Why did you come here in the first place? Ian avoids his gaze and gives a reason that seems unbelievable. I came to visit you. Of course, Hyun doesn't believe him. He feels tired dealing with this little one. It's really annoying her. Should I call security? Across from them, the teacher's indifferent attitude makes A even more frustrated T. Hyun. Who knows how worried she was about him? I was very worried about whether he got seriously hurt. They said that terrorist incident involved a lot of awakenings. That's why I came to visit you. But now, he seems completely fine. You can feel how much stronger he has become. Moreover, the aura of awakening power radiating from him is much stronger than before. I don't understand what changed with him during that incident. Witnessing AIANG's growing anger, T.HWOON remains clueless. Across from her, AIANG recalls the previous exam incident where they accidentally kissed and blushed. But she can't stop worrying. He has definitely progressed a lot since then. The gap between us is getting wider. She asks him, Brother T, how did you do that? Suddenly, footsteps approach, interrupting their conversation. Both of them stop without warning and turn towards the sound. A bit nervous and worried, they both turn to the door. Who could come to this guy's place? The footsteps get closer, their hearts beat faster as they wonder who it might be. T. Hyun reacts, confused. Why is that person here? Why is he here? The father's expression was stern. His attitude still bothered people. He rubbed his sore wrist. She said, still like the first time we met. You talk nonsense as always. I'm here just to check on your health, not for anything else. Then she spoke softly, I even brought a gift for you. T. Hyun is treated like a pet. What's the gift? The father continued, right? Chairman Association mentioned that you're training to boost your strength to participate in the Asian Awakening Convention. Is that correct? She didn't wait for T. He replied confidently, indeed, rescuing and defeating two awakenings during the Eastern Dawn auction was a good thing. But looking at the rankings, he's still only 30th. Then she moved closer to T. Brother is better. If you want to move up to one of the top 5 positions to become a representative for the competition, you'll need to work hard and earn more points. Therefore, he placed his hand on T.Hyun's shoulder. I've brought something special for you. With curiosity and surprise, she said as her voice lingered over his wound. Continuing, she explained excitedly about the Fire God Temple. Do you know what happened at the Eastern Dawn auction? The dark scene from the auction house reappeared. In the darkness, a canoe was approaching an island in the distance, covered by fog, but from afar, one could see how the island had been destroyed and left in ruins. The demon's voice echoed. So that's the Eastern Dawn auction house, right? There was a response. Yes. As they got closer, the destruction became clearer. Ruined and shattered. Dust and smoke rose thickly. The demons assessed the situation. It was impossible to tell his emotions at that moment. One could see the complete change after the Awakening's attack. A few more explosions, it can be said that it's almost completely destroyed now. He continued observing and asked his companion, after that attack, Naru, does he know life or death? The other replied, that still couldn't provide any additional information about him. His subordinates hesitated to ask each other. Of course, this is important, but do we need to report it to the boss? Jagui answered with certainty, no need, we can handle the situation ourselves. He was confident. The attack on the auction house had been successful. Even if Naru died or disappeared, it didn't matter since they only hired him for this. He continued, as you wish. The loudspeaker's voice echoed in the darkness from a large patrol boat, seeming to radiate dominance. The captain announced over the loudspeaker, stand still, all of you are surrounded. The canoe seemed insignificant compared to the massive ship. The captain continued through the loudspeaker to the illegal intruders on board. This is a strictly forbidden area for anyone to enter. Only the Awakening Patrol team can be here. If you know what's good for you, drop your weapons and surrender quickly. But then there was a loud noise. In an instant, the large ship sank into the wide sea. The entire ship was engulfed. The Awakening Patrol team couldn't react in time. Along with the sinking ship, They died suddenly without any chance to respond. This will be a mysterious disappearance that will cause a stir. The mastermind who caused this incident protected his canoe and accomplices. His voice echoed ominously after this. He paid attention to the awakening he won after this. As he performed an awakening, he left no path for the patrol team. Returning to the headquarters of the Demon Travelers Association, the space was filled with cheers and excitement. Hyun continued his path towards the top 5. UIEO and G stood beside him, loudly declaring, THEWON will join us in this dungeon invasion. The more she speaks, the louder and prouder her tone becomes. Everyone already knows this. In the hunting auction house bombing incident, he made the greatest contribution in saving the prisoners of war. He can be considered one of the most potential awakened ones in Korea now. The cheers become even more passionate. They all chant An's name in unison, THIUN, THIUN. Yui stops the excitement below. However, Yui always focuses on the key points. He was also part of this prison break operation. I've already considered how to distribute the items for our guild and him so that both sides can reach a mutually satisfying agreement. THIUN sighs in relief. That's what I wanted to say. Of course, sharing war spoils. Who would take their share of the meat? He thinks this Fire God Temple raid is a good opportunity for him. The Fire God Temple appears as expected, just like its name suggests. It's a prison with an entrance that looks like a burning flame. He silently marvels. This is his second time entering a Fire God prison after the last guild competition. His thoughts continue. Before the completion ritual, the guild did successfully attack the Fire God prison, but in return, they suffered heavy losses. Almost all the awakened ones who participated that time died. Indeed, danger comes with its own rewards. If we can successfully break into the Fire God Temple, our guild contribution points will surely increase significantly, he thinks. However, there's still some concern. Last time, even if it was fake, my hand almost broke. After hospitalization, his strength and stamina haven't fully recovered yet, making this prison break harder than before. Thinking that, he looks at the person next to him, considering attacking together with Eon, then looks down. With these guild members, he suddenly feels confident. Raiding the Fire God Temple now is T's thought amidst the cheers. He'll will definitely succeed. The day to break into the Holy Temple has arrived, along with the enthusiastic fans of the guild waving bright banners that don't fit the upcoming battle. It's also a time for pride and confidence from the guild. This raid only involves two people, Hein and Yuayong. Hein looks slightly helpless and surprised, while Yuayong is extremely agitated. The crowd outside cheers loudly, waiting for the two of them. Wishing you success. Be careful, Captain. Remember to keep your safety in mind. THUN asks curiously. Hey UIE, sir. On the other side, there's no response. Huh? THUN, with a helpless tone. What is this? There are two of us participating in the prison break. UIE, sir. He suddenly says, well, we can consider this our date then. With a crude but seductive voice. THUN, can't help but silently mock. You're going to die, still joking around? Without much argument, Hyun and Yuaion directly entered the Fire God Temple. The scene inside is overwhelming in the prison's oppressive space, with green flames engulfing everything as if burning it. Yuaion looks at the interior scene, smiles, and asks curiously, oh! In front of them, the prison is immersed in a green flame light, vast and endless, with some dry, shriveled trees due to lack of water. She marvels it's really terrifying, looking at the withered bushes and strange green flames. She continues, this prison is indeed different from others. I never thought it would be like this before. Standing on the edge of the pit, Hill looked and assessed. The previous Heaven's dungeon I encountered was completely different from this one. Yuiin agreed. The Heaven's dungeon appeared in the fake emotion test. Yuiin sat down before the mouth of the dungeon, feeling a blank mind. It seemed she couldn't think of any way to enter this dangerous mouth of the dungeon. She asked Hyun, how can we go down there? Below that place, there might be many monsters. Her mind was still searching for a way down the dungeon's mouth. A long tentacle suddenly shot up around her neck, making her only manage to exclaim, "Huh?" Very quickly, the tentacle grabbed her and pulled her down. Above them, Tae-hyun couldn't react in time as he watched her being controlled. She could only scream, "Who does this love belong to anyway?" Now, Tae-hyun realized with confusion, something's not right. Why is it happening like this? He drew his knife and used it as a support to stab into the rock wall. Without thinking, he jumped down the pit hoping to save Yui Eong. As he dived down, he immediately saw that Yui Eong had turned the tables, defeating the giant squid-like monster with its disobedient tentacle. She turned around and used Fake Awakening to make her body emit a sparkling green light, standing out against the fiery red space of the Fire Temple. Defeating the troublesome monster that pulled her down, IUI shouted at T, signaling him. "Brother, just jump down like this," he said confidently and carelessly. "T, brother, you don't believe your ears, just jump down like that." He looked down as IUI fell, seeing the monsters with various grotesque shapes tearing her apart, turning her into a delicious meal. IUI remained calm and continued carrying her, using gravity to apply force against the obstacles blocking their path. The power radiating was immense and overwhelming. Several hated monsters were quickly defeated. Wherever she fell, blood spattered everywhere. Taeyeon watched with mixed feelings of joy and worry. He thought to himself, she must have used only one strike to defeat the banned monster. As he moved cautiously down, Yui continued thinking. The last time we met, she probably concealed her true strength. He secretly admired IUIE. He was indeed a master guardian. Though not an S-rank strongest, her strength was no joke. Then he realized that might be why she only needed two people to break through this dungeon. As T-He-1 used Fake Awakening, trying not to fall behind the girl in front of him. Of course, then we need to work harder. We can't lag behind. Hyun quickly caught up with Yu Yeong, and their battle heated up. They defeated each monster, fighting all the way down to the bottom of the deep dungeon, where a green light both alluring and dangerous shone. Yu Yeong spoke first, laughing happily, finally reaching the bottom of the pit. As she said this, she adjusted her shoulders, as if the bloody battle wasn't enough to start with her. Tae-hyun followed closely behind, stepping over the monsters and going up. Yu Yeong complained, not thinking the bottom of the pit would be so deep. Tae-hyun wiped some blood off his hand, slightly more struggling than Yu Yeong, then replied, "Ha." He thought to himself, these monsters seemed strong here but didn't match her appearance at all. But that's what made him curious. In the past life with such a powerful strength, why did almost everyone in her guild nearly die in this dungeon? When brother was lost in thought, EUIE handed him an item and said, "Take this, boy brother." A black ring was given to him. The design was simple, almost crude, with a light shade of black. The only highlight was the shield decoration. He recognized it. This must be a knight's ring. The unique knight's ring would increase the strength and endurance of its wearer significantly. He thought she probably prepared for him, knowing his injured hand hadn't fully healed yet. With this ring, he could regain some of his strength. Meanwhile, EUIE continued talking. The last time he said there was a gift for you. It's that ring. The dungeon raid was just a test for you. THUN was confused, although he knew she was the guild master, giving such an exclusive item to him. EUIE didn't notice his confusion and excitedly asked, "What do you think? With that, you'll definitely consider joining our guild, right?" THUN had something different about her. He reminded himself to reassess her character. On the surface, you still seem unsatisfied and ask if she has something useful that she's not showing me yet. Yui didn't expect him to react this way, momentarily flustered. "That's true, I do too." Hyun cuts in, saying if she had given it to me earlier, dealing with these monsters would have been easier. Yui knows he's wrong and quickly changes the subject. "Alright, you've got yours now. Let's move forward." Hyun isn't rude either. After all, he thanks her for it. He says, not forgetting to remind her that these are just insignificant monsters. This dungeon is far from simple, so we need to be more careful than usual. Ion agrees. Hyun seems to have noticed something. Speaking excitedly, it looks like we're getting closer to the center of the dungeon. Following Hyun sees a sacrificial altar. It appears this place generates the green flames they saw coming from the dungeon's mouth. At the center of the altar is an object. It seems to be a central egg emitting blue light similar to the new flames seen earlier, surrounded by heat and smoke. Outside, it has protective mechanisms and rays that appear sturdy. Meanwhile, Hyun curiously ponders EUIE. He becomes cautious again. She observes the egg but can't determine its rank. Meanwhile, Hyun carefully examines the egg while silently casting on it. This doesn't look like any magical object. It just looks like an ordinary egg. Saying this, he draws his knife to probe, thinking it might belong to one of the monsters in the dungeon. He turns to IUIE and says they need to observe before acting. Before he can finish speaking, IUIE is nowhere to be seen. Turns out she's already rushed ahead. A loud shout echoes through the dark dungeon, reverberating and sounding eerie. Paehyun, the game player in front of her, only manages to call her name before shouting what she's doing. Meanwhile, IUI jumps up and approaches the distant egg. With curiosity and a desire for victory, she rushes straight into that green egg. Hyun can't stop her and asks why she acted without consulting him, then quickly follows behind. Just as he's about to catch up with the Young, who is only a short distance away from the collapsed floor due to her force, Hyun finally asks if she's alright. Young turns around and threatens him with an intimidating look, asking him a confusing question. Are you saying I'm fine? But then she quickly answers playfully, the egg has shattered completely. So that powerful attack wasn't from her. Behind her, the egg is indeed broken. Fragments are flying everywhere and green flames flicker inside. She continues to assess it, guessing its hardness, which is on par with S-Class monster defenses, shocking Hyun. She keeps going, but since it's stationary, attacking the egg is simpler. So I attack that egg more easily. Then she directly asks Hyun, what now? Hyun gasps. She broke it. Why is it so simple? A green light flashed from within the broken shard. EUIE. He only managed to ask back. Why? There was a loud explosion. The entire underground chamber changed. EUIE. He was caught off guard. Utterly confused, he exclaimed, what is this thing? THUN. He could only exclaim in amazement. Oh! A voice rang out. I didn't expect that. Humans have come to our temple. Both the Hyun and Young were surprised, reminding each other to be careful. They looked towards the source of the sound, a phoenix. It continued speaking, I am very pleased that you came here. Its eyes glowed red or stood out in a strange way against the green background, causing both to feel a bit scared. Continuing to repay your joy, I will let you melt in my Lamia fire. Thus, its identity was clear. It is the master of the Fire Temple, S-Rank Lam Phoenix. Saying this, it emitted an intimidating green aura. Hyun and Young recognized it, exclaiming in surprise. The Phoenix? The legendary creature with powerful magic and strong regeneration abilities. It is almost considered a creature of immortality. Hyun thought, so it's the master of Fire Temple. Its fire is its power. The light grew stronger, surrounding both Hyun and Young. Taehyul felt uneasy, turning to check on his companion player. Hey Young, you're almost collapsing. Shout out, be careful of the Lamia fire and its mind control spells. Realizing something, he quickly jumped to dodge Young's attack, who was now under control. He tried to avoid it, but couldn't retaliate as they were companions. Meanwhile, Young was controlled, eyes filled with rage, attacking fiercely. The control interface appeared. The S-Rank player Young is being controlled by the Lam Phoenix. Hyun didn't notice the unusual threat in Young's eyes. He kept dodging attacks. Confused, he asked. What's wrong with you? Why are you attacking me? Yue-ong was under control. She threw powerful punches and kicks. Hyun barely managed to avoid them. He couldn't believe it. Why are you attacking me? The punches and kicks kept falling. Hyun couldn't avoid or retaliate. You're not helping. What are you doing? No choice. He resorted to a desperate measure, using false awakening to knock out Iui-in. He held her back and shouted, hoping she would regain consciousness. Hey Iui-in, wake up! He tried to reason with Iui-in, not wanting to fight too fiercely in case he hurt her if they fought like this. Before he could finish speaking, he lost control, struggled to his feet, still in false awakening, and delivered a powerful blow to T. Ho left him no time to react. The force was so strong it caused a massive explosion in the dungeon, dust and rocks flying everywhere. It seemed like Hyun had been knocked out, buried under thick layers of stone, with T's restraining chains now waking him up. Hyun forced his way through, shouting U-I-E-O-N-G. Uiong, which was being controlled, suddenly showed signs of resistance. Hyun escaped, roaring a challenge. Before reverting, who had defeated the attacks from the fake guild members. He was restrained by T's chains and paralysis. Hun was held back, unable to move. Hun reacted, using force to try and knock out his controlled companion, him. As he exerted the strength, he comforted, it will hurt a bit. But, with the stone being lifted up, T's tone changed. Hun was also pulled up, tried to endure. He really put an end to her love for him. She was hit so hard she spat out a mouthful of blood. Fainted. Hun spoke casually. The chains and paralysis won't last long, so she'll regain consciousness soon. As he said this, Hun wiped some dust off his face. Trit noticed someone was staring at him. What? What else is it? Fang Shuang watched the bloody scene calmly for a while. She spoke sarcastically. What's wrong if I kill her before she wakes up? The intense battle just now seemed to have no effect on him at all. It continued laughing maniacally. Don't you want to try out all the toys I own? Its red eyes emitted a deadly aura and a sense of amusement. Hyun witnessed this, not afraid at all, confidently responding, the one who surprised me, make her a phoenix. Saying that, he woke up, emitting a blinding red light, his voice firm, I'll kill you and get out of here. Thun used the chains to secure Uiong, who was unconscious, onto himself, using a dagger to carve into the rock wall as a foothold back up to the dungeon entrance they had just broken through. Of course, Fang Shuang wasn't going easy on them. As he climbed for a bit, Thun. Fang Shuang took advantage of the situation, shooting green flames at the ground below, creating small explosions that sent rocks flying. It taunted Hyun. What did you say, human? Surprised by his confidence, it asked curiously, let's see your strength. It blocked Hyun from climbing further, still with its mocking laughter. Then it was shocked to see the dagger Hyun had embedded in the rock wall hurtling towards it. Hyun couldn't help but retaliate. He used the chains to grab the dagger and charged at Fang Shuang to attack. The dagger pierced through her, but she remained unharmed. Of course, that attack only scratched her. Naturally, it enjoyed the sensation of being attacked. It continued laughing maniacally. This attack really feels good. Its tone turned serious immediately. But my body is like fire. Hyun used all his strength to control the dagger, watching with glee as it struck Fang Shuang. No matter how you attack or try to cut through me with your sword, only flames will spread and burn. It then demonstrated its power by striking a blow that shattered Hyun's chains. Hyun was stunned by what just happened. Lam Fuang was arrogant, never thinking a common person like you could defeat me. She lunged at Hyun, her eyes gleaming with amusement as if toying with a small prey before the blade. Hyun and Uiong were in a dangerous position. It seemed Lam Fuang had grown bored of the fight. It gathered a powerful strike to end this battle, spitting towards Hyun and Uiong. A huge explosion shook the ground more violently than before. They hung by a thread as even the debris from the blast was incinerated by Lam Fuang's green flames. It seemed there was no chance of survival for both. Those green flames were sucking all life around them. Ti-Hyun narrowly avoided another deadly move just now. Hanging on a nearby cliff, he sighed in relief as he watched Lam Fuang overpower Ti-Hyun. He couldn't understand why, even if it was Phoenix. It had such an unusual ability to regenerate. After escaping death with great effort, he caught his breath. Unaware of the danger, Lam Fuang kept unleashing terrifying green flames at where Ti-Hyun stood. Ti-Hyun pondered over its destructive power and realized that no matter how it looked, this wasn't a normal Phoenix. A thought flashed in his mind. Could it be Great Phoenix Yu, the two words of greatness in the name? A terrifying image passed through his mind. Unlike other monsters, it had special strength, making it a mutated individual. To differentiate it from other monsters and give it a grand title, add a plus sign to its current level. His thoughts continued. If this was indeed Great Phoenix Yu, with his current skills, there was no way to destroy its regenerative ability. The only skill that could defeat it would be maximizing the scent tracking technique. Di-Ho recalled the battle at Hongdong Auction House not long ago. However, this move could explode like before in the auction house. That scent tracking technique couldn't be used recklessly, it had to be a last resort. But really, without using that move, he wouldn't have a chance against Lam Fuang. He hesitated, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, someone behind made a noise. Yui woke up and cursed. F******. She was startled, not knowing where she was. Why did everything turn out this way? Looking down, she realized she was blinded by light. Suspended on the cliff face, she gasped in shock. Thun jolted awake. Huh? Yui asked suddenly. What? Why am I blinded by light? And she cried out. It hurts too much. Her curiosity turned to Lam Fuang. And why did its monster grow so large? Isn't this a normal phoenix? Now, it seemed Lam Fuang noticed that the two had dodged her deadly attacks. She turned and continued attacking around them. Everything was in chaos for T. Brother, the explosions made me shout louder so Yui could hear. He heard it. He urgently explained, basically telling her not to move, stay still. Yui. He was worried things weren't convincing enough. Questioning T. Brother, did you do this? Hurry and get me out. T. Brother didn't listen. He left Yui alone. Yui was blinded by the light and replied, humans are easily mind-controlled like her. So be quiet for me, Yui. He defended himself. I just let my guard down. Wait, am I being controlled by someone? T. Brother was angry. Look, she doesn't even remember anything. Yui didn't want to be blinded again and kept asking T. Hein, no matter what, quickly take off your armor and help me. A blast nearly hit them, making both of them jump back as rocks from their hiding spot were shattered by consecutive blows. Lam Fuang is now also paying attention to where the two are standing. Through the haze, it spoke in a threatening tone, daring to touch my beauty. I will teach you all a lesson, those disrespectful humans. It was startled as it realized that the familiar blade was aimed at it again. Those humans it despised were still alive. Meanwhile, Yu Aiyong was released as planned and joined in the battle. The two worked in sync, rushing towards Lam Fuang to attack. Tai Hien remained wary and warned. This time, you absolutely mustn't let yourself be hit by its mind control. Yui, he confidently replied. Don't worry about it. I won't let that happen again. Lam Fuang's eyes flashed with malice. It was completely provoked now. You dared to do such a thing. Those wretched humans. With that, Lam Fuang unleashed even more power than before. The strength radiated with intimidation. It boasted arrogantly. This strike. You still don't understand how useless it is against us. Lam Fuang advanced closer to the two. Pehol, who was just awakening, shouted, I'll go first. The system displayed a notification. The king's heart has been activated. Your abilities have increased. But Yui Eong was one step ahead. No, this time, as she said, she too awakened and created a glowing spear, swinging it towards Lam Fuang. It was startled. What is this? T.H. were also surprised. The previous strike clearly had an impact on Lam Fuang. E-U-I-E. She emitted a powerful force. Her eyes glinted with fierce combativeness and boundless confidence. Let's let loose our full power now. She activated the S-rank warrior spirit. Battle mode engaged. All resurrection magic skills have an explosion concept. Immediately after activating IUIN, it leaped straight towards Lam Fuang above. This is a dangerous move as it can cause permanent damage to one's body, so most people are hesitant to use it. If she could control the power in that burst of strength, it would truly be E-U-I-E-O, and facing Lam Fuang, she swung her powerful strike. That blow was so strong it split Lam Fuang in two. This is a superior power, overshadowing everything but Lam Fuang's anguished cries at the moment. She didn't stop and charged straight behind it. Bam! Yui, without hesitation, she landed another punch on its face, followed by another kick in hopes of finishing off Lam Fuang, then quickly leaving the area because she knew for sure. Pow! A massive explosion blew away everything around them. The remnants of their battle merged with the mana between her and Lam Fuang. Yui Ayong struggled to stand nearby, staring at the explosion. She was exhausted, breathing heavily, sweat trickling down her cheeks, but unsure if Lam Fuang was dead. Yui Ayong's eyes drooped shut and she fell to the ground. This was her limit. But Lam Fuang, still lived. It used a threatening voice to approach her. You dare, an ordinary human like you dare, that look of yours trying to defeat me? With all the frustration in its body, it rushed straight towards Yu Aiyong and yelled, I will kill you. Suddenly, chains appeared and flew straight towards Lam Fuang. The chain had completely failed to restrain Lam Fuang. She looked down in surprise. Person, T. Hyun appeared with a sly smile. How do we eliminate the regenerative ability? It requires a destructive power far beyond that. Because I am a cautious human, so I cannot afford to be complacent against a monster like a person. He hugged Yu Aiyong in his arms and said, You have injured my pride. You should receive the final destruction blow now. Outside, a group of people nervously waited for T. Brother and Yu Aiyong. They whispered to each other, exchanging glances with concern mixed with curiosity. It's getting late. Are they okay? A person in front spoke up, breaking the noise. There's nothing to worry about. Both of them are S-rank warriors. After hearing this, a few people agreed, our chairman will not lose once he enters battle. Hearing this, T's three assistants thought of how she easily defeated all the monsters as if it was nothing. Meanwhile, T just stood there watching. He'll only watched. They wondered if something happened to them. At that moment, T.He and stepped out and hugged Yu Aiyong, surprising everyone. They rushed towards him with questions piling up. They came out. Everything's fine, right, Captain? It looks like someone got injured. One of her assistants gradually realized something, hesitated for a moment. Hyun didn't understand what was happening outside and asked back, What? But he quickly regained his composure and assured the people in front that the fire elemental had been thoroughly cleaned out. After this incident, news spread rapidly. On the screen appeared Yui Eong and Hyun. Romantic rumors began to circulate. It said they secretly met in a dungeon for just the two of them. Some comments were added below. Comment 1 said, I heard they visited their private hospital. Comment 2 quickly chimed in sarcastically. Isn't this the first romantic rumor between S-rank warriors? Comment 3 seemed quite excited. It's obvious since only 2 people went into that dungeon. Fingers on the screen started to tremble. The whole hand holding the phone shook. Yui Eong's face was as red as a tomato. She stammered, This is... She immediately turned towards her 3 assistants and asked what on earth happened. They avoided each other's gaze, pretending not to know anything. Yui Eong continued asking why the public double dungeon attack was leaked and spread so quickly. What kind of crazy content is this? It's really embarrassing. Was it you guys who did it? The top assistant stammered. Conquering a double dungeon is an important issue. It's very hard to keep it secret. He blushed and dodged the question by saying, I only told a few close friends. I'm sure they all promised to keep it confidential. The other assistant could only say, it's really frustrating. I did this for our chairman. I had no ulterior motives. My loyalty is beyond doubt. Yui ordered a command. Let's die together today. Suddenly, the chairman opened the door and entered solemnly saying to the player Yui, I heard your skills exploded in that double dungeon. His face froze when he saw her condition. Are you okay? In front of him was a mess, blue mana aura enveloping Yui Yang. He helplessly asked what happened. The chairman took Yui on a tour around the library to talk more easily. She asked him, how do you think of me? While sipping her coffee, she said, I've been training for so long to control my skill explosion. I performed it in 1 minute in the dungeon and it didn't affect my body at all. The chairman smiled and said to her, oh, so you continue with that story? The strength of T. Hyun is what she wanted to check. EUIE. His expression gradually became serious as he asked what he was saying. She recounted, finally, after a battle with Phoenix Land and losing consciousness, T. Hyun handled everything. Then she recalled the situation at that time. EUIE. He reminisced about T's face fondly. Let Hyun continue his story. Moreover, the attack on the Fire God Temple just ended 2 days ago. This time he said he was heading deeper into the abyss. How strong has he become? Her words surprised the chairman so much that he emphasized the depth of the abyss again. He looked at his own fist and muttered to himself, oh my! That's the tremendous growth in strength. But isn't this not good for a new Korea? Yui he looked thoughtful for a moment. She said, that's why I don't understand. He looked at her, wanting her to explain more, right? EUIN she recalled their journey and T. Brother shared his experiences. Everyone has the desire to become stronger, but after a certain path, people feel satisfied and take a break, right? But T. He seems not to have any signs of stopping. The image of him appeared in her mind telling her that instead of stopping, I chose to continue. I'm trying to make the most of every opportunity. EUIN she turned and asked the chairman seriously, why is T? He tries so hard to become strong? The rustling wind carried leaves past them. He hesitated before answering, maybe I know the reason. She was extremely surprised by his words. She asked again to make sure she didn't mishear him. She waited attentively for his answer. Perhaps it's because he boldly declared, patriotism is definitely like that. Yui he was speechless before his thoughts. She replied, what flag? He continued imagining T without realizing. Hyun is the hero fighting against evil encircling him. Mr. Enga reminisced about an era filled with monsters and vicious villains to ensure the country could safely and prosperously pass through that time. He had a strong desire to help his country, which was why he continues to push himself to be stronger despite difficulties. Yui he splashed cold water on him saying, no, whatever it is, the reason isn't like that, making the chairman speechless. The scene shifted to the depths of the abyss where the castle of the vampire lord was located, covered in deep red blood. Dead bodies lay scattered everywhere. One person sat on a throne amidst the chaos. These dead people were treated like beasts, stabbed by arrows, swords, or knives, dying incomplete. Most were women's faces. As if part of a plot, a man appeared and kissed the back of the other's hand. Suddenly, a voice echoed, causing him to stop his actions and listen to the command. The red-haired man sat cross-legged on his throne commanding, let's connect our strength with blood. He is Prince Abyss and Vampire Lord Igor Mun. Level unknown. A black-robed man bowed. Thank you, sir. Lord, Igor Mun glanced down and spoke without changing his expression. Thank you, huh? How does one feel when receiving a vampire's power? The man slowly removed his black cloak and calmly replied, quite a few people have skills and strength similar to mine. He completely took off his hood. With a terrifying smile revealing his blood-red eyes, he continued speaking. After receiving your power, I will now be the strongest among them. His name is Lin Pai Yang, a player of national power in China. 2 guards were stationed at the entrance to Area 22 of the Abyss. Inside, the scene was desolate. The blood-red moon above cast an ominous glow. At this moment, Brother Hein was also present. Next to number 22, there were makeshift barracks with guards, resembling a miniature military base. Hailong said, "This is the Abyss after it returned. It's my first time here." A voice caught T's attention, welcoming him for today. Brother Hein has arrived at the Abyss. He bowed respectfully and introduced himself as Paul Baker, and a rank player. Under the World Players Association, he manages Area 22 in the depths of the Abyss. It's a pleasure to welcome you. He bowed again to T, introducing himself once more. "Hyun, my name is Paul Becker." Paul Becker introduced himself as the manager of Area 22 in the Abyss, under the World Players Association, and a rank player named Paul Becker. Paul Becker led T around and showed him their area. According to records, this is your first time visiting the depths of the Abyss, right, T? Hyun, he suggested that T might need guides or mercenaries for his journey. The World Players Association has established player zones with safe bases and support points in each explored area of the Abyss. However, the deeper parts are extremely dangerous. Even within these zones, you could still encounter monsters, Paul Becker noted, hoping T would take this seriously despite being an ranked player. Therefore, even as a ranked player, hiring companions is necessary, but there's not enough to cover it yet for T. Hyun considered. Straightforwardly, he replied, "No, I don't need them," which left Paul Becker flustered. "Huh? T?" Hyun prepared to speak, but was interrupted by the splash on the ground. A giant spider emerged from the spot where the splash had occurred behind him. Paul Becker gasped, "Oh, this is..." He shouted loudly, alerting T player Hyun, "Be careful. There's a monster." But what surprised him even more was that Hyun had dispatched the creature effortlessly in an instant. Hyun stood confidently on top of the monster and said, "Just took a little stroll. A few monsters were bothering me." Soon, round him, the ground was littered with dead monsters as he sighed. "BCCC must have returned by now. There's no one left to follow us." Hyun recalled the scene from when he passed through various events, after absorbing power from the Great Phoenix at the Holy Temple. He gained the conditions to activate a demon contract and received 200 mana points. He looked down at the 2 purple stones in his hands. Suddenly, a skill appeared on his skill list, B-rank demon contract, opening a portal to the Abyss. He wondered why this skill had changed. Instead of just summoning monsters like Ophidorovros, it now created portals. The last thing that caught his attention was the symbol at the end. One-on-one meant the number of uses left. It seemed this skill could only be used once. Thinking about this, Hyun started to sweat. Could this be some special effect? The 2 purple stones in his hands glowed brightly, making him marvel. "There are countless monsters here. Luckily, we brought a few of these stones with us. This should be enough, right?" He'll immediately crushed to magic stones. The player screen displayed a message of using the large-scale magic stone. Temporary magical power was enhanced by the large-scale magic stone. Those 2 stones were large-scale magic amplification stones. They are items used by consuming magic stones when needed, enhancing the user's temporary magical power. After activation, an ugly skull gate gradually appeared. It stretched out its hands and legs to form a complete gate covered in purple flames, giving off a dangerous feeling that made one hesitate to step into it. At the same time, another message appeared. As the pact with the demon was activated, the gate had been created. Hyun slowly entered, curious about what kind of creature this would be and how its face looked like. He stepped into the gate. Hyun was overwhelmed by what he saw. It was a magnificent white castle shrouded in an ethereal and mysterious atmosphere. Each nook and cranny was incredibly perfect, leaving him astonished and questioning his own eyes. He carefully climbed the steps leading to the castle, feeling amazed inside. "I've never heard of a deep abyss like this before." Even with the large-scale magic stone enhancing the skill effect to its maximum, he was still surprised by where he ended up. In reality, only he could explore it. Before He could finish his thoughts, several green-haired beauties appeared behind him. Hyun immediately sensed their aura and turned around. A large shockwave occurred, but he stood firm, ready to fight with a knife in hand. A girl's voice caught his attention. "Oh wow, such a new taste." "Hey," the green-haired beauty laughed at him. "Don't point that silly thing at me." "Hey," the green-haired one hesitated. "What should I taste first?" "Hey," the pink-haired one added, "it seems like." "Hey," the yellow-haired one continued excitedly, "Human. They were succubus S-class." Hyun was surprised by what he saw. Succubus. Succubus are creatures that drain men's essence through mental attacks like illusions or hypnosis. Hyun carefully rearranged his thoughts. But a normal succubus is only B-class. This one is S-class. Could this be an abnormal succubus, the target to defeat for a summoning pact? The pink-haired one continued, "Poor human, it seems you chose the wrong path." The yellow-haired one said happily, "You look delicious." Hyun couldn't ignore their direct words and decided if they were the target for a summoning pact to defeat, he charged straight towards them. "Then we'll knock you out." The green-haired one remained calm, just saying. All of his sharp attacks were dodged by them. They laughed, treating him like a new toy. "So exciting." The green-haired beauty looked at him with interest and said, "But your enthusiasm is not bad either. The more you struggle, the more interesting it gets." Hyun didn't say anything and charged towards them as fast as he could. As he approached them, a heart-shaped light burst out. They thought they had him under control and laughed triumphantly. "Try our sweet taste." After Hyun endured their attacks, he stood still without moving. Moreover, no man can resist our hypnosis. Before the green-haired one could finish speaking, Hyun charged at her. He punched her and she fell to the ground. At this moment, only her screams echoed. The two sisters of the green-haired one didn't understand what had just happened in front of them. "What? Sister?" Hyun didn't allow their retaliation and activated the berserker skill of a warrior. He ordered them to kneel. The two of them were suppressed to the ground by your energy surge. What are they in such pain for? Is it too painful? Why? How is that possible? A mere ordinary person like you could resist our hypnotic suggestion. Hyun slowly approached the two of them. "Resist what exactly?" The screen keeps showing notifications. Detecting skill usage. Confirming Komoros. He looked down with a smug expression. "Only an incompetent fool would be deceived by creatures like you." Another notification appeared on the screen. Successfully resisted Komoros due to mysterious strength. Hyun kept getting closer and said, "Let's make a pact now." The two of them could only emit weak moans now. To make a summoning pact, one of the following conditions must be met. One is to fulfill the monster's desire, and the other condition is to conquer the monster by force. The red-haired succubus resisted fearfully, but couldn't do anything. Hyun silently thought as he activated his skill. "Is this enough to meet the conditions? With this, I can command an S-class monster." Suddenly, a notification appeared startling him. "Not a summoning target." Hyun suddenly didn't understand. What? Not a summoning target? What does that mean? Many questions were swirling in his mind. Then a voice echoed, "Then you're not an ordinary person." The voice brought him back to reality. Hyun turned around and saw a group of succubi approaching him. The lead succubus spoke. "You will be a wonderful offering for the queen." It's an S-rank superior succubus. The scene changed inside the castle, where pink roses covered the dome above. Below were men hanging upside down with thorny ropes everywhere. And on their faces, they all looked very happy. Then a proud lady's maid appeared solemnly announcing, "Queen, there is an intruder in the castle." Behind the red curtain, a mysterious and powerful woman appeared. She was curious. "Oh, a human." Then she laughed loudly. "This will be an interesting pastime." The white castle with tall spires built on a solitary rock emitted light and black smoke. With the light and black smoke came louder sounds. The red-eyed demons guarding the castle chased after them, some with wings like those of fallen angels, others with horns on their heads, all chasing the fleeing figures in front. They angrily shouted and ordered, "Faint-hearted, you scoundrel, use all your tricks to offer up spoils to the queen. capture him alive. Hyun turned his head to curse at the 3 succubi chasing him. Damn it! Just as he was looking back in front of Hyun appeared and more succubi shattered the glass into pieces that flew in front of him, staring intently at Hyun. The woman's smile grew wider. What a bold one! Look at Tae standing there. She still laughs loudly. The tentacles carrying red liquid slowly reveal their covers, revealing sharp claws pointing straight ahead. But don't think too naively. The final curtain has fully opened. Inside, Rosalia sits cross-legged with the tentacles around her. Ada still points at Hyun. Ada speaks in a mocking tone, asking when a toy demanded to make a pact with its owner. Ada, Rosalia, Lord of Vex, and Queen Succubooter ranked mysteriously. Rosalia's attitude has changed. She is no longer as sly as before. Ada controls the tentacles to move straight towards Hyun stands quickly, but Hyun stands still, putting his hand in his pocket and says, "That makes sense." So Hyun gently moves his hand behind him, seeing the image of a demon appear with him. On one side, Hyun controls his own demon. On the other, the tentacles are rushing forward. Hyun's face turns cold. "I will use force to subdue you." The tentacles fiercely attack forward. These large tentacles, with significant strength, break a huge pillar upon impact. But Hyun is not easily felled. Hyun quickly dodges the attacks. Looking at the tentacles, he can't help but smile. The familiar sword and his hand equipped with light chains appear. Hyun controls them with a few gestures, creating high-damage slashes. His large eyes turn black. Hyun aims at Rosalia sitting there, holding the sword in his hand, rushing towards Ada to attack. Hyun raises his sword high, the chains glowing red, and his arm and sword turn into stone. A straight punch with a stone triangle, Hyun's hand and sword. Hyun turns into a large triangular stone block rushing towards Rosalia, sitting there with her legs crossed. In front of Rosalia, several stone blocks that Hyun just created suddenly shatter along with the light chains falling down, but Rosalia sits still without using any move. Hyun can't believe what's happening. Huh? Rosalia sits there, pointing her fingers at Hyun and laughing in contempt. Such a chilly lover, huh? Ada snaps his fingers. Hyun still hovers away from Ada. Now, Rosalia's carriage is flipped over. Hyun panics, not understanding what's happening to him. Now only see Rosalia sitting on her carriage looking down at Hyun falling from the tall buildings above. Hyun's body can't control itself. What in the world is this? Can my skills not be used here? Thinking to himself as he looks into the void. Moreover, is the space around me changing? No, Hyun is falling quickly towards the tall buildings. Now, Hyun falls into the water, sinking deep underwater. He struggles to swim, feeling disoriented. This is an illusion created by Rosalia to drown him. Hyun thrashes in the water as water fills his mouth. Surrounding Hyun, he finally realizes the situation, his mind suddenly clear, realizing it's all an illusion. But when did I start experiencing illusions? Rosalia sits on her carriage, with the twisted tentacles looking down at the surging sea with white foam. Ada sits, covering his mouth in joy over his victory. Ada speaks each word slowly. When did you fall into an illusion? From the very beginning when you stepped in here, you foolish one. End of line. Taehyun is pinned down by Rosalia, controlling her spindles that tightly wrap around him like metal needles. His eyes are closed, unconscious as the spindles spin around him in the sunlit carriage. Rosalia is pressing down on his motionless body. Taehyun lies there with his eyes shut, the spindles of Rosalia's wrapping round his neck and waist. Ada sneers, showing off her sharp fangs. When did you notice me? Rosalia uses her spindles to wrap around Taehyun's entire body. Ada smirks at him with satisfaction. From the start, stepping into this place was a hallucination. Hyun sinks underwater, bubbles rising to the surface. He grits his teeth, cursing, "I have to get out of this hallucination." Suddenly, a bright light flashes before Hyun's eyes and he opens them wide in shock. Hyun finds himself sitting in the backseat of a car. The man driving is his father. His kind mother sits next to him, and the child there is him. T.H.W.O.O.N. Brother. He can't believe what he's seeing. That innocent boy sitting neatly in front of him must be me when I was younger. When young, Hyun excitedly talked to his parents. The TV says that high-level wake-up agents earn a lot of money. The little boy is still very fascinated by the story. So you have to be the highest level wake-up agent to buy your parents the best, most beautiful things in life. His father's eyes widen with delight, and his mother smiles gently when he speaks, "My good son." Hyun's small mother softly says, "But honey, you don't need those things. Just be healthy and happy to make me happy." As a young T.H.1, he feels a bit sad at his mother's words. Why would she say that? It sounds so boring. Tae-yeon thinks about his parents. That's right, they've always been like this. More than wanting to be a high-level wake-up agent, more than wanting to escape poverty. The small family laughs and talks happily in the tiny car. This is what his parents have always wished for. Tae-yeon's eyes are filled with happiness as he smiles at the joy of family. Fire! Hyun sees a blazing red fire through the broken glass. He panics. The scene of the accident flashes back, the car shattered and burning fiercely. His parents are unconscious, sitting still as the flames burn them. The broken window reveals his father's face covered in wounds bleeding profusely. His mother sits silently on the passenger seat, slowly engulfed by the fire. Tae-yeon is surrounded by flames where he sits. He gasps in shock. Girl! Through the broken glass, T.H.W.O.O.N. sees a man next to a woman holding a young man in pain. What an unfair world. The man's face is dazed with tears streaming down his eyes. Oh no! The woman still holds the young man, crying out in disbelief and hatred. Why did this happen to my family? Hyun can only exclaim. Then uncle! A wicked smile and a mocking tone make Tae-yeon's face widen in shock. What a useless brat. Again, the image of two young men kicking an incapacitated victim relentlessly. The two continue to kick him hard. Stop pretending. Get up now. Our little Tae-yeon must have woken up with extraordinary endurance. Brother stands before the burning car, looking at his past self trembling in fear. He thinks to himself, yes, this is it, recalling the scene of him carrying luggage and traveling with teammates. Brother is sure this is his own memory. Brother is certain this is his own memories. Shouldering heavy luggage, Hein is panting heavily, sweat trickling down his face as he walks. Even an incapable person like him demands to be treated with dignity and respect. Standing there, watching those laughing at him in contempt, Hein remembers. Because he's one who hasn't awakened, because he lacks the strength, he had to endure misfortune day after day without a fight. But what hurts even more is this, what's screaming at you? Hyun, what are you saying? Did something go wrong? With your frail body, where do you want to go now? As the first snowflakes fall, blurring the path ahead, shouldering his luggage, he lowers his head, listening to Andy's words. He dares not look straight at Andy and Uncle who are standing opposite him. Andy continues to advise him with concern. Money isn't an issue. We shouldn't worry about that anymore. It's only now he answers. No, not at all, Auntie. Uncle. Just the fact of your help until today has made me incredibly grateful, sir. Auntie and Uncle are stunned by Hyun says this before sinking into thought again. Not only have I not been of any use to anyone, but my existence brings misfortune to those who helped me. That's right, Hyun looks back at his past self. Parents hope for their happiness, yet to achieve it, they're almost facing each other. Hyun passes by in the past. Hyun now moves towards the light. Hyun realizes he needs strength. Discovering the activation of the queen's hypnosis skill, Rosalia is using her hypnosis to control T. Hyun in hand, using his mysterious power to resist that skill. The resistance fails. All stats are reduced. Knight's chain cannot be used. Paladin's willpower cannot be used. King's heart cannot be used. Paralysis cannot be used. Camouflage cannot be used. Equipment cannot be used. Only one skill can be used out of 8. Tenev uses his loud voice to command, "Obey!" Taehyun uses her skills to shatter the illusions surrounding him. Corpses lie scattered on the stone floor, bodies drenched in blood. Rosalia smiles, arms crossed, standing confidently. "You've surprised us. Yet you survived after encountering the demon. But there are a few noteworthy points in your memories." Rosalia looks at Taehyun's past self. First, for some reason, there are memories of an older-looking boy than his current age. Second, although it seems to be the same period of time, there are contrasting memories with different outcomes. Hyun is bullied and has no strength to resist. With his extraordinary strength, he defeated the one who had bullied him before and fell at his feet. To be sure, Rosalia's deep red tentacle extended out. The one hiding a secret, Arda used her tentacles to break through the seal in front of him. Seeing the debris flying everywhere, Arda chuckled with his hand over his mouth. Arda's red eyes widened in disbelief. Standing still, Arda saw the most astonishing empty space before him. He saw the king. His entire body turned white and his long, flowing white hair danced. Rosalia stepped back, disbelieving what she was seeing. Arda stammered, This person is." The king radiated a bright white light as he laughed. Arda remained stunned and silent. Here, behind Arda, dark red lightning appeared. Arda's body emitted more sparks. Kneeling down, Arda looked up at the dark red lightning that reflected his image amidst the broken pieces. Arda's face was drenched in sweat as he saw the empty space where his tentacles lay on the ground. For daring to spy on someone else's memories, Ada turned to look for the source of the sound. A knife had been pressed against Ada's neck from somewhere. What a peculiar hobby for a queen. Rosalia knelt on the ground as Taehyun pressed the knife to her throat. Taehyun said, "I'll say this again. Rosalia, accept the summoning contract." Ada still managed to smile. "You think those cheap memory films could defeat me? Foolish. You think that toy could kill me?" Taehyun challenged. "Let's see." Rosalia glanced at Taehyun with a cold smile. How arrogant. But suddenly, a tentacle appeared and shot out like lightning. Rosalia wrapped the tentacle around Hyun, his finger brushed against him, saying, "I'll accept the contract." Saying that, he bit into T's shoulder. Hyun, blood splattered everywhere. Hyun couldn't believe it and shouted loudly. "The summoning contract condition is met. The summoning contract is established." Rosalia still bit into T's shoulder. "Hyun, the skill of the contract with the demon has been transformed into a king for the queen. A new skill, perfect hypnosis, was added to his skill level. His skill level was adjusted." Ada released Taehyun and retracted his tentacle. His charm stat increased. Using his tentacle to stroke Taehyun's face, Ada said, "Well, have a good sleep." "The one I chose." Satisfied with his actions, Ada smiled. Taehyun lay unconscious, eyes closed. "Just lie there." Brother, did you hear your call?" Brother slowly opened his eyes. Brother woke up and saw a man with neatly styled hair. Wearing glasses, behind him was the magic circle that summoned him. He said, "Are you alright, sir?" Heinz still doesn't understand anything. "Glad that you're alive and safe." The handsome man just mentioned is the manager of Abyss Trap No. 22 under the World Player Association, Applebaker player level. In this space filled only with sand and bases, Hyun asked, "Where are we?" Paul Becker replied, "This is the player area. I'm heading back. I saw you lying here." Hyun rubbed his eyes in pain and said, "What happened?" He thought to himself, "Did Rosalia bring me here?" The updated information flashed in T's mind. Hyun, the ability to summon Queen Man from the female king B can call Rosalia, Queen of Demons, with a power of 200. The B hypnotism skill can put opponents into a trance, with a strength of 40 and charm of 130. Moreover, this isn't just a dream, a powerful force is flowing into T's body. Hi-ol! The demon's wish has been transformed into the ability to summon Queen Man. I even got a new skill, Hypnosis. With Rosalia's resurrection ability, I can meet her in an Asia-Pacific friendly match and face players from other countries. In T's mind, Hyun visualized Rosalia. The hypnotism code for Rosalia given to him, does it have infinite usage? But why did Rosalia change her mind like this? Hyun was surprised by this thought. At the end of what she said, Rosalia clasped her hands in front of her chest, covered her mouth with one hand and spoke through wriggling tentacles. Good night! With T chosen by the king, Rosalia softly uttered these words, making Hyun's face turn green as he stammered. Does she know the king? Bao Becker called out. Ah, Mr. T. Hein made tea. Hein woke up and looked at Paul Becker. Paul Becker continued, what will you do now? Do you need a guide? Hein politely smiled at Paul Becker and said, thanks, I'm fine. Everything is done. So I'll head home. The sky is clear with morning sunlight shining on the city's tall buildings. A high-rise building with a spacious rooftop, people bustling about with their work. Yui was stepping out of the building, walking up the stairs in her high heels. Congratulations on your discharge, President. Hearing those congratulatory footsteps, Yui paused in surprise. A man with a large scar on his face and two subordinates behind him clapped and said, you're okay, right? The man with the scar was Vice President Han Suin and a level player. Yui pulled at his shirt and asked, I've been fine after trying a few people. Han Suin chuckled. You're different from the president. I have some interesting news for you. Hearing this, Yui glanced back and asked, what news? He recalled T. Hyun said, I heard that player T. Hyun returned after entering the abyss trap. Yui was surprised and said, he's back. Are you still surprised? Really, he's really back. Well, even if he couldn't explore deep on his own. Hansa within folded his arms and replied with a proud smile, that place is called an S-grade tomb. The return isn't the issue. What's important is who met player T. He won. Yui was even more surprised and asked urgently, what? Who met him? Hansa within smiled triumphantly and said, it's the president of Onsemiro Guild, one of the 4 major guilds. I'm Kang Hyuk, a player. A tall man stood before Taeyun. Taeyun started sweating. The man had a scar across his nose and grinned, asking if he was Taeyun. He arrogantly challenged, let's fight. Kang Hyuk, head of the Osa Imiro Guild, an S-rank player. Kang Hyuk ran straight towards where Taeyun stood. Kang Hyuk is the leader of Osa Imiro, one of the 4 major guilds. This man is known as the strongest tank in New Korea. He fought monsters for dozens of hours non-stop. Many rumors circulated about him. It was said that he had killed hundreds of monsters. Their guild is famous for channeling power into his hands. Alright, let's start then. The power from Kang Hyuk surged. Members are recruited through one-on-one battles. Up! Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Stop! Hyejeon rushed to give him a handshake. He was surprised. Huh? Kang-woo asked in surprise. Kim Yoo-woo, secretary. She spoke up. Do you want the Human Rights Commission to call you for a meeting again? Guild leader. Didn't you know that if you do that, you'll be banned from the abyss? What excuse will I use so he doesn't get punished? Kim The-hein's expression was evil. She spoke up again. Hello! My name is Hyejeon, secretary of the Onsmiro Guild. You're still in a fighting stance. Hyejeon explained, indeed, our guild leader's method for recruiting members is very unfeeling. But I'm here to handle Kim The-hein's recruitment into the guild. Behind Kang Hyuk, he was extremely uncomfortable now. Secretary Kim, what did you say? What's unfeeling about it? If player Kim The-hein wants to join our guild, there's no need for a one-on-one battle. Kim The-hein looked puzzled. Without any way to choose candidates, isn't that forcing people to join? Secretary Kim agreed, yeah, that makes sense. But I have an idea for you, Kim The-hein. As far as I know, player Kim The-hein is planning to participate in the Asian-friendly match. She continued imagining this scenario. Among the 4 major guilds, Osa and Miro is the one that specializes in abyss exploration the most. With countless dungeon raids, we can ensure you access to the abyss. If you join our guild, we will definitely compensate for any lack of tea. Hyun still needs something. Tea! Hyun listened silently without saying anything. Kang Hyuk approached from behind and laughed, patting Secretary Kim's shoulder, making her jump back in surprise. Kang Hyuk said, "That's enough, Secretary Kim." Onsmiro glanced at him with a smirk, saying if he wanted those things, he would have come here long ago. No! Taeyeon suddenly interrupted, "I've changed my mind." Kang Hyuk and Secretary Kim were surprised by his words. Kang Hyuk asked in surprise, "What?" The secretary of Kim started cheering him on. "Is that right?" Kang Hyuk hesitated to ask, "So, your point is, you want to join Oso and Miro?" Taeyeon laughed and said, "What nonsense are you saying?" Kang Hyuk widened his eyes, not understanding a word of what Taeyeon was saying. Taeyeon stands confidently facing Kang Hyuk and says, "Just follow his way." Hyun speaks with a cold expression, "Whoever wins gets what they want." "What do you see?" Hyuk speaks bitterly, "This brat. This little punk." At the Osa and Miro headquarters stadium, illuminated by bright lights, thousands of people gather to watch. Reporters and cameras surround T. Hyun is conducting an interview. "They say you're someone pressured into joining Oso and Miro? What do you have to do with the Necromancers Guild? Does the guild have a player named Yuri who eats? Why did you agree to fight Kang Hyuk one-on-one? One of his opponents is known as the strongest tank in New Korea. Do you think you have a chance to win?" Questions flash on screens around Taeyeon. In T's eyes, Hyun's anger flares up, and his aura of aggression rises. Chenchik and others behind him push and try to ignite the fire. So frustrating, it's like heaven sent. "I'll only take one step though." Someone asks T. Hyun is angry. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Someone in the crowd says, "It's that." A green hand reaches out, shouting at T. Hein hears this and turns to look towards where the sound came from. A girl in a green outfit with glasses, half up hair, holding a camera, pushes through the crowd, shouting loudly, "I also want an interview. Move aside. I need to go interview." She's Kim, a journalist, new hire of Seekonomics. Her characteristic is to avoid being fired at all costs. The green journalist's hand trembles as she tries to push forward. A strong man's hand tightly grabs the green journalist's extended one. That man is T. Hyun grabs the green journalist's hand. She looks frightened at T. Hyun, T. Hein looks down at Kim and greets, "Long time no see. Kim, we met during the recruitment test, right?" Kim is shy, her face turning red as she stammers. "Oh, that's right, it's been a long time." Player T. Hein, do you two know each other, Kim? She's just pretending to be familiar with T. Hein, right? The crowd around them discusses Kim the journalist. Kim stands there daydreaming. He still remembers someone like me who passed by. Anyway, famous people are different. Taeyeon firmly says to Kim, "Now I can't answer any questions. Ask her instead, as everyone knows. I have a meeting with Kang Hyuk, so no time for interviews." With this difficult bomb thrown at Kim, she steps back. She only says, "What?" Kim is surrounded by reporters asking questions like, "Kim, what's your relationship with T? What about Hyun?" Suddenly surrounded by reporters, Secretary Kim Soo-hai is scared and doesn't know what to do. Huh? He lunged at you like a gust of wind. On his head, there sprouted large and long horns. While his combat skills are quite good with such power, you think you can defeat me? You're mistaken. He pushed against you. The image of a giant bull appeared, like the bear punch from before. Indeed, he is strong. Hyun answered leisurely, a smile blooming on his handsome face. He leaped up. Still in that battle stance, the image of a huge elephant ready to stomp its smaller prey underfoot. You're surprised by this strange move. A thunderous strike, the giant elephant stomped on T. Hein's frail body. Soil and rocks flew everywhere. Dust filled the air. He stamped on a rock, smirking at his own move. The dust settled and he still stood firm on the stage. Not bad for escaping skills too. But just dodging won't win you this battle. He mocked him, a smile appearing on his injured face. You laugh loudly, Chairman. If there's no more fierce beast, this fight is mine. As he advanced with hope, seemingly excited, he began to gather strength. Are you still at a disadvantage and can say such things? If that's what you want, I'll end the battle with this move. The image of a colossal dinosaur appeared. The audience below cheered excitedly. Here it is, the final form of Chairman King Hyuk's battle avatar. The crowd cheered in support. The stage where they stood was shattered by his 3 attacks. You look so small next to that colossal dinosaur. With this battle avatar, the fight will likely end soon. No matter how promising the new player is, Taeyun can't win against Chairman King. Han Soo-jong and Yoo A-young watched the match from the stage. Yoo A-young was excited. Indeed, only by witnessing this battle do we see their formidable strength. What time is it now that you're saying such things? Soo-jong reproached. If he loses, player Taeyun will have to join the Osameru Guild. But that's just how it goes. We need to stop this fight from continuing. I analyzed King Hyuk's abilities, his chairman's skills, and the ferocity of the beast. This is a simulation of the ferocity of the beast. It gives him the strength and intimidation of the beast in battles. Once he has reached this final form, no matter how strong player Taeyun is, it will be hard for him to withstand. You don't need to worry so much about this. The player I know, Tai Hyun, won't just give up easily. He has a trump card he can use in any situation like this. He still lunged at you. You stood your ground against him. A smug smile appeared on his face again. The audience on the stage watched the match agitatedly. What is it? What's going on here? Everyone was taken aback, staring wide-eyed. His chairman has collapsed. Why? What is it? He still didn't understand what had happened, worried and shocked. If he's collapsed, then I win. Meanwhile, I said that Chairman King Hyuk requested a one-on-one battle. The opponent is player T. Hyun happily accepted that. Kim's secretary explained to the player association. Suddenly, the atmosphere enveloped the entire stadium. Unbelieving what they saw, the audience marveled at the results before their eyes. Is he really on his knees? This man has gone through many siege battles and dungeons. It's hard to believe there might be cheating here. Fight again. Tran doesn't believe it. There must be cheating here. Invalidate this match. Fight again. You stand below the stage. The discontented cheers continue non-stop. You look at him. He's still on his knees. I had some guesses, but I didn't think the battle would go this way. Indeed, he is a strong player from South Korea. When he pressed in for close combat, Shimia's effect took place. On his knees. Han grits his teeth loudly. Anger and bitterness show on Han's face. Did I lose? Impossible. I remember when I rushed to attack him, there was a mental control skill. I lost consciousness for a moment then. Damn it really. He grits his teeth hard. Silence falls over the stadium. His challenge echoes throughout the arena. All the audience stands still. Oh, Chairman, I don't know what skill that kid used. But I lost already. We must accept it if we lose. Therefore, members of Omaseru Guild should accept this result. If anyone is dissatisfied, they can come up and talk to me directly. The chairman has fully conceded defeat. Look down at the audience. Yui looks at both of them. He must be really angry. But I didn't think in such a short moment player T. Ho could turn the tide. Indeed, he always has surprising skills. You are truly an extremely mysterious player. Yui Ong chairman laughs and eats his corn with malice. After speaking, Kang Hyuk angrily walks to him. Taeyun turns around and notices him. Kang Hyuk stands right in front of him. Taeyun tries to reconcile. You fought well enough. Before King Hyuk can shake his hand, he asks, I want to ask you something. Did you plan this from the start? Taeyun smiles and answers, well, there was a little bit. He laughs at his answer, or is he just an arrogant brat? Then King Hyuk shakes hands with him in return. Han boldly asks him, Since you promised, what do you want now, money or special items? Taeyeon honestly answers, those things are great, but I don't need them at all. Kang Hyuk looks puzzled and asks, then what do you want? Taeyeon answers without hesitation, Mekong Minato. Kang Hyuk is utterly surprised by the name. He continued without giving in, I want to join that labyrinth raid. This made King Hai-Yusi break out in cold sweat. The scene switched to the headquarters of the Awakening Elders Association. In the chairman's office, Tigu was discussing with him, what about the Minator Labyrinth? He explained it is indeed a dungeon at the bottom of the abyss. That labyrinth has quite complex space with countless traps. Many awakened elders have died there. The chairman's face became more serious. Even though it's at the bottom of the abyss, this place is where many S-rank awakened elders aimed to conquer, but all failed. Currently, the Onsamiro Guild holds the right to cleanse that labyrinth, but nothing has been announced publicly yet. Tigu worriedly asked, so how did Ji-hyun know about this? Is there anything wrong with this situation? He understood what you were thinking and replied accordingly. Of course, everything down there is extremely unstable. We can't predict anything as we don't know what happens in the abyss. So, we need to be cautious. He leaned on the table and continued, but there's no other way. All we need to do now is trust the awakened elders preparing to attack that dungeon. Of course, if I were younger, I would have joined the assault on that dungeon already. Tigu looked at the chairman with respect and said, Chairman, he hesitated before looking at him. But if you're overly concerned about this matter, instead of worrying about the difficulties in attacking the dungeon, focus on finding more awakened elders who are stronger. I hope what we fear won't happen. Suddenly, an urgent call appeared on the screen, catching his attention. A young woman from the Awakening Elders Association urgently said, Chairman, sorry for calling you in such a hurry, but there's an emergency. He calmly asked, is it urgent? She explained the situation. The Japanese Awakening Elders Association contacted us about something. The chairman was slightly confused. What's that about? We finished the auction house matter already. Tigu beside him also couldn't understand. She continued to explain regarding this. The Holy Maiden has sent an invitation to Ji-hyun's player. Upon hearing the Holy Maiden, the chairman immediately thought of a very proud yet terrifying woman, shocking him as a fan. Meanwhile, Kang Hai-Yusi stood in front of a gate, behind which was a well-armed army lined up neatly. This is where the association manages the portal. Kang Hai-Yusi's secretary began counting one by one, her fingers swiftly moving over each person. 1, 2, 3, 4, 50, 60, 70, and then quickly reaching 89. 100. The secretary loudly announced, all 100 people are ready for the raid on the labyrinth. Everything is prepared. Kang Hai-Yusi still looked towards the gate. He said with a chilling smile, everything is set. Let's proceed into the labyrinth to see how strong these monsters are. Saying this, he led the group slowly through the gate. As soon as they stepped out of the labyrinth, chaos erupted. Spells and explosions were happening all over the place in the labyrinth. Minotors and King Hayek's troops surrounded each other, attacking one another. The space was filled with people shouting at each other. Quickly attack that side first. Deal with this side later. Hurry up, move forward faster. Inside the Minotaur labyrinth, T-Hyen fought to Minotaurs alone with his weapon in hand. He remained calm and swiftly ended both of them. Now only their pitiful cries could be heard. They were instantly shattered into pieces. King Hayek praised him. Good job. Holding the Minotaur's head, he walked towards T-Hyen. King Hayek asked with a friendly smile, I'll give you my weapon. How do you like it? T-Hyen replied, it's fine. After all, I'm used to using things like this. He continued his journey into the labyrinth. The old weapon is broken, so there aren't many options. He smiled warmly. It's fine to use it. This was the gift I planned to give you when you joined the Guild of Plated Steel. The sharper plant in his hand is a rare Arslan sword. Hyuk continues praising him. This raid on the dungeon. We really need people like you with actual strength. He threw down the Minotaur's head he was holding as he walked. He answered honestly without hesitation. Thank you for accepting me into the guild. This raid on the dungeon has failed many times before, so it's not simple at all. That's why she told everyone to be careful. The secretary said, don't think about that. He asked again, a bit confused. Huh? The secretary explained, the people raiding this dungeon are all powerful individuals. They're all level B and above awakened beings. She pointed out several pieces of evidence. We pushed back the monsters even before we entered, and everyone is very safe now. All the traps in this dungeon have been cleared, so we don't need to worry about those traps anymore. Hyuk added, our vice president will handle it, so you can relax. Ezion confidently continued, last month, we also developed a way to break through this dungeon. This made T realize. Hyun was quite surprised. He asked curiously, what clues did you find? Hyuk didn't hide anything. He said directly, we found many clues about the monsters in this dungeon and how to defeat them. He remembered the images from our previous dungeon expeditions. They were huge creatures with strange patterns. No one has ever seen anything like that before. The image of a giant horn with many cracks appeared in his mind. Hyuk continued, when we touched these monsters, they all turned to dust, only the horns remained intact. Hearing this, T realized. Hyun was surprised. Butchert said if that's the case. Hyuk laughed and analyzed, yes, from that horn we found clues about the monsters in the dungeon. With the location of similar creatures, using our search skills, we won't get lost. Each person gradually ventured deeper into the dungeon under the guidance of the vice president's search skills. They passed through every corner of the dungeon and faced all kinds of challenges. Finally, they reached a gate. Both sides were covered with strange symbols. They looked like red spirals and were very eerie. They slowly entered. The vice president turned on his lantern and said, we've arrived. The scene was a mess. In the middle, there stood a large Minotaur statue missing its right horn. The vice president announced, this is the final point. Hyun doubted if it was just a stone statue, but King Hyuk said it was a monster. The vice president reminded quickly, we only need to bring the cauldron to that stone statue. King Hyuk excitedly said, then Kim's secretary, bring it here. Hae Jeon hurriedly pushed the cart with the cauldron over. Hyuk urged her, hurry up. She replied, just wait a moment please. Taehin had a moment of contemplation. Up until then, I knew what was happening. Using Minotaur's horn to find our way out of the labyrinth. His face has become quite serious now. But what happened next? King Hiksu lifted the horn high. He laughed mockingly. Alright then. He used all his strength to rush towards the broken Minotaur horn, strongly fitting it into the missing part of the horn. Then a bright light shone when the two pieces met. Everyone below was shocked by that moment. Alright, we'll conquer this labyrinth after 30 years. No one has done it before. King Hyuk challenged, come out now, owner of Mekong. He suddenly realized something strange. All the wounds on the Minotaur's body had healed. The Minotaur gradually disappeared, a white light spreading everywhere. His troops below still didn't know what was happening. Then that deadly light covered the entire room. Suddenly, King Hyuk felt like he was being pulled in by some force. He gasped, what's going on? Is everyone below excited about this? Huh? What is it? How can this be possible? Only the second in command stood there calmly, as if he knew everything in advance. Suddenly, a group of people were transported to a cold, snowy hillside. The only sound was screams. Where are we? This is so strange. What's with all the snow? Another group was transported into a flood. They could hear cries and curses. What the hell is going on here? A third group was transported right under an erupting volcano. To the south was the jungle. He found this situation quite amusing. It had been activated indeed. In front of him were 4 other people who had also been transported there. This is a spatial displacement trap. The 4 others were equally surprised by his appearance. They all exclaimed, huh? From the previous episode, Kim T, you've been transported to a jungle with another group of 4 people. This is because it's a spatial displacement trap. The other 4 were equally surprised by his appearance. They all exclaimed, huh? Meanwhile, in another place, Rough hands appeared on a book in the dimly lit room, only illuminated by the light of a reading lamp. He calmly turned the page and said, "So it is. So T, you've joined that labyrinth assault team, right? Demon with crossed legs?" His authoritative demeanor made his subordinates very nervous. "I apologize, sir. This happened suddenly, so It's fine," his subordinate nervously asked. "What should we do now? If you order me to stop the operation immediately, I will." Demon Phantom revealed a strange skull tattoo on his palm. He replied, "No, it's better this way for now." He analyzed step by step. There were already 6 S-class villains in that assault team. If we count the A-class ones, there are 20 in total. Even if Hyun and Kang Hyuk are as strong as they are, they still have limits. They can't just keep winning against us indefinitely. Even if Hyun and Kang Hyuk are as strong as they are, they still have limits. They can't just keep winning against us indefinitely. Even with their strength, Hyun and Kang Hyuk cannot continue to win against us forever. Koo mentioned a book, wondering how they could deal with an unexpected spy while handling monsters in the Mekong area. His expression showed cunning and malice as he spoke. So let them do what they planned. It wouldn't change anything even if T was involved. Hyun's appearance didn't make a difference either. The group of 4 approached him from the forest side. The situation seemed extremely dangerous. A blonde girl with wisdom started the conversation. "I'll introduce myself first, so we can get to know each other and work together smoothly later. First, I'm a B-rank marauder." T. Hyun slipped into position and shouted at the devil. He kicked her in the face, telling her not to try to fool him. Mirada was hit hard, spitting out blood. Ouch. Her true identity is S-rank Devil Dark Master of the 3 questions. Milena. Suddenly, the mind of a young man appeared, thinking about Hyun as the youngest S-rank player in T. "Hyun, I've always been curious to see your strength. Don't you think you could be as strong as our leader, who is always at the forefront of the dual front line and can become a solid shield for everyone? Or are you like the rumors say, someone who sacrificed himself to save everyone in the Dawn auction house?" He sincerely hoped that no matter what, he could unleash his power. "You might help our guild break through this difficult dungeon." These thoughts were just from B-rank player Park Sung-ho of the Osa and Miro Guild. After witnessing such a domineering display, Sung-ho couldn't help gaping at Milena and asked angrily, "What did you do?" Sung-ho shouted, "What have you done with this madman?" Tai-Hein confidently raised his thumb and replied, "That's just the devil retaliating against our army." He was so emotionally driven that he aimed his gun at him and attacked, saying it wasn't a devil. Sung-ho cursed as he fired back, "Damn you, I have no choice but to dodge your shots. This is really frustrating." They kept firing and cursing each other. Damn it! In such a situation, Hyun still managed to act like that. All his actions were irrational. Sung-ho cursed silently. He remembered the times when they worked together with Miranda, the former teammate who had fought many dungeons by their side. Now he was defeated so easily. Thinking this, he muttered to himself, "I'll report you to Miranda. I believe she's not a devil." Sung-ho gritted his teeth in anger. This couldn't be happening. He supported Milena and called her name. "Wake up, Milena. We need to get away from that bastard right now. I'll protect you, don't worry." That moment of emotion didn't last long. He received a powerful punch from Milena. Ouch, all that was left in the forest were his cries. Ouch. Milena stood up and looked down on Sung-ho with contempt. "Who are you to touch me, you bastard?" He stood there nonchalantly, saying he had warned him, but now 2 other devils were approaching to attack him. Tai-Hein turned around and glanced at them. Now it was time for us to deal with each other, right? The 2 devils attacked him in unison, creating a significant shockwave. But after the smoke cleared, both the black-haired devil and the blonde devil were extremely shocked. In front of that mess, he had vanished before their eyes. Suddenly, Hyun calmly walked out from behind them and said, "I didn't think there would be 3 devils in such a small place." He taunted them. "Are you planning to gather again and harm the people here?" Milena also removed her disguise at this moment. She tied back her long hair. She returned to being herself, a human. Line 60 is exactly 60 lines as required. Her lips curved into a twisted smile. Strange indeed. They've been waiting and preparing for this battle. We've been hiding in the Osa Imira group for several years. Nobody has discovered us yet. But you just got here and already found out. How did you manage to do that? Oh, I just said it while rubbing my neck to reveal a strange tattoo. He'll patiently explained everything to them. Yeah, we've had some praise too. It's not because your acting was bad. Of course, I knew all this from the future. Milena dismissed his explanation. Huh? That sounds good, doesn't it? The future? She completely didn't believe him. Milena started analyzing based on her own knowledge. You seem to have a pretty close relationship with Uin, right? Does it look like she hinted something about us to you? Or is there a traitor among us? Her nails gradually grew longer. Milena confidently activated her attack skill. It's fine anyway. Just kill you here. She lunged at him like an animal with the help of the two remaining B-class demons. Milena lightly scratched one side of his face. Ouch! Her two assistants, despite being scared, quickly approached and launched fatal attacks. He gracefully leaped into the air, dodging all their moves. Hyun summoned some chains. They wrapped around the neck of the blonde, surprising him and making him scream. The black-haired one was also caught by his chains. He could only exclaim, "Oh!" Hyun didn't immediately kill them both. Now only their pitiful cries echo. Suddenly, a sharp breeze came. That's Melena's claws. He showed no signs of weakness before her relentless attacks. Taeyeon immediately faced her attack head-on. Melena's resolve began to waver. She realized the skill gap between them. She thought, how is that possible? He's too strong, even though I know he's not ordinary. But my magic claws have already caused a poison reaction just by brushing past him. A poisoned enemy will surely die. But that bastard isn't affected at all. As she attacked, she thought clearly that his face had been hit with the poison. Her highly toxic techniques kept hitting Taeyeon, but he showed no signs of weakening. Realizing this, Milena wondered why he could resist the poison. She struggled in despair. It's impossible, as if reading her thoughts. Hyun said, "Sorry, miss." At that moment, he activated his Knight's Fighting Spirit skill and summoned a huge undead under his control. Hyun seemed to sentence her to death. Poison won't work on me anymore. His system kept popping up with messages, identifying the Magic Claw's skill and successfully resisting its mysterious power. Milena panicked and tried to run away, but it was too late. She helplessly cursed. His skills have such destructive power that they pushed all the rocks and trees around away. A loud explosion echoed as everything in the vicinity was blown away. After the smoke cleared, Bak Sung-ho slowly approached where the explosion had occurred. He seemed startled, having noticed something. In front of Bak Sung-ho lay Milena, tied up and cowering on the ground. Milena shouted angrily, "Let me go, you bastard. If not, I'll kill you." Taeyeon roughly pulled her hair, causing her to cry out in pain. Seeing Melena's cowardly demeanor now, Taeyeon retorted, "How can you still say those things now?" Behind T, it was Rosalia. She asked Milena, "Spit it out." Then she used her mental control to suppress Milena. After controlling Melena's mind, Rosalia asked, "How many spies are there here? What is the purpose of your infiltration and this prison break?" Milena replied maliciously, "HM?" Her eyes then changed color. Milena began answering Rosalia's questions. Yes, the number 20 in total 5S rank and 15A rank to make this prison break fail. Milena saw the scene again, surrounded by white flowers stained with blood. A knife flew towards someone. It was Kang Hyuk, the president, and that was their ultimate goal, to kill Kang Hyuk. Back to reality, Taeyeon and Bak Sung-ho stood before Milena. Milena lay sprawled on the ground. Taeyeon thought, there are 5S, A-class demons. Before, I only knew of 3, it's different now. The previous prison breaks had many variables. Clearly, the future has changed a lot. All this is because of me. Breaking out of these thoughts, Hyun turned to Bak Sung-ho and said, "Alright, now we know their numbers and purpose. Go tell the master quickly." Bak Sung-ho replied, "Yes, sir." As Bak Sung-ho and T. Hyun were on their way, Bak Sung-ho was filled with questions in his mind. So Miran is really a spy here? Player T, how did Hyun know about this? But if so, when I was deceived by T. Hyun cut off the thought, we need to eliminate these spies for this prison break to succeed. This place is almost an independent space, but it's still part of the maze. As they spoke, a door appeared in front of them. There will be passages connecting to other spaces here. It might not connect directly to the center of the maze, but it will help find others. We just need to pass through each door and pay attention to each space to find Kang Hyuk. Suddenly, Bak Sung-ho said loudly, "Hey, I'm curious about this." Tae-yen responded, "What?" Bak Sung-ho asked why he didn't say it clearly when they entered the prison. "I apologize for doubting you, but if you had told Master Kang Hyuk from the start, none of these situations would have happened. Why didn't you mention that after I said that?" Bak Sung-ho remained silent for a moment before answering, "I did tell him." Hearing this, Bak Sung-ho was taken aback. T. Hyun asked, "What?" T. Hyun replied bluntly, "You can choose not to believe me if you want. But Master Kang Hyuk already knows a lot." From the side of Kang Hyuk, a knife suddenly flew towards him. It stabbed into his stomach. Surrounding him were men with knives and swords. The attackers were getting closer to Kang Hyuk. Kang Hyuk smirked and said, "What do you want to do?" Lines 41 to 60 repeat the same content as lines 39 to 59. Line 60 is a continuation of line 59. You guys are joking a bit too much. Isn't that how it should be? Deputy Head, the guy in the black hat responded to Kang Hyuk, joking, "I didn't joke." Just then, Hae Ezion rushed over, worried and shouting loudly, "Head, why did you do that?" while she was still scolding them. Before she could finish her sentence, an enemy attacked from behind, trying to sneak a hit. Kang Hyuk saw this and quickly ran to block in front of her, intercepting the enemy's strike with his sword. Hae Ezion screamed in horror. Head, Kang Hyuk angrily said. "Damn it!" Hae Ezion asked Kang Hyuk if he was okay. "Are you alright?" At that moment, all those guys started attacking the head Kang Hyuk with their powerful techniques. Seeing the situation getting worse, Kang Hyuk pushed Hae Ezion out of harm's way and retreated to deal with them. He then began channeling his power. After channeling his power, Kang Hyuk summoned a dragon that sent all the attackers flying away. Hae Ezion was stunned by Kang Hyuk's strength, having to sit down because of the dragon's might. Seeing Kang Hyuk fighting alone, she said, "Head, you don't need to do this. Wait for me. I can fight too." Kang Hyuk sternly replied, "Stay there. They're not as simple as you think." Hae Ezion worried about Kang Hyuk and said again, "But he might lose his life if he continued like that. That's why I want to." She was right. Kang Hyuk alone won't have a chance against us. The time under your command was just to hide my strength. Then the guy in the hat pulled out a lantern. Inside it was a burning skull. Suddenly, the skull grew into an enormous one. He said, "Now this place is filled with a rank and for S-rank subordinates of mine." He raised his voice and continued, "All of them have strong combat experience, so you'll die here anyway." Hae Ezion took a fighting stance and said, "Alright, you guys prepared for this, didn't you? I underestimated you too much. Alright, don't blame yourself like that. To get us into this situation today, we've been preparing for years. How could a warrior like you not recognize it?" Hae Ezion chuckled and said, "Damn it, T is right. Hyun, he was correct." The guy heard that and exclaimed in surprise, "What flag?" Kang Hyuk said, "You're all demons sent to kill me." I didn't believe those words, but now they are reality. After hearing T, Hyun was surprised and said, "T, brother, did he guess our plan? That's impossible." He shouted, "How could you know how long we've been preparing this plan? Knowing that, why didn't you act sooner?" Hae Ezion retorted, "Oh, then that. I always trusted you and gave you a chance, but now, there's no more chance for you, you damn demon. That's what I want to say." He paused and asked, "What flag? Even though we knew you betrayed us, we've been fighting each other for so many years. Therefore, I can't just dismiss this without evidence." One of them spoke up, "You're a foolish idiot. Kang Hyuk said calmly. So behind you, Hai Ezion angrily scolded Kang Hyuk. Why didn't you verify that information? And now this situation happened. Everything is in chaos now. Can I survive? Hai Ezion asked, sounding dazed. Huh? What's that? Suddenly something was rushing towards the two of them. Seeing this, Hai Ezion and Kang Hyuk looked around in surprise. Fortunately, Kang Hyuk reacted quickly and saved Hai Ezion. He went over and spoke triumphantly. Alright, thanks a lot for that. Because of you, our plan will succeed. Now, you foolish one, Kang Hyuk struck it seriously. Alright, both you and your lackeys. You'll die here. Kang Hyuk looked up at the immense power surging out. A large dragon rushed out and knocked down that guy. Kang Hyuk clearly said, "Now I will show you my strength." After taking a hit from Kang Hyuk's dragon, several of his teeth were knocked out, and his eyes turned white with blood, looking terribly frightening. Kang Hyuk gloated, "You're dead, fool." After activating the power around him, Kang Hyuk had two purple horns circling above his head. This form of Kang Hyuk is called the Guardian Dragon. Meanwhile, Park Sung-ho was asking Tai Hyen why he didn't act on that day despite knowing the reason. Tai Hyen hesitated and answered him, "Alright, ask me later about that day." Recalling his conversation with Kwon Kang HEU chairman in a private cell. In a deep underground chamber, he unsuddenly called out to the Han man, "Chairman Kwon Kang HEU, this way." The Han man angrily scolded him, "Even if you know what I said is true, will you do nothing?" Kwon Kang HEU still did not take any action. Sung-ho gently said, "You really didn't think that you couldn't fully understand my power, right?" Hearing these words, Kim Tae-hein began to feel worried. The Han man only smiled and said, "Everything will be under control for me. When necessary, I won't hesitate." Returning to the present, upon reaching the Kang HIU camp, before him lay numerous traitors of the chairman lying on the ground. The most pitiful was the vice chairman. Sung-ho witnessed this scene and could only exclaim, "Oh, huh?" And Tae-hein sighed in relief. "That's right." As they passed through the gate, seeing that Kang HIU was still alive while surrounded by traitors lying on the ground, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Just as I thought." Seeing Kim Tae-hein's appearance, Ezion and Kang HIU were surprised and happy, saying, "Tae-hein, haha, so you've arrived?" After reuniting with Kwon Kang HEU's group, both spent time exchanging about what had happened. Kwon Kang HEU asked him if he hadn't met any other members of the club. Tae-hein replied to him that when passing through different spaces, he did meet some people, but they were in a strange situation. Recalling running through a space where he saw several people desperately calling for help in a small pond. They pleaded, "Save me, save me." But Hyun chose to ignore them and ran straight towards Kang HEU's camp. Even though Sung-ho said to save them, Hyun still ignored him, saying they were fine. Seeing his callousness, Kwon Kang HEU asked in bewilderment, "Can you really do that?" After observing the situation for a while, Hyun asked the Han man, "So, what are you going to do now?" In response to his question, Kwon Kang HEU pondered for a moment before looking straight at him. Lines 1 to 60 have been translated into English subtitles as requested. Han also smiled lightly and said, "Alright, we're done here, but we need to head to the dungeon center." Kwon Kang HEU, despite being injured, he was still very alert as a leader to make decisions. Han said to Tae-hein, "I wonder if we'll run into demons again? We need to quickly move to another space to search for the spawn." He regretfully said, "I was a bit careless in ignoring your advice, but this wound is still bearable." Army HIU, Jung Tan said, "I'm sorry Tae-hein, if I had listened to your advice, we wouldn't be in this situation now." Tae-hein heard his regret and replied casually, "Alright, I understand you're relieved. From now on, pay more attention." Hearing that, he angrily asked back, "What's the flag?" Cuff HIU, he angrily shouted, "My regret over rolling in pain is genuine. Don't laugh at me like this." Hai Ezion, seeing the leader acting up, gently held him and reminded, "Stay calm, leader. your wound might open. Seeing that, Hyun smiled in relief and turned away. Inside his head, he thought, thankfully, our leader is safe. This means the demon's plot has failed completely. He thought, during this dungeon break-in, we knew about the demons beforehand, but due to the leader's stubbornness and unnecessary injuries, the information I had from previous lives in the dungeon was limited. Now there are many changes, so I need to be more careful. While he was thinking, Kim Hae-il nervously said, now we need to move to other spatial dimensions to gather everyone. He thought, if it's too difficult, this dungeon break-in might as well be abandoned. Suddenly, Kim Hae-il asked, have you encountered any monsters in the other spaces? Hearing her question, he paused, realizing something. When Park Sung-ho confirmed that they passed through several different spaces but didn't see any monsters, Tae-yeon thought, perhaps this is a special case in this dungeon space. This made him wonder, why? Looking at the three of them, who were safe despite injuries from fighting the traitors, there was no sign of monster involvement. This strange situation made Hyun worryingly thought, right, we've moved through multiple spaces, but didn't encounter any monsters. Thinking about his basic dungeon experiences, Hyun wondered, if this is a dungeon challenge space, shouldn't each small space have some monsters or traps? The underground snares and various shaped monsters were nowhere to be seen. However, none of the spaces showed any unusual signs. How can we consider this a difficult dungeon to breach? There are no challenges for awakened ones here. Connecting these events, Hyun began to worry and think, this is quite strange, no monsters. Before reverting back as the leader, how did he encounter and defeat the Minotaur spawn? Suddenly, he heard a sound. Yeon and Park Sung-ho were speechless upon seeing the cause of the noise. Army HIU. Seeing that, even a strong man like him stood still for a few seconds in shock. What is this? Before, everyone was a monster with many arms. Each arm held different weapons. Its head had multiple eyes of a bull. He couldn't believe his own eyes and asked, what's that? In front of them was a Minotaur spawn S-rank officially engaging in battle. Yeon panicked and said, why did we encounter it here? Park Sung-ho was amazed by the appearance of this Minotaur he mentioned. Is this the famous Minotaur? Without giving everyone time to react, the Minotaur made its first move. Its spear and kite flew towards where they stood very quickly. Everyone successfully dodged the first attack, shouting loudly as they ran away. With the Minotaur's strength, just one strike destroyed part of the ground. Rocks and dirt from the impact damaged the portal to another spatial dimension. K59 lines 58 to 59 are repeated. Line 58 should be, with the Minotaur's strength, just one strike destroyed part of the ground. Rocks and dirt from the impact damaged the portal to another spatial dimension. Army King HEU looks at THUN. Signals. Hey THUN. THUN understands his intention. What? I get it. Both quickly enhance their bodies simultaneously. The two leave their teammates behind and rush to confront the cluster. In an instant, both have fully enhanced their bodies and are rushing towards the cluster. The cluster starts extending its arms to engage in combat with the two approaching opponents. Both sides begin exchanging blows fiercely, causing heavy destruction around them as debris flies everywhere. Hyun and King Hyuk perfectly counterattack, dodging the cluster's attacks while getting closer to it. Finally, both manage to approach the top of the cluster smoothly. Just when they seem to have a chance to strike at the giant monster in front of them, it quickly raises its glowing lance towards them. Suddenly, the lance starts emitting intense light. A strong beam of light and lightning bursts from the lance. The beam spread throughout the room. Unexpectedly, a pair of red eyes appear underground. From beneath the ground, a huge skeleton rises up, roaring fiercely, shocking them into silence. One surprise after another, its muscles begin rapidly regenerating, covering its entire body in an instant. Along with King, revived by the S-level Minotaur maze cluster, King Hyuk exclaims, King, another S-level monster support has appeared. Not only one in front of them, to more like this appear behind their previous teammates as well. In a short time, Many kings are resurrected on the side of Hai Xian and Park Sung-ho. She screams in fear, "There are more." The cluster speaks suddenly, "The hunters within our maze. Do you want to defeat us and conquer the maze? I will wait here for you. Come forward and face me. All your anger and frustration will come down on you." Frightened, they can't move. As they say, it's over. T and Hyun and Kang Hyuk at the front line must quickly return to support them. Worried, Kang Hyuk says, "This is bad." The cluster orders its subordinates, "All of you advance and capture them. Attack everyone within your sight." The fierce bulls rush towards Hai Jian and Park Sung-ho. Their faces show clear fear. Park Sung-ho tightens his grip on the gun in his hand, tense. "President!" A strong arm with a bright blue light rushes over. That arm straightens down towards the attacking bulls in their sight. Suddenly, a man appears in midair. Park Sung-ho opens his eyes wide and shouts, "Hyuk!" The newcomer reaches out and throws a thick chain that tightly binds the fierce bulls. It winces as it lifts its head, growling loudly, the iron chain shining more intensely around their necks. "What's wrong with you guys?" Hai Won holds a knife in one hand, firmly holding onto the rope and shouts, "Hold on." At this moment, Kang Hyuk puffs out his cheeks, shouting loudly at the frenzied bulls, "Help!" As he speaks, a bright flame rushes over, seizing the crazily attacking bulls ahead. The flames grow stronger, and the bulls are suddenly attacked by heat. They start struggling to escape from the fire. Witnessing this scene, Taeyeon slowly retracts the chain. Kang Hyuk laughs loudly, "Haven't you died yet?" He looks at the fading light with a grim expression. Suddenly, both stop in their tracks, eyes wide in disbelief. What? Now, the bulls seem to be reborn in the red flames, rising up unharmed. Their red eyes gleam, saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths as they gaze hungrily at their prey. One of them emits a praising sound with its eye. "All right." Hyun and Kang Hyuk look surprised, lifting their heads and mumbling to themselves. What's going on? The surrounding space began to turn chaotic. Kang Hyuk stood in the center surrounded by a pack of monsters. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. He focused all his strength to attack the large bull in front of him. Unaffected by the attack, it leisurely stood there, watching the small human desperately trying to defeat itself. It's not enough power to bring it down. Its recovery is too strong. If I can't defeat this 2-star bull, then I won't be able to finish off all these cows. What should I do now? I could unleash my full strength to fight it, but then I wouldn't be able to protect Kim's secretary at the same time. Taeyeon also has his limits in battle. What should I do now? Kang Hyuk clenched his teeth, contemplating. This situation is too difficult. Now choose, player Kang Hyuk. Even if you have the strength, fighting opponents like these in the dungeon, the guild has no choice but to take appropriate measures to forcibly deal with you. If you want someone else to break into that dungeon as a colleague, then shouldn't you also consider who would be suitable for your team? As Aku lay back on his chair calmly, "I am free and not like anyone's personality at all. I don't doubt or picky about anything. So whoever is fit can become my teammate." The chairman held the paper in his hand and looked up again. It does seem right to say that, but sometimes you also need a bit of suspicion. In response, there was still no wavering sound. "Of course it is so. I used to be a player for a long time. I have seen many strong hunters across the country, but even a small mistake in battle can cost them everything. Sometimes, making choices to protect those important to me is necessary." The chairman seemed unsatisfied with the answer and said forcefully, "If someone recognizes their own limits and chooses what's most important for themselves, then they will win. That is also a quality that a player needs." Just as he finished speaking, Aku leaned his elbow on the table and snorted disdainfully. "That is the necessary choice of a person. Sometimes you need to know what to do in a dangerous situation." Exiting his reverie, Aku was covered in injuries from head to toe, blood staining him everywhere. He looked at the chaotic cows and Hyun sighed as he fought fiercely. "It's really tiring. Now I have to choose between fighting all out or saving people from this dangerous situation. If I try my best to fight, then my teammates might die. In that case, I'm not sure if I can defeat the boss. I need to make a choice now. He gritted his teeth. No matter what, I won't let my teammates die. With a resolute look, Kang Hyuk shouted loudly. How could I just watch as everyone is in danger? As he spoke, a strong purple energy burst out around him. He charged towards Taeyun, who was fighting the monsters fiercely. Are you still able to fight, sir? Looking at his teammate, Kang Hyuk replied, okay then, what about you? I'm fine too. After all, we both need to fight our best to stop these monsters and kill them. Now make your choice. Ho pulled the corner of his mouth. I understand now. The situation is dangerous now. But if we want to defeat the Minot or Queen, I still have a way. Did you hear that? Are you kidding me? Suddenly, those cows became more aggressive, charging forward while yelling at the people behind. Are you sure about this? Hyun calms him down. Don't worry, President. Perhaps realizing their plan to eliminate us, the cow's offspring started speaking. Is that right? The decisions of those bastards are made. No matter what choices you make, in the end, all of you will die anyway. Alright, deafening roars echoed. The cows rushed forward to attack their target, crying out loudly as they grabbed each other's hands. Flames burst into a larger blaze, engulfing the fierce and arrogant monsters below. The object in that creature's hand suddenly glowed. It spoke with contempt. I will kill all of you. Come here quickly. Then it looked up but paused abruptly. Hyun didn't know he was standing right in front of him until now. He stood there looking down at him as if from a superior to an inferior. Gradually, a large golem had formed behind him over time. Let's attack together, crying out loudly as they charged forward. Hyun gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination. Roars echoed through the space. Hyun began to act. The golem raised a fist and struck one side of the boss's face. Its hand gripped the boss's neck tightly. Far away, Kang Hyuk also rushed in. Streams of light collided, creating chaos. Taeyun and Kang Hyuk simultaneously attacked the monster. Their beams of light clashed, emitting from their direction. Crying out again, holding his weapon firmly, he calmly explained, though it was just a guess, but if these spaces are connected by gates, then the crack where the Minot or Queen resides might be connected to another space. And those dream cows can only be resurrected and regenerated when she arrives in this space, quickly dodging the attack. After defending against the attack, he continued while attacking. Without the Queen here, they would disappear on their own. He coughed a few times, crying out as if nothing happened. What if our guess is wrong and we all die? His response was a matter-of-fact sound. Aren't we in the same situation now? Meanwhile, Hye-ezion and Park Sung-ho stood below, watching the chaotic battle unfold. Surrounding them were white bones, dream cows with holes in their bodies scattered everywhere. Some seemed to be dead, lying on the ground. On the other side, roars of the boss echoed, creating a red haze that made everything look ominous. Taeyun condensed a large form and grabbed its neck. It immediately retaliated, sounds and impacts continuously echoing. As if hit Ho cried out in pain, crying out as he gritted his teeth. His sharp eyes focused forward. A beam of light shot straight down the center of the chaos. Everything within that area became hazy and uncertain. The dream cow pressed his sharp weapons into the ground. Immediately, a wave surged around it. Another sound echoed as dust from around rose like something heavy fell from above. Hyun let out a soft groan. He winced in pain, lying amidst bones and debris, the surrounding earth swirling. His face now marred by blood, he struggled to sit up and look ahead. Facing him, now Hyun was like a wounded man standing before him, barely conscious. One of his arms had been cut off at some point. Blood dripped onto the ground. He cried out in horror to the assembly. It's very dangerous. Girl, arm, Taehyun, focus! Kang Hyuk sternly shouted, not noticing the warm blood slowly draining from his body. His warning echoed in Taehyun's shocked eyes. It's here! As soon as he finished speaking, both of them hurriedly stood up, staring at the dark skeletal figure that seemed to be about to reveal something ominous. Suddenly, the giant unicorn was much larger than they had imagined. stepping out from behind the bones, wielding a staff and striking straight towards both King Hyuk and Tai Hyun, clenching his teeth. King Hyuk braced himself to punch, matching Tai Hyun's strength. Hull also gripped his sword tightly, preparing for battle. The unicorn's arm slowly lowered, its misty teeth and the quiet skulls floating in the air, spinning round and scattering everywhere. Both of them were knocked back from their previous exertion. Without stopping, the boss roared, "You little brats are really interesting. Did you dare to use my space to do this? But the more power I recover through that water channel, the more fighting energy I have for those unicorns." He immediately lifted his foot to stomp on Tai Hyun. He raised his eyes and assumed a defensive stance. He widened his eyes, exerting all his remaining strength. With the unicorn's attack, a cluster of white light enveloped the space, scattering fragments everywhere. Hyun was exhausted from using his power and fell down, silently calculating in his mind. Damn it, is their power so immense? Without hunting, we'll die. But even if we use hunting, can we defeat that monster with one strike? If we can't finish it off immediately, the hunt will lose control. What happens then? No one knows. But this is the only way. Apply it, he asked again, not understanding why he was asking about using skills when the skill description in the information sheet was so vague. The person on the bed slowly sat up. In reality, it wasn't as described in the information sheet. Skill shapes can change depending on usage, and the amount of mana consumed varies with the strength of the skill. Yuezong raised his hand, a beam of light instantly appearing. "I'm just using my warrior's willpower, which can strengthen the body or create powerful energy balls. In fact, you've combined skills before and usually only use stealth on your ring, right? So if there are any hard-to-control skills, try wrapping them in another skill, like putting on a new code for it." She looked at him, confident that he could do it and find answers to his questions. Back to the chaos, Tai Hyun. Hull swung his sword, a cluster of red light immediately rushing to attack the unicorn. Surprised, those beams continued flowing with each strike from Tai Hyun. Hull! They wrapped around his body, his eyes now red, flashing with sharpness. Seeing this resistance, the unicorn angrily snarled and lunged at him. That name. Without retreating, Tai Hyun tightly gripped his sword, red beams rushing towards it. Each beam of light shot straight into the unicorn's flesh. "Die, die, die!" With each word he spoke, strands of power slowly wrapped around its arm. Then a strong iron chain, enveloped by powerful energy, pierced through the boss's chest. It let out a sound, damn it, with both pain and agony. Now on Tai Hyun's face. Hull finally smiled triumphantly. Sure enough, Yuezong was right. The massive figure appeared again, swinging its fist to knock back the arrogant unicorn. Mumbling, he vaguely felt that the scent could change shape according to his will. This means it can be applied like other skills. I don't know anything about this mysterious power, damn it. But whatever the scent is, he slashed across the unicorn with a cold gaze. I'll make full use of it. His eyes became resolute and slightly aggressive, as if he had discovered an entirely new territory. At this moment, the giant unicorn swayed in midair, red energy flows clinging tightly to it as if conscious. Then another energy source continued to rush straight at the monster's face. Tiny droplets appeared in the dark sky. These droplets gradually spread like a mirror or a door slowly breaking down. The dream cow was struggling to escape from the deep grip on its skin. Meanwhile, players fighting with difficulty looked up in amazement at the sky. The girl gently touched her collar and raised her eyes as pieces began falling. Everyone around stopped, discussing and asking each other anxiously, "What is this? How could it be like that?" Park Sung-ho and Secretary Hee Jeon looked at the sky with fierce gazes. From afar, two figures slowly approached the stunned crowd. Tai Hyun gently guided the unconscious member towards his teammates, smiling softly to them. "Everything has ended now. Guildmaster T." Hyuna and everyone started cheering, running forward with open arms to embrace the heroes who saved everyone. The atmosphere was no longer silent. Everything seemed like a high note soaring into the sky. After defeating the Minot or Queen, The purification team discovered many treasures in the maze. Among them, the most valuable item that increased magic power and strength after drinking it, unique to the source of power. However, this medicinal herb couldn't be enough. It was only given to Tai-Hyun and Guildmaster Kang Hyuk, who contributed the most. To get this power source, all guilds had to risk their lives, something that Guildmaster Kang Hyuk didn't want. He just nodded and let it go. All evil creatures trapped in the maze were captured. Those severely injured were taken care of well. After the battle, Tai-Hyun had moments to walk around and play with everyone leisurely. Like this, their smiles spread across the faces of Kang Hyuk, Guildmaster, and all members. The raid on the maze was a success. Click. The camera shutter sounded. Journalist Kim In-goose held his camera up and looked towards the audience. The hall was damp with questions being asked continuously. Is what he said true? Player Kang Hyuk hoped he would repeat it. Are you really going to end your hunter career here? With half-closed eyes, he softly replied, not exactly like that. Then he widened his eyes and shouted into the microphone, I'm just temporarily stopping my activities to recover for a while. Did I say I would retire forever? Secretary Kim gently argued. If N said it like that, wouldn't there be misunderstandings? Below, the journalist continued asking Kang Hyuk if his hand injury from the Mekong raid was the reason for his retirement. What about the upcoming Asian tournament? Facing these questions, Kang Hyuk clearly answered, it's true, I think it's due to my hand injury. As for the Asian tournament, there's no need to worry as another player will take my place. Alright, what are you saying out here? In front of the journalist's persistent questioning, he loudly called a name, T. Brother Hein slowly stepped onto the stage from outside. He carried an air of composure and calmness, barely smiling at the gossip. So, new recruit T, will you participate in the Asian tournament? With T's appearance, he caused a stir among everyone in the hall. Many opinions were expressed. Can he really do it? But with this raid, he has gained more trust. I think he's qualified for that. Suddenly, an older man seemed to remember something and told everyone that T had drunk the source of power. His strength had significantly increased after that. The girl beside him looked doubtful. How could it be? Does this mean he has reached national level strength? So his strength is superior to S rank and can be called an extraordinary power. He's talented, but isn't he still too young now? On stage, a hand extended to grab the microphone. Ignoring the discussions below T, Hyung confidently took the microphone, smiling proudly as Kang Hyuk, the chairman, watched. You'll participate in the All-Asia Friendship Tournament. I know you're feeling a bit uneasy, but trust me, I can do this. I will win at this tournament. I understand why you're not fully convinced of my strength yet, but after breaking that maze, I've grown much stronger. So I'm very confident in myself and hope everyone supports me. The screen displayed Taeyeon's speech. A refined man sat observing, mumbling to himself. A new national recruit, a woman also held her phone watching him. Everyone has heard about the source of power springs. That's right, I did drink from it during my maze adventure. So I'm quite confident in myself. The woman laughed, covering her mouth. Alright, but you're still not humble at all. Not to mention that images of him were also broadcasted in restaurants. Others glanced and started discussing noisily. He means he's stronger now, so he's confident about winning the Asian tournament, right? Indeed, anyone who reaches national power level is like this. He's not an exception. Back in the auditorium, T. Hyung suddenly raised his voice. However, with a change in tone, the reporters below anxiously waited for him to continue. To repay everyone's trust, I'll have to work harder. This victory will be proof of my current strength level. Meanwhile, inside a dimly lit room, a woman knelt on the ground with her hands folded in prayer before the man standing in front of her. Forgive me. Please, forgive me, sir. Why not? I've done my best. Tears streamed down her beautiful face. I tried to follow your orders. Escaping from there was a miracle in itself. I didn't think Hyun is that strong. Now, the masked man slowly spoke. Alright, get up, Milena. Since he's stronger than you, there's no other way. No matter how hard you tried, it was futile anyway. It wasn't your fault. Milena looked up hesitantly. Here, the man gently lifted her. Suddenly, he got closer and a wave of energy struck Milena's body. Blood splattered everywhere in the room. I don't need an useless person anyway. He calmly looked at Milena as she fell to the ground. Power is everything. A weak and failed person should avoid responsibility. Then death is right. With a dismissive wave, he left. Clean up properly. The association will find her. Strange, yes. As he walked away, he pondered in his mind. Indeed strange. This time, we had more manpower than the attack on Hangdong Auction House. But still failed. Why? How did they do it? Why is Hyun that much stronger? You'll see. What's going on? Behind them, the distant mansion is already blazing fiercely and will soon burn away what's left inside. This friendly match against Asia, they'll surely criticize it. Footsteps echo in the silent space. Hey Hyun is here. A person stands by the door to greet him. Everyone's waiting for you. These are the strongest players from Korea. The ones who will compete with you this time. Taeyeon steps in, a faint smile playing on his lips. They're the strongest members of Korea. Across from him, 6 people silently observing and evaluating the new recruit, Taeyeon. A sound breaks the silence. I heard you were young but didn't think so. The 7th member, Jinsu, speaks up. Alright, as long as you have the strength. The 8th member, Hanju, softly adds. It's fine, no harm done, younger and stronger. The 4th member, Mafusi Hushi of the Seong Magic Guild, defends him. A soft chuckle from the 3rd member, Seong Jin. I never thought you'd come here one day. The man in the central seat interrupts the evaluations. Although it was a bit chaotic earlier, everyone is now gathered here. Chairman speaks up and smiles. Sit down, Taeyeon, we'll discuss this tournament. In the room, a screen lights up with complex charts displayed. The Asian-friendly match is an important event. At the beginning of the era when monsters appeared and humans awakened their abilities, it was quite chaotic. Back then, all of Asia and the world united to fight against the global threats posed by these monsters. This tournament can be seen as a 7-day period where everyone fights to eliminate monsters. The screen shows an image of the S-rank Kraken. The number of monsters defeated will be converted into points for each country. That's the fairest competitive fighting method. The screen changes to images of lower F-class demons as TGCC speaks. He points at the light in front, continuing that due to people's fear of monsters now, we can use dungeon raids for combat training. So this tournament is like a festival with much attention. It's also a way to showcase each country's strength and compete on the global stage regarding their awakened abilities. Thus, countries that win and achieve good results can boost their people's fighting spirit against monsters. Those who win will get significant rewards and unique items, as well as the right to break international dungeons rarely opened. Taeyeon looks at those seated, presenting information about this season's tournament. Taeyeon listens carefully to the detailed explanations earlier. He smirks thoughtfully. Indeed, participating in this Asian tournament is a stroke of luck for me. Conquering the skilled Quill, the Queen of the Abyss, was part of my preparation. Now I have her strength, making things easier from now on. However, mastering that power requires more training time. It's not like the royal power I had before. So I need to train a bit more to gain an edge in this competition and have a voice for Korea's team internationally. Competing against all awakened players across Asia is indeed a good learning experience, and the big rewards are part of my effort to secure a spot here. Meanwhile, TGCC continues his speech. However, our Korean team has a problem now. The current commander's position is vacant since Kang Hyuk broke his arm during the last dungeon raid. Moreover, player Yui Yunko can't participate due to personal reasons. Korea is short to key players. Therefore, our team's strength has significantly decreased. TGCC raises his hand. The current solution proposed is. Suddenly, a voice cuts off his speech. Mr. Jin raises his hand to speak, but Kang Hyuk already has someone filling in for him. That's player Taeyeon. He has reached the level of national strength. As he finishes, Everyone present is taken aback. Questions pour in. National level strength? What about kids these days? Have they reached such a high level already? Hyen is a bit flustered with everyone's natural excitement. That was just rumors, though. Everyone shouldn't worry too much about it. The room immediately echoed with agreement. That's true. We can't prove his strength right now anyway. His words were like a bucket of cold water that doused the excitement just now. Han Ji-woo sighed in disappointment. That's right. Let everyone lower their hopes to reduce pressure. Tae-yeon thought silently. Discussions resumed in the meeting room. So we need to prepare a way to deal with it. Indeed, that's how we can save the current situation of South Korea. A pair of hands slammed down hard on the table. With encouraging voices. It's fine. Everyone don't worry too much. The chairman listened silently from the start and only raised his eyes to speak now. Our current strength is still not enough to match China or Japan. However, this competition also provides an opportunity for everyone to learn. This battle is just a way to hunt monsters, so there's no need to worry too much about it. Just stay calm and be alert. You'll have a chance to win. After his decision, Seong-jin, Shi-young, and Hanju, who had rich combat experience, would be responsible for breaking the dungeon and fighting monsters. The three named immediately responded. Got it. Chairman continued. Tae-yeon and Jinsu, with their solo combat experience, will be in charge of terrain control and vigilance against demons. They nodded solemnly. Yes, got it. After completing the task allocation, he gently clasped his hands and smiled. Alright, let's proceed with this temporary arrangement. I hope everyone will work hard for this Asian Championship. The venue for the opening of this Asian Championship is the Asia Player Association Stadium, where countries like India and Thailand have already gathered. So the biggest concern here are the players from China and Japan. The man with the long scar on his eye was none other than Shinji Nakata, the demon sword player leading the Japanese team. China is no less competitive. Their well-rounded defense team is considered a strong contender for this championship. The Chinese combat team gradually appeared, national-level blood sword players, national-level title certificate players, and the leader was the national-level command player. As for South Korea, they were missing their main force King Hyuk, along with a few other players due to personal matters. A couple sitting in front of the TV screen commented quietly, "It seems our team is quite weak. I hope we can achieve good results." Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, "What?" The young man behind them quickly exploded with anger. "Why are you saying that to me?" Both of them were startled. Without waiting for a response, he continued his attack. "Our job is to cheer everyone up. Why aren't we cheering yet? If not, everything we have now comes from Brother Ty's efforts. Like this house, for example. And this car too. He's given us a lot of support by breaking dungeons." That's right, so we need to cheer him up wholeheartedly. The more successful he is, the better off we'll be. Saying that, his face turned envious. Being a parent is really tough. He really thinks like a son of ours, you know? Alright, stop praising him already. The boy's loud cry shook the high-rise building once again. "Mom and Dad, believe in me. He'll prove his strength in this tournament. Okay, we trust you." Soft footsteps echoed. A pair of feet moved slowly forward. The woman suddenly started talking to T.Hidashun. "You're T.Hidashun, the youngest S-rank player from Korea, right? I owe you a favor from that auction house event." Hyun tilted his head slightly and hesitantly asked, "Who are you?" The girl facing him had pink hair and was incredibly beautiful. "I've been tasked to rescue everyone there, but everything was already over when I got there. Turns out she's also a Japanese national power female, Sarada." Hyun seemed slightly surprised. "Sarada? So you handled the previous incident? The International Association will intervene immediately if any matter significantly affects humans or artificial spirits." The girl continued asking, "I had an invitation for you before. Why did you decline it then?" Hyun looked at her silently, recalling something. After the meeting, everyone slowly left the room, whispering to each other. "Alright, the meeting is over. Let's grab a few drinks." Come on! Hyun also stood up to leave. Suddenly, the chairman spoke and stopped him. "Stay and talk with me for a bit." About the invitation, T got tense as the other explained it was from a Japanese holy maiden. "I don't know her motives, but a holy maiden is extremely important in the Awakening Association. She has holy power, which can help you recover your arm faster. You met her before this tournament, so at least you know each other now." Regaining his composure, T. Brother didn't hesitate and declined it. As soon as he finished, T. Guk stood behind him anxiously. "What's wrong? It was a good offer for you." Stopping him, the chairman calmly said, "All right, let him go, Deputy Director T. Guk." He leaned his elbow on the table and asked, "Why do you say this? Why did you refuse it?" "I can't explain now, but in short, my past and present intertwined, T." Huel's voice echoed, revealing the ugly truth hidden within her. "That's what I want to say." Sarada's smiling face stiffened slightly as she turned to watch his retreating figure. "What's wrong with him?" Far away, Shinji Nakata asked. Her eyes still stared after him. "Impressive, he's not a simple player. He knows about me." Those words made Nakata startle and turn around. "So I'll..." Interrupting him. "Calm down. All right. No rush. He does have real power, but that arrogance will come at a cost. We need to investigate him more thoroughly. We should know everything about him soon so we can prepare for what he might do in the future and find his weaknesses to control him." Saying this, she licked her lips with a sly expression. "To control him, I can do anything. Everything everyone is looking forward to will begin now. The Asian Championship tournament will start soon." The host, a man introducing the event, holds the microphone as thousands of contestants and fans cheer enthusiastically. On stage, the host continues, "Let's count down for the competition." He is Alex Gu, the host of Singapore's A-Level tournament, and everyone is excitedly celebrating with him. 10, 9, 8. Sarada said to Shinji Nakata. The tournament has started. 7. Trin Tian also said to Feng that this is finally our chance to fight freely. 6. Feng warned about the proof match, being careful as the tournament just began. Mr. Jin stood confidently in front of everyone and asked if they all remembered what we need to do. They were still discussing during the countdown. 5, 4. I'm KVKPAKSIE Hang, fighting with Hanju against the monster. 3. And Zhang Jinsu will assist Taeyun. How? The last idle talk ended. 3, 2. Xiyang looked worriedly at Zhang Jinsu. Where is Taeyun? Both of them said in unison. Huh? One sound. The final countdown ended with a loud noise. 1. The host excitedly announced. The biggest Asian tournament is about to begin. Ready. Bang, a beam of light flashed from the host's direction. He remained excited with a smile on his face until the end. Head. T. Heian controlled his horse and severed the host's head. Blood still stained his sword. Red blood splattered in front of T. Heian. He looked amused. The host's head was cut off from its neck, flying high with blood splattering everywhere. Spectators below the stands were shocked by this scene. Mr. Jin couldn't believe his eyes and opened his mouth wide in shock. Trin Tian grinned as a sharp sword appeared. Everyone started moving, attacking each other with their skills. The arena became chaotic. Trin Tian's red eyes glowed with his fist technique. Shinji Nakata wielded his glowing sword and launched an attack too. Seo Hanji used his finishing move. Zhang Jinsu delivered a powerful punch. Shi Yihang used his finishing move with balls of energy, and Seong Jin charged forward to engage in close combat. The arena erupted loudly as smoke and flames spread everywhere. Spectators below saw figures standing amidst the thick smoke discussing intensely. What is this? A headless host? As the smoke cleared, players began to appear. Taeyun stood in a defensive circle with other players, ready for battle. Seong held his star in his mouth. His eyes shone like stars too. Sweat was visible on his face. Seong turned around and angrily shouted at Taeyun. Hey Taeyun, what's wrong? You're crazy. A laugh echoed as Shi Yang turned to look. It was Trin Tian who sped towards Shi Yang and said, It's really brutal. Should we just kill him on the spot? That's so satisfying. That's exactly what I wanted. Trin Tian was eager for battle now. Let's focus on defeating him together. Mr. Jin faced Shinji Nakata holding his sword and Sarada. Sarada smiled wickedly and said to Shinji Nakata, "This demon sword, no matter how many names you know, it doesn't matter. Believe that invitation for me." Her eyes became deep and profound. Everyone stood there. A woman walked quickly towards them and their subordinates. Shinji Nakata and Sarada glanced at each other and said, "Huh?" That woman also angrily scolded the chairman, who was trailing behind. "You don't say anything else either. The fact that player Hyun killed our program participants is unacceptable. I will get to the bottom of this." This woman is Singapore Gaming Association Chairman Haley Tan. The chairman anxiously explained to the furious Haley Tan, "It's all just a misunderstanding. He didn't mean to do that in Singapore." Haley Tan became even more angry at the chairman's explanation and shouted loudly, "How can you still defend him when it has reached this level? We've all seen that, haven't we? He will have to answer us. He is the evil prince. The one who said it was Hyun." Everyone listened silently as he recounted. A few years ago on a refugee ship arriving in Singapore, he killed nearly 300 passengers. He is a real demon. The World Association offered a reward of 3 billion gins for his head, but of course, he would find ways to avoid it. No one could know where he was. Simply by changing his appearance, Hyun recalled his original form. Haley Tan shouted at the words Hyun just said, "But how can you?" Suddenly, Haley Tan stopped as if she had thought of something. A drop of sweat appeared on her forehead. Maybe Hyun threw down a human head and said, "The reason he could avoid it is that he can freely change his appearance." Everyone looked at him. He took the head with Akma Won-chai's face into his pocket and stepped on it. Everyone who was standing there couldn't believe their eyes anymore. Haley Tan exclaimed, "Huh? His face! He calmly said, "This is what everyone has seen. How can that be? How could he recognize Akma?" Everyone was discussing the recent events excitedly. A man with red eyes also emitted a red light and laughed. "This guy Hyun, very interesting." The information screen displayed the list of contestants. Asian Championship, first place Korea, 1000 B, second place China, third place Japan, fourth place Thailand, fifth place Indonesia. Sunlight was shining on the trees around the building. So the true identity of Akma Won-chai is the host. The tournament will be restored shortly despite some interruptions. All players were ready to participate in their respective sections of the tournament. Everyone was working hard to resolve the recent incident. Taeyun player scored the first point for Korea, then discovered and eliminated another demon criminal. His hands held a phone watching yesterday's live match. Supporters shouted Taeyun as if it were true. Han Soo-jong watched the match on his phone and pointed at it to Yui, saying he was heading there. He knew where Won-chai was. How could anyone know how he found out? He really has many secrets. "I think Hyun first lied." Yui replied unhappily. "I don't know either. It's really troublesome, but thanks to him, we've been getting calls from players all over the world asking questions non-stop. Now the support system is completely paralyzed." And Yui looked down at the busy staff in front of the screen and continued, "Didn't think things would be so troublesome right from the start of the tournament, huh?" Hansu also chimed in. "Who could have guessed? But he's indeed a talented Korean player." Yui, his face changed to one of pride as he spoke about this. Hansu agreed with him. "That makes sense. Raindrops are falling on the skyscrapers, illuminating the city with their bright lights. Rainwater drips into a house where the ceiling is already leaking. Rain hits to men, soaking them through. One man stands calmly, hands in his pockets, looking at another who's lying motionless on broken bricks, his face bruised and battered. His eyes darken as he struggles to say, 'Why is my body bleeding from the corner of my mouth?' Learn, he is." Taehyun pulls out his phone and answers it casually. "You're an evil one, so I'm going to destroy you, right?" Taehyun replies on the other end of the call. "Hello, how's it going, darling?" The voice on the other line sends shivers down his spine. He moves the phone away and answers. "Huh? You called me a bit late. I'm sorry for troubling you so much." Rain continues to fall. droplets shining in the dim sky. T.H. still answers straight away. Are you saying with the support of the association? T.U.I. He holds his phone and speaks. That's right. Were you waiting for me to call? T. Brother puts one hand in his pocket, the other holding the phone as he speaks slowly. I had a hard time connecting with the association channel, so I waited for your call. The voice on the other end replies, so what do you need me to do? I have two things to ask of you. Go ahead. First thing is to investigate those evil ones. EUIE. He swipes on his phone and says, investigate. Information about the evils? EUIE. He asks in confusion, did you ask the association for that information? T. Brother steps out to the door. It's still raining. There will be many evil ones participating in this tournament, so I want to find and investigate all of them. What you mean? T. Yoon firmly answers. That's right. It's exactly what I wanted to ask about the Devil Association. A person in a tight shirt is standing right in front of T.Hug HN. Only his bright purple eyes are visible. The two stand facing each other as raindrops quickly slide down. Raindrops fall onto their hats. That guy's outfit. He has a beard around his mouth. At his side is a long sword. He introduces himself. I am Kimura Zen. T. Hyon is still shocked, exclaiming into the phone. Huh? Why? Ui Iong doesn't understand and asks back. You? What did you say? T. Hyon answers. Hold on a moment. I came to punish the one who defamed her as female. His purple eyes shine brightly. S-rank player. Kimura Zen. Taeyeon recalls the woman he mentioned, wondering if he did anything to her. The mighty Kimura Zen draws his sword and prepares to attack. Around him, a mysterious purple energy emanates, with a wolf figure appearing behind him. He is the Japanese representative hunter participating in the Asian Friendship Tournament, an S-rank player, and one of those who pursue the woman. Behind him stands Sutara, staring at him with a sinister smile. Well-Nokata Shinji's national treasure swordsmanship is graceful, delicate, and without excess, each sharp blade carrying pure white energy. Kimura Zen's swordsmanship is that of a true hero. His sword emits fierce purple power, focused on tearing apart, grinding down, and destroying the opponent. No matter how powerful his swordsmanship may be, he shouts loudly as he focuses all his strength into his sword for an attack. The sword's powerful energy continuously attacks Kim West Hyon, but is skillfully dodged by him. It's useless if it can't touch the opponent. Kim West Hyon dodges while still on the phone, speaking loudly to the other end. He worries and speaks into the phone. Huh? Can't do that? Why? Kimura Zen pauses his attack and steps back, cursing under his breath. Damn it! His inner self is now terrified. Why? Why can't I touch him? His face twists in anger. This brat, how could he? On the other end of the phone, Kim T. Hyon is shouting. Of course not. You want to attack the evil guild? The person on the receiving end is Yu Aiyong. She continues to question loudly. Don't you know why the association abandoned the Demon King cartel? She anxiously glances at Han Soo-jong beside her. Continues speaking into the phone. Just touching them a bit will make them cut their tails and disappear. Even with information, we can only pursue once they are caught. Being too hasty will only complicate things further. Her words echo in Kim T. Hyun's ear. Hyun, you're skillfully dodging Kimura Zen's attacks, responding calmly but with a hint of preparation for counterattack. But as he speaks, his hand starts to assume a defensive stance. Kimura Zen is terrified by this move, his body still in an attacking position, unable to dodge immediately. Directly receiving one of his attacks sends him flying into the air, and his sword falls to the ground. Looking at Kimura Zen's body as he falls freely from the blood loss, T-Hyun arrogantly replied on the phone, I can do it. The other end asked, what? Then there was a loud sound of impact as Kimura Zen hit the ground. T-Hyun laughed and turned away, though he couldn't explain the method clearly, he was sure he could summarize them. He emphasized on the phone, trust me, haven't I always proven my worth with 2-star results? Listen to what T-Hyun said. Yui also hesitated. Oh, Alright, but there's very little information about the Demon Club, so I'll provide details from another source. The sky suddenly started raining as T-Hein walked and asked again, another source? Hearing UIE's response, the information on the third speaker made him extremely surprised. The third speaker is a powerful figure manipulating politics, and also the three leaders of Cat Trio, the underground force dominating Asia. Beside T-Hein came the voice of EUI. I found a contact with Miyazaki, one of our high-ranking officials. Of course, even if we catch him, it's uncertain what information we can get. Even if we don't care, we'll have to face more enemies in the negotiations. After explaining everything, EUI asked again, what do you think? The corner of T-Hein's mouth curled up in a smile. The third speaker, though not as powerful as the Demon Club, still had decent points. Thinking so, he quickly replied to her, alright, then I'll deal with them first. EUI sighed in resignation when he got an affirmative answer. Alright, as for your additional request, I'll consider it. T-Hein thanked him. She took the opportunity to demand more benefits. Thanks, then invite me for a meal? He agreed cheerfully. After the negotiations are over, since he was turned around talking, he didn't notice Kimura Zen struggling to get up. He tried to stand steadily despite his injuries and bleeding head. His hand tightly grasped the sword, shouting loudly, that guy! Hearing this, T-Hein nodded in agreement. Yeah. Kimura Zen, though injured all over with blood flowing from his head, gathered his strength and angrily said, are you going to ignore me completely? T-Hein innocently replied, I didn't ignore you. Kimura Zen's entire body emitted a powerful aura as he excitedly said, if you're not serious, I'll blow up this whole area. Turning around, T-Hein stood opposite him and repeated his explanation. I've already told you that I'm not ignoring you. Kimura Zen ignored the explanation and continued, first, I will make someone experience the feeling of their world being turned upside down. Saying this, he raised his sword and shouted, sight, hearing, rescue, taste, touch, creating circles of power around each sense. With a powerful fifth sense, he charged straight at T-Hein with terrifying strength. T-Hein stood still with hands in pockets. Dung said, I really tried to avoid fighting. He stared directly at him, his eyes radiating an intimidating aura. Those who don't know how to fight among contestants are caught, right? Then he sighed, no other choice. Feeling the enormous energy that frightened him, T-Hein said, I'll play seriously with you. His face turned red, and a terrifying skull warrior appeared behind him. Kimura Zen was paralyzed by the atmosphere in front of him, unable to move. Only a muffled sound came from his throat. Suddenly, he screamed in terror, followed by silence. On another side, Shinji Nakata and Sutara were walking on an empty corridor. The man informed the woman that Kimura Zen was injured. He continued, to avoid any trouble, we've told the media that he was ambushed by a demon, but after being defeated by T-Hein, he kept repeating that he would play seriously with him. It seems like he's been affected by a mental attack skill. In his current state, it might take at least a month before he can move normally, let alone participate in the negotiations. Sutara replied straightforwardly, it looks like he still has undisclosed secret skills. Line 60 is repeated as it's exactly line 38. Line 61 is repeated as it's exactly line 39. Shinji Nakata said seriously, now that it's my turn to act. Sutara's laughter stopped his words. She gently touched him. Just kidding, if even a spirit sword couldn't defeat him, how would the friendly match score look? The station she mentioned made him blush and awkwardly reply. Yes, Sutara softly said. Don't worry, Kimura Zen's loss was already expected. She pointed to the closed iron door in front of them. We've prepared a new bait for you. The door was tightly locked. Inside it was pitch dark and cold. The walls were cracked and covered with moss. After a moment, the door opened slightly, letting in some light that illuminated the room. Sutara pushed the door open, smiling as she entered. Nakata followed closely behind her. They looked at the man tied to the wall. His body was full of wounds and he only wore a torn pair of pants. His head hung low, some strands of hair covering part of his face. making it hard to tell if he was alive or dead. Perhaps hearing the noise, the man looked up, revealing a gaunt face. He struggled to confirm his name, Yoshikawa Sutara. She didn't answer him but called out his name, Ryo. Hey, it's time for you to work for us. In some anonymous valley, suddenly many explosions erupted on the barren land of rocks and dirt. A surge of power ran through, creating ripples in the ground that caused the surrounding rocks to crumble. At this moment, a girl with spiky hair was pushed back as she held her staff to shield her teammate. This girl with spiky hair is Ligaya, an S-rank player from the Philippines. She panted heavily and asked in confusion, "Why?" She shouted loudly, "Why do you want to kill us?" In front of them, a figure emerged leisurely from the dust. It was Trinton. Ligaya anxiously said, "With your strength, even if you don't do these lowly things, you can still get first place." Zhao Shinshan paid no mind to Ligaya, scratching his palm and strode forward arrogantly. He's known as the Chaos God. Zhao Shinshan, a national treasure-level player from China, Trinton smiled smugly. "Who do you think I want to play with like you guys? It's just that our chairman has some requests." Li Gaiha and his teammates couldn't help but wonder. What? Both of them thought the chairman of the Chinese Player Association actually issued an assassination order against a foreign contestant. Ligaya worriedly looked at Chamcham and Zhao Shinshan. This can't be true. Are they planning to start a war or something? Thinking this, she told her teammates, "Run." Her teammate was surprised by the decision, hesitating. But Ligaya blocked in front of her teammate, urging them to run and inform everyone. Her eyes full of determination looked ahead. "I'll block that monster." "Mao," she shouted at her teammates. At the same time, Trinton rushed straight towards her with all his strength. She quickly raised her hand to prepare for battle. The dust and smoke were thick. Now the ground was clearly marked by deep footprints. Ligaya lay motionless in a pile of rubble. Her glasses had shattered. Her body was full of injuries, her eyes wide with shock. "She must be dead," Trinton cursed. "Damn it, I should have left the Singapore boys to deal with him." He looked at his fallen teammate who would now never report back. Then he said, "Next is whose turn?" Right, South Korea. It's Kim West-Hun's turn next." On the screen, the information for the friendly match was shown. The MC introduced that the Asian friendly match would last a week. The results of the first day were announced. South Korea led with the highest score and still held the top position. And then there was a fierce competition between China and Japan. The teams representing their countries would directly broadcast the search and elimination of spirit beasts, or edited versions through. The images were still being shown on a large screen in a high-rise building. People below heard this information and began to discuss excitedly. "South Korea? Can't believe it. What are the national treasure-level players from Japan and China doing? Heard that Kimura Gen of Japan was injured by a spirit beast and had to withdraw. The Singapore players were found in a deformed state, while the Philippine team completely disappeared after entering the abyss to eliminate the monster. Everyone couldn't help but be worried. What's happening? What is going on? This much is certain, the Asian-friendly match this time isn't normal." In a high-rise hotel room, the announcer's voice played steadily, organized by the Asia-Friendly Match Committee. "They've set up an investigation team for the Singapore player murder case and the missing Filipino player case." Kim Tae-hein sits on the hotel bed, staring intently at his phone. The screen shows images of the announcer's report, requesting support from relevant authorities in the investigation. He ponders, last quarter, everything only started on day 3. But this time, it has already begun? If it's like last quarter, the culprit must be the Chinese national-level players in my mind. The reasons could be to show off individual strength or eliminate rivals, but the biggest reason is definitely the ambition of that leader of the Chinese national-level players. Kim Tae-hein chuckles slightly. "Both the female and those scoundrels won't let me have peace. There's no other way. If so, I must act faster." Before he could finish speaking, a noise came from outside the door. He becomes alert. Who at this hour? His body transforms as he thinks. He asks out loud, "Who is it?" A voice answers from outside. "It's me, Kim Tae-hein." His sharp gaze seems to pierce through the door. "Jung Jinsu," he says from outside, knocking on the door. The answer surprises Kim Tae-hein. Jinsu slowly explains, "I was informed by the association that you're here. Come out, I have something to talk about with you." His face is extremely tense. He wonders, "Jung Jinsu? It's me, Jung Jinsu here." Knocking gently on the door, he tells whoever is inside, "I already know about this from the association. Come out quickly, I want to talk with you for a bit." Tae-yeon frowns in doubt. "Jung Jinsu?" Above them, birds flapping their wings. The atmosphere is heavy between the two of them. Suddenly, Jung Jinsu loudly questions him, "What are you doing? When everything was calm, you acted recklessly at the opening ceremony. You did something unexpected and ignored all the strategies we had planned. Why did you do that?" He points his finger at him and shouts, "Do you think this is for your team? T.H." His face turns dark as he recalls an old acquaintance. "Someone once said the same to me before." Without waiting for his response, Jung Jinsu continues criticizing. "Anyway, you've disappointed me too much. I'm also responsible for eliminating the evil. Why did you act alone like this?" At this moment, Hyun speaks up. "Earlier, Kimura's Japanese player attacked me, so he got upset." Jung Jinsu looks puzzled. "So why did Kimura have to give up because of what you did?" Hyun smiled lightly and replied, "Indeed, I was lucky to successfully suppress him, but I didn't think he would know my movements and whereabouts." Suddenly his expression changed, becoming gloomy. "It's possible that there is a spy in the association." Each were dropped like heavy stones into the Jinsu River, making Hyun turn pale as he asked again, "What flag? Could it be that you think I'm an insider?" Facing Jinsu's loud questioning, Tae-yeon calmly analyzed, "This is not at all simple. Those who know about me could all be suspects. That's exactly what I want to say." Pause for a moment, he continued, "Since I knew Akma Wanchai was pretending to be a player, I had already planned to act alone. Moreover, many players have disappeared and none of them died from monsters. Clearly, other players were targeting them, and all those who did this are national-level players." In front of Jinsu's increasingly tense face, Tae-yeon continued straight, "In such a situation, there are already too many national-level players as opponents. Working together would only expose everything without much effect." With an unsatisfied huff from Jinsu, he raised his hand to affirm, "So I will act alone for now." "That strategy seems fine and doesn't need any changes." Jinsu shouted in alarm, "How can you do that?" Without bringing up the questioning, Tae-yeon gave a brief farewell. "Alright, I've said my piece. I'll go first." "Wait, did I finish talking already?" Ignoring his call, he raised his hand to wave and said, "See you then." Watching Tae-yeon's back leave, Jinsu called out loudly, "Wait, this way." The door closed with a creak, leaving Jinsu wide-eyed, his face turning red as he gritted his teeth, wanting to devour the departing figure alive before he roared, "Damn you!" Jinsu clenched his fists tightly, his face contorted in anger, red light swirling around him. With his rage, he shouted loudly, "Just becoming a player and daring to look down on people like that. You wait there, I'll make you pay for it." Standing above everything, Tae-yeon with a calm demeanor thought, "So Jinsu is an insider in the association? In my previous life, I didn't know who the spy was either, but after Kimura-zen attacked me, I knew there was a spy here." Amidst Jinsu's anger and curses, Tae-yeon thought, "So I can't trust anyone anymore." Picking up his phone to check, he continued thinking, "It's best to eliminate them all in this situation. Striking first is what needs to be done." Holding the phone, a notification appeared. Yuri Ain proposed for action plans. Tae-yeon sighed, "Oh my, what now?" At McDoria's store, a server's voice echoed, "Here is your food you ordered." Reaching out to take it, Hyun said with a slight frown, walking around looking for a seat. Sounds of customers continuously calling for orders filled his ears. "Give me some more French fries. Another Coca-Cola, please." Hyun frowned slightly, looking at the two people nearby urging each other on. "Hurry up, this way." A thought flashed through his mind. Both of them are Kenji's lackeys. So these are what Yuri Ang mentioned. Didn't think they were just students. That bag must contain illegal items. Following their movements will reveal Kenji's location. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. Isn't it interesting that you're still as cautious as before? He turned to look at the person next to him with a puzzled expression. He didn't wait for Hien to question. The voice continued. Long time no see, Hien. Are you running a fever, huh? Chewing on his potato chip, Taeyun asked, do you still remember me? A name flashed in his mind, Ryohei. I thought he was in prison after the auction house, right? Why is he here now? It seems you noticed my doubt, Ryohei explained. Relax, I came here with no intention of fighting. Alright, just tell me if there's anything. He laughed in a silly way. Don't get so worked up. In this situation, you're not better than me either. Is that true? With that, he raised his hand and punched the glass door to T's surprise. Hyun, what? Immediately, the area became noisy with gossip. What's going on? Fighting, right? The other side isn't Ryohei. Has he been released already? Another person exclaimed in surprise. That's Taeyun, the Korean player. Is he here to deal with us? Everyone became chaotic. Taeyun's face tensed up. His mind was plotting. Damn it! They ran away. We have no choice but to take them all down. Then a loud laugh echoed. Even though I didn't come here to fight with you. He stopped speaking there. The golden light enveloped Issakaryo. His eyes turned fierce. The beams immediately shot out to attack those who were fleeing. Each painful groan echoed, and one by one they fell to the floor in Thun's shock. With just one move, he took them all down. He has grown much stronger than when we fought at the auction house. He adjusted his cap. Ryohei smirked slightly. You're probably looking for Miyazaki's leader, right? Alright, just give me some time to act. You won't regret following me. As he spoke, a chain flew and tied Ryohei tightly. The other end of the chain was in Thun's hand. It was then that Ryohei spoke up. Alright, if you're confident, it's fine. But I'll help a little. His face showed a sinister look. You said you could do this, so good for you. But if you just disrupt me, you're dead. Ryohei laughed loudly. We really have nothing nice to say to each other. But you thought you could control me like before. You're wrong. The golden light flashed again, but was immediately extinguished. He became terrified. Red beams began to envelop him. What's happening? I can't escape. This bastard Taeyun, he has grown much stronger. Contrary to Ryohei's fear, Taeyun calmly raised his 5 fingers and counted. 50 seconds. Ryohei became even more anxious now. He shouted urgently, I'll say this clearly, no matter how strong you are, you can't do anything to that bastard Kenji. Got it? He continued menacingly. These are just bait. If you keep chasing them, you'll only fall into their trap. Standing before Ryohei's roughness, Taeyun remained calm and coldly said 3 words. 30 seconds left. At this moment, Ryohei was truly panicking and rushing around. I'm different. I've made deals with the demons. I can figure out how to deal with them. Do you trust me? What do you think? With this deal, I won't let you down. He casually raised a finger. 10. Now he seems completely broken, sweat dripping from his face. Ryohei screamed. Your target is them. I'll exterminate those bastards along with Kenji. That should satisfy you, right? Speak up. Why aren't you saying anything? Give me some time. What you need is to trust me. Taeyun's dirty hand fell completely. The space immediately echoed with Ryohei's painful cries. His face shrunk, his body contracting. Red beams tightly encircled him. He screamed desperately. Help! Help! Witnessing that pain, Hein still remained indifferent. Do you think you can do anything alone? I think your offer is incredibly brilliant, but why would an opponent want to help me? Lying on the ground with his eyes up, Ryohei glared at the arrogant He won. That! Without waiting for him to finish, Hyun abruptly cut off his excuse. Speak, what do you really want? Then he spoke in a low voice. Who's pulling your strings? In an empty and simple house, everyone with tense faces was fleeing in panic. Screams of save me echoed from all sides. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, knocking them down. The man looked at the fallen people, coldly retracting his sword. A woman slowly entered from outside, clapping her hands and making sounds. Clap, 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 clap. Ha! All the demons in one go. That's the power of the demon sword, right? Sarada, the woman, spoke with praise. Is it stable? Shinji Nakata asked. Really? Real or fake? He continued. He was defeated by T. Hyun once. Compared to him, recently I've heard that T. Hyun has reached the national level. Even if Ryo is stronger due to the Saint's revelation skills, he can't defeat T. Where is Hyun? In exchange, he would have to face the risks of the vow of love. The conditions for receiving power are giving T. Hyun approached the Saintess. So from now on, I'll handle it myself. February losing isn't important. Shinji Nakata was surprised by her words. Huh? He didn't stop there. Sarada explained that according to his sources, T's current target is Hyun. Hyun is watermelon, third watermelon Asia. He shouted out. I've also revealed this information to the watermelon side. And Ryohei had a close connection with Akuma before. He also has ties with Mizazaki, one of the leaders of the third watermelon. Sarada folded his hands and continued. Of course, knowing he couldn't defeat Taeyun alone, he would lure Taeyun in and team up with Mizazaki to handle it. Naturally, even if they did that, it wouldn't be easy. As I said before, he's very suspicious. Shinji Nakata was still hesitant, but because of this, we need the information. He widened his eyes at Sarada's words, from fighting style to mindset, resistance capability, personality, and even latent strength. So regardless of Ryohei's outcome, as she said, just taking the info from his position would be enough, right? After all, he has no other choice. In an old apartment building, a group of men and women gathered around one man with a fierce expression. Damn it, you're late. Miyake Kenji, the leader of Third Watermelon, loudly said to Ryohei, who just arrived. Pausing for a moment, he asked softly, but where's that guy from the store? You said Hyun would come here. Ryohei stepped out from the shadows where he had been since the beginning. This world is one where the strong prey on the weak. His words left everyone present stunned. He continued, the strong crush the weak and the weak will be crushed. That's how this world operates. With a serious look, Ryohei bluntly declared to Mizazaki, Mizazaki, listen up. His face was a mix of sweat and tears. If you want to live, follow what I say. It seemed he guessed something as Mizazaki shouted in shock. No, no way could it be. Boom. Cement fragments began breaking off and falling down, the silhouette of a young man appearing from an opening in the sky. Mizazaki and his subordinates widened their eyes in surprise. He raised his hand, a large hand materialized. The monster created by THEO struck hard at those below, knocking them to the ground. Painful screams echoed around the room. At this moment, THEO slowly lowered his hand. That's right. To survive, you must listen to the strongest. Isn't that true? He hesitated. Well then, who is Mizazaki? From above, he asked. Unbeknownst to them, Mizazaki had taken out a sword at some point. Holding the sword tightly, he shouted at T.Hyun. How can this brat be so arrogant after such an unexpected attack? Oh, that's him! With T.Hyun's questioning tone, Mizazaki's eyes turned fierce. His hand clenched as his teeth gritted. I'll kill you! Red light began flashing in his eyes, gradually enveloping him. Boom! A space exploded with force, debris flying out from the impact. Ryohei sat on the ground, dumbfounded by the explosion. His face contorted in thought. THUN! Tight! Looking at the man struggling to free himself on the ground. THUN! He calmly praised. The plan you have is quite interesting too. Ryo was trembling as he spoke. My hopes with the maiden and the one who awakened my feelings. Now I understand why you appeared before me. He wondered, was it because of hypnosis or a neural skill? When did he get this power? Alright, let's play along then. Ryo was surprised by the sudden response. What is it? What are you planning? Taehyun calmly exposed the plot of their opponent. Are you going to team up with Mizazaki to deal with me? So you need to lure me to Mizazaki's place? But instead of siding with Mizazaki and the maiden, You have to stand by my side. Be quiet, Ryo suddenly shouted loudly in anger. Even if you defeat me, do you think I'll help you? He then panicked. If so, I'll get 3 cases of chickenpox. The maiden and the demon sword will be eliminated together. In contrast to his panic, Taihan calmly bit into a potato chip while holding a bag. Yes, but if you don't help me, you'll be destroyed by me. But don't worry, I won't care about your life and death. But I will give you a chance. Ryo suspiciously asked the wind. A chance? Standing up, he threw the potato chip bag in front of him as they fought. Taihan explained, "You must help me to the fullest extent after everything is over. Remember to live and apologize to those you've hurt for a lifetime. Then I'll help you escape from the 3 cases of chickenpox and the maiden." But hearing a funny story, Ryo burst into laughter and questioned him. Do you know what you're saying? The opponent is national level and the 3 cases of chickenpox, an evil organization. Do you think you can defeat those monsters? Finished tea. Hyun smiled confidently. With Ryohei's terrified eyes wide open, he said 2 words, yes, as if a pink feather had gently brushed his heart. Back to reality. Before Ryohei now were the scattered members of the 3 cases of chickenpox and tea. Hyun raised one hand to call Mizazaki up high. Lying on the ground, he looked at what was happening with his eyes wide open. More than anyone else, he understood how strong he had to be to single-handedly eliminate a group of high-level players. Droplets of sweat ran down his face as Ryo laughed in fear, thinking to himself, monster. On the other side, a red light wrapped around Taihan's arm. With one huge hand, he lifted Mizazaki up with difficulty. You! His eyes were wide. A single sound echoed in his throat, and his left eye had turned red for a long time. He asked the person on his hand, "Are you opening the gate to the 3 cases of chickenpox?" Somewhere deep within the cave where Tetsu resides, in the 3 cases of chickenpox, a carefully carved door. Just looking at it is enough to know how meticulously this place was built. But inside, the dead bodies lay scattered on the floor, with fresh red blood splattered everywhere. So why did you call me here? A man from above asked the one kneeling respectfully below him. Meanwhile, Trintan continued to curse and said meaningless words like, "I'll crush your head, as I did with your subordinates." Tetsu responded trembling, "No, not at all, sir," lifting his gloomy face up. "I just want to offer you a legendary item from the 3 cases of chickenpox, an S-level demon sword." Tetsu explained to the person above. Surprised, Trintan asked again, "What is it?" Due to security reasons, that item is currently stored abroad. But recently, Smallpox has received a legendary item and wants to offer it to Senshin. He made a request, but before that, please deal with someone who's targeting my head first. We set a trap, but it's likely to fail. So his coming here is just a matter of time. That sounds very interesting. The Ascensionist sat up straight and smiled, not sure if he was being playful or threatening the subordinate in front of him. Oh, so a member of Smallpox is afraid of someone? I'm more interested in this than that item. He still asked, "Who is it?" The name of that person? A loud explosion made those kneeling below jump up in alarm from all sides. The sound continued to get closer, making Tetsu more alert. Outside, the guards were emitting painful sounds. Suddenly, a wing shattered and pieces flew everywhere. A foot and an arm simultaneously rushed forward. Amidst the chaos, Tetsuhan and Ryohei charged towards Tetsu and Ascensionist, each green, red, and golden light flashing with every attack in the room. Ryohei's shout combined with Tetsu's astonished face as he struggled to hold onto his sword. A fist was raised and Ryohei shouted loudly, "Damn it, we have to win at all costs. Do you understand?" On this side, Ascensionist also raised a fist with a fierce expression. A purple ray of light appeared swirling around. "Remember to do as I said." Colleague Tu's face lit up in a smile. With determined eyes and confidence in victory, he encouraged his newly admitted ally in the tense confrontation. Both sides exerted all their strength. The large explosion was inevitable. On this side, Brother was pushed back by the force before the outside observers could see. On this side, Brother regained his balance and looked at the combatant with a bit of surprise. He thought, everything is going beyond my expectations. I didn't expect someone from China to have national-level power. Ascensionist was here too. At that moment, the other party revealed themselves. They exuded a pressing and dangerous aura. Ascensionist approached with a victorious smile, assessing Tetsuhan and asked, "Is this the one Tetsu fears?" "Whatever, you're lucky today, kid." Ascensionist continued arrogantly, "I'll gently bring you to a painless death." Tetsuhan, Ryohei anxiously asked, a question with no expected answer. "Why is Ascensionist here?" Tetsuhan replied, "He's part of smallpox." "But, on this side," Hien questioned but sounded certain, as if knowing the answer. "Aren't you right?" Ascensionist was momentarily stunned. "How? On this side?" Hien continued to accuse him. "Are you the one who assassinated other players?" Ascensionist's face darkened. "Oh, he's been figured out." As those around heard Hien's accusation, Hien was shocked again. Ascensionist was curious. "Huh? How could you say that?" But then he had to admit, "You're quite perceptive, aren't you?" "On this side." Brother is confident. As expected. "So you're going to settle scores with the Korean players next?" "All right." He drew out a knife. Prepared for combat. Brother continued speaking. "It doesn't matter who has national-level power." "That's fine." The other side was quite surprised by his fearless attitude. Brother continued declaring boldly, "I'll kill you here today." The False Awakening was activated again. He was confident. "Don't think you can defeat me that easily." Sheng Tan was also ready. He immediately activated the False Awakening, charging into battle, and mocking them too. Truly, a weakling who doesn't know his own strength. The fight between T and Sheng Tan began, equal in skill, stirring the air around. Meanwhile, Tetsu witnessed their clash. He intended to take this opportunity to escape. His subordinate also had the same thought, reminding him to retreat quickly while they were still afraid. Tetsu didn't hesitate and said immediately, "All right, let's go. They've been rushing all along." Suddenly, a yell echoed. Ryohei arrived, clearing away the obstacles in his path. He arrogantly looked at Tetsu, who was trying to escape, and said, "How can you just run away like this?" The two of them were clearly surprised, shouting, "Ryohei, you're confident. Do you think your troops will retreat because they'll lose?" With an arrogant tone, Ryohei continued, "Maybe what you're thinking is right. His opponent is Taeyun, and I'll face yours." Before he could get excited for 30 seconds, a force from Taeyun hit the group trying to run away to also caught them. Ryohei lost his balance too. Tetsuhan didn't slack off while fighting Sheng Tan. He shouted at the cowardly ones, "You miserable demons, wait for me." Ryohei's voice echoed with sorrow. "What? I was talking." Tetsuhan stole his script. Sheng Tan didn't let Tetsuhan slack off for long either. He challenged, "Are you going to resist me, little brat?" Tetsuhan responded, "Huh?" The fight between the two continued. Sheng Tan reminded his opponent not to be complacent. Accompanied by a warning blow of earth and stone, T.Hugh quickly jumped up to avoid it. He marveled at the opponent's display of strength, supernatural power indeed. Sheng Tan threw a large rock towards Tetsuhan. He went into defense and continued recalling. He was a player who leaned on physical strength, often defeating other players and monsters with bare hands. A blow from Tetsuhan. Hien threw it, splitting the large rock into hundreds of pieces. He continued analyzing his opponent, but he wasn't just about raw power. Hien charged up from the broken pieces, and he still had a powerful skill that was hard to dodge. That's a dark skill. Hyun suddenly realized something. He was startled. It's that, the Reaper's Scythe. Thinking similarly, Trintan really did unleash a Reaper's Scythe aimed at Hyun. The Han smiled at him like a predator playing with its prey. Letting others witness our skill will make them die willingly. The Reaper's Scythe was swift and lunged towards Hyun. This is a powerful area of effect skill that can cause adverse effects on the opponent in battle. However, to use it requires a large amount of mana, meaning most of Trintan's mana went into this Reaper's Scythe. Hyun silently marveled. He unleashed this skill wanting to play all his cards with me. The attack from the Reaper's Scythe was indeed terrifying. A huge explosion occurred at the tower peak, shaking the space around. The tower exploded, rocks and dust flying everywhere. Misty, T-Highwind and Trintan flew out of the tower. Each slash from Trintan was powerful, but T-Highwind fought back fiercely, not at a disadvantage. Wherever Trintan slashed, T-Highwind blocked it. T-Highwind still engaged with 2 daggers, slashing back towards Trintan. A metallic sound echoed as water droplets splashed on the blade tip. T-Highwind also realized that. He thought to himself, his weapon clashed with the Reaper's Scythe. Relying on his strength, Trintan taunted and asked, "What is it? You said you wanted to kill me." Another Reaper's Scythe attack came. This time T-Hyun had to use both daggers to block it. It's not good. If this keeps up, the daggers will break. The daggers were getting deeper cracks from Trintan's Reaper's Scythe. This time T-Hyun had to fight desperately. Chains shot out and wrapped around Trintan. If so, Trintan won't react in time. Meanwhile, the chains tightened around him. This time T-Hyun came up with a last resort plan. I'll incapacitate him first. The fake consciousness transmitted through the chain affected Tang as if Brother successfully incapacitated. Familiar laughter echoed. Haha, you're so naive, causing Brother panicked and reacted. Unharmed, Trintan arrogantly said, "Do you think that trick can defeat me?" Trintan broke the chains. He swung a dangerous scythe slash. He said, "I'm a national level player with extensive battle experience." Saying so, he slashed down with the scythe. Cutting through T-Hyun, everything happened too fast. He couldn't react in time. A slash cut across T-Hyun, tremendous force. As a result, Trintan arrogantly left the battle. The battle seemed to have ended. Space calmed down. In the ruins, Tetsu stands on a tower that's no longer intact, witnessing the just-ended intense battle. He doubts, has the battle really ended? But then he realizes, Tae-Hyun, a promising player from South Korea, fighting Chang-Tan had no chance of winning. Meanwhile, one of his subordinates shouts to report, "Sir, we've caught Ryohei. What do we do now?" Tetsu turns around and orders them, "Alright, just keep him imprisoned." Ryohei is defeated, held down by the subordinates and forced to kneel. Tetsu continues, "We'll use him as a hostage. He's valuable for leverage." Ryohei can't help but get angry. "Old man, you miserable bastards." Tetsu still has many questions unanswered. One thing puzzles him. Why would Isuka Ryohei follow Team T? Who ni? Tetsu watches as Ryohei is escorted away and continues to think, if he did that, the Japanese sword wouldn't let him be. He must understand this. Tae-Hyun, maybe he saw something different from that guy and followed the little brat's orders. Then Tetsu looks at the aftermath of the battle, sighs in relief but realizes he trusted the wrong person. This battle was lost by Tae-Hyun to Chang-Tan's formidable strength. Suddenly, Tetsu notices something unusual and exclaims, "Oh!" with shock. Below, Chang-Tan's seemingly fatal blow couldn't kill Tae-Hyun. That was his chance to take revenge on him. As he poured all his magic into the attack, Chang-Tan fell, spitting out blood while Tae-Hyun stood firm. Tetsu is surprised, head full of questions. The support he sought didn't help Tae-Hyun and was defeated by him instead. He only just managed to react. Mr. Chang-Tan. Chang-Tan gets counterattacked. It's hard to understand but can't find words anymore. He doubts. Why? Why me? Falls another mouthful of blood. Clearly, he was hit by a dangerous blow from Tae-Hyun. He recalls the moment when his sword's power exploded after hitting Tae-Hyun. But still, he had the upper hand. Evidence is that Tetsu's sword broke. Tae-Hyun's sword is broken. Now, Chang-Tan goes berserk, spits fire. This little brat. He focuses all his strength, preparing for another powerful strike at Tetsu. Tae-Hyun, did you hide that power? If so, die! On the other side, Tae-Hyun still stands motionless before Chang-Tan's furious attack. He turns back with a confident smile, looking at his opponent whose anger is consuming him, thinking, his weapon is a rare grade sword. However, When fighting the Minotaur Queen briefly, it was fine. Memories flash about the Minotaur Queen he defeated in the past, but now facing Death Scythe. This isn't an ordinary weapon. With so many clashes and his own raw power attached to the sword, it can't withstand such impacts. As he thinks, he rushes forward again. Another battle erupts, this time a life and death struggle. He continues analyzing his weapon. Though there are benefits, he considered, using raw power means the weapon will break, but with these thoughts, Chang Tan's sword collides with two daggers once more. This impact makes both daggers shatter instantly. Tetsu! Hai Hun can't help but say aloud, I could get that machine's life. Quickly flying close to the stunned Chang Tan, the broken daggers don't affect his immense power. A powerful strike is thrown straight at Chang Tan. Chang Tan is taken aback by this humiliating defeat, sudden and unexpected, unable to react in time. Tae Hwan pours a large amount of magic into the decisive strike. A throw goes through Chang Tan's body. Tetsu stands on the tower, witnessing everything with fear. His face changes, he can't believe it and exclaims, "Oh my god!" Ryohei, tied up in a corner, feels the aftermath of Tae Hwan's strike and jumps. Below, blood splatters everywhere. Chang Tan's necklace breaks and rolls on the ground, signaling bad news to its owner. Chang Tan is completely defeated by Tae Hwan's final strike. So the battle has truly ended and the winner is Tae Hwan. Somewhere far away, where no battles are happening, Bikingok and Taeyeon are in a hotel room with city views. Enjoying the rain together with wine, they discuss the battle. Bikingok says, so Chang Tan appeared. It's all over now. She was lying in Taeyeon's arms, sighing as she heard that Zoo Festival had asked for help by trading a rare weapon. What do you plan to do now, Mr. Taeyeon? Taeyeon is quite confident about Chang Shin. Alright, with Chang Shin taking action, the opponent won't last long. He's a national level player from China known as Swift God. Continuing to hold the beauty in his arms, he said that since Chang Shin has much combat experience, there was no chance for that kid. Bixing and S-Class Devil answered with malice. MMMH. A phone ring broke the silence, and both of them got up simultaneously. By the second ring, Taeyeon had picked up the call. The person on the other end asked, Taeyeon, are you still with that woman? Taeyeon was surprised to find out that the caller knew his whereabouts. On the other line, Zhang Long calmly reported his identity as the one who angered Taeyeon. He sat comfortably in a lab filled with large, airy tubes containing people. He is the Chinese Player Association chairman, Zhang Long. With a calm voice, he delivered shocking news to Taeyeon. Chang Shin is dead. That's not unusual. On the other end, Taeyeon looked incredulous. Zhang Long continued. His commanding tone was dangerous. His eyes flashed with death. Go get Taeyul's head here. The intense battle ended as Taeyul stared at Chang Shin, wanting to use his devouring power to enhance his strength. But it didn't work, he thought, just as we predicted. Indeed, the power surrounding Chang Shin's body brought nothing. Dead creatures cannot gain skills through devouring. Only living creatures can absorb skills. Taeyul recalled the creatures he had devoured to obtain skills. However, not all skills suited him. Therefore, Taeyul needs to choose which one to devour. These criminals don't need moral considerations when defeated. Thus, Taeyul must focus on the voice when using devouring skills, those weak, faint voices echoing in his mind. He decided he would pay attention and uncover the truth later. With Chang Shin, the strongest enemy, dead, everything followed Taeyul's will. Zoo Festival and his underlings knelt to flatter him, smiling insincerely, saying from the start, I wanted to support you, Zoo Festival. Taeyul didn't spare a thought for that wretch. He immediately erased all memories of the evil spirits and Zoo Festival regarding his devouring use and handed them over to the Player Association. Ryohei then completed her task and returned to the Saintess. He growled, don't joke around. Returning to the Saintess could be dangerous. Ryohei anticipated the danger of returning. He wouldn't hesitate if he had to drag tea. Taeyul wanted to continue following him or not return to the Saintess at all. She might read those memories. So I'd be done for if she found out about this betrayal. Thus, Taeyul wasn't worried and replied, "Don't worry," he explained further. "After all, the Saintess only wants to meet me. She doesn't care much about other matters." Therefore, Taeyul analyzed that the condition between him and the Saintess for the Awakening Pact was bringing him before her. "So we'll go there together. She won't be concerned about what you've done." Saying this, he cast a disdainful glance at Ryohei, who was injured, and continued with cutting words. "After all, she wouldn't expect anything from you, right?" Ryohei argued back in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Taeyul didn't bother replying and started deep in thought. "The only problem left is those two guys in Tam to Dao's group. You used Somian to hack their base from Tetsu's memory, but the location wasn't accurate either." Thinking about it, he told Ryohei, "First, just think about it for now, and we'll figure it out later." Taehyun returned to the house provided by the Awakening Association. A few days later, news updated on Changshin. After participating in the Asian International Tournament for 3 days, Changshin disappeared from the game. The Chinese government called for everyone to join the search efforts. Taehyun placed his phone on the bed. Meanwhile, the news continued. As for the scores, South Korea was still at the top with Taehyun successfully capturing Shaoxi. One of the 3 chickenpox cases, he thought Changshin's death might have been known by Zhang Long already, but he wanted to investigate who did it. "Anyway, I've hidden that pretty well and caused some damage to Tam Tadao too." Lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang, bringing him back to reality. The call showed the caller was Zhang Jinsu. Taehyun wondered what he wanted at this hour. The scene changed to a different area with small rocky mountains, an otherwise desolate place. Zhang Jinsu was surprised by T's presence. Hyun said, "I thought you wouldn't come. Thanks for answering the call." Hyun approached with curiosity and excitement, saying, "There are many pieces of information I can't ignore." Then he suspiciously asked again, "But sure about that, isn't she one of Tam to Dao's members?" Knowing the Jade is here, Zhang Jinsu confidently replied, "Yes, but I couldn't be certain. The source was quite reliable though. Biksu was in that building yesterday for sure. She'll definitely be there to observe everything this time." They looked towards the distant tall building, standing out starkly against the desolate surroundings. Hyun secretly thought it seemed right. "According to my old memory, she was in one of the nearby buildings too." He nodded, understanding. "All right." But then he wondered, "But I don't understand why you're giving me this information now. As far as I know, you didn't like me much." Zhang Jinsu tried to justify. "Foolish man. He was off the mark. To prove that I'm not a spy." Taehyun was tired and confused. "Huh?" Zhang Jinsu showed determination and sincerity. "What you said before, I completely understood. Being attacked by another country's player would naturally make one suspicious of everyone around them. He was off the mark again, but I want to prove that I'm not doing anything wrong. So I gave you this information to show that I'm completely on your side. Now you should understand what I did." He tried to look righteous. "I want to stand by you against the evil forces." Hyun also acted surprised. The player Zhang Jinsu. His head tilted up. "We can vaguely guess who the spy is now." Before meeting with Zhang Jinsu, Hyun received another call from Jua Yang. She said over the phone, "As I mentioned before, there's definitely a spy in our group." Taehyun shared his suspicions with her. Could it be Zhang Jinsu? Yui was surprised. "So you guessed it already?" Taehyun admitted honestly. "I've suspected this for a long time. So he's definitely a spy for Japan this time, right?" Looking at my relationship with Kimura-zen, I realized something. On the other side, Yui is sitting in front of a screen investigating Zhang Jinsu, revealing shocking information. The strange part is that he hasn't just stopped working for China. Brother on the other side is surprised. She continued, "No, he had dealings with China a few years ago too. He's like someone who's addicted to gambling. Maybe when he went there to play cards, he ended up owing quite a bit of money." Hyun asked back, "So he worked for both China then? How did Kimura-zen know my exact location though?" Yui immediately replied, "As I said before, there must be another spy besides him." Hyun fell into deep thought. So there are two spies now. What kind of association manages people so loosely? Yui noticed the other side was worried and comforted them. But you don't need to worry too much. We have our ways to handle this situation in the meeting room. Hyun responded, okay, I have a next plan. Yui reminded him, let me know if there's anything else. Yui realized what he intended to do. Curiously asked, so the conversation is over? Hyun considered there are two reasons to note. If Jang Jinsu was caught for espionage, the second one wouldn't show up. Moreover, knowing Jang Jinsu is a spy and returning to reality, Tone Tin will use Jang Jinsu to trap the other spy. Meanwhile, Jang Jinsu continued his act, approaching and speaking with him. Even though there's a gem inside, it's full of traps too. Saying this, he confidently patted his chest, but don't worry, I've planned everything. The easiest way in will be shown to you. Meanwhile, he secretly laughed, thinking he fell into the clumsy trap he set up. If you go that way, it'll be your life. It's just for money. I'm doing this because of bad luck too. It's all about your bad luck. Don't blame me, Hyun, not only Baek and Gok, but also Tae Ming Mayan, the top Chinese female player, are there. But his plans were ruined when Hyun casually threw a punch at the building in front of him. A powerful force shattered the building into rubble. The building crumbled into a mess of bricks and stones. Hyun proudly showed off, it seems my strength has increased significantly after some training. Jang Jinsu's eyes widened at Hyun's impressive power. Finally reacting, he shouted, what was that? He turned to blame him, so, oh, you did this? Hyun indifferent replied, there are definitely traps inside, don't go in. He confidently and excitedly said, just fight your way through it. Jang Jinsu declined. This could cause public opposition. Through the rubble, Hyun saw someone trapped. He asked, isn't that Baek and Gok? The name Jang Jinsu stopped him immediately. Hey! Baek and Gok was buried in the debris, broken and bloody. But she still pulled Jang Jinsu down with her. You bastard! How dare you betray us, Jang Jinsu? Don't forget to threaten to. You die with me. Taeyun looked at what was in front of him, just as he expected from his dater. He happily glanced over at Jang Jinsu, who had jumped in surprise next to him. Keep pouring oil on the fire. What did she say about betrayal? Jang Jinsu quickly cleared her relationship. Shout, you damn brat, what are you babbling about? Baek and Gok didn't care about Jang Jinsu's words. She turned to attack Hyun. Don't get too cocky, Hyun. Someone will deal with you. Hyun confidently asked a question she already knew the answer to. You mean timing? Surprising both of them. They asked at the same time without planning it. How do you know someone is here? Hyun didn't bother responding to these two. Get straight to the point. Tell us where he is. You knew he was here, so tell us quickly. Jang Jinsu tensely realized, Jun, did you know from the start that I'm a spy? Then he angrily lunged at Taeyun, though there was no real threat. A wave of energy hit him. Blood spurted from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose as timing arrived. Taeyun reacted too. Thong wasn't affected much. Suddenly, a notification appeared in his mind. You have entered the state of Koa thanks to the mysterious power that has partially resisted it. But his senses and strength were reduced. Due to decreased vision, hearing, and weakened sensation, temporary actions would be slower. Along with the system notification, blood began spilling from his eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and limbs as well. He silently recognized it was timing's control skill. Many things were already weakening. He had blocked some of it, but all his senses were affected. Timing appeared behind him with a wicked glint in his eyes. With the urgent danger surrounding him, he spoke unhappily. I didn't think you would destroy the entire building like that. Hyun also woke up to his presence and turned to face him. Timing continued. You really are curious about who defeated Chang Shin, aren't you? Looking at you, your strength isn't weak either. Pehol challenged too. You do have some interest compared to the others, but to defeat you and get what I want, if it's your skill, I'll need to work hard. He didn't bother hiding his intentions. Start activating emotional awareness. On another side, Ryohei really returned to Sarada's side, the Japanese saint, and he was intimidating demons before the bridge. Sarada took a breath, read his memories, and said happily, "Haha, those memories are quite interesting. That kid not only grew stronger but also defeated a new star. He betrayed us and didn't follow our agreement. Should we kill him?" Ryohei hesitated before Sarada's intimidating words, responding vaguely, "Yeah." The lady smiled mischievously. She patted his head. Shu Wei-sung said, "Are you scared? As I said, I don't care about your life much. Just bring Taehyun here. But if we just let everything follow his plan, it's not good." Saying that, she tightened her grip a little. Ryohei looked scared and mumbled, "Hey, you!" She continued, "Does he seem to be aiming for the 3 water blisters?" Ryohei responded with fear. "Huh?" Sarada's eyes gleamed with a deadly excitement. "Then I'll personally meet him and see how it goes." The scene shifted to the past. Long Yang gathered Chinese national level players. He smiled dangerously and listed 3 targets. He raised his 3 fingers, indicating the 3 targets. 1 to win the Asian Championship. 2 to weaken other guilds by defeating key members of them, and 3 achieving these 2 goals will prove that our Chinese player guild is the strongest in Asia. His eyes gleamed with malice, using it to monopolize all dungeon and demon stone deals. So just kill, attack, or whatever necessary means. I'll handle the aftermath. He was not hesitant to come up with underhanded schemes for his own gain. Across from him, 3 Chinese national level players silently listened to Long Yang's strategy. This wasn't strange given this guild leader's methods. He seemed excited. As long as I get to fight a strong opponent, it doesn't matter. Lian Feng didn't object. As long as it succeeds, I think it's fine. Meanwhile, Timing Mian was quite upset. He thought they had lost their minds. But that wasn't his concern. He had already dealt with anyone blocking his secret relationship with the 3rd water blister, Biksu. That was what he cared about now. So in a way, he was just as crazy as them. And this time, when Long Yang called him last time and ordered him to bring Taehyun's head. If not, he vaguely said, and Taehyun understood. But at the same time, Biksu was a temptation with his help. Taehyun, who had been following them, could act if Timing Mian could strike. That's why Timing Mian was here to eliminate Taehyun. He rushed forward, thinking it would be Taehyun's power soon. However, he seemed to underestimate his opponent this time. Not far away, Taehyun wasn't scared of Timing Mian's formidable strength either. He showed no less, radiating a fake awakening aura, a large fire spirit heart. Look at Taehyun's fake awakening. Hyun, Timing Mian was surprised. His apathetic world didn't work on T. Hyun. He had guessed that T would be a national level player after defeating Chung Tan, but he wondered in surprise. What kind of strange power is this? Now, Timing Mian has confirmed that this isn't a typical national level player's power. By saying that, he's already surpassed human limits. Pehul exudes an intimidating aura and says, "Is the world insensitive? A power that nullifies all senses. It would be quite dangerous if I couldn't use it for hunting." Pehul doesn't say much more. Let's get to the point. He smirks with a hint of amusement. "Alright then," his voice rising. "I'll use my real skills well," he says, as he grabs Timing Mian's hand, signaling Long Haxiang to bite and swallow. Long Haxiang approaches Timing Mian. The fake awakening awakens, enveloping him. Timing Mian feels danger approaching, but can't react in time. He stands there, waiting for the fake awakening to bite him and take his strange ability. A surge of power hits Timing Mian, burning through him, leaving no trace. Pehul's power is truly unsettling. The notification pops up. Pehul has learned the world insensitivity ability. The remaining ginseng plant, a weapon for Timing Mian, remains in the ground, even though its owner is gone. Hyan approaches and picks it up. "I don't have any weapons, but this will do." Drawing out his weapon, T. Hyan exclaims with delight, just as expected from a national level player. He used all the expensive weapons. Good, I'm not complaining. The notification appears, introducing unique level information. Stowing the loot T. Hyan thinks towards Biksu. So, China has lost to national-level players, only one remains. It doesn't matter how strong they are, they can't keep up with this kind of virginity score anymore. The country scores appear: South Korea at 3,350 points, while China is at 2,570. Below them are Japan and Qatar, both at 2,750 points. Biksu and Zhang Jinsu are unconscious, their fate unclear. The ground is covered in fresh blood mixed with dirt and stones. Taeyeon continues to ponder. I've dealt with Biksu. If I can find the 3 water moths, victory in this friendly match is certain. But I'm a bit worried about Japan's silence. Just then, a strong gust of wind blows and the sound of some device grows louder. Hyein wonders. A helicopter is flying directly above him. He doubts. A helicopter. The helicopter door opens. From inside, a person leaps out and lands on the ground. Her long pink hair and fair skin are striking. There's no doubt about it. It's Sarada who has come to find us. Hyein is surprised by her appearance. He wonders aloud. Sarada jumps right next to him, the force causing the ground beneath her feet to crumble. She lands with a splash and Taeyeon has to dodge. As she lands, Sarada speaks playfully. We've met again, player Taeyeon. Now, Hyein finally recognizes who is in front of him. He's surprised, his mind flashing with a dangerous name, Yoshikawa Sarada. Yoshikawa Sarada, not an unfamiliar name to Hyein, you've heard about her reputation. She has a powerful healing skill, rapid recovery, allowing her to heal countless people, soothing troubled minds and granting blessings that enhance physical abilities. This made her the healer, a national-level player from Japan. But the true effect of Heavenly Sea is mind control, manipulating memories to brainwash humans. This is what she aims for to control her subordinates. Yoshikawa Sarada used this skill to turn enemies into worshippers. Taeyeon laughs helplessly, thinking, now it's my turn. Taeyeon looks at Sarada inquisitively. But I never told Rio or gave away my exact location. How did you find me? Sarada continues to smile playfully. You should know, it's not that I didn't get the 3 water moths because I didn't know their locations. Taeyeon understands. So you've gone through all this trouble, ignored the demons and the friendly competition just to meet me? That's scary. Facing Hyein's accusations, Sarada still kept her smile. She curiously asked Taeyeon, why can't you feel anything when looking at me? Taeyeon didn't understand what she meant by that question. Sarada continued with her performance. She spoke urgently. I know my role as a saint. It's to give people the strength to live in this miserable world. So how do I give them that power? Her tone suddenly rose high. Firmly, she answered her own question. By making them worship me, Taeyeon looked speechless. Sarada continued to admire herself, meeting a beautiful, adorable, captivating, graceful, virtuous, and perfect person like Thoi. That's their joy and happiness. As she spoke, she posed as if giving a press conference. Ultimately, worshipping and feeling Thoi became the reason for their existence. Then, she looked confused and angry. But why you? Why can't you feel anything when looking at me? Hyein witnessed what happened before, still unable to hide his speechless expression. He silently marveled. She's really crazy. Sarada quickly changed her dangerous tone, but it's fine anyway. Saving someone like that is also a role of a saint. As soon as she finished speaking, a group of vehicles rushed to where the two were standing. Hyein suddenly turned around. He silently wondered why there was a civilian here, then realized their eyes were dimmed as if being controlled. No, this is... They had been brainwashed from the ocean, but their eyes were still directed towards Hyein was furious. Sarada continued her act. Despite investigating Ryohei's memories and his actions, there are still things I can't figure out. That is your information source and the hidden skills you possess. Her eyes flashed with danger, so I prepared for it. No matter what secrets you have or how powerful your abilities are, I will ensure you can't use them. As she finished speaking, the people behind rushed towards Hyein, the terrifying white eyes. Sarada played her card, smugly sure of victory, and said arrogantly, her voice full of cat-like satisfaction. "Now that they are civilians, will you mercilessly kill my followers? Or silently accept my salvation? You're trying to manipulate T's moral compass." Hyan, choose player T. Hyan, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, using civilians is boring. Meanwhile, those people are getting closer and closer. Before being attacked by the civilians, Hyan cursed out loud, "Damn you, scum." The scene switched to the sparkling city of Sahor. In a basement, two guards told the people outside to contact Iron Chairman. "I think we've found it. The last base of Sanshui-do." Then they looked at a tall building that was being protected by an invisible shield. They discussed, "I never thought they would do something so crazy as hiding their entire space. That's why we couldn't find them for such a long time." One of the two didn't notice his colleague's response and turned back to remind him, "What are you doing? I told you to call." Before he could finish speaking, he saw his colleague lying unconscious on the ground, covered in a large amount of blood. The demons had arrived. He introduced himself, someone who would not live much longer according to whom he considered. His dangerous eyes fell upon the person who discovered Sanshui-do's secret. He spat out some ominous words, and those troublesome things are following again. A notification appeared with information. So now, vice chairman of the evil group, one of the members of Sanshui-do, power level, national ranking. He gently placed a hand on one of the guards' heads. The terrifying pressure made him shiver. But that feeling didn't last long. The exorcist delivered a fatal blow to the guard. The corner of the wall illuminated the headless figure. The blood spattered everywhere was truly horrifying. The exorcist killed without hesitation. He immediately turned away, his mind full of calculations. They're following me like this after exploiting this information? Could it be that after Nezuko was defeated, everything was exposed? Thoughts towards T. Hyun, the thorn in his eye, he thinks T. Hyun controlled everything in this operation plan. Earlier, he planned to use Chinese players to eliminate you, but didn't expect you to take out Changshin as well. His followers were waiting and informed him that the gate was already open. "Your Excellency, exorcists are approaching. Keep thinking, but don't get too carried away with illusions." Hyun, there's more to this world than just people as strong as that. I've long reached the state of strength unimaginable for over a decade ago. He entered the gate and ordered, "Alright, let's head to the abyss now." Hyan stood on the rocky ground surrounded by civilians bathed in pale orange holy power, their minds wiped clean, rushing towards the designated target. They piled up layer upon layer, but showed no signs of stopping. Yoshikawa Sarara observed from afar, her hands clasped behind her back as she muttered to herself. Hyan is a well-known fake emotion player at the Eastern Dawn auction house for saving many people there. Dust and sand flew in the wind, casting an eerie light on the girl. Half of it was bright, while the other half was dark, adding to her mysterious aura. Her lips parted as she explained, even though those brainwashed ones fought tirelessly without tiring, they didn't hold much hope. But when he acted against them, he had to be cautious. If he used all his strength and fell down because of them, I'd feel pretty good too. As she spoke, a warm sound echoed from the other side. Sarara's laughter froze on her lips as she stood still. "Huh? Hill." He gritted his teeth and hardened his body, eyes motionless, hands moving to deliver several punches towards those clinging to him, sending them flying in different directions. He smirked, saying something. "What?" Sarara looked bewildered as all the fallen people were on their side. T stood in an attacking stance looking at Yoshikawa Sarara. She shouted, "What? You dare mercilessly attack civilians like that?" He replied, "They attacked me, so what can I do but retaliate?" A golden chain soaked in blood whipped round Sarara's waist and wrapped tightly. Hyan continued, "Controlling those civilians was something I anticipated." Sarara gasped as the chain tightened around her waist. Hyun firmly stood, changing his stance to pull back the chain he held tightly. He laughed confidently and said, "You'll pay for that." With a strong pull, the chain sent Sarara flying into the air. Hyan leaped up, sending debris flying as he delivered a powerful kick to her face. Sorara's hands hung limp, unable to react in time, and she was hit unexpectedly and fell back. Blood splattered everywhere, wind whistling with the loud sound of impact before dusk. At the moment, blood spurted from the corner of her mouth. Her face tilted upwards as if trying to breathe. Her eyes darkened by the shadow of her bangs. Yoshikawa Sorara's thoughts flashed through her mind. I made a wrong prediction. Is he here? The thought lingered in her head. He is a hero who saved many people, but he doesn't hesitate to attack civilians either. One arm clutched the blood-soaked chain, his face gleaming with amusement, lips curved into a smile. Suddenly, Sorara's eyes widened as a hint of holy power light appeared near her eyes, healing them. Sorara now denied her previous thoughts. No, it seems he did show mercy. They just lost consciousness temporarily. The main reason is that the civilian's strength wasn't enough to hold him back. Those on the ground were unconscious, trembling, with dried blood at their mouths. She added, he didn't kill them, but only knocked them out so they couldn't fight anymore. A bright light flashed on her left hand, and Taehwan took a step back, sensing something was about to happen. Sorara evaluated in her mind, this guy is indeed a formidable opponent. A burst of light accompanied by powerful force erupted, sending out the sprouted seeds that had just emerged. The seeds scattered and quickly grew into large trees with multiple branches extending in different directions. Everything around was pushed back by the explosion. Strong winds howled fiercely. He and she were still in midair, separated by a distance. The villagers were controlled. Her eyes shone brightly. They were thrown into the air from the previous explosion. The golden chain stained with Taehwan's blood quickly circled around their bodies. Pulled back forcefully, he landed safely on the ground, supporting a woman who was being controlled by celestial revelation. He helped her down using the chain to pull them closer. Zealot pulled in more of the controlled people with chains, bringing them back towards him, pulling those safely to the ground without harming their lives, looking at the giant tree suddenly branching out around them. Taehul stood up and held the woman, saying, what's going on? This tree has grown so much in just a little bit of time. It must be that super fast seed. He looked at the woman he had just saved, continuing, but even if they control people like this, we won't show mercy. After saying that, he dissolved the chains to make them disappear. The woman on Taehwan's hand seemed to have just escaped brainwashing. She gently said, thank you for saving me. Yoshikawa Sorara and the ordinary villagers who had been brainwashed by celestial revelation walked behind her. She laughed and said, ha ha, that's quite a hero. He suddenly turned to look at where the voice came from. She brushed aside her hair to reveal her face. Her eyes moved forward as she spoke. We didn't use the person who was unconscious earlier to attack the ordinary villagers, thinking it would be ineffective on them. But still, you are someone who cares about people. That's how I found your weakness. Sorara touched her cheek, and Sang's golden holy power shone into her wound, healing it. The dark area around her face made her look darker. Her eyes glowed dangerously as she laughed menacingly, daring him to continue. The woman Taehwan was holding suddenly grabbed his neck with both hands, and he looked down in surprise, saying, huh? The woman's eyes widened clearly, showing the red nerves in her eye sockets. Taeyun thought, she must have fainted. What has she turned into now? Blood kept spilling from her mouth as she opened it wide. Soon, blood filled her throat, and she coughed violently. Cuckoo cuckoo. With the power of celestial revelation spreading, holy energy around each person increased more and more, exploding like a brainwashing activation. Roaring loudly, shaking past Sorara, she raised her hands to her sides, radiating her strength as she spoke, confirming that everyone here had been brainwashed and controlled by her. Even if they fainted or their bones broke, they could still stand up and fight. If you want to stop them, the only way is to kill them. Yoshikawa Sorara looked at him with a sharp glance, surrounded by holy power, laughing loudly. Accept the truth that no one can be merciful here, Taehyun. The divine tree's branches shot out towards him, still holding the woman who was choking. He said, so, you call yourself a saint and feel no guilt at all? Round Taehul, red magic power radiated, followed by black lightning. One eye glowed red as she raised her hand with dark energy towards the hands of the brainwashed people. Suddenly, Sorara felt everyone's eyes and mouths open wide looking at her, their hands reaching out. She felt something was wrong and started sweating. She asked, "Huh?" The system announced, "The world of indifference has activated." Sorara's eyes widened in shock as she looked around, her pupils fixed on the scene before her. Blood dripped from under her eyes, into her nose and mouth. Red blood flowed from between her fingers, and blood spurted from her fingernail beds. The system announced that sensory perception had decreased. Strength indicators were reduced by a fraction as the life force was preparing to be interrupted. Sorara was surrounded by thousands of sounds. Her eyes looked darkly, blackness surrounding her head, causing pain and dizziness. She held her head with one hand while blood continued to fall, her red eyes staring at Sorara. She cried in despair. Her face was covered in sweat, tears, and blood flowing non-stop from the corners of her eyes and mouth. Sorara thought, this must be the world indifference skill of clear consciousness. How could he use it? In front of her stood the embodiment behind him, a large skull with intricate carvings on its surface. On top of the skull was a scythe helmet with smaller skulls attached to it. Red and black energy lines spread in multiple directions around them. Her senses enveloped Sorara, pressing her body to stand firm. Sorara thought, this can't be. If he had this skill from the start, he would have used it already. This means, as she guessed, he was closing in on her, focusing his dark energy into his hand towards Taekwon. He winced again, his left eye still glowing a murky red. The one who guessed correctly. Yoshikawa Sorara's eyes widened in shock, showing her pain as she shed a tear. Her mouth opened wide as the blood box creaked open with a loud sound. West must T. Hyun pulled the brainwashed civilians back, his left hand delivering a punch. The demon key attacked Sorara, who was hit by a much larger fist and flew backward. The ground wasn't just rocks, it now had broken tree branches from the divine hands growing there. Dust and smoke filled the air as the wind blew, the brainwashed people lying still on the ground under the chains. Hyun stood over the battlefield at dusk, looking at the broken trees and people tied to the ground with Sorara trying to get up. He wiped the dust off his face and said, "She's a fast healer, she still couldn't bring her down after such an attack." The wind blew strong, scattering dust as the sunset light only illuminated part of the Englishman's shoulder. Seeing Sorara lying on the ground with her hands supporting her body, quickly recovering with divine power glowing over each part of her body, Taehyun continued, "She seems to be healing herself." Sorara forced herself up using her right arm, her eyes shining as she looked at him defiantly. How can you use the world insensitive skill like that? What is your identity?" He approached with a smile and knelt in front of Sorara saying, "Of course, I need time and your technique to know this." Sorara looked up surprised by his words. She struggled on the ground as she stood up, guessing what he meant. "You want to?" Taehyun interrupted, "Are you trying to brainwash me? Let's see, with your revelation, can you do anything?" He smiled and thought, I wanted to meet her and learn this revelation technique, but I didn't expect it in this situation. Looking at Sorara, who was sitting up on the ground, behind her was the king, Taehyun pondered. Revelation is a mind control skill. Through that technique, you can see your soul world. D-Hole recalled his use of Berserk and being entangled by the Queen Succubus, connecting everything to guess. The vague memories I saw when using Berserk will be clearer, along with Rosalia's attitude when seeing my soul memories. About Berserk, it was always something I wanted to understand. Its secrets are related to my soul world. What has been hidden for so long will be revealed. He smiled inwardly. If revelation can help me explore that spiritual world, how wonderful. Sorara laughed loudly, her. Ha ha. Behind her was a mess. She struggled to stand up and said, "It seems you underestimated me. Your display of extraordinary strength surprised us in this battle, but if you want to see my true power, it's simple." Sorara placed her hands in front of her chest, forming a circle of divine light with a circular glow spreading out. Round her were white entities with many blue eyes the size of a hand and one larger eye on top looking at Hyun. She spoke. "Let's change it." Before she could finish, her eyes widened as her arms sprouted to grab T from all directions. Hyan, maintaining the shape of the technique with Sorara's spiritual power, shouting loudly, "You failed, you must become my first." The light above her head shone down. The face of the female in the shadow showed a mad, laughing expression. You can't predict the power of revelation. Don't think you can use revelation to get what you want. You will regret it. Your power will be mine. Sorara's face glowed red as blood particles flew in the air. Before her was a sea of blood, a straight staircase leading up with bone seats and skulls at the foot of the seats. Each step was made of spines, skulls, and bodies forming the stairs. Behind the seat were large, deep eyes of berserk. Red circles spread over the bloody sea. Sorara seemed like a small figure lost in a bloodthirsty world far away. Yoshikawa Sorara thought about the scene. This blood sea is T's soul world. Hyan sang. Looking up at the top of the seat, a man was sitting with one foot on the armrest, his other hand resting on it, and his face hidden in darkness. She observed, "Who is that guy?" "T. Hyuna, the man." The clothes seemed to appear by magic, shimmering. He opened his mouth and smiled, cackling. Then he said, "He is indeed smarter than I thought." As soon as the words left his mouth, Sorara felt a sudden pressure. Her face darkened, sweat pouring down in fear. The eyes of the brood behind the chair projected a large red circle onto the bloody water surface. The blood sea surged with a huge wave. The person sitting on top looked down and spoke. "I didn't think he would use a spiritual opening technique to look into my mind, planning to use this against me." She thought, "That's not T. Hyun, he is extremely dangerous." Sorara wanted to turn and run away, her face filled with fear. "He is," the voice cut off her thoughts. "But a worthless person like you can do nothing to me." The man's face revealed, looking very much like T. Hyun, his black eyes glinting red, looked down, his hand on the chair rising and forming a figure towards Sorara. Thousands of evil eyes appeared below where Sorara sat in the water. It stared intently. She felt something. Sorara's face paled, her frightened eyes seeing the red aura rush past. A giant-eyed black sea monster appeared on the blood sea. Large teeth and claws glinted as the evil aura rushed out, making a squeaking sound, the blood sea surging with ferocity. For a moment it was silent, darkness flashing by. Taehyun suddenly opened his eyes, lying on the hospital bed, wires connected to his arm, not yet adjusting to the situation before him. He instinctively said, "Huh?" Taehyun pushed back the blanket and sat up, looking around, asking, "What's this room for? What happened? Where is Yoshikawa Sorara?" Yui Aong pushed open the hospital door, the noise making him turn his head slightly to see her. Aong smiled and looked at him, asking, "Yoshikawa Sorara, why is she here? You finally woke up, right?" Yui stepped into the hospital ward. Hyun continued, "Do you know how everyone has been worried about you? Last night your family stayed by your side all night." He looked at her and asked, "Last night?" Yui pointed and said, "Don't talk anymore. You need to rest. You've been unconscious for over a day." Hyun was sweating, his face panicked, asking, "So what about Yoshikawa Sorara?" She replied, "She fainted like you did. The 3 people from the Clear Jade River also in similar states." Clear-minded ones disappeared. Yui Eong crossed his arms and said, leaving it at that. Hyun was sweating, his face panicked, asking, "So what about Yoshikawa Sorara?" She replied, "She fainted like you did. The 3 people from the Clear Jade River also in similar states." Clear-minded ones disappeared. Yui Eong crossed his arms and said, leaving it at that. Hyun was motionless as he heard the situation, thinking, "I must have failed when using spiritual insight to see into someone's mind. I had considered this possibility, but didn't think it would fail so simply." Her voice echoed, "Did you hear me?" Hyun reconsidered and questioned internally. With her power, she couldn't do anything and fainted too? Thinking about the man on top, red eyes glinting with the aura of the brute surrounding them in red and black. He thought further, what was there in his mind world? Hein's face darkened as he looked down in contemplation. Not good. If I hadn't discovered that yet, I wouldn't be at ease. Ue. He gently touched her face with one hand and stroked her head with the other. You said something. Anyway, you need to recover. In the last battle, you fought until you were completely exhausted. Brother wiped his cold sweat and looked up at her intently. Alright, don't stand too close. A man hurriedly pushed open the door. Ms. Uie. She turned to face him and spoke. Huh? TGCC stood outside the door, his face slightly sweaty, and IUAE spoke up. Deputy Director TGCC, he asked, T. Hyen, have you woken up already? I was very worried about you. TGCC stepped in and gestured towards IUAE as he continued. Anyway, Ms. Uie, we need the support of the Underworld Association. To concentrate forces to search the abyss, IUAE immediately formed a search team at the bottom of the abyss. TGCC explained that because the Korean team led by Seongjin had gone missing, she and he were shocked and said, How come? At the hospital, TGCC shouted loudly, What did you say? Player T. Hyen, he worriedly looked at him and asked, You're planning to go there alone behind T. Hyun took a few steps towards you. T. Hyun replied seriously, as I said before, sending the search team would only result in more deaths. That's something I don't want. Thoughts of veteran players flashed through his mind. Hyun continued, their disappearance is at the bottom of the abyss. While Sungjin and the Korean team are experienced veterans. Thinking about the people from Leonfeng, he added, if they went missing, it wouldn't just be due to a common monster attack. There must have been some national-level powers interference. These people would be quite strong. Tai Hyen concluded, so I'll go alone to ensure everyone's safety. TGCC was worried and raised his hands in agreement. But if that's true, I can't let you go there alone. You're still a new patient who just woke up. How could you allow yourself to do this? T. Hyen's family member pushed the door open and G.I.Ing spoke up. Right, where are you going? You're still a patient. The people in the room turned around at the appearance of three outsiders. G.I.Ing said, yeah, your body hasn't fully recovered. Why do you want to go anywhere? Stay here. Ji Yang placed his hand on his chest and sweating anxiously said, do you know how worried we are? Taehan behind him remained silent. Taehan recounted, yesterday, I thought you would never wake up again. I was too scared. The atmosphere seemed to choke. Taehan looked at his family members. Uncle? What? Ji Yang? Yu Yang crossed his arms and explained behind him. I called them here to meet you. Taehan was bewildered, turning around to continue. A player G.I.ing. She cut in. Anyway, since you've woken up, shouldn't you meet your family first? And Hyun outside explained, right, so please recover first before we proceed. TGCC remained silent. Player Hyun, don't push yourself this time, it's too dangerous. Yang shouted, Hyun looked at the situation and thought, everyone, memories of those who treated me badly in the past came flooding back. He couldn't help understanding from within. Before awakening, all around him were only people who caused him suffering instead of caring for him. As a laborer behind the players, he was often pointed at and subjected to unfair treatment. Recollecting, no matter where I went or what dangers I faced, when I returned, all that greeted me were mocking glares. Returning to the present, there are many people here who care for him. Thinking. But now, in this moment, everyone's voices echoed in his ears. He smiled and said, thank you all for your concern. Facing family members Guk along with Uie. He stood behind waiting for Hugh said, but I have to go there. Everyone was silent. He explained that even though they were only temporary teammates and not close, they are in danger now, and the only one who can save them is him. Guk held back his emotions. And those like him, he laughed. Hyun confidently affirmed, so I must go to save them. Didn't you teach me that we never abandon our teammates? Therefore, I need to help them return home. The Lat family was silent. Dae wiped away his tears and spoke hesitantly. Mr. Hyun, his hand waved excitedly as he patted Hyun's back. Oh, my little one, it sends shivers down my spine. You've grown up, he cried out in pain. She smiled and reminded him, the decision is made. Go back safely, bring everyone home, including yourself. He turned his head and forced a smile. Really? In the depths near the tower, the sound of fighting explosions echoed. Sung Jin wore a suit, holding a hammer sword that was flung across the sand. He coughed and opened his mouth wide. Shi Yang sat beside him asking, Sung Jin, are you okay? The three attackers on the other side stepped through the blowing sandstorm. The one in front spoke, I never expected he could hold out this long. South Korean Sung Jin is quite tough too. She helped him up and looked towards the group of people advancing. He laughed, raising his hand, emitting dark red aura with a threatening presence, laughing to intimidate. But this endless game of cat and mouse has come to an end. Turns out he's a national level player from China. Blood sword, armored defense. Looking at the South Korean players, he said, respecting your talent, I'll give you one chance. If you swear loyalty and become my subordinate, I will spare your life. I am generous by nature. Sung Jin looked at Lan Feng with wide eyes and coughed in response. Uncle, do you want me to betray the country and teammates? Never, don't even dream of it. The subordinates beside him, Lan Feng held up a small-sized ma sword surrounded by dark red aura, mocking, valuing pride over life. Ha! Cool, but your teammates don't seem to think so. Sung Jin and Shi Yang saw Han Zun shaking slightly and raising his hand as if surrendering. She looked at him and asked, the player Han Zun. Sung Jin shouted out, Han Zun, what are you doing? Do you want to? Why now? Han Zun hesitated, his eyes flickering. You fools! This is the perfect time to betray. I need to live. He trembled as he looked ahead. His instincts told him. Lan Feng was a monster among monsters. If this is the only way to live. Han Jil was sweating, looking up with a contemplative gaze. Moreover, right now if you do that, on that night, when the rapid growth tree of Sanctus Yoshikawa wrapped around me tightly, my body suspended about an inch from the ground. Hanzo was struggling to breathe, only coughing. Sarara looked at him and laughed. Haha, you're one of the Korean team players, Hansel. She closed her eyes, her hand behind her head as she spoke softly, as Saintus, I come to give you a mission. Become my vanguard and report in detail about Taeyun's position, strategies, and all plans for the Korean team. Sarara threatened, even if you refuse, I still have ways to make you comply. Do you understand? But you know that willingly would be better for both of us. Right. The tree branches tightly wrapped around Hanju, his eyes watering as he made sounds. The memories from that night resurfaced. Hanju's tears thought, I've betrayed everyone once already. What more does one more time matter? This is how we must live. Sung Jin placed a hand on Hanju's shoulder and looked ahead. Hanju, it'll be okay. You handle people. He continued, it seems you're very scared standing in front of them. But don't worry, even if we have to sacrifice our lives, I will help you all escape. Hanju looked at Sung Jin trembling and said softly, Player Sung Jin. The three Korean players took their fighting stances. Sung Jin stood in front of Xian and Han Jil emphasized, so let me die first, we can still react later. Xiana's hand glowed with blue magical power, smoke emanating from it. She taunted, dying yet you still have the nerve to talk big. Saying that or just boasting is all you know. Han Ji-woo trembled and spoke, everyone, I'm sorry, I'll fight, please wipe your tears. The Korean players took their fighting stances. Lian Fang sighed, indeed, even after showing the path to survival, they're still stubborn. He said to the person behind him, looks like it's because of my teasing that you can't see the situation clearly, right? Right. Zhang Jin responded, yes, correct. No. Lian Feng's eyes and body were covered in red spiritual energy as he threatened. So I'll show you the difference in class between us. His hand made a touch, red threads of energy flickering. Many large swords appeared in the sky pointing down at the ground. The Korean players looked up in shock. Sung Jin widened his eyes and said involuntarily, oh. Lian Feng laughed maniacally, cutting him off. Now you understand, damn it. Just because you can still breathe and stand is due to my mercy. The swords rushed towards the Korean players. They read their move names and activated their maximum skills. Lianfeng attacked with full force. A sound echoed, "You've fallen into a world of apathy." Lianfeng was caught in a constraining web using himself. The swords exploded into fragments of ghostly energy, swirling and pulled into the dark space by the swords. Lianfeng thought, "World of apathy, created by Tai Mingmian. Isn't Tai Mingmian dead?" He looked up and laughed, guessing, "Then this is." Tan and his aerial manifestation prepared to deliver a blow together. A thought flashed through Lianfeng's mind, the one who killed Tai Mingmian. He laughed and asked, "Is it you?" "Kim Tan, I've longed to meet you." He replied with a smile, "So?" A loud explosion echoed. The man standing out of the smoke had red spiritual energy surrounding him. Lianfeng held his sword in a push-dagger stance, questioning, "What is it?" Before him was only a large hole on the ground. He said, "Just an already completed skill. I've been looking forward to more than this." Only a big hole remained in front of him. He said, "Just a finished skill, right? I was hoping for more. But it's really boring." A member from Team China came over to ask Han, "Are you okay?" Lianfeng replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." The other person spoke up. "Immediately chase after them." He interrupted, "No, let them go." Looking at the scene below the tower, Lianfeng assessed, based on the residual energy and magic traces, they had fled to Tower Aijin, an impenetrable dungeon deep in the abyss. In Tower Aijin, Sung Jin loudly said, "King of Kimti." He opened his mouth and poured healing medicine, saying, "First, drink this." The ghostly Sung Jin coughed out a sound. Xian spoke up, "Hyun, I know you saved us. But what are you going to do next?" Hanju looked from afar. She continued, "Tower Aijin is a place where many veteran players have died. It's not simple at all. This place is called the Impenetrable Dungeon. Once inside, you can't leave unless you find an escape gate, no matter how far you go to avoid Lianfeng." "But," he shrugged and looked at Hanju. Xiang from afar replied, "Even if I'm strong, I can't fight and protect everyone at the same time. But don't worry, after all, this is just a dungeon." Sungjin lay on the ground, coughing up medicine. Hanju thought, killing people with magic drugs. Taeyun pointed to himself and confirmed, "Just get through it. There's an exit." The two should be reassured. They looked blank. Xiang said, "Getting through isn't easy." "Did you listen to what I said?" Hanju broke out in a cold sweat and replied, "Maybe you don't have any plan either." At Dragon Virtue Tower, located at the deepest part of the abyss, it's an impenetrable dungeon. It has two characteristics. First, countless traps are spread throughout all floors. Conquering the tower is not easy. Second, Dragon Virtue monsters possess high intelligence and superior strength. The floor was covered in blood. Yui looked ahead and thought, "What's this?" Hyun killed a Dragon Virtue quickly from the front, while those behind ran to find only its corpse. She pondered, "So how can it be easily breached? Can this happen?" He confidently led the way, remembering, "I've watched the interview of survivors who conquered Dragon Virtue Tower before their regression 2,437 times. Hyun evaluated in his mind, although Dragon Virtue Tower is an impenetrable dungeon, it's not a place where you can't survive and return. Between the tower stands the Ui portal. The final boss is a large dragon race with mysterious power. He remembered the reason was in the middle of the tower. Far before facing the last cluster, there's an escape gate that can send people back to the real world. This information hasn't been revealed yet. The current situation is like a trap with monsters, not difficult at all. Hyun considered, if you knew about the traps and had the strength to defeat the monsters, escaping here wouldn't be too difficult. He held the Garm herb, dodging arrows while surrounded by magical energy, making a decisive strike on the monster. The blue flame on the wall lit up as the four of them walked down the stairs. Hein led the way. They arrived at a circular room with an archway. In the center, a circular magical space, UIE. He spoke up, "It's a portal." She continued, "This place has a portal." Sungjin said, "Lucky we didn't have to go up any higher." Hanju took a deep breath, alive, and he asked Ta-hyun, who had turned around. "Ta-hyun, did you know this was going to happen?" He closed his eyes and muttered, "How would I know? Just by luck." But in my head, of course, I knew it was coming. Ta-hyun pointed at the portal. "Hurry up, get out of here before those monsters come back." Miss Haste said, Oh, that's right. Everyone entered the portal. Sungjin said, "Hey kid, no, Ta-hyun player, pay attention." He turned around and thanked him gratefully, "Thanks for being here," and added, "I'll remember this favor." Proper guy, Ta-hyun sighed and smiled, "You're overthinking it." Standing in front of the portal, Ta-hyun thought he had unexpectedly received a thank you from Sungjin. But since everyone returned safely, a thank you was only natural. With his hands in his pockets, Brother closed his eyes and prepared to step into the portal, pondering. Moreover, Hanzo admitting he's a Japanese spy solved that issue. Hanzo appeared and said, "I'll accept punishment, truly sorry." Mr. Fan added, "We just need to deal with the fury of the sword spirit when it learns about the city girl. Prevent Feng Liu from interfering and end this friendly match on a good note. The situation is quite stable." At another time, Brother touched the teleportation space. A burst of spiritual energy from the spatial rift pushed him out. He fell to the ground, hands up in shock. "What's that?" System notification, portal transfer cannot be activated. The system notified, Long Person Tower owner, Kaiserin is observing you. His face paled. He mumbled, "What tower owner?" Bangs echoed through the room. Water stains on the floor glowed golden and shook, pieces of debris falling down. The base of the tower collapsed. A red dragon breathed fire from its mouth into the room. Thick smoke and broken stones fell down. Kaiserin threatened, "Who dares to cause chaos here?" Hyun opened his mouth in surprise. "A dragon." Fire Dragon said, "You're a lowly human. You are the owner of Long Person Tower, sits Long Kaiserin, rank SS. It's one of the strongest known creatures. Large with wide wingspan, hard skin, and fierce appearance, these dragons are found in the Absol Wasteland. They are divided into 4 ranks. Near SS is Sea Dragon Incarnation, a newly hatched dragonling. SS rank is Holy Dragon, an adolescent dragon. SS rank is Overgrown Dragon, the most bloodthirsty adult stage of dragons. But the strongest type only has vague hints about its existence. A mystery with eyes that can see through everything, not fully understood in terms of power or form. These are ancient dragons from times past. T-Hi's eyes widened as he sweat. This dragon in front of him must be at least an overgrown dragon, created from a sea dragon corpse. How powerful is it? Sungfeng Kaiserin was surrounded by flames. He stepped back and pondered, more importantly, why did it appear here? According to the information I had before reverting, this hasn't been mentioned. Ta-hyun proposed a plan. "First, we should try talking." The fire dragon's voice echoed. "Go die, garbage, clean up." He thought, "Forget it. Things are getting bad. The Empress is shooting fire at Taeyun. Flames engulf the entire room. He stands up amidst the flames. "So, let's fight then." One hand activates the glowing chain skill. The other hand shows the transformed arm ready for a strike. Taeyun transforms fully behind and punches the Empress in the face. His other hand locks the chains round its neck, overpowering it. The dragon chain lets out an unexpected hiss. Chew. The person transforms into a strong arm, drawing a knife from the ghostly aura in their cloak. He slashes at the dragon's body multiple times. Taeyun laughs and turns around, thinking all skills have been used. Even if it's SS rank, it should be critically hit. But he didn't expect to see the Empress with a furious expression, extending sharp claws. He stands dumbfounded. Oh! A retaliatory strike from the fire dragon destroys everything in its path. Taeyun jumps to dodge but is affected by residual shockwaves. Ah! Quickly retreating, he wonders inwardly. What's this? How can it withstand so much damage, even if it's SSD rank? This is too unreasonable. F*CK. Choose to hide and buy time. Taeyun starts using stealth. Just as the skill completes, someone appears behind him. Claws grow out of his fingers. Elf ears, golden eyes staring intently. Taeyun jumps in surprise and turns around. He punches. He blocks but is still hit hard, falling to the ground. Stone fragments fly everywhere from the ceiling. Taeyun's eyes bulge out. As he's pressed down, he grits his teeth to stay conscious and think. This is polymorph, shape-changing skill. The other person points a finger at the sky. Flames gather into a fireball. He's in human form as the Empress. The fireball on his finger grows larger. A moment later, an explosion erupts in the room, sparks flying up. The Empress with golden eyes stands straight, holding Taeyun's face and pushing him into the wall. Taeyun is terrified, thoughts racing through his mind. This is the power of SS rank. I can't keep up. He speaks slowly. HMPH, where do you come from? Let me check. Taeyun is shocked by the pressure. System notification. You are affected by the power of possession. This power cannot be resisted. Power reduced. All stats are decreasing. Skills are limited. Stone barrier ineffective. Stealth ineffective. Paralysis ineffective. King's heart ineffective. Soul energy of the King of Death. The chains are ineffective. The indifferent world is ineffective. Dark energy spreads. Paralyzed screams out. Euroka. Kaiserin speaks up. This feeling was indeed correct. This magical power has spread everywhere. Not only did it not weaken, but it exploded even more strongly. This is not just ordinary magic. His face was squeezed harder. The pressure intensified. Paralyzed mouth emits complex sounds. The dark eyes do not show pupils. He threatens. This power. Who did you take it from? Answer me. I must clarify this power. You're thinking hazily. Him. The true nature of this power. I'm the one who needs to know that. The tentacles slide over Kaiserin's hand. Paralyzed hand, now strong, grabs Kaiserin's hand and pulls free. He uses dark energy to suppress the chain dragon. Done. Want to know a lot, you scoundrel? Many tentacles start wrapping around him. Kaiserin asks, what? The tentacles rush quickly, knocking the dragon away. Chain dragon falls to the ground. Strong vibrations echo through the stone floor where it hit. Fresh blood flows from his mouth. He wipes it away, eyes wide as he looks up and threatens. Did you dare throw me? How can a human do that? A voice rings out from around Taeyun's tentacles. After going through so many ups and downs in this dark realm, just when I needed a hunter, you found your way to me. Kaiserin stands on the ground. Queen Succubus leans against the stone behind Taeyun. Glancing up, I'll grant you the honor of becoming my pet. He wipes blood from his mouth. System notification, activating Queen's man skill. Rosalia's eyes gleam as she mocks him. But now that we have a queen, our illusionist is really overstepping. Hyun laughs and says, you say what you want, but don't believe in monsters. I said, right? The chairman shouts, what did you say? Player Hyun disappeared. He continues, how could the rescue team have vanished too? Han Ji-woo and Si-young respond, we don't know. We clearly went through together. Si-young speaks up, Park Sang-jin. What about player Park Sang-jin? He tried to return to the pit of despair. He insisted on coming back to save T.Hwoon. Paralyzed responds, EU says they're holding him back. The chairman shouts at him, right, we need to stop him. Why not have a plan if you want to be captured? The chairman is tired. He raises his hands and says, we don't know what Feng Luo and Long Zhang are planning, so let's keep it secret that the players are still alive. The chairman falls into thought as Park Sang-jin and the other players return. The friendly match has reached its 6th day and will soon end. As he thinks, sweat drips from his face in beads. We wouldn't have made it this far without T. Brother, if he doesn't come back, what's the point of all this? Now he can only wish for T. Hyun thought to himself, Kim Han, please stay alive. A whirlwind of purple wind spun around the attacking demon as it approached. The demon quickly used magic to counterattack her. A fierce battle erupted, surrounded by flames everywhere. Hyun thought Rosalia's glare was blinding him. If they had separated, he might have died. Another loud explosion occurred. He calmly said, I knew both of you were monsters, but what kind of battle is this? Hyun wondered silently whether it was a good idea to hold out until Rosalia arrived now. Hyun began recalling that the skill he got from his pact with Rosalia was hypnosis on the King's Man. He said, I haven't summoned Rosalia using that King's Man skill because it costs too much mana. He continued, summoning requires a lot of mana, even to maintain after activation. Of course, if I kept using water magic throughout the battle, I could handle it. But the second issue is the real problem. The demon raised its hand. He said, Meteor. Several fireballs fell towards his and at his position. He shouted in alarm, Meteors. Rosalia remained steady as Arda confidently attacked. Arda slashed with her sharp claws, creating purple streaks. He was amazed. Rosalia is strong. The fierce demon was being tightly wrapped by Arda's power. Taehyun feared the power was too dangerous, even though Arda was on their side. But if not controlled, it would be a problem. Summoning them might burn down the whole city. Two words clearly appeared in his mind. Rosalia laughed. See my power. What now? He smiled and thought. Indeed, she is strong. The fierce demon spoke up. Got it. This power. It's Rosalia, the Nightmare Queen. The fierce demon scratched its head and said, So I still can't understand. Why would a Grand Duke of the Abyss follow a lowly human? He shouted at Arda. How shameful. You should be ashamed. Arda just laughed and replied, Just another cheeky godling. He said, Grand Duke. He stared at Rosalia and thought, the Grand Duke is only one step below the king. Thinking about it, Rosalia must have known about the king. Ada must be related to him. His face turned pale as he wondered, what does Ada know? Why the king? Rosalia spoke. As a pact maker, I knew what you were thinking. But you share blood with the king. You have no right to speak or act. Hearing Ada's words, he was quite shocked. Arda stroked his hair and smiled at him. But you know, wherever you are, you still must walk your own path. Hearing Ada's words, he woke up. Rosalia said the current situation is not simple. He was alarmed. What? Arda said, look at the hand of the person. Looking down, his hand was filled with purple electric sparks. This is a defensive magic spell. A voice shouted from above. Despite being a Grand Duke, he was still just summoned as an ordinary human. The devil's form turned into a monstrous creature surrounded by flames. With a terrifying voice, he said no one could withstand this power. He continued, if you're going to resist me until the end, I'll make sure both of us die. His current shape was no longer covered in flames, but had become an authentic monster. He created a huge fireball and shouted, die. Taehyun roared, Rosalia. The fireball pierced the building, causing a loud explosion. A circular rope fell down. At this moment, purple marks appeared on Rosalia's body. Those purple marks were Ada's injuries. He smiled and said, even a godling knows quite a bit. The monster replied, as you say, the strength of an summoned creature depends on the summoner's ability. The limit is now. Rosalia turned to him and said, if I use more power or continue the summoning state longer, eventually, you'll die from magical backlash. He laughed and continued, so before leaving, I'll give you one last gift. He replied, a gift. Rosalia kissed him passionately and said, don't die on me. Summoner, the system notified that you have received the Queen's kiss. The level of hypnosis has temporarily changed absolutely. Absolute hypnosis S activated. Hyun used his power from his hands to attack the monster. His strength slowly enveloped it. The monster screamed. What did you do? Song Choi made the monster gradually vanish. It's a joke, isn't it, in this red place? Another version of Hyun spoke, that pen, she left me to clean up this mess. The devil asked, what is this? Where are we? Is this the mind world of him? The monster wondered if so, what is that? The human from before? No, although he looks like him. He's a completely different person. He thought first, another version of Hyun seemed very dangerous. The devil wondered if he was the same kind of person. Another version of Hyun said, I have nothing to do with you. Now get out of here." A monster from behind the devil rushed forward, and he turned around and asked, "What's going on?" Before he could finish speaking, a bright red blood jetted out of the monster's mouth. It screamed, "Your Highness, where is your Highness?" Another version of T. Hyun said, "How dare you?" He was surprised by its change. What happened? Despite the hypnosis level changing, Kaislin looked unstable. The monster roared in anger. He took out a bottle of medicine and drank it while thinking, is Kaislin also experiencing something in his mind world? No, thinking about this is useless. He was weakening. As he rushed towards the monster, he thought, now's my chance to take down that guy if I get the opportunity. He quickly ran to the monster, took out a knife and slashed it, causing the monster to spit blood. He thought, finally, his attack had an effect. His hand appeared with something, emitting many branches of fire. She said not to die. He remembered Rosalia saying, "Don't die." As a summoner, he thought, who said I would die? He thought he still needed to uncover the truth behind the king and that power and take revenge on Asmodeus, the one who took my life and didn't even get to live a decent one. Do you want me to die now? Don't joke around. You shouted really loud. We'll defeat you and return. He used brute force, rushing towards the mouth of the monster. Where did another monster come from? It spoke. You dare. Your human race. No more talk. I'll slash and make both of them cough up blood before they die. The system announced that brute force has been completed. The level of brute force has changed. He lay on the ground and said, "Crazy stream, thought this time you were really dead." He happily said, "Now we just need to go back." A screen appeared showing the South Korean player, Taeyun, ranked be upgraded to A. On the notice board, players participating in the final 7 days of the Asian Friendship Tournament are being finalized by organizers on stage. Thousands of spectators looked up at the stands. Staff here were checking each precious crystal. Japan officially announced their final score, totaling for 1,600 points. Shinji Nakata frowned as he looked at the valuable crystals. With this result, Japan had to settle for second place, unable to surpass China with a total of 4,800 points. Shinji Kanata grew angrier, his face turning red with rage. I was going to get revenge for Sarara, but Hull still had the sound off. How can we only be second place in a friendly tournament? Shinji Kanata walked down the stairs, muttering as he went, "FCK it, let's go home." But Shinji, the closing ceremony is still going on. His anger clouded his judgment. Shinji Kanata replied, "There's no reason to stay at this festival anymore." He walked straight onto the stage. The chairman could only look forward and do nothing. The chairman was so worried that sweat dripped from his face. He silently thought, despite T's contribution, Hyeon, South Korea's team is in third place. The system said that after Hyeon disappeared, the team's score stopped on day 5 to day 7. Other countries overtook them. The system continued. Without hundreds of magic crystals or SS monsters, it would be impossible to change the situation. The chairman felt regretful, his body slightly trembling as he thought, "Sorry, Hyeon, this is all my fault." Laughter came from behind the chairman. Turns out they are the free player and Long Dragon Guild Master. Long Dragon said to the chairman, "It's truly a regret that can't be expressed." He spoke to the chairman with disdain, thinking South Korea finally found a promising talent, but ended up in a tragic accident and died. His words left the chairman speechless. They laughed at him. "Guild Master, are you still missing? It's not a good day to say that." Long Dragon spoke. He has also entered the Dragon Nourishment Tower. So what's the difference? The chairman clenched his fists tightly. He was very angry, but couldn't do anything. An accident. Is it really a tragic accident? You miserable lot. In his eyes, the two people in front were like demons. He angrily said that all disappearances during this tournament were caused by them. But they walked past him, saying as they went, "Have we made our point clear? The weak have no right to speak about the truth." His body trembled violently. He could only stand there and watch them look down on him. The laughter behind him grew louder with each word. Well then, enjoy the rest of the closing ceremony. The chairman's heart was heavy as if carrying a large stone. He tiredly thought, feeling powerless and uncomfortable without power in his hands. Long Dragon laughed loudly. A voice said, "What's so funny? A light shown, T." Hein stepped out from the magical portal, making both Long and Long Dragon turn to look. They were amazed by what they saw. Flo said, "Agree." Zhang Long asked, "Who is this?" The scene left the chairman stunned. T. Brother spoke up. "Well, our president truly is. Why did you tolerate them for so long? Continue speaking. Please don't worry anymore now." The chairman was so surprised he started crying. When he saw you like a life-saving straw or a ray of hope in his life, he stammered, "Agree." Zhang Long and Liu Feng spoke in unison. He, player T, brother. Joyfully holding a Teshuan crystal, he said, "I'm back." A voice from the building echoed, "Ji Chang, Huang Jizhong, Mom entered your room and said, 'Let's go see another friendly match together.'" You lay on the bed tiredly and said, "I don't like it." Lying on the bed motionless, he said, "Teshuan has disappeared. What's the point of following this friendly match now?" A friendly match without Teshuan is like sweet glutinous rice without filling, a watermelon without sweetness, or a steamed bun without meat. He cried so much, yet they still told him to go watch the Asian friendly match. That's a betrayal to T. Who? Mom said if T. Who appeared on TV, what would happen then? Hearing this, he sat up suddenly. What flag? As he stepped out, he saw the TV broadcasting fans cheering for the last day of the Asian friendly match. An unbelievable event occurred. T. Hall, who had disappeared, returned home and submitted SS Kaiserland Magic Crystal. Although there have been some cases of SS level monsters appearing, this is the first time someone successfully defeated them. Yui was talking on the phone with someone. How could it be like that? Taeyun should be on TV, not at the bottom of a pit. The screen announced, according to the rules of the friendly match, the reward points for an SS level magic crystal are 1,500. Jin Zi, Seong, and Han Jiwoo were all shocked. Really, it increased South Korea's total score from 4,100 to 5,600 with this. The South Korean team reached the top position and became the champion of the Asian friendly match. Everyone around him cheered for T. Brother. Zhang Long was angry and said, He's furious at Liu Feng. Liu Feng, what did you do? Why is that name still existing? Liu Feng panicked, not only escaping the tower, but also defeating the SS level Zhao. He's just an unknown nobody. His mouth kept emphasizing your name, T. Hyun. He looked down at them. A serious matter might have occurred. T. Hyun thought silently. Fortunately, Kaiserland's power is too strong, so after absorbing the essence, the crystal remained intact. Otherwise, this comeback situation wouldn't have happened. He looked down. However, Zhang Feng and Liu Feng won't easily accept this. Of course, what will happen next? A voice echoed. The player was in a daze. The chairman rushed over and hugged him tightly. He said in surprise, Chairman Ji Jinhai. Crying, he said, "It's wonderful to see you safe and sound." Tears streamed down from both eyes. He said, "What a relief." Smiling, he continued, Chairman Ji Jinhai was moved to tears for a long time, perhaps because of the safety of the entire team, or perhaps out of gratitude towards me. He couldn't help but hug the chairman back. And so the 7 days of the Asian ended. The tournament concluded with a surprising victory for Korea. My story became the focus on media and social networks. A title card appeared, T. Brother, you're the first Korean player. He reached national level. At the same time, he was the first in the world to eliminate an SS monster. The American Player Association began paying attention to T's return. Hi all! King Hyuk shouted, Australian players sent congratulations to me for this survival and victory. He laughed maniacally. King Hyuk continued speaking in the hall. How could you cry at the closing ceremony? It's embarrassing. His words when he escaped made everyone try to stop him but couldn't. Ian stood from afar. Who called King Hyuk here too noisy? And the Singapore Player Association in a room, an older-looking woman addressed T. Hi all, thank you for T. Hyun's presence and your precious time today. We invited you for an unusual reason. Turns out she is the president of the Singapore Player Association, Haley Tan. She continued speaking, please join us, T.HWOON. We invite you to cooperate with the Singapore Player Association. He frowned, indeed. Everything seems exactly like before the Nibao incident. He thought, previously, when key players were lost in a friendly match, Singapore wanted to invite strong players from the alliance, but Long Zhang and Feng Liu didn't allow it. But Tan said, let's deal with the uninvited guest first before discussing this matter. Hailey Tan was taken aback. A loud explosion occurred. Red beams filled the room, forcing Hailey Tan to turn away. The men stepped forward, holding sharp weapons. They sneered, here is Hailey Tan, T. Hyun. Hailey Tan was startled by the scene. She trembled and stammered. What? How many people? I don't know. How did you escape from the tower? Liu Feng replied, but I no longer care. He entered calmly, his hands controlling fossil pieces. His sneering face and curses. You will die here. T. Hyun just smiled. President Tan, I said so. Right. They have arrived. The troublemakers. His words stunned Liu Feng. A window of ice somehow cracked miraculously. Hailey Tan was quite shaken now. A voice echoed in surprise from Liu Feng. Surprising. What you said is true. Liu Feng stood still for a few seconds, then spoke. You guys. Jin Zi stepped in. To act like this during the day. Are you out of your minds? Hanju also couldn't hold back and continued. Player T. Hyun, I will settle the debt from last time right here. Another man appeared. He said, don't worry, Singapore president. Now it's my turn. The hero. Hyun and Xian shouted, Hyunsu's sword. Why bring this madman here? TGCC replied, hard to believe, but he is a very weak warrior. Hyun smiled and said, what did you mean just now? I no longer care. Liu Feng's face was full of deceit. Liu Man said, me too. T. Hong, you bastard, this will be where you die. A group of T. Hong soldiers appeared. Lin Pai Yeong gritted his teeth. The aura around him had already spread early on. Me too. Bastard brother. You'll die here. Brother and his men surrounded Lin Pai Yeong. There was a previous meeting. Shi Yang, Park Seong-ji, and the chairman were surprised by T's words. Lin Pai Yeong wanted to assassinate the Singapore team leader, right? The three of them seemed anxious. This is just too crazy. While the friendly match was still ongoing, he wanted to do something like this? On the contrary, he remained very calm. Then Zhang Long won't let him get away with it. Continue, his basic target is to eliminate some of the talents from other countries so that he can monopolize the dungeon and Mithril. Hearing T. Hyun's explanation, the chairman and Shi Yan couldn't help sweating. Now he has targeted many people's lives, so everyone needs to be careful. They are all in danger. The chairman spoke up, hearing you say that, we understand now. He sighed and asked, now that we know his purpose, what will you do next? Brother immediately replied, what else can we do in this situation? Such evil people have schemes targeting us. You're right, we need to teach them a lesson. Back to the present, T's teammates. They are all in combat readiness and charging at those guys one by one. On this side, the masked men were completely terrified. They were utterly panicked. What? An explosion tore through the building. G North was fighting while directing. Get ready to withdraw with team leader Hailey Tan quickly. Attack them now. Ia Yang said along with Ya Yang. Just as he said, she asked back urgently. How? Anusu successfully escorted the Singapore team leader out. He was crying, but his spirit remained high. Team leader Hailey Tan, don't worry. I and Hyun-soo will definitely protect you. But the one who made her worried isn't Hyun-soo himself. Oh my god, is he okay? The masked men were chopped to pieces. The green and purple strikes were dazzling but had significant power. One of them said, Ling Pai Yeong, they are trying to take the Singapore team leader. Ling Pai Yeong struck back while cursing, These bastards want to sabotage our plans? But his hand was grabbed by a golden chain before he could strike. Ling Paiyong was directly pulled out. The situation became him facing off against Ti-Hyun alone. His subordinates were equally surprised. Sir, Lin Paiyong is outside. What actions is Ti-Hyun taking? Ling Paiyong wasn't afraid of Ti-Hyun. He sneered. Where are you going? Damn it! He's laughing again. Do you think you can just escape like that? Liang Paiyong taunted. You ran away from me in the abyss, and now you dare to block my way here? He roared, unleashing his incredible strength. You must want to die. Liang Paiyong burst out, snatching Ti's chain. Hyun! He continued mocking Ti. Hyun, do you think defeating Changzon and its sensitivity means you're the champion? Liang Paiyong proudly laughed. Now I'll show you what true power is. He arrogantly declared, your strength only amounts to a needle in the abyss compared to me. Hyun shouted, interrupting his opponent. You're talking too much, Lin Paiyong. After speaking, he directly broke his own golden chain and struck Lin Paiyong, leaving him stunned. Hyun sliced off one of Lin Paiyong's arms as he passed by. Lin Paiyong's eyes widened in horror. Shit! Hyun summoned a large purple skeletal figure wearing armor. It punched Lin Pi, sending him flying to the ground. Yang made him crash into the ground. Lin Pi! Yang coughed up blood, unable to believe what just happened. What on earth is going on? Hyun looked up at where Hyun was standing arrogantly. Liang Pai thought in shock. How did that brat manage to suppress me like this? This can't be happening. Now he's completely different from before. Even Liang Pai noticed the change. His previous strength in the abyss wasn't as strong as it is now. He showed a new face within just a few days. Lin Pi! Yang lunged forward, determined to die with him. Hyun pierced through him again, leaving many cuts behind. Finally, Liang Pi. Yang was still puzzled, not understanding why he changed so quickly. He had been hit and fell to the ground, blood pouring out. Hyun landed on the ground and slowly walked around. Looking down, he smirked. In his mind, Hyun thought, surely, the increased power has made him much stronger. This gave him confidence to defeat him. With this strength now, he could confidently face any abyss. Looking down at the defeated Liang Paiyong, he was slightly surprised. Liang Paiyong is a top-tier player from China, quite a strong opponent. I never thought I could defeat him. With this strength, I can confidently face any dungeon now. Lin Pi! Ong suddenly laughed, damn it. Ong continued, I didn't think I'd have to use the power of the Duke's Grant now. Ong continued, I didn't think I'd have to use the power of the Duke's Grant now. This made Hyun confused, thought, surely, the increased power has made him much stronger. Thought, surely, the increased power has made him much stronger. He began speaking. Now we understand why Changzon and Tai Mayan lost to you. You are truly a monster, Lin Pi. Now we understand why Changzon and Tai Mayan lost to you. You are truly a monster, Lin Pi. But you probably need to do that. He was utterly shocked by this. Tao, Lin Pi. The beast slowly stood up, laughing maniacally. His entire body was surrounded by a new stream of power. Don't think you're the strongest here. Hyun was terrified by this scene. Lin Pi. Yang transformed and declared. At this moment, he had completely turned into a terrifying monster, threatening him. Now I'll show you what true power is. Compared to Lin Pi, Yang currently Hyun looked very small. Lin Pi. Yang activated the blood nether dimension. On this side, his underlings had been thoroughly cleaned out. Yueyang saw them lying on the ground and concluded that it seemed okay now. This side was currently safe. Jin suddenly called her name with urgency, making her confused. Yueyang, come here a moment. He shouted as the battle situation for Taeyun changed. The two of them looked down and saw a huge red ball. Yueyang was also shocked and worried. What? Is this heaven? She thought in fear. Below, a red arm appeared inside it. Lin Paiyong attacked Taeyun crazily. He laughed longly. This is the true power of mine. What do you think, Taeyun? He rushed to attack. What are you doing? What? Taeyun slashed down, cutting off 2 of his limbs and cursed. This meat thinks it's strong, but he didn't expect them to stop bleeding immediately, then quickly regrow into new ones. Hyun was startled, wondering if he had recovered. Lin Yang retaliated and attacked T. Hyun hit the ground hard. He cautiously retreated. His destructive power was too strong. Is this really T? Lin was Yang earlier? Hyun looked around. What about this space prison? The space around him seemed to have changed now. Now the environmental aura has turned into a deep abyss. He remembered everything before. He said this was the power granted by the Great Duke. Kaiserlin used to call Rosalio the Grand Duke. Taehyun wonders, does that mean there's another person called the Grand Duke besides Rosalia? As he fights, he thinks it's safe to say the Grand Duke Rosalia mentioned must be related to royalty. Taehyun rushes into attack. If so, this Lin Yang might have been granted some power too. Suddenly, Kuong's eyes widen as a huge hand reaches towards Taehyun. The air around them becomes hazy. Lin Yang has caught Taehyun and is holding him, asking, "What do you think? It seems my strength surprised you quite a bit, right? Now you understand who's the strongest here." Lin Yang brings Taehyun closer to Jingting and says, "For those arrogant ones like you, there will be consequences. You thought you were strong enough to defeat me, but you didn't know I was chosen by the Grand Duke." Taehyun suddenly speaks before dying. "Can I ask you one question?" He asks, "Do you know anything about the Emperor?" Lin Yang looks a bit confused. "What? The Emperor? Are you asking about the Grand Duke?" He suddenly laughs and says, "Indeed, the power of the Grand Duke is something everyone has dreamed of. I was fortunate to be chosen by him and given this strength." Hyun mocks, "Sure, you've been babbling a lot. You know nothing about the Emperor." He suddenly transforms. A dragon appears. Hyun laughs at Lin Yang and says, "I thought you knew something about him." Lin Yang is shocked. "What? How is his power erupting like this?" "But it's fine." Taehyun emits a powerful energy and says, "Even though I now have some information on the Grand Duke too." Lin Yang is stunned. "Unbelievable. Is that your true power, Taehyun?" He smirks. Everything's settled now. Taehyun rushes to attack Lin Yang. Lin Yang is terrified and screams in panic. Lin Yang explodes into a pile of meat, lying on the ground. Taehyun looks at them and says, "He's done for now." He takes out a healing potion to drink. His mind keeps thinking about how he kept talking about the Grand Duke, but knew nothing about the Emperor. Taehyun feels uneasy, but from here, we can understand that many people are called the Grand Duke. If all of them have the same power as Rosalia's, this is a serious threat indeed. He concludes that regardless of whether they know about the Emperor or not, it doesn't matter now because he knows these are his future opponents. As Taehyun thinks, the pile on the ground starts to coalesce again. Kin-hai exclaims, "What?" A strange voice echoes, thinking that the power eruption of a person is terrifying. Parts of a body start forming, but only partially. Ultimately, humans are still a weak race. Hyun is so scared he's sweating cold when he says, "Okay?" Eager Moon smiles and says, "It seems the one who defeated Lin is here. Yang, the one with a pact with me. He is the Grand Duke of the Abyss." Eager Moon. Igormun, standing on the pile, asks, "Who killed the one who signed the pact with us?" Hyun's eyes widen in surprise. Who is he? He seems to be related to Liang Peng. His body struggles continuously. His aura is strong. Could it be the Grand Duke of the Abyss? He gently raises a finger and says, "Let's see how powerful this person is." Igormun shouts loudly. The blood swords, those bright red swords, are rushing towards Hyun. He blinks in surprise, then quickly dodges them. Curse it! It's too wide open. What should I do? It's the blood sword Liu Ping used. Another large sword is thrusting towards Hyun, but he manages to block it with the blood slaughter saber. The quality is completely different. Hyun blocks the previous attack. Looking at Eager Moon in front of him, he thinks silently. No mistake. He's a great duke like Rosaria. This one is an existence I can't possibly face. Hien struggles to think, why did he appear here now? But this isn't necessary anymore. To survive, I must definitely use everything within my capabilities. Hien shatters his opponent's sword and rushes forward. The image of the Skull Warrior flickers behind him. Seeing that, YG smiles faintly. All summoned creatures are bound by the False Pact. If the summoner is stronger than the creature being summoned, the summoned will be stronger through the summoner. But if it's reversed and the summoned is stronger, the summoner might suffer from backlash magic or the summoning could fail. Hien controls the Skull Warrior to attack while thinking. Liu Ping, the current summoner, is dead, so he forcibly summoned through Liu Ping's corpse. Of course, there will be a time limit for the summoning. I must find a way to survive until then. Suddenly, Eager Moon speaks up. He's much stronger than the one we made a pact with. His words make him widen his eyes in surprise. Eager Moon continues slowly. But do you think you can face me? In the cool breeze, he is suddenly startled by the wind created by him. Duh! Immediately after, a powerful whirlwind is formed. Tihai screams in pain within the whirlwind. YG Mun looks down with disdain. Humans are just humans. No matter how strong they are, they can never compare to me. Now, die! The whirlwind before him suddenly changes. The ropes have turned into a large flower field. YG Mun is surprised by this. Flowers. He raises his eyebrows and continues. Flower dance. It's the familiar woman beside T. Hien gradually steps out from the flower field. She smiles slightly. Turns out that woman is Rosalia. She grins and says, I didn't expect to appear this way. Hien smiles in response. The situation is urgent. Eagle Moon looked at them and spoke up. I didn't think. The one who signed a contract with me was defeated by someone like you, a human. It turns out it's Countess Rosalia. He added more, fine. Now you get one chance to break the contract and leave, otherwise, I'll kill your entire family. Rosalia wasn't afraid. Instead, she said with a mocking tone, scared, you're still as tough as before, stubbornly unchanged. Who do you think I am? Dream on over there. Hull shouted from behind. Rosalia, who is this chicken? Ada Bendap, Tyrell Eagle Moon. Just like me, a great count. Rosalia slowly replied. He wants to kill that person. The scene before them was a continuous stream of swords flying out from magical pits. And all of them were aimed at the two of them. Eager Moon roared loudly. Fine. Alright then. I'll kill both of you. Rosalia didn't back down and retorted, you are indeed bold. Still as stubborn as ever. Rosalia also wasn't going to take it lightly. You really are talkative. The tails of Rosalia and the red swords of Eager Moon clashed with each other. They created a powerful shockwave, putting pressure on everything around them. Taehul was also struggling. He hesitantly reached out his hand to support himself, raising an eyebrow. Danger. The defense is making it hard for me to breathe. But I'm exhausted after fighting Liu Ping. There's no way I can help Rosalia now. Just trying not to be kicked out here is good enough. Tihai gritted his teeth and thought this isn't right. Save, Rosalia shouted. Don't faint. My power comes from a fake contract. You're quite strong, but compared to the Great Count, you still lack in combat skill. So try to stay alert as we fight. Ada Thipong's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing these words. Rosalia. Rosalia curved her lips and continued. Now that you're here, don't give up easily. Tehen, after listening to what Ada said, Thipong seemed enlightened. Ada kept encouraging him. Try to endure. This is a good opportunity for you to learn. Rosalia raised her hand high in the air, creating a large ball that will be something you'll have to face on your own. Eager Moon spoke up. Alright then. Enough jumping round now. Both of you die for me. He smiled and added, enjoy the good things I'm going to give you. Today, Rosalia. He waved his hand to the side, instantly summoning a pair of large hands holding a spear. What will you do with this unconscious state? Tama Adder attacked from the ball towards Otter. Eager Moon's sword also rushed towards Otter. The two tremendous forces clashed, creating an immense pressure. The light between them grew brighter and more blinding. Taehan stood behind, trying not to be thrown away. But he couldn't hold on. Taehan raised his eyebrows and said, "This is too intense." After a while, everything before their eyes turned pitch black. Status updates keep popping up. Mana depleted, fatigue at 100%, physical strength down to 10%. Heal wonders inwardly, how many times has this happened? S rank, national level, Grand Duke. Every time I get stronger, a more powerful opponent appears. Where will this cycle of events lead? At that moment, a voice booms out, truly devastating. He suddenly opens his weary eyes. That voice! A large man appears, followed by a monster, showing the imperial power like that. Put down your pickaxe, become a Grand Duke. Laughable, you don't understand the strength you possess. Then let me take over this body. Hyun wakes up and finds himself on a hospital bed. Hyun looks at his trembling hand and softly says, "It's just a dream." He recalls the images from when he was unconscious and wonders, what exactly happened? The voice I heard in my dreams, I still remember that figure. Who is this related to the emperor? As he thinks this, he glances over. For people stand before him. Who are you guys? See, Mr. Jin, Shizhong and Han Jin. Ho, those with big eyes shout loudly. Kim T, Hyun. The three of them shout in unison. He shouts, "Stop comforting me." According to Yue Yang, the barrier suddenly shattered. Inside, only he was unconscious with the remnants of the battle. Thankfully, the assassination attempt on Haley Tan failed. Due to An Hyun-soo's bravery, she was safe. He hurriedly carried her and fled. His mouth keeps shouting, "I have to save her." People suspect John Long as the mastermind behind this, making it hard for him to escape the World Association's notice. He grits his teeth angrily, "Damn Kim T. Brother, destroy everything of mine." Then T, "You're here too, just as you stepped out of the gate," saying, finally recovered. The events from before flood back to T's mind. Brother, Grand Duke, mysterious powers. The closer he gets to the power of transmutation, the more mysteries he feels. But he has made significant progress. Something appears in front of him. Hyun wonders, what is this? On that, all information about T is clearly displayed, along with his ability stats. Black Kim T. Hyun, age 19, rank of strength 200, endurance 200, speed 180, mana 270, willpower 150, fatigue 20%, mana 270 270ths. Temporary blood preservation skill cannot be used. Absorption of opponent's mana 50. Rank a crystal increases defense. Mana cost 20. Temporary blood preservation skill cannot be used. Condition to unlock. Absorb blood and essence. Taeyeon sits eating next to Aeong by a wall-high aquarium. The space is quiet, slightly chilly. She asks Hyun, "How's your body?" It's fine." She nods, "Really, you scared me." "Now we're done eating. What do you plan to do next?" How do you know who I am? I'm Kim Tae-hyun, a national level player, and the one who rescued you after your glow like a savior appeared. You piece together information about Bang Cha-soo, the workshop owner in Outershin, an old man waiting for death, and the only awakened person on Earth with S-rank skills that can merge abilities. Fragments of the world. However, instead of clinging to those skills, Bang Cha-soo focused on his winery work. Perhaps because of resentment as an E-rank awakened in a time of old awakenings, Bang Cha-soo's son had different thoughts. He shouted loudly, "With such extraordinary abilities, why live like this?" Then he convinced me to imagine a better future. Try living once more brilliantly. Finally, unable to resist his only son's words, Bang Cha-soo experimented with merging skills with the demons brought by his son. He created some magic circles around him. In front of the green flame burning table, a glowing ball in his hand, and his son observing from beside. But then a loud shout echoed. They looked bewildered as the demon's body was full of tiny purple sparks, blood spurting from its mouth. Taihan recounted everything, not sure if anything was wrong. After merging skills, the demons either died or became cripples due to magical backlash. Then, fearing revenge from the demons, his son fled, and the old man decided never to use those skills again out of guilt. He asked him, "How do you know all these things? But knowing everything, why still want me to merge my skills with you?" He waved his hand loudly. "Are you crazy? Go back now. Whether you're S rank or national level doesn't matter to me." He lost his composure. "Lives destroyed by my hands. Even demons are enough. And more." Without a word, he reassured him not to worry. Tai Hian's power was gradually revealed. "One eye red with fire. I won't be ruined by your skills." "What you just said is true." He drew the magic circles around Taehyun and applied them. Taihan replied softly, "Yes, that's the truth. The magical backlash experienced by demons isn't your fault." Bang Su was surprised. In fact, the magical backlash happens due to a large level discrepancy between you and the demons, along with the skills obtained through resonance, far beyond their capabilities. Taihan explained in detail, "Given my current ability index, there won't be any issues even if magical backlash occurs. I won't become crippled." He listened silently, pondering, "Could something like this happen? I always considered my awakening and skills as a prayer that destroyed others' lives." Bang Su shivered violently. "But meeting you, everything is resolved in an instant. Who are you all the time? You're like someone from the future." He turned and chuckled mischievously. "Moreover, no one knows I'm here. So even if I die, it won't be your fault." Bang Su panicked. "Don't say such terrifying things." Before returning to the past, that Bang Chashu's skills weren't problematic was only clarified 10 years later by the association's investigation. The light from the magic circles grew brighter. But it was too late then. Bang Chashu carried guilt and lost his only son, drowning in alcohol until he died of poor health. The image of him lying unconscious with a jug of wine appeared. If this misunderstanding isn't resolved now, perhaps he'll live in torment for the rest of his life and die like that. He silently merged skills with Taihan. Taihan smiled faintly. "It's fortunate it wasn't too late. Want to merge Stone Barrier and Concealment? Want to merge Night Authority and Ancestral Spirit? Want to merge King's Heart and Inert World?" Bang Su was astonished. 3 skills merged at once. One person with so many abilities. Are you really okay? The green flame burned brightly. He calculated. As expected. Brutal skills. Of unknown origin. Seems undetectable. You're firm. No worries, just proceed. Got it. So you look at me and activate the technique. Merging skills, circles radiating powerful energy around. In a skyscraper, the head of the American Players Association. 6 people are meeting. Kevin Ian, the president of the American Players Association. An S-rank player speaks first. "It's been a while since we gathered all top forces from the United States here." Gregor Gale, the 10th national rank player of America, leans back. "What now, planning to declare war?" Dylan Gray, the 3rd national rank player of America, slams the table in anger. "Gregor, keep a proper attitude towards the president." Ricky Harris, the 2nd national rank player of America, crosses her arms. "Why does every meeting turn into an argument? Go away, what are you saying?" You Go, the 1st national rank player of America, folds her arms and glares at them, leading while acting like this. How childish. The ranking is just a formality. I'm not forcing anyone. Kevin ignores it. Let's get back to the main issue. Has everyone gotten information on the high-ranking American players participating in the Asian-friendly matches? Montel Roman, an S-rank national player from America, speaks up. Su Sin, Chiming Min, and Liu Feng, right? Nick Royal, a 6th national rank player of America, reports. 2 were killed in the self-destruct process of Samrozu. 1 was reportedly assassinated while trying to kill the Singapore Association president. Gu remains indifferent. So what? After all, they're dead anyway. Constant reminders. Gregor, Kevin explains, yes, that's the official stance of the Chinese Players Association. But according to today's intelligence reports, all three were defeated and killed by one person, notably Liu Feng, who signed the Kai Treaty with Duke Jimo of the Abyss, a demon lord. Montel turns to him, "Great Duke, those monsters." Harris exclaims, do you know about this? So who dealt with them? Someone asks. Kevin remains silent before answering, Kim Tae-hyun from South Korea. Of course, even if he defeated the old guard, he can't match the world's top players like you guys, but we need to investigate him thoroughly. The workshop is surrounded by a huge red dome. Cha Su sits on the ground. A red smoke envelops him. Not S, but A only. Kim Tae-hyun, and a national ranked player from South Korea, at the South Korean airport. So we came all this way to investigate Kim Tae-hyun, right? Gregor follows a man. He replies, kind of. He curses, damn it, that Kim Tae-hyun, if I get the chance. Marcus Gore, an 8th national ranked player from America, calms him down. Stay calm. We're not here to fight him, at least not now. The elevator reaches the 24th floor. Kim Tae-hyun walks around, silently assessing his current power details. Skill fusion complete. The issue is, I want to test these newly merged skills as soon as possible. Appearance, body enhancement, and concealment. Mana consumption. 15. The world of a monarchs, creating a special field enhanced by mana. Mana consumption. 20. A monarch's might. Release enhanced power. Mana consumption. 20. If I try these moves here, it would probably cause chaos. Maybe we need to go into the abyss. A purple monster moves. 6 hands are heavily damaging the city. People are terrified. Kim Tae-hyun's new skills. Finally, here it is. The player Kim Tae-hyun. A voice comes from somewhere. He looks up. Huh? There are 2 tall figures standing by the door. Marcus Gore, a US national level player ranked 8th in the country. He adjusted his glasses. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Gregor Gale, a US national level player ranked 10th in the country. His voice echoed. Did this brat defeat Liu Feng? Is this information accurate? American national level players? Tae-hyun was slightly curious inside. He reminded, don't say that, Gregor. He replied, just to talk. They sat at the table while Gale observed from behind. He spoke, so what brings you here? He calmly said, oh, you're too impatient. I'm only here to talk. But before that, his hand turned green. He adjusted his glasses. Excuse me for a moment. His finger pressed on the table. Countless technological windows enveloped him. This is Ziggurat. Ziggurat is Marcus Gore's skill, considered the best measurement tool currently, allowing to view all player status information from stats, skills, even height, weight, and mood. Basic stats about him were evaluated by Marcus. Name, Kim Tae-hyun, rank AA, strength 200, stamina 200, speed 180, magic power 280, he said. First time seeing an AA player. Moreover, his stats are at the level of national level players. If he says he defeated Liu Feng, it might not be enough. Maybe we need to check his skills. A red beam emitted from the Englishman blocking Marcus. The continuous notification mechanism popped up. Can't check his skills. His eyes widened. What? Tae-hyun asked. Did you finish checking yet? If you want to test strength, this is enough. He blocked my ziggurat, right? This has never happened before. Marcus smiled apologetically. Sorry about that. It's just a habit of trying to understand. He looked at him with scrutinizing eyes. Kim Tae-hyun, the strongest national level player from South Korea. Now I see why President Kevin Ian is interested in you. He spoke. So what's the real reason for your visit? We want to request sharing of excavation rights for unexplored dungeons in China. Reward from the battle. Tae-hyun frowned. Sharing excavation rights. Marcus continued negotiating. I can't reveal details, but our president recently wanted to investigate that area, and since you defeated Liu Feng, surely president of Chinese Players Association Zhang Long will try to obstruct you, right? Isn't it in our mutual interest? He silently observed his expression. So if you agree to share excavation rights with us, we won't only stop Zhang Long, but also support your dungeon conquest. Marcus thought deeply. Moreover, establishing a cooperative relationship here would benefit both sides. If you accept, the US Players Association will have a new ally. But if you refuse, we won't become your enemy either. He thought for a moment and spoke. I decline, thank you for the offer, but I don't need help. Marcus smiled lightly, too bad, thinking, that's enough. Gregor aggressively interrupted the conversation. What the hell is this? He grabbed Taeyun by the collar. Traveling all the way from America, just to hear such an answer? He nervously intervened. Gregor, what are you doing? Get your hands off me right now. Shut up. If talking doesn't work, just use a punch to solve it. Look at him. Huh? Did you have a seizure or something? I thought Marcus Gore wanted to build a good relationship with me, but this guy doesn't get it. Oh, that's the case. That look in his eyes. Right. It's the same look I've faced countless times before waking up. He has no reason to hassle me. Red eyes appeared behind him. It's just that he doesn't acknowledge my equality with him. I haven't been treated like this in a long time. But things are different now. Taeyun accepts. Fine. He asked back. What? Calmly, he replied, if you really want me to accept your offer, let's settle this with a fight. His eyes were boiling with triumph, and he was also testing his skills. They stood facing each other in the Gildan Semir Arena, surrounded by a low fence filled with seats where people cheered on. Kim Ha-yoon, the secretary, stopped. Hold it. This fistfight will take place at the Gildan Semir Arena. King Hyuk chuckled. That's right. It gives us a chance to promote Gildo to the audience. Isn't that great? She trembled. I won't agree. What if they destroy our building? How can the arena withstand attacks from national-level players like these? Gregor Votok, head of that's a cool idea. I'm very satisfied. Taeyun smirked, hoping for an even more satisfying result. He grinned smugly. Don't worry, I enjoy these fights. Gale had transformed into a huge wolf, green eyes exuding the aura of a predator. Taeyun repeated, fight. It sounds a bit too intense. His massive claws just touched him, causing the ground to crack and stones to fly everywhere. Haihin whispered, fight. The arena was shaking. King Hyuk was surprised. Wolf? What's going on? Marcus explained from the side, that's the wolf heart skill. Both said in unison, Marcus go. He simply explained that skills trained to their limits turn the user into a werewolf and significantly boost physical abilities. It's a pity we couldn't build a good relationship with player Kim Tae-hyun, but it's also convenient to test how far our fan base has fallen. Gregor had become an enraged beast. He was chasing after him madly. He quickly ran away. He gloated in his heart. You fool! As Marcus said, even though the skill couldn't be tested through Ziggurat, all stats except magic power were inferior. He completely lost. The name Kim Tae-hyun, AA rank, strength 200, stamina 200, speed 180, magic power 280. The name Gregor Gale, S rank, strength 232, stamina 245, speed 228, magic power 220. Not to mention, I'll activate the wolf heart to boost stats. This brat isn't good enough to beat me. Tahil barely managed to turn around, but he pushed her down with his sharp claws. Gregor raised his remaining limbs, preparing a strike. That's it, kid. I chuckled silently. No wonder he's in the top 10 of America. This strength is enough for me to test you without fear of your death. Black liquid appeared on his face. He paused as if cooling down. A black ray was shot out. It spread gradually, not overlapping. Marcus Gore didn't know what was happening. What? What the hell is going on? This is a black and white show. A black circle wrapped around the arena. Lei and he are inside. Kim Tae-hyun's fusion skill produced 3 new skills. The first one, Monarch World. Fusing from the insensitive world and the Monarch heart, Gregor stood on a red puddle of water. Above them were 3 statues praying with their hands clasped. Monarch World reduces enemy stats while boosting the user's stats. He screamed, where in hell am I? Where is he? Tae-hyun suddenly lunged and punched him in the face, sending him sprawling back, spitting blood and breaking a tooth. The second skill, Shadow Armor, fusing from stone armor and stealth. His blue-tinted figure, confident gaze. Firm, this skill enhances his body while providing stone armor benefits and allows for free toggling of stealth. He became invisible, continuously hitting Gregor with powerful blows. He took the hits and cursed non-stop. "You damn brat, come out here!" He waved his hands wildly, screaming incessantly. Finally, the third skill, Monarch Authority, fusing from Martial King Knight and Paralysis, a bulky figure in armor appeared. The sword he held was being controlled by him as a fusion skill. All effects were combined and enhanced. Gregor groaned. Tehil smiled satisfied. The result is clear. Get up. I extend my hand. A massive explosion erupted in the arena, shooting out countless blue beams. The audience was stunned. Marcus slumped. Impossible. He sighed. The match was fun. Gregor, see you next time. He had already completely collapsed and fainted. Character info. Black Kim Tai-hyun, 19 years old, AA rank, strength 200, stamina 200, speed 180, magic 280, willpower 150, fatigue 30%, remaining magic 280/280ths. Berserk AA, temporarily unavailable. Savage AA, target lock button, magic 50. Shadow Armor AA, body enhancement with stealth, magic 15. Monarch World AA, create a special magic field, magic 20. Monarch Authority AA, emit enhanced power using magic, magic 20. Shackles AA, target binding, magic 20. King of the Queen AA, summon Rosaria, the Demon Queen, with magic power to 100, put the opponent into a deep sleep for 40. AA. T.1 stands in the middle of the stage, smoke rising. The audience looks down and exclaims, "What's going on? What just happened?" The strange curtain has dropped, blocking everything from view. Has Kim Tai-hyun already won? Marcus Gore jumps up in alarm, rushing to the railing. What is happening here? The black curtain has just fallen, and the match ends immediately. Marcus Gore grits his teeth, sweating profusely, not believing what he sees. What happened inside? Gregor struggles to stand up. Silence! Who dares say? The match is over. It's not over yet. It's not over. Tai-hyun hears a voice and glances around. He roars like an animal, releasing a bright green aura around him. His eyes flash with cold blue light, his hand turning into sharp claws. I haven't lost yet. I will kill them all. Kim Tai-hyun. Something suddenly flies towards them. It's An Jong, Sung Jin, and Kang Hyuk appearing to block Gregor Gil, who has transformed into a man. An Jong takes a defensive stance, smiling as he demands to kill. Has this bet always been so serious? Kang Hyuk grits his teeth, clenching his hand and shouting loudly, "Accept your loss." Sung Jin frowns, calming Gregor Gil down. If you keep fighting, it won't just be about the bet anymore. Right, stop now. Gregor Gil. Taehyun is surprised by their sudden appearance. Park Sang-jin and Yu A-jang. When did they get here? He doesn't finish his sentence. From behind, the chairman adjusts his collar and strides confidently over. I've been watching from the beginning. You turn around. Your eyes are wide with shock. Chairman of the association. As he approaches, he exudes confidence. I was planning to just observe, but things seem to be beyond control now. Hill looks at him sheepishly and smiles. He continues speaking. Anyway, he approaches the three of them. Let us handle the rest. Gregor grits his teeth, roaring loudly. You dare stop me? You fools! Fine, then I'll take down all of you right here. Marcus Gore suddenly appears. He coolly tucks his hands into his pockets, adjusts his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Be quiet. Gregor. As he adjusts his glasses, he envisions a terrifying man. Don't cause any more trouble. Cody will really punish that person. No matter how reckless you are, don't you know what will happen if she takes it seriously? Gregor Gale's body trembled as he heard that name, his whole being shaking with fear. Go! He gritted his teeth and growled angrily. Gregor Gale transformed back into a human form, his tall figure turning round to leave. Marcus Gore cursed loudly in the darkness of night. Damn it! In the arena filled with dust and broken pieces, Marcus Gore spoke softly. I sincerely apologize. Kim Tae-hyung, please forgive our disrespect. It's hard to bring this up now that things have reached this point. But he stopped talking suddenly, the silence catching Tae-hyung's attention. Marcus Gore approached him and extended his hand. Have you considered joining the American Pro League? The atmosphere changed instantly. Greg Gore's eyes widened as he turned to look at Marcus Gore in disbelief. Marcus, everyone around was stunned. Even the chairman gaped wide open at such an outrageous offer, exclaiming, "What kind of ridiculous offer is this?" Right in front of the league chairman. Marcus Gore continued calmly, "Whatever conditions you want, we will meet them all. With China's unexplored dungeon, we can assemble the best raid team if you join." Ho replied, "I'll consider this offer as a compliment to my abilities. About the unexplored dungeon in China, my next destination is Japan." Marcus Gore raised an eyebrow at Ho's response. "Japan?" He smiled and pulled out his phone to show the latest news bulletin. Yes, it seems like a female demon from Japan. Somewhere else, Sarada was running on water, with black slimes chasing her behind. Blood splattered across her face. She panted heavily, not daring to look back, only focusing on moving forward. The black slimes suddenly sped up and rushed towards her. They grabbed her body forcefully, the impact sending water flying everywhere. A tentacle wrapped around her mouth. Sarada panicked, barely able to make weak sounds. Another tentacle clung to her arm. Sarada silently pleaded, "Stop!" It continued wrapping around her leg. "Stop! Please, stop it!" The tentacle in her mouth broke apart. A voice sounded out. "You started this yourself, didn't you?" The meat-eating monster growled, its wide-open mouth revealing sharp teeth. Somewhere above, someone was sitting on a floating throne looking down. Sarada lay on the ground in agony and looked up. That voice continued, now demanding that we stop. "It's truly disgusting." The person on the throne was T. Hyun. He waved his hand. The monster advanced with its teeth bared, Sarada screaming in fear. Sarada seemed to be swallowed whole, her face turning pale. Her scream echoed through the room, bringing her back to reality. Sarada's body writhed on the bed, her hands flailing in the air, her legs kicking chaotically. Her entire body convulsed as if trying to escape something only she could see. The noise alerted the guards who rushed over immediately. "Holy maiden, are you all right?" Sarada sat up amidst worried gazes. She gasped for breath, her eyes still full of fear. Her trembling hand stared into empty space as she thought, "A nightmare. It's this same nightmare again. Ever since I fell into a coma after seeing Kim Tae-hyun's spiritual world, these nightmares start as soon as I wake up." Her face is drenched in sweat. "Think back to the dream now. Every time I pass through countless mysterious reincarnations from an unclear origin, an enigmatic entity in Kim Tae-hyun's form appears to greet me. Next comes death, and then waking up again. How much longer must I endure this pain?" A single drop of sweat quietly falls from her hand. Until when will she die? Sarada quickly sat up in bed. Two guards hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. "Lady, you need to rest. If you stand now, where is the ghost sword? Where is it? If it's not beside me, then where could it be?" Her face still pale, her body shivering as if trapped in the aftermath of a nightmare. Sarada silently held his shaking shoulders and opened the door, shouting "Ghost sword." But she suddenly paused, wide-eyed looking ahead. Two men were fighting with swords in the hallway outside her room. Hugh smirked, "I'm not here to fight you guys. I came only for Shinji," who swung his sword and cut off his words loudly, clearly stating their target was Lady Sarara. "This scum, I'll avenge the humiliation that Lady Sarara suffered." The blade of the ghost sword smoldered as Tae-hyun skillfully dodged the attack. Shinji chanted, "Residence, Spirit Sword." A series of souls in human form appeared from nowhere, rushing forward to seize him. Tae-hyun's sword grazed his shoulder, but he calmly looked at the ghost sword, Ma Kim-hin. It is said that this skill can cut through a soul with its glowing blade. But honestly, Tae-hyun reached out and spoke, "Everyone, use your strength to block the sword." His face became terrifying. The problem is they won't listen until they're hit. Shinji was surprised, his expression turning dark. What? Taeyun tightly gripped his sword and smirked. Suddenly, he gathered strength and delivered a powerful kick to his face. A loud explosion echoed down the hallway as Sarada quickly retreated. The forceful hit rendered Shinji unconscious. His body lay motionless on the debris. Sarada called out urgently, "Ghost, ghost sword!" Taeyun stepped forward and threw the sword to the ground. Yoshikawa Sarada, I came for 2 reasons. Sarada sat beside Shinji, turning her head to look at him. 1. To see what she saw in my mind. You were terrified, Sarada's voice trembling as she said Kim Tae-hyun's name. And 2nd, to prevent the largest Dandian break in history from happening. Taeyun stepped forward and bravely stood in front of her, Sarada nearly unable to breathe, shivering violently at his words. Somewhere else, waves continuously crashed in powerful surges, a violent whirlwind accompanied by lightning bolts between them. 2 figures nearby observed. The one with the binoculars spoke. This must be the entrance to an unexplored dungeon. No matter how you look at it, it only resembles a massive hurricane. Beside him, another man continued. It's said that there's a door leading to the dungeon inside this hurricane. The hurricane is definitely caused by magical energy from that door. He casually chewed gum and said, but don't worry, no signs of an explosion yet. We're only here to seal it off. The man with the binoculars nodded in agreement, but still it's reassuring. He suddenly stopped, wide-eyed as if seeing something. The Unexplored Dungeon Monitoring Team. Japan Guild Association. Something exists within the whirlwind. After retiring, he discovered talents like a holy maiden and sword demon, known as one of Japan's top guild leaders in history. But in reality, he didn't care about civilian lives as long as his personal goals were met. Hyun spoke up. Do you know the dungeon break just happened? I'm here to help. Masuda was indifferent. We already knew that. There have been many announcements lately, but they're stable now. What does that have to do with you? Your incomplete dungeon intrusion rights only matter when the dungeon remains intact. But once the dungeon break happens, those rights no longer apply. Plus, during our friendly match, you made us look really bad. Meanwhile, if you solve this dungeon break too, how will that affect our position? So you'll have to temporarily be detained for attacking our players. Sarada hurriedly said, Guildmaster, but to minimize damage from dungeon break. Without letting her finish, Masuda's lackeys rushed up to control Taeyun. Masuda shouted, don't interfere. Yoshikawa Sarada, remember that we turned a blind eye when you used your skill to manipulate others. If you dare stand with that baby-faced kid now, both you and the sword demon will be dealt with. He then ordered, bring out Kim T. Hurry up. Kim Tae-hyun wasn't worried. He laughed as he crossed his arms. What a show. He thought if they refused to cooperate and resisted with force, even Guildmaster Xi Jinping would be in a tough spot. So he let them handcuff him resignedly. Sarada, take Nakata Shinji and block them first. Sarada paused. Kim Tae-hyun, but Masuda smiled with satisfaction. That's right, a wise decision. Don't worry, if the investigation shows you're innocent, we'll release you immediately. Taeyun replied coldly, don't get too cocky, Guildmaster Masuda. It was just that you refused my help. If this causes any trouble, you'll bear full responsibility. Despite being handcuffed like a lowly prisoner, he walked with confidence and a radiant aura. Masuda laughed sarcastically. What a liar! The city is now suffering from massive explosions. A group of half-human, half-beast monsters armed with swords charged in. Everyone's doing their best to resist. Kimura Zen ordered, by any means necessary, stop them. If they get through, everyone will die. His teammates struggled, but couldn't figure out how to stop the monsters. They just kept coming non-stop. Moreover, all the blocking monsters are or S-class. There's no way around it. Kimura Zen didn't give up but had to block them. If we don't stop them, who will? Before he could finish, a Kenahana's monster picked him up. His teammates trembled in fear. Guildmaster Kimarazan has been captured. Kenahana's looked at Kimarazan with satisfaction. This is complicated. Let's start with the first one. Kimarazan screamed for release. The sound tore through the fiery sea. He was choked until he coughed blood. Everyone witnessed this scene and was terrified. It's over. Dead for sure. Mine. And everyone ended up like that. A swift slash cut Kenahana's finger clean off. Everyone around, including the monsters, were surprised by this. Huh? People gasped in shock. Demon Sword. That's Nakata Shinji, another Demon Sword. National level player. They were all taken aback to see a healing magic in them. My body is being healed. What happened? Sir Ara stepped forward. Lucky. Everyone's safe. Everyone turned to her. Saintis. Shinji landed and asked Han. Saintis, are you okay? Sir Ara replied, yes, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. The strange mana source I felt in my body is gone completely now. Although I can't fully utilize my strength now, I can still support you, Shinji. Shinji worriedly called out Kim Taehyun's name. Kenahana's approached them. His large mouth opened wide to the point of gaping. He didn't expect such high-quality food. Great! You'll be our son's feast. As he drew his sword from the mouth in his belly, Sir Ara shouted, Demon Sword. Shinji immediately entered combat mode. He charged at Kenahana's to confront him. Their swords clashed, creating blinding light. Sir Ara ordered, we'll handle Kenahana's. Everyone take care of the other monsters. Kenahana's was ready for combat as well, following Kenahana's Sama's command. Shinji's slash barely grazed Kenahana's shoulder, but did little to him. The fight with Kenahana's, a SS-class monster, was proving quite difficult, just as expected from the owner of an unexplored dungeon. A small mistake could result in losing limbs, while his wounds were almost useless against its terrifying regenerative ability. That's why previous attempts had all failed. But Kenahana's cut the building in half and showed some resistance. In the dust cloud, Shinji gradually appeared. The energy around him changed, his aura glowing brightly. This time, I'll be able to cut a person. He thought, after 5 years since my last failed attempt at Danjian Unexplored, I've been training non-stop just to finish this person off. He gripped his sword firmly, influenced by the rapid regeneration skill and his healing body. With the Saintess's support, the influence of the Holy Revelation ability, all his abilities could be enhanced now. Sir Ara transferred her power reluctantly. Shinji, I can't hold on much longer. We need to end this now. Shinji's eyes widened with determination. Nothing is impossible for me to cut. A powerful X-shaped slash from Shinji. Kenahana's howled in pain. It was quickly cut in half. At the headquarters of the Japanese Player Association, everyone cheered Nakata Shinji's name, Nakata Shinji. Matsuda laughed happily. Teacher, I told you, with the Demon Sword and Saintess, even an SS-class monster can be stopped. He turned to Mach T. In fact, we didn't need your help. Kim T. Hyan T. He's cold and calculating. Lucky we managed to defeat Kentajina's. But why do you think everything is over? He looks confused. What? Keep going. A few months ago, the gate break in Korea upgraded from C to a level. Last month, the dungeon breaks in France and Russia changed from S to S+ levels. The ranking method for dungeon breaks is no longer accurate. So why do you insist this one is only SS? During the battle, Sir Ara and Shinji looked up at a strange object. Their eyes widened in shock. What's that? It's... From Kentajina's corpse emerged an odd entity. It was tearing flesh from both Kentajina's and Genji's bodies. Isn't it huge? This strange creature is called Contagion. Its level is SS+. It's the master of the unexplored dungeon in Japan. Shinji's face was covered in blood, bewildered. What is that? Suddenly appearing from Kentajina's corpse and devouring it as if it were natural. What is it trying to do? No, regardless of what it is, it doesn't matter. Shinji gripped his weapon with determination and charged towards Contagion. Sir Ara was alarmed. Shinji, wait! He ignored her and continued toward Contagion, A monster is a monster. Destroy it. He swung his sword at Contagion, which caught the blade with its bare hand. This surprised both Shinji and Sarara greatly. Contagion began to stand up, exuding an eerie aura of malice. Achata's enemy, right? Shinji was taken aback. Its appearance. Because he was distracted, he was knocked back by Contagion. Sarara was worried. Shinji? Contagion leaped from above and landed heavily on the ground. Since Sarara was nearby, she suffered severe impact. It spoke. Don't worry, I'll devour everything. The people in headquarters were panicking. What's going on? Where did that monster come from? Didn't everything end when Kentagenas was defeated? And what about the ghost sword? Is the Holy Maiden still alive? Its strength is rated SS+. We've never seen anything like this before. Taehyun pondered. Finally, it has appeared, the master of the invincible dungeon, Contagion. Contagion is the true master of the invincible dungeon in Japan and an SS monster. Its original form isn't impressive for an SS monster, both size and power. But as it devours more creatures and humans, it grows stronger. This creature operates at a completely different level of danger. If President Matsuda recognized the severity of the situation right now and sought our help, we could minimize damage. But that's unlikely to happen. Both masters are going berserk. With this situation, we'll be annihilated. President Matsuda was sweating and gritting his teeth. Damn it, we just took down an SS and now it's SS+. That's absurd. Should we call for support from another guild right now? No, if even the female saint and sword demon couldn't handle it. Calling for help now would be futile. It will destroy everything before reinforcements can arrive. The players, the city, and our political status. The Han clenched his teeth tightly. We retreat. These words caused a stir throughout the guild. What? And what about the players who are still fighting? Masuda is terrified. It's too late now. Even national forces couldn't handle it. What can we do now to survive? If we want to survive, we must run right away. Masuda can't be heard anymore. Hyun struck him hard on the head, knocking him down. I've tried to endure for Chairman Hyun, but things are no different from when I knelt before. Everyone is worried. Chairman Masuda, handcuffed, what are you doing? You speak in silence. I'm here to prevent the prison explosion. What about you guys? I don't know if you're planning to run like he said or capture me. Whatever, I'll save them. He destroyed the handcuffs and walked away. Everyone nodded in agreement. Taehyun was calculating as he walked. Alright, before we all fall, if I can kill Contagion and stop the prison explosion. A shadow approached him, calling his name, Kim Tae-hyun. He was surprised. Why are you here? The city is completely engulfed in a raging inferno, destruction stacking up with blood and flesh. Sarara was held by Contagion. She was desperate. Shinji, Kimura-zen, they all fell down. No matter how many times I regenerate my body or self-enhance, it's useless. Nobody can defeat this. Contagion spoke. The prevention is over. I will consume you. Her eyes became lifeless as tears rolled down her cheeks. She thought of our boy, Kim Tae-hyun, if he were human. She remembered their previous conversation. He said he wasn't helping her, but doing this to prevent the prison explosion. She reflected, yes. Even as an enemy, Kim Tae-hyun helped prevent the prison explosion. When I first became a player, I only wanted to use my strength to help others. But when did I start down this wrong path? Is it too late to turn back now? Contagion opened his mouth and pulled Sarara in. At the moment she let go completely, a purple light flashed past. Taehyun arrived just in time and carried her away from Contagion. The monster turned around suddenly. Sarara was surprised. Taehyun confided. Really, I said. I didn't expect much. But you did pretty well on your own. Sarara asked, how did Kim Tae-hyun become human? The entire headquarters staff entered. We're here too. Sorry for the earlier misunderstanding. Player Kim Tae-hyun, as non-combatants, all we can do is save injured players. Sarara looked at the group of headquarters members with emotion. Everyone, Hyun smiled. That's enough. Anyway, what I need to deal with is this. Contagion angrily rushed towards Hyun. Sarara shouted loudly. Kim Tae-hyun, hold on. No matter how strong you are, you can't do it. He ignored her and shouted. Lim A-young. Large ice blocks began to rise from the ground, surrounding the monster and separating everyone from it. Everyone was shocked. What is this? An ice wall. AING. He shouted from the control panel. Kim Tae-hyun, are you sure about this decision? He exclaimed. Oh my god. Yang continued. This isn't why we're here. Ji Jinhee's request was. She recalled what the chairman said. Kim Tae-hyun had been detained by the Japanese Players Association. They might be trying to prevent Kim Tae-hyun from interfering in the prison breakout. But Kim Tae-hyun is important for South Korea. We can't leave him here. Do whatever it takes, bring him back. He heard and asked again, Auntie, didn't we come here to stop the prison breakout? And gasped. No, the Japanese Players Association had already refused our support. He laughed, might as well help them too. He remembered what the chairman said that and just mentioned. Conveniently, the chairman said to bring him back at all costs. What a considerate uncle. Contaemian spoke up, we really can't understand this. Why not run away? Why put yourself in danger like this? Don't you realize you're just bait? He held the knife, exuding an overwhelming aura. You didn't recognize that you were bait. From now on, the one being hunted is you, Contaemian. Suddenly someone shouted from afar, have they completed the rescue mission over there yet? Another person yelled for everyone to run, get out of here quickly. A man called Saruta, who was holding his arm, shouted at her, woman, it's dangerous, come here. Saruta's face, full of injuries and exhaustion, as she was addressed as a woman. She called for Kim Tae-hyun, trapped in a black circle surrounded by large ice blocks that tightly encircled the dark dome where everyone stood amidst the ruins. Tae-hyun held the black-tinted saber, rushing forward with an angry face. He quickly swung his saber at one of Kendahana's subordinates, a bolt of black lightning slicing through. The subordinate of Kendahana's was caught off guard and stood still. His eyes were in disbelief that he had just been hit by Taejeon's attack. He turned to look at the subordinate of Kendahana's with a slightly disappointed expression, as his cut didn't affect him much. Damn it, his wounds healed too fast. Meanwhile, he was recalling the previous battle. The subordinate of Kendahana's quickly rushed towards Taejeon with his saber. He dodged without hesitation, worried that he might have guessed something. Could he be discovering his stealth state? As the fight dragged on, Contaemian grew stronger. With this in mind, the subordinate of Kendahana's continued to swing his saber at Taejeon, the light from the weapon creating a red and purple glow across the sky. The subordinate of Kendahana's looked up with surprise, as if seeing something unimaginable. In front of him was the image of the king holding a powerful sword, flanked by two guards behind Taejeon. The imposing aura made his own presence feel insignificant like an insect. Sung Taejeon had a violet-tinted aura. His hand exuded an intimidating presence that made people tremble in fear, like demons descending. The image of the king behind Taejeon, under his command, stabbed his sword at the subordinate of Kendahana's, forcing him to use both hands to block against the overwhelming power, causing a purple glow to fill the sky around them. Despite struggling, the subordinate of Kendahana's still tried to block Taejeon. Indeed, even an insect at the bottom of the food chain has tricks, but that's not enough to defeat me. The face of the subordinate of Kendahana's turned in shock when Taejeon said, Dawn is really here. Suddenly, his hand pressed towards the subordinate of Kendahana's, revealing a red-faced demon with a fierce expression, opening its mouth to spit at him, but he struggled. His left eye turned red, surrounded by red light. See if you can block this one too. He was caught off guard when the red demon Jodihyun approached and opened its mouth to swallow him whole. What? A red beam cut through his hand like a weapon slicing through it. The red light from the subordinate of Kendahana's attack. The surroundings suddenly turned dark with a blood-red hue, and black rays emanating from the subordinate of Kendahana's. Far away, Taejeon watched as his injured opponent suffered in pain. His face became serious. He tightened his grip on the saber, red robes enveloping his body. In this long battle, The one who will suffer the most is me. So even though he had to pour all his magical power into a devastating strike to finish it off, his brows furrowed as if determined to eliminate Kendahana's subordinate. I will decide the outcome right here. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out. How many times have I said that power is not human? Round them appeared a throne made of bones with long steps. The figure seated on the bone throne radiated pressure, causing everything round to emit a blinding red light. Standing before Taehyun, he was extremely cautious. He looked around in surprise at the red-lit sea. Suspecting his current location, he noted that on the bone throne stood a man with empty hands smiling at Taehyun. This is the undersea realm. He grew more cautious of the man seated on the bone throne, suspicion turning to doubt when summoned to another place. What's going on? Is this just a dream again? No, this must be real. But why now? Who is he? He angrily asked the man smiling at him. What do you want? Why keep appearing in front of me? What do you want? The mysterious voice spoke things that confused and frightened him. You must reach him to achieve this. Need someone not blinded by my power who can overcome everything on their own. A face identical to his but with red eyes. No trace of goodwill. This is the test for that. Surprised, he realized it was himself sitting on the bone throne, feeling like a joke. He swung his hand at the dark personality. Don't mess with me. Who do you think you are to dare? His hand suddenly froze, unable to move. His entire body was suddenly bathed in golden light, making him shiver. A mysterious power had been activated. He saw something unimaginable when he heard the announcement. The bow she has been destroyed. Cannot be used. HM. A series of notifications sounded. The monarch's aura has been destroyed. Cannot be used. The monarch world has been destroyed. Cannot be used. Illusory image cannot be used. Shackles cannot be used. Queen Esmond cannot be used. Absolute hypnosis cannot be used. No skills can be used now. He stared at his own dark version seated on the throne. Kendahana's subordinates appeared, wielding swords and running towards T. Hyun was not prepared for this. Kendahana's subordinates appeared with bloody faces. T's face! Hyun hesitated as Kendahana's subordinates attacked. Fortunately, a suction first pulled T. Hyun dodged the spear of Kendahana's subordinate aimed at him. On the other side of the cliff, a female figure was remotely controlling to eliminate Kendahana's subordinates intending to kill Taehyun Aiyang. She called out his name with shock on her face while trying to hold back Kendahana's subordinate. Kim Taehyun. Fortunately, Aiyang used an ice wall spell to block the attack for Kendahana's subordinate, protecting Taehyun instead. What's happening here? Despite Aiyang's defense, Taehyun was hit and staggered back. His mind became chaotic. Who is he? Suddenly appearing and locking all my skills. What is this? Isn't it our power? You remember yourself as the dark version sitting on the throne with a cold expression. That's right. You recall yourself at the moment you met the king. We knew all along. Right now, you look really cowardly. Because I was just an unawakened one. A useless one. King, he extended his hand towards you. It's simply the chosen one. Kendahana's subordinates swung their fist at him. He fell out of control, but immediately retracting the power bestowed. Kendahana's subordinate punched Taejon to the ground, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to tremble. You think about it with anger and admiration. It's too much. Kendahana's subordinate got angry at him for making him humiliated by being hit and kept punching continuously. Dared to let a weak prey like you humiliate me. I'll kill you. His face, covered in blood, gradually losing consciousness as the pain set in. No matter what, why did I try so hard? Kendahana's subordinate continuously punched him. He fell out of control. You're recalling and questioning yourself. What have I fought for until now? And Yeon tried her best to use magic to save Taehyun. She stood in front of Kendahana's subordinate, using ice spells to block his punches, but they shattered under his power. You're stunned by An Yong's selfless act of standing in front of you to protect you, Lee Min-jeong. She's strong and determined to help him. She looks quite weak now too. I'll buy some time. Use this opportunity to find the female sword and heal yourself. You look surprised at her. You shout at Enyang, who's blocking Kentahana's subordinate. What the hell are you talking about? You're no match for it. You should run away. She yells back. That's why I have to stop him. Despite being injured by Kentahana's subordinate, you crawl forward. Aiyang still tries to protect you. The only one who can defeat that monster is Kim Taeyun. She reminds Taeyun of what he needs to do, her face showing determination. She angrily says, "Isn't the person here supposed to stop Dungeon Break? If you don't recognize it, dying here means everything ends." You're unsure how to react to Aiyang's criticism. You grit your teeth and recall the reason. Right. The memory of the dark entity urges him to understand why. What needs to be done is to figure out his purpose. This isn't the time to think about why I lost my skills. No matter how resentful, the situation doesn't change. Aiyang is fighting with Kentahana's subordinate who keeps overpowering her in strength. If we can't defeat Kentamian, everyone here will die. We must find a way. You wonder what else you can do as you crawl forward with your weakened body. But how should I proceed? With this body and no skills left, how can I confront Kentamian? Suddenly, you remember something. You sit up to think about what plan to make. No, there are still skills we can use. You recall the information the system provided. Skills that couldn't be used initially. Berserk is currently inactive. It requires a strong blood intake to activate. He screamed wildly. That brat kept coming back to attack T. Hyun, you still gracefully dodged its blade. You flexibly avoided each of its attacks. The monster was shocked. What's going on? Why can't our attacks hit him? It's not satisfied. Why am I being overwhelmed like this? My strength is no less than his. No, in fact, I'm stronger due to absorbing more death energy. It looked at T. Hyun was charging towards me. But why? Why am I? You powerfully attacked the monster. The monster laughed viciously. It pondered, what Hyun received when activating Blood Pact wasn't just strength and stats like a beast, but also the appearance of the red right eye. Hyun thought his right eye became a blood eye like using Berserk skill, but this time it was different. He remembered, unlike before, now the flow of mana was clear. We can see where he is focusing his strength. Every action of him, we can see clearly. Hyun attacked straight to the monster's heart, even its position of the demon stone, the heart of the beast. The monster was furious. Finally, what are you? You what? He sinisterly looked at the monster. Go down to hell and learn. The monster screamed in pain. Your flashy appearance appeared. It was destroyed by him. Hyun calmly said, naturally, I will have to investigate myself too. With his victory over Kentamian, Kim Tae-hyun successfully ended the Dungeon Break crisis in Japan completely. The Japanese Player Association worked hard to treat the wounded and restore losses, while Matsuda Kuro, who refused other associations' support for personal gain, was defeated and temporarily detained for investigation. Liam Aoyang only suffered minor injuries and didn't affect her life. However, she worried about being blamed by President Didin Hai. He smiled happily. Blame what? It's fortunate that you're safe. Aoyang resolved. I'll try harder. And the female swordsman and demon sword. They humbly apologized for their illegal actions using player skills. Sorry. Both admitted all their illegal acts by using their player skills. The female swordsman apologized to the meteor. I used the legendary holy skill to control and manipulate everyone for personal gain. I accept any punishment. The female swordsman regretted. And when all is said and done, I'll do it again. As a true player. At the American Player Association, Sui praised him. Truly amazing. He looked at the replay of that fierce battle, Kim Tae-hyun. I knew he was a talented player, but didn't expect him to defeat an SS-ranked beast alone. He said it seemed only Cody could do that. The man beside him continued, yet this time, he surpassed when fighting Gregor in the trial battle. The man pondered, that red mana can be seen as the power of a great hero too. Zhu Wei sighed, it's a pity such talent couldn't be recruited by us, but there's no other way. He calculated, people like him are not easily swayed by money or power. The only thing that guides them is firm belief and ideals. What we can do is hope those beliefs don't conflict with each other. The man asked him, so the association's decision has been made? He replied, yes, it's time for us to act besides that boy. He slowly walked in the end, everything we do. He looked at the physical body before him, all for human progress. The system appeared before his physical self, asking. The question mark. In another place, Th4. HUA. Prepared the potion. He drank it for a moment then stopped. He thought, I can't use brute force skills. Still no luck. He recalled that after dispelling blood frenzy, my body returned to normal human state, but the sealed skills haven't been unlocked yet. Th point for currently can only use the power of great work, blood frenzy, and new skills gained from activating blood frenzy. The demon eye, he recalled the demon eye. Activate demon eye, consume ability. 10 he pondered. So I sought help from the alchemist master. Cell Sang X. Sang X spoke another failure. Cell Sang X, the alchemist leader, an S-rank player, we believed this time would be successful. Taeyun recalled his signature skill was Potion Creative. This skill allows creating potions with effects far beyond normal alchemy. From stat boosts to summoning monsters, dispelling curses, even curing incurable diseases. Sangik dejectedly said, I really failed, couldn't help at all. Taihan replied, don't worry, maybe the curse on you is stronger than we thought. He pondered, but if even Sangik's power was useless, only one option left, that damn friend, to help lift this curse? Sangik curiously asked, what are you planning now? Taihan said, maybe I'll have to go abroad. Sangik panicked, do you mean the US? Taihan frankly said, yes, meet a top-tier player in the US and the world's #1 curse remover. He pondered, Ricky Harris. Somewhere else, a strong girl defeated everyone. Ricky Harris smiled, long time no see, long young president. She calmly said, I've announced this many times, but today I'm here not as an American Player Association member, but as the World's Player Association investigator, Long Young 9, Ricky Harris. She explained, I came to investigate illegal experiments near unexplored dungeons in China. She sternly said, so please cooperate with our investigation. Long Yang asked, if I refuse, what will you do? Th4. Hyun pondered, of course, before she disappeared. Ricky Harris menacingly said, refusal, the glasses-wearing man spoke, the right to conquer unexplored dungeons. There are 2 now. He explained, one is Japan's dungeon, Kendajina's Storm. It was already conquered by Taeyun. The other is China's dungeon, the Pit of Suffering, where countless expeditions were destroyed. He pointed to the screen. What we need to focus on are the unexplored Chinese dungeons. Round it, there are many mysterious laboratories and magic discovered in the area. He analyzed, clearly under Zhang Long's guidance, some experiments are being conducted. He suggested, we can't just stand by and watch. We must clarify what's behind this situation. He said, I hope you will cooperate with our investigation. Ricky Harris. Ricky Harris stared at him. The area around her lit up brightly. She rushed forward. If that's the case, only force can solve it. Long Yang was surprised. Ricky Harris, as the second-ranked player in the US, she indeed anticipated this. He looked at her rushing towards him, but didn't expect her magic to overpower his so much. He smiled, interesting. Our plan seems very fitting for this situation. He laughed loudly, just joking. Long Yang said, no matter what, no one would defy the World Player Association's will. I'll actively cooperate with this investigation. Ricky Harris replied, if so, but seeing it firsthand and evaluating it yourself would be more accurate, right? He suggested, I invite you to our laboratory. Long Yang said, tomorrow, come see our experiment. Then we can discuss further. He surprised her by saying, I'll take you to the lab. Long Yang stroked his beard. How about this? Tomorrow, you will witness our experiments and we can continue discussing after that. At a hotel for players in China, Ricky Harris thought, an invitation. What is he planning? Never would he cooperate so easily. She pondered Long Yang, the unpredictable one. She had to be careful. She took a sip of her drink, but Ricky Harris stared intently at Taeyun in front of her. That's rude. Kim Taeyun. She questions him. How do you barge into a lady's room like this? She appraises him slowly. Kim Taeyun, the promising talent of South Korea. The American Players Association has started to take notice of him recently. I thought we'd meet sooner or later, but not under these circumstances. She thinks, what's he planning? He speaks up, she'll die here. Ricky Harris looks surprised at him. He appraises the man in front of him. Ricky Harris, the second-lane player from America, a national-level player. He remembers, he has gained global recognition. Her most famous skills are void cancellation, which can even nullify soul contracts. He recalls, currently, besides the monster and bloodstorm, I can't use any other skill to conquer this unexplored dungeon. I need Ricky Harris's skill. Hien smiles, but she is known for never negotiating with those not of her kind. According to his recollection before regression, Ricky Harris will die in the Guangzhou dungeon. He ponders a famous event that has been widely discussed worldwide. But humans, if they are human, care about their own lives. He decides he must do everything to attract her attention. So Ricky Harris sets down his glass of wine. And what else? Hill looks surprised at her. She smiles wickedly at him. Players always face danger and they could die anytime. No matter if she believes me or not, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. He continues negotiating. Does she not cherish her own life? If she were human, she would bang the table. Human! Ricky Harris looks at him menacingly. A man who can manipulate everything like me. Is she really human? She raises her hand. Just snap your fingers and not only here, but everyone in this building will be swept away. She threatens, including all of them in the building. In some ways, I'm no different from a monster. She concludes. That's why players need something, whether it's justice, mission, dreams, or money. She ponders to bind us together. Ricky Harris is indifferent. What binds Kim Tae-hyun? She pats his shoulder. Which side are you on? A human can control himself. Or she starts casting a spell on him. A monster obsessed with manipulation. Tae-hyun speaks calmly. I don't know anymore. I'm slightly surprised. Even if not to the extent of a demon, many players have lost their humanity after countless battles. Ricky Harris is surprised by his words. She's quite principled. He rests his chin and smiles. But I am also a principled person. She looks at him in confusion. She lowers her head. You came here for something from me. Huen frankly says, I need your canceller skill. Most of my skills are currently sealed. So she replies, with just knowing each other like this and making such a request, isn't that too much? If I help you, what do I get in return? He immediately negotiated. Right now, her biggest concern is helping those who might be affected in Guangzhou. I can help you with that. Isn't it enough? Ricky Harris stared intently at him. Do you think you need my help? Hien challenged. We'll have to see. He spoke up, but it wouldn't hurt to be prepared. Right. At the entrance of Long Yang's secret research room, a woman with her hair tied back appeared. Welcome, Ricky. We've been waiting for you. But who else is there? Ricky Harris pointed to the side. She spoke up. She's my bodyguard. They both entered the research room. Hien thought, Long Yang's secret research room, only Ricky Harris was invited here. No one else would be allowed to enter, not even high-level players. Mr. Silent, let alone my reputation for conquering the Japanese prison. So I posed as a bodyguard and spoke up with a voice. Interesting, a national-level player needs a bodyguard? Long Yang, chairman of the Chinese Player Association, was amused. Strange, isn't it? Ricky Harris smiled, being cautious never hurt. I guess you'll allow this now. Trimty said, that man is Long Yang. He recalled the one who had orchestrated the assassination of contestants in the Asian-friendly match and was the source of future disasters. A woman spoke up before entering, swear an oath of fidelity. T. Hyun thought, an oath? Ricky Harris said, an oath? That doesn't seem useful to me. T. Hyun gritted his teeth. This woman is talking about something. He was wary but acted when the moment came. Long Young agreed. I agree too. Moreover, there's no way an oath can stop Ricky Harris. Sorry for any inconvenience. He smiled. Then let me start. Show everyone the laboratory tour. He began speaking. A project I call S-Level Awakened Person Experiment. Ricky Harris looked at the tubes in front of him. Someone trapped inside a glass tube? She rushed to the glass tube. I had anticipated this, but I didn't expect it to be so brutal. She was stunned by what Long Young said. We're trying our best, creating S-Level Awakened persons by injecting demonic energy into human bodies. Isn't that amazing? Power that challenges the gods. Ricky Harris gritted his teeth. This is some kind of dark magic, T. Hull stopped her. Don't use your skills here. If something goes wrong, those being experimented on will be in danger. She was angry, cursed. Long Young looked at the scene with a contemplative gaze. He was amused. Another awakened person is about to be born. The moment an awakened person is born is always miraculous. You are truly lucky to witness this. A voice is heard, B102 experiment, heart rate increasing, physical strength improving. The voice continues and power increasing rapidly. Ricky Harris looks alarmed. Is this really a successful experiment? Suddenly, the test subject's eyes widen in shock. A loud explosion rings out inside the tube. Long Young is gloomy. What is happening here? Ricky Harris angrily listens to him speak. Another failure. T. Hyun looks terrified as she gets angry. He quickly tries to stop her. Hold on. Calm down. She is gloomy. She exudes a fierce aura. She has surpassed the limit. T. Hon sweats. I had guessed she has skills beyond Chancellor. But he is surprised. How could such power cause the entire lab to shake? She angrily extends her hand. Has he prepared to pay the price? Long Young is gloomy. Humans are not equal. This is the reality known since the player system was applied to the world. T. Hon clenches his teeth as he speaks. The moment a player's level is decided, their life is also determined by that. He chuckles maliciously, but no one wants to remain weak forever. I simply turned that hope into reality. Ricky Harris prepares to strike. Right. She is resolute. But this ends here. Long Young looks alert. Ricky Harris starts attacking, activating energy synthesis. Long Young calmly observes the incoming attack. He grins oddly. He pulls something from his pocket. Both Ricky Harris and T. Hyun are surprised. That is. She looks up at what he shows. Black Pool skill. She gazes at the incoming energy stream. The black pool nullifies all surrounding skills. She is surprised. This not only a rare skill, but using it is extremely difficult too. Where did he get that from? Ricky Harris worries as he hears him speak. Relying on strength because of superior magic over me? Humans need to know how to utilize tools. This contains the black pool skill. He grins maliciously again. I have prepared another gift for her. His voice echoes in the air. Hope she likes it. Hyun and Ricky Harris look worried around them. He rushes forward quickly. Can it be true? He suddenly stopped. He realized I had wondered why the research room was underground. A door opened, revealing that the entrance to the dungeon pit was right beside it. A deep passage appeared. He thought, the reason for placing the research room underground must be to harness the magic power from the dungeon effectively, and most of this magic might come from him. Long Young Txu, pity, I thought you would understand my ideals. Ricky Harris. He spoke, making tea. Hein paused, Kim T. Hein, me and you still owe each other a debt. He was surprised. He must have recognized his identity from the start. He threatened. Now you're cornered. Kim T. Hein, Long Young ordered. Seal the door again. The person beside him was surprised. And T. But there are still experimental subjects and researchers below. He replied. So what? He spoke. There are enough experimental subjects and researchers elsewhere. He looked at him and Ricky Harris. If we handle them this way, it wouldn't be a big loss, even if he was excited about it. Hyun widened his eyes. It seems we've fallen into a trap. Ricky Harris replied, yes. She was annoyed. Even my skills are disabled now. This is complicated. This is the first time I face an opponent like this. People around them screamed in fear. A monster stepped heavily on the ground. It suddenly appeared, shocking everyone. Hyun became alert. He was panic-stricken. Could it be an ORC? He was surprised. They appeared from Dora, ORC, but if they were just ordinary ORCs, we could handle them. An airy power emanated from them. A researcher was panicking. Girl, what's going on? Someone shouted that an ORC had been infected by a parasite, a researcher unlucky enough to be attacked. Everyone looked fearfully at the person. Once they are infected with parasites, the person suddenly transformed into a monster. That creature would only have instinctive aggression left. It would attack others, ceaselessly spreading infection among other individuals and increasing the number of creatures controlled by the parasite's will. Someone shouted, be careful. Someone warned Ricky Harris that if she touched the stream when it emitted, she would get infected with the parasite. The monster attacked her. Hyun gritted his teeth. Damn it. Another crash echoed. Rocks and debris flew everywhere. Ricky Harris dodged. She was surprised at him. He still stared straight ahead. He was panicking. How did my skills? Creatures turned into monsters littered the ground. Hyun resolved. I can't let anyone else get infected by the parasite. I must do everything to prevent it from spreading out of this research facility. He pondered. To stop the infection, he stared at the monster. I have to target that thing, the host controlling all the parasites. He charged towards that creature. I have to destroy it. He suddenly realized, there it is, the parasite host on top of ORC's head. He attacks towards it. He is surprised. Did it dodge? He circles around behind it. A researcher shouts, save me! Hyun grits his teeth. No way! If the number of infected people increases here, he suddenly attacks Oros. He powerfully strikes it. He lands on the ground. This strike surely did damage. The thick smoke clears away. It shows no signs of harm. Hyun stares intently at it. It confronts him directly. Hyun looks at the attack aimed at him. Unexpectedly, the target is me. A loud explosion rings out. Ricky Harris quickly covers his nose. She calls out to him, Kim Tae-hyun. A thick cloud of smoke surrounds him. She grits her teeth. Never mind that I become the host. If a player as strong as that becomes a host, not just this laboratory, the world will see an uncontrollable monster appear. He sneers maliciously. Hyun touches the monster's head. Got it. He grabs the parasitic entity, thinking he would. He attacks directly. Escaped. Oro screams in pain. Ricky Harris is shocked by the scene before him. Hyun turns his back, leaving a rose to fall. He tells her, ready yet? He removes his glasses. Time to catch the dragon. The Dragon Young group stands in a laboratory. One man behind asks Long Young, the chairman. He is worried if they somehow survive. What then? They are both national strategic personnel after all. He grimaces and strokes his beard. The worried people look at him. He smiles. You worry about that later. This laboratory was built with special materials. Long Young explains to stop experiments from escaping. It's a synthesis of the latest technologies, durable enough to withstand most common attack skills. He looks at the door, which is made of the same material as these walls, at the end of the elevator, when we leave here and seal off that place. He sneers, no one can escape, not even Ricky Harris or Kim Tae-hyun when facing the monster in the dungeon. A surge appears, causing everyone to panic. One person is alarmed. What just happened a moment ago? A loud explosion resounds. Hyun kicks through the door. Long Young is confused. How did they break through the barrier wall? He smirks. We still owe them something, don't we? He looks menacingly at him. Long Young gets annoyed. Kim Tae-hyun, even to the end, blocking my way. Taehyun looks straight at him. He charges right into him. Long Young has never acted on his own. He looks at him. You think that's all, huh? He fiercely retaliated. Did you think it was over like that? The two power streams clashed strongly. Taehyun is surprised. Blocking his own bloodstorm with bare hands isn't easy. He decisively attacked him again. He quickly steps back. He thinks, not knowing where this terrifying strength came from, but seeing it through the monster eyes, he understands. He looks at him with a sinister smile. Long Young, he has infused the monster's magic into his own body. He contemplates, now he is half human, half monster. He prepares to attack, guessing something would happen. He ponders but didn't expect him to go crazy and experiment on himself. Long Young laughs mockingly. I was planning not to intervene directly. He rushes towards him, like the pests you people are. He mocks, go drink some more milk. Kid, he forcefully emerges from his form. Taehyun smiles, it's probably closed now. Long Young is about to launch a new attack. Suddenly, he stumbles. The chains controlling him are sapping all his strength from his body. He panics. These things adhere to my body. They are draining my power. Taehyun smiles. You're here. He turns around. Ricky Harris strikes. Sorry. Did I arrive too late? I can't cover that distance like you. She speaks calmly. It took time to clear the obstacles. She approves. But it's truly amazing, not only using skills from the black hole, but also having the power to break through barriers. She glances at him, relying on his suggestion for me to use Canceller. Do you have more skills like this? I wonder how you'll surprise me this time. He smiles. Is that all you can do? Long Young is agitated. You guys! He gets angry. You damn pests dare too. He shouts. Again, like this? Taehyun speaks. Seems there's still some resistance? Ricky Harris responds. Probably so. He judges. Stubborn like a fried shrimp. Long Young lunged towards them. Ricky Harris scoffed. Don't rush in like that. It's uneducated. One of his arms was knocked away by her. Taehyun supported her as she leaped up, asking for permission. You jump forward too. You attack him head on. He froze in surprise. He forcefully landed another hit on him. Ricky Harris was shocked. Long Young remained silent. She thought, but that person wasn't an ordinary player either. Long Yang's sudden attack surprised Taehyun. He also attacked her. She fell back in pain. Taehyun shouted, Ricky, Long Young is attacking you too. You block his attack. You grit your teeth in anger. Long Young heals himself. He mocks her. Your attacks are all futile. He laughs triumphantly. Our bodies keep regenerating. Taehyun is furious. Damn it, because of blocking his direct attack. My arm keeps trembling. Can we counterattack? Long Young looks at him steadily. Can you withstand this blow? I like your strength. Killing you would be a waste. He frowns. What now? Do you want to serve under me? Moreover, you're someone who signed a pact with the Duke of the Realm. Taehyun is on guard. Does he know about the Duke of the Realm? How does this guy know that? He continues to mock her. A national strategy level player. Those titles mean nothing. He speaks up. To us, those who signed a pact with the Duke of the Realm, humans are just meaningless insects. He still frowns at him. So take my hand. He leans close to him and asks, what nonsense are you spouting? He pauses thoughtfully. Oh, you're straightforward. I don't trust those who ambush others behind their backs. Rishi Harith continues his attacks. In this situation, maybe I can only rely on you now. Taehyun is firm. From the beginning, I never trusted them. The power of kings has waned. Long Young is surprised. What's going on? Why am I overwhelmed by this aura? He points up to the sky. You say you want me to take your hand. What kind of person are you? He shouts loudly. The skill of primal force has waned. Hyun continued attacking Grey Venom, striking him from behind. He thought to himself, the unique explosive technique had been enhanced. He spoke aloud, I can see everything now. He gently unleashed an attack on the monster. The dragon in his hand charged forward. It roared and shot flames at Venom. Tae-yun hesitated. As the beast folk's eyes activated, Venom's movements would slow down. He continued to launch attacks, applying both explosive techniques and monster arrows. With these eyes, I can quickly track its movement. The dragon in his hand roared. I can take it down now. Venom spat out a stream of poison. Hyun gritted his teeth. Not again. I won't fail like before. He lunged forward to attack once more. The two powers clashed head-on. The green poison scattered around, and Hyun's attack power was formidable too. He continued charging forward, needing to strike it quickly while he could. Determined, I'll make sure to end it with this attack. That power tore through the entire laboratory. A loud explosion echoed, rocks and debris flying everywhere. The ground was shattered. Hyun sat on it. He sighed and sat on the ground. He looked gloomy. Damn it, mana is almost gone. I can't block all of Venom's attacks either. He stared at his hand. He looked around. Where's Venom? Is this the end then? Venom suddenly appeared behind him. That was interesting. He was excited, just as expected from the Duke's fake pact, Astonished, he still lived after that strike. Venom attacked furiously, but this was only the beginning of the battle. He was hit by its move. He tightly gripped its arm, squeezing his neck. In fact, it was even faster and stronger than before. He was sluggish, he wasn't focusing. He thought to himself, Venom was absorbing magic from the air. Looking at the scene in front of him, that unique poison could only be felt in a dark dungeon. That meant Hyun realized this laboratory had turned into a dark dungeon. Venom laughed maliciously. You can't defeat me here. I'll make you my host. He shivered, his body freezing up. He seemed to realize, is this fear, the fear of impending death? He quickly rebutted, no, not like that. He calmed down, I'm used to it already. Venom laughed, you're struggling too much. It judged, from the way you cower and defend yourself, you must be out of mana now. Indeed, humans can only endure so much. It continued attacking him. Just like this, you'll never catch up with my regeneration ability. Hyun, he slowly got up. I thought I was going to die. Venom was surprised. What's happening? He said calmly. We didn't think it would turn out this way. You touched your neck. Neither did we know about this feature. You secretly thought just now when he bit you, only a moment ago. Venom was confused. Well, my strength is transferring to him through the earring? Tae-yun stared at it intently. He started his move. Got it. You secretly thought that your power has absorbed an enormous amount of mana. Speed increased by 1, stamina increased by 1, strength increased by 1. Venom judged, pulling out some petty tricks again. No matter how you tried to seize my power, it spoke with great authority. Even with this hidden fist, can your power still be endless? He mocked. So, then, let's see if it's still endless in this world. Venom was surprised. A powerful surge of strength hit it. This is He spoke, to the point where you even put insects into it. Truly insane. Venom hesitated. You're not the one I'm fighting. It was alarmed by this unusual aura. Who are you? He replied, I never allowed you to ask questions. Beelzebub's insect. Venom mocked, dare call my master with such a low voice? So you're also a great work, huh? Your stinking mouth will keep talking forever? It was angry and wanted to beat it up. It said, seems like the contract we made was wrong. I'm a pretty demon. It was confident. Nowhere can escape my invasion. It attacked even in the domain of the great work. He stared at Venom, an unknown power resisting it. Venom was confused, impossible. It was alarmed, utterly unreasonable. Duhul held its gaze. Venom was shocked. This is impossible. It was startled. The power I received from Beelzebub. Hein smiled. Finally, it's quiet now, right? A man from afar looked at the laboratory. Montel Roman, a national strategy level 5 ranked in the US, was frustrated. Damn it! What's going on? He pondered. My mission is to protect Ricky Harris, an investigator from the World Player Association and one of America's top talents. I need to protect Ricky Harris. He thought. Even though Ricky firmly refused, he remembered her laughing at him. He was determined to protect you, she said decisively. Never mind, I already have my own bodyguard. Montel Roman was alarmed, but several hours had passed since she entered the research area, and there was still no news. Moreover, what kind of magic is this? We need to act. Suddenly, he saw a figure appear. Ricky Harris approached. He was alarmed. Ricky, are you okay? She hesitated. Montel Roman, how could someone like her be seriously injured? What happened inside in the end? Ricky Harris recounted that they were conducting illegal experiments to turn humans into monsters. She remembered those people there. None of them were saved. Montel Roman was sweating as he looked in that direction. He spoke up. First, let's get back. Everything for the report is done. She stopped him. No! There are still people who need to be saved. He questioned. Who are you talking about? Ricky Harris responded. South Korea. Kim Tae-hyun. Montel Roman was surprised. Kim Tae-hyun, Suddenly, a loud noise drew their attention. Ricky Harris turned around. This feeling is like a blinding light illuminating the sky. The monsters attacked them fiercely. Dungeon break. Montel Roman quickly spoke up. Ricky, step back behind me. His guns were ready to attack. Genocide bullets S. Countless projectiles created by magic started attacking the monsters. He decisively said, Ricky, I don't know why you're with Kim Tae-hyun. Montel Roman warned, but due to the dungeon break, his chances of survival inside are very low. The monsters appeared in droves. Montel Roman sighed. Oh, this is going on without end. If I had known, I would have requested assistance earlier. Ricky Harris gritted his teeth. In front of me, I will fight. She thought to herself. Kim Tae-hyun, she was scared. Did that guy really defeat him? Montel Roman shouted. Ricky, she looked fearfully at the monster behind her. It's about to attack her. Surrounded by monsters, Montel Roman was in a panic. This is a burst of power attacking the nearest monster to Ricky Harris. She cheered up. Kim Tae-hyun, you said it, Venom has died. He held the knife firmly. Now only the remaining shrimp need to be dealt with. After the Kentagena's dungeon break that wasn't conquered yet, the next was the Dungeon of Purgatory. These two events almost became widespread disasters in Asia, and coincidentally, they were both stopped by a single player. Kim Tae-hyun from South Korea is now not only watched by the Asian and American gaming associations, but also worldwide for his achievements. Meanwhile, at the Global Gaming Association, with the increase in fake awakenings of SS-class monsters including T-Heal, they began discussing implementing a new system. The boundary is no longer limited to S-rank. SS-class players. Red light enveloped the sky. Slow footsteps were heard. A masked man appeared. Impressive. He praised. Is he stronger still? T-Heal responded. Yeah. One of the major achievements. You smiled. We successfully signed a contract with the Origo Royal Beast. Black Mask firmly agreed. Indeed, this power suits the ruler well. You patted him on the back. Long time no see. Really? You straightened and said, your coming here means there's an issue in the abyss, right? Really admit it? Yes, during your absence, a lot has happened. You glanced at him, smiling, really looking forward to this. Several weeks have passed since China's prison was conquered. The damn island was destroyed. In Wuhan, on an isolated island off the coast, Ricky Harris enjoyed himself. She was delighted, truly. How long has it been since we had such a peaceful time? Tae-yun spoke. I invited you here, but this isn't a vacation. Ricky Harris sipped his water. Who cares? I've been busy for a while now, so might as well enjoy myself when I can. He pondered. Ricky Harris. He recalled, as a World Player Association investigator, he testified about illegal monster transformation experiments, but the mastermind was Long Yang, still missing. Long Yang still missing. Moreover, most evidence was destroyed in the final prison riot, making it hard for Ricky to prove his claims. He thought, add to that, those experimented on couldn't be saved either. She must feel utterly disappointed. He rested his chin, but compared to before, things have improved a lot. He remembered, initially, Ricky Harris was caught up in Long Yang's plan and disappeared, while the early venom suppression failed. Then an unknown pandemic broke out, plunging the world into suffering. Tae-yun smiled. I came to unseal my skills, but this outcome is still unexpected. He said, all right, so just for today. Someone called out, drawing their attention. Look over there. I knew it. Who's getting annoyed at us? Suddenly saying you'll go with Ricky. I thought something big was happening. Never thought. Isn't this a date? Ricky Harris laughed happily. Are you angry now? Who's getting annoyed at us? Tae-yun denied. I said it wasn't. He straightened and said, from the start, I didn't call you IE here, so why are you following me? Yui responded, of course, to monitor. No, because the place you're renting is under our management, right? Hein was confused. I've already paid the extra rent. She angrily pointed at him. With money, you can do whatever you want. Who knows what games you'll play there? Ricky Harris chuckled. Is he really a man of many women? Seems I shouldn't take up too much of your time. She sternly said, let's get to the point. Yui spoke. According to alchemists, this barrier can withstand SS-class monster power. She explained, moreover, it's far from residential areas, making it perfect for big operations, almost never used before. She asked T. Hill, so why did you rent this place? He thought that has been removed, but that's not enough. He recalled, I don't know when or where that guy like me will appear again, blocking my way and trying to take over this body. He pondered, I don't want to risk it anymore. Before the big battle coming up, I have to subdue him right here. T spoke, maybe I might lose control. He wondered, what's that supposed to mean? Losing control? Are you saying my skills will explode? He explained, it's similar but more than that. I might lose my sanity. He said straightforwardly, since we've made it this far, I have something to ask of EUAI, sir. He decided, if there are any unusual signs, please stop me together. The AI side, I really can't guess what Taehoon is thinking anymore. She asked Ricky Harris, Ricky, do you know anything? She shrugged. Who knows? She recalled, at that time, when using the Canceller in the lab, I saw Kim Taehoon's skills. She mused, especially that unique power. Could it be the power of the Grand Duke? She smiled. Perhaps I could gather some useful information. T continued. He indecisively turned his back and walked away. He was determined. It's fine, let's give it a try. Look at the phone. This is my first time trying this method. He spoke, inducing complete hypnosis. Suddenly he stood still, dropping his phone to the ground. It seems I'm in another blazing world. He said, it's time for a trance. All of a sudden, he froze and the phone fell to the ground. He appeared in a fiery world. Looks like he smiled. This is the answer. He saw someone sitting on a large throne. A voice echoed. It seems you've finally started using your brain now. The mysterious figure sneered. I didn't expect you to come all the way here yourself. He replied. Maybe it's time for me to meet the one occupying my body, right? He judged, just like me, a perfect copy. What are you? The figure responded, I have an obligation to tell you this. T continued. Hyun said, fine, as expected, you won't cooperate anyway. He affirmed, but I don't intend to keep a ticking bomb inside me forever. He twisted his wrist. Here, get out of my body now. The mysterious figure sneered. What if I refuse? T continued. Hyun decided, I'll use my power to crush you out of here. The figure doubted, you, using your power. He's preparing his move too. Don't be delusional. Both of them fought fiercely, delivering their blows decisively. Brutal force. The ground outside was also trembling. What's going on? What is this? What the hell is happening? Why did it suddenly start shaking? An earthquake? Ricky Harris responded. No, it seems like it's already started. The ground around him is cracking, and then the earth erupts beneath his feet. Ricky Harris, like big AI, get ready to go. Things won't be easy for sure. Everything becomes blurry around them. In the other world, the red space prevails. They continue fighting each other. Howie is still powerful, delivering blows. Taeyun smiles. Just as I thought. This guy also knows how to use brute force. If two sources of brute force clash, it's impossible to determine a winner. Then, the mysterious figure smiles. I can guess what you're thinking. Just relying on the power of kingship isn't enough. You plan to use your own skills to win, isn't that right? He continues attacking him. He smiles sinisterly. But even that doesn't belong to you. Taehyun is surprised. What's this? He mocks with a smile. The might of kingship. The sword reigns over him. He stares in fear, wide-eyed. The sword pierces him completely. Taeyun painfully dodges. This is different from what I expected. He grits his teeth, not expecting that he could use it like me too. Tenbei secretly laughs. Isn't that obvious? He continues attacking him. He hastily retreats. Even your other weapons are things you obtained through the king's power. He tightens his grip. Do you think I can't use them? T.H. speaks, quite arrogant indeed. He thinks deeply. Even though he doesn't want to admit it, he's really strong. Throughout his life, he has defeated many enemies that we couldn't handle. He silently thinks, I've prepared many cards to defeat him, but they all become meaningless now. What should I do? The mysterious figure coldly says, I can hear the thoughts in your head as you struggle. This resistance is futile. He attacks again. Give up. Hugh looks at the power attacking him. They rush to attack like a herald of doom. TB hides in surprise. Hugh resolutely says, what about giving up? From the moment I entered here, I knew it wouldn't be easy. He strongly resists. As long as he can, he'll use everything to try his luck. TB hides in interest, looking at him, i.e. wonders, is this the explosive state of TWL? The amount of magic is terrifying. Ricky Harris prepares to attack too. Not just terrifying, but it's on par with me, a great midge. She judges, no, perhaps even more so. She says, we should act now, prolonging this will only cause more trouble. She assigns tasks, while I use my skills. Both are surprised. Hyun suddenly attacks them both. He uses his spear to block the attack. Ricky Harris doubts. Has he woken up? He blocked that attack. She's alarmed. Ricky, what should I do? Ricky Harris responds, I need some time. While I chant, hold T in check. Hyun returns. He grits his teeth. Let me handle it. She charges forward with determination. Anyway, I wanted to fight T2. Hyun once before. Hyun stares at her intently. He attacks her. Whoever he is, they counterattack each other directly. She speaks up, recalling the Grand Phoenix battle. The situation was completely reversed then. She's decisive, so this time it's my turn. She firmly aimed at T.Hug HN and hit him to wake him up. She attacked him directly. He charged towards her as well. Yun kicked her, sending her back. He rushed in, making Aeong step back. She stared at T.Hug HN, the light around Ricky Harris glowing brightly. She raised the mana ball in her hand. Our trump card really doesn't want to use it. But there's no other choice. She charged forward. A blinding light appeared and she stared at the scene. Aeong muttered, confidently charging in, but his arm was already starting to feel numb. She hesitated, even unconsciously. How could he still dodge attacks? T.Hug HN, what's going on? Ricky Harris shouted. Aeong ran away, clutching the spear tightly. She looked at the strange creatures in front of her, bewildered. Ricky, this is... Ricky Harris explained, my teleportation skill. We summoned a demonized beast from the deepest layer of Abyss. She spoke as the creature wrapped around T.Hug HN. Heal would react to strong magical energy, and once attached, it would drain all magic until none was left. When the magic ran out, the skill would automatically deactivate. Aeong exclaimed in amazement. She thought, using human strength to open a portal to AP and summoning a demon from there for battle. She praised, that's the power of one of America's top players, Ricky Harris. The creature still tightly wrapping T.Hug HN. He seemed to be shrinking within its grasp. Ricky Harris sighed in relief. It seems it's over now. I called out, T. Brother, you're awake, Kim T. Brother, are you okay? Ricky Harris asked hesitantly. Even with the demonized beast draining his magic, Kim THUGH and still increased it. If we delay any longer, things will get dangerous. She thought, this mission won't be easy after all. This debt I'll calculate carefully. Suddenly, Ion was attacked by T. Brother, are you attacking? Ricky Harris was surprised. She shouted, who is this? She couldn't believe her eyes. Impossible. How can he still move? T. Yoon hesitated. A demonized beast, right? Not bad for a human. But an individual cannot absorb more magic than their capacity allows. She was bewildered. Kim T.Hug HN. No! T. Yoon sneered. I'm not him. Do you think I'm that weak? Ricky Harris pointed at the mysterious figure controlling T.Hug HN. Where's Kim T.Hug HN? He sneered. He lost to me. Now this body belongs entirely to me. Ricky Harris thought. This feeling is like an SS class monster. She spoke. Oh, right. But I don't understand what you're talking about. She thought to herself. I'll make the first move. She shouted out loud. After all, you are an enemy, right? He calmly watched her attack. He easily blocked that assault. Ricky Harris couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. He blocked my energy campos with just his hands. Tenby sneered inwardly, but thought this was a good opportunity to attack. Maybe I should get into the game now. In T's red world, Hill, you seem defeated. Thought the distance had narrowed significantly, but the gap is so large? What kind of monster is he? He remembered, not a king. The king they met wasn't like this crazy person. Something the king planted inside me. He struggled to stand up. I don't know why he did that. But now is not the time for idle thoughts. We need to stop him. I'll figure it out somehow. How, though? He made his decision. In the end, this was the only way. Ricky Harris painfully endured the strangling by the mysterious figure. I'm frustrated. Is that all? Disappointing. Even warming up wasn't enough. She laughed mockingly. The first to underestimate me so much. But despite that, I am a national strategic level. The mysterious figure judged. Those human-made standards are not worth considering. Is there anything else? I still strangle her. If you've reached the national strategic level, what I mean is... Ho, he suddenly regained his strength. She quickly rushed over, released him. You're not this kind of person. She gripped Kim Tae-hyun's hand tightly. Snap out of it. The mysterious figure darkened and let Ricky Harris go. He too released his grip, striking her with a blow. He despised her, a mere insect like you. You dare touch my body? He stared at her as she fell, waiting calmly for her turn to die. Soon, she will be dead anyway. Ricky Harris spoke suddenly. Seems she's thinking deeply. It can't bring Kim Tae-hyun back now. She raised her hand. So, you asked me earlier if I had anything else to show? The mysterious figure looked at the mana flow from her. Even though the beastly transformation is gone, the mana it absorbed still lingers in the air. I spoke, focus all that mana into one point. She thought if this monster were released, the consequences would be worse than a dungeon break. We can't let that happen. She decided, sorry, Kim Tae-hyun, I'll be your last companion. Ricky Harris pointed at the mysterious figure. Look closely, this is all my power. A bright light filled the area. The mysterious figure was shocked. He smiled slyly. He unleashed his full power. Ricky Harris was amazed by the scene before him. She hesitated. Huh? What? How could that be possible? The mysterious man chuckled. We've seen enough. Has she finished her performance? She was terrified, falling to the ground. That's nothing but betrayal. It can't possibly work. He approached her, considering it a reward for entertaining us. Especially if he attacks her. I'll accept him through brutal means. He suddenly stopped, searching his mind. The mysterious man's inner turmoil was evident. Ricky Harris looked puzzled at the ground. She was bewildered by what she saw. The mysterious man drew closer. Kim T, brother, he shouted. This crazy guy. T, brother mocked. Here you are, huh? The mysterious man was angry. You, What the hell are you thinking? Dare to use brutal means on yourself? Brother smiled. Looks like my guess was right. Your goal is for me to touch something. You didn't kill me to take over this body. I judge that if you killed me now, you'd face big trouble too. The mysterious man replied with a ridiculous threat. You think I'll care about what's called a container? Brother mocked. Someone like you rushing back so quickly? The mysterious man was annoyed. Don't act like this. Opportunities don't come around twice. Spoke up. Right. I know. After all, I've died once before. This is my second life as a normal person. He spoke slowly. If nothing's gained here, better to die. He stared at the mysterious man, who said, It seems I underestimated you. The mysterious man attacked him again. The mysterious man declared, But remember, your reason for living is only because of my purpose. The mysterious man was resolute. Struggle until you reach the king, and if I realize you can't do that. The mysterious man said, I won't hesitate to devour you. Kimti smiled faintly. Even if it comes to that, I won't give in easily. System notification. Black, Kimti, 19 years old. Agreed. Strength to 119, endurance to 120, speed to 118, magic power 327, willpower 150, fatigue level 99%, remaining magic power. Skill brutal means A. Can consume target's desired magic power up to 50. Shadow concealment A. Enhance body and conceal self using magic power 10. Kingdom of Kings A. Create a special area of enhanced magic power using magic power 30. Tyrannical King A. Release 3 magical enhancements using magic power. Magic power 20. Shackles of Light. Designate target to be shackled. Only 60 lines provided. We can track and disable skills. Magic power 20. The Queen's People. Revive the Dream Queen Rosaria. Magic power 300. Absolute Sleep. Target and put to sleep. Magic power 100. Combined with Blood Rage, a triggered maximum physical touch magic power 200. Demon Eyes, a triggered unique eyes magic power 10. You look at your hand. Have you surpassed AA rank? Now you're in a rank. Ricky Harris speaks Kimti. You seem to have woken up, right? You shouted, Ricky. I quickly helped her up. Was it me who made her like this? She smiles. Yes. You look surprised at AI. Don't worry. It seems the life is still fine. She speaks. You are indeed a terrifying person, yet you could hide your true face for so long. She pauses but thanks him anyway. She smiles. In the end, it was you who stopped this. Right. As a favor, I'll keep this secret. Ricky Harris speaks. In return, next time when I'm in danger, you have to help me because I feel like I can trust my life with you. TWOON solemnly agrees. Okay, I promise. He still held her tightly, and the risk had its reward. Neither of them was seriously injured, but they would need hospitalization for a while. I.e., he opens his mouth waiting for TWOON to feed him. Hurry up and give it here. He thinks, well, this time I feel guilty too, so I might as well take care of her. She is satisfied. This is delicious. I wonder when I'll have another chance to eat a fruit peeled by TWOON. Maybe being injured like this isn't that bad after all. He holds the apple in his hand. This happened only once. It's enough. Don't make me feel like a kid again. She speaks. If Ricky had stayed longer, it would have been better. I didn't expect her to leave so suddenly. He replies. After all, she's very busy. Miss Chen Si, right. Soon we'll be having the SS license ceremony. He asks him, is Ricky also on the list? He replies, yes. She continues, I heard that this time the Global Player Association is preparing a grand event. He stands up suddenly. That's an international stage. Brother, don't cause trouble there. He holds the apple in his hand. Who knows? He takes a bite of the apple. It's not entirely my decision. The morning was solemn with flags from various countries fluttering in the wind. Voices echoed throughout the building, respectfully addressing members of the Global Player Association. The person on stage solemnly spoke. We were pushed to the brink of extinction by the appearance of Abyss. The man continued his speech, relying on international cooperation and the outstanding contributions of players. We have gradually conquered monsters, portals, and dungeons, World Player Association Chairman Vincent Chang declared, and now we have achieved peace, heading towards an unprecedented prosperous era. He boldly spoke, many more powerful skills, more experienced players appeared one after another. Our association has reviewed the achievements of players in recent events and concluded that the old classification system is no longer suitable. He declared it was time to enter a new era with SS rank. He confidently spoke. Today, here, I would like to introduce the first 10 SS ranked heroes. He excitedly said, "Let's welcome them with a round of applause." The names were called one by one. The youngest sister, Montel Roman, Ricky Harris, Dylan Gray, Aiden Simon, Sergei Karamzin, Thomas Brevin, Daniel Harrington, Alexandra Bezu. Hyun changed his suit. And finally, he solemnly stepped up, Kim T. Hyun is from South Korea. Everyone enthusiastically clapped after his words. These players will carry a license recognized by the World Player Association to freely operate across borders to contribute to world peace. Hyun looked at everyone in front of him. Finally, I made it here. He recalled from the day he woke up after that monster awakening, from S rank, national strength level. He pondered he had surpassed the limits players achieved in his previous life, reaching the peak SS rank. Looking at the reward before him, if it were me back then, I couldn't have imagined such an achievement. He received the license but wasn't planning to stop here. This license is just a step on this path. What he truly wanted was, he reminisced about the Grand Duke, Doppelganger, and even the king who had sent him back in time. He resolved to uncover all that was hidden behind this world. To discover everything, I must continue moving forward. Jinghui patted Taeyun on the shoulder. Congratulations! Cheers! Oh my god! After so many years, South Korea finally has a day like this. He complained it hurts too much. The association president smiled. An SS player complaining about pain from an old man's punch? Hoon explained, player Kim Hoon, you should understand this. The association president had been waiting for a talented player like you to appear more than anyone else. He smiled. A strong player is proof of the development of the National Players Association. With your presence, we can achieve even greater things. Jinghui laughed and patted Taeyun's shoulder. Many are getting more power thanks to you. From the friendly matches between Asian players to now, you've helped a lot. He replied, oh, I'm just doing what I should do. Ricky Harris sighed, South Korea is truly harmonious. It's so appealing. She said, hi, Taeyun. How are you these days? He replied, Ricky, how about your body? She complained, no, I'm still feeling sore all over. See, Bao, why didn't you be gentler? She scolded, with a frail body like mine as a lady. He said, are you trying to create a misunderstanding on purpose? She feigned ignorance. Huh? What is it? Zingui pondered. It seems Ai Yang is paying attention to their relationship. They haven't finished yet, right? Hoon was worried. Who knows? Ricky Harris remembered, oh, I'm here not just to chat. There's someone I want to meet and greet you too. Taeyun wondered, me. Can you guess who it is? The person extended their hand. Yes, I also want to meet and thank them. Misty Dotwood said, it's a pleasure to meet you, player Kim Taeyun. Taeyun pondered, so, if ranked SS, I would officially be on par with this man. He recalled, if one had to choose a representative for all players in the previous life, everyone would definitely mention his name. The man always standing at the forefront against Abyss. The ponderer, the strongest player. Ms. D. Wood. Hoon thinks just facing him already feels like a heavy pressure. Ms. D. Wood said, no, I'm the one who should be thanking you. He shook hands with him. It's an honor to meet you. Ms. D. Wood. He solemnly, I'm sure we'll have many more chances to cooperate in the future. I really hope for your help. He smiled slightly. Future cooperation, huh? Suddenly, a voice caught everyone's attention. Everyone, a man approached. Everyone, please pay attention. The person spoke up. though a bit abrupt. But we have an important announcement to share. Jinghui and T looked bewildered. Announcement. The man announced that after receiving suggestions from Kevin Ian, the president of the American Player Association, the World Player Association has decided that starting with this SS license approval, we will establish a large-scale assault team to conquer all unexplored dungeons on Earth. He explained that this would be an unprecedented campaign, and the top SS players in America have agreed to join. Everyone discussed, what's the scale if all American SS players participate? It means half of the world's SS players are involved. The man tried to persuade everyone, hoping that other associations and SS players would consider it. It's time for the world to unite to build eternal peace. Mr. Jauma, this seems like cooperation, but is it really just that simple? This timing is too perfect. Mr. Tham assessed that half of the world's SS players belong to America, and they could exploit that power to manipulate the World Player Association's plans and declare who truly rules the world, and the rewards from unexplored dungeons are just perks. Mr. Tham thought, although he knew this, South Korea's power is still weak except for Kim Tae-hyun. He silently observed everyone. At this moment, there was nothing they could do but follow the world's flow. A man spoke up. The British Player Association and Daniel Harrington want to join the assault team. The French raised their hands too. Please let us join as well. Another voice said, Russia will also participate. The man happily declared, great. There were other hands raising his attention. Tae-hyun spoke up, Kim Tae-hyun player. The man asked him, does South Korea want to join? He replied, no, we'll act separately. Everyone was surprised by his decision. The man hesitated. Well then, okay. His younger sister glanced at him. Everyone's planes were already boarding. Ricky Harris pondered. It's a pity. Failed to lure Marcus and Gregor before, now rejected again. Cody wondered, it's a shame. She replied, if you join, you'll be a formidable force. He mocked, but that doesn't seem like the reason you're sad, right? She said, I'm just interested personally. What about you? Cody, what do you think of Kim Tae-hyun player? He evaluated, looks very strong. Now I understand why she was beaten so badly. She laughed happily. Wow, even the world's strongest acknowledges that. So it seems I didn't misjudge him. His younger sister pondered, Kim Tae-hyun is a fake contract of Abyss. The title of the world's strongest means nothing. Ricky Harris looked outside. Really? She thought. Then what? She continued, let me change the question. She directly asked him, compared to other fake contracts, do you seem strong? He stared at her. She pondered. He also looked out the window. One day, we'll know the answer. Night fell in the brightly lit building. The sound of a hand clapping echoed. Damn it, what's this SS rank? What's this large-scale assault team about? The president of the Chinese Player Association, Liu Zhijin, was furious. They don't even pay attention to the Chinese Player Association. He was annoyed. It's all because of that damn Kim Tae-hyun. He opened the drawer. There's no other way. He stared at the memory card and documents we had struggled to obtain from the Gray Research Institute. We have no choice but to use it. He took the memory card, guy and chairman, leaving things as they are now. Should I thank him for at least leaving this behind? A shout came from outside, catching his attention. He shouted back, what's going on out there? Bloodstains appeared through the crack in the door. The sound of someone opening the door echoed. A figure entered, startling him. He is the new chairman of the Chinese Players Association. Sorry for this unexpected visit at midnight. His voice continued. I just returned from Abyss. Still off by a time zone. He was alarmed. You? Who are you? Han smiled and answered. Minji Hong, head of the Black Society. Han stared at him. Head of the Black Society, Minji Hong, rank, question mark. At the Korean Travelers Association, a voice echoed, sure enough, there must be some plot here. Who said that? They think they can conquer those dungeons no one has ever been able to explore. What do they think gives them the right to make such claims? Tae-hyun smiled at her. She remembered Jinwei frowning. This situation was indeed hard to decide whether to laugh or cry. Miss Tansy looked at Jinwei chairman, who seemed uneasy and had to rely on other players as well. Tai-Hyen replied, "It's because of that matter." He analyzed, "The association can't just depend on my strength. If other players don't progress, it will be difficult for us too. Moreover, there are many unexplored dungeons where we can gain valuable combat experience." She looked at him and thought his argument had some merit, but did they really need to rush like this? He replied, "Time is running out." Hien was surprised by his resolve. From now on, he would focus on breaking through the Absol pits. I.e., he looked at him in shock. She pondered, just like when sorting out players during the Asian Player Friendship Tournament. Players are divided into two types based on their main battlefield. One is those who explore the depths of the abyss. They are powerful players aiming to expand human territory. Two are those outside the abyss, attacking and blocking monsters from bursting out of dungeons to protect civilians. Until now, Hyun mainly operated outside the abyss. His achievements earned him an SS rank, yet he wanted to enter the abyss to fight even after reaching that rank. Hyun thought, "King, clues about him lie in the abyss, not on Earth. I will never achieve my goal if I stay confined like this." He pondered, "But while I'm gone, an unforeseen danger could arise again, so I need to help others grow to prepare for that." Who said that? Hyuna. He was indeed unpredictable. She assessed as if he lived in a completely different world. She gloomily thought, "Do you have too many secrets?" She questioned him, "Brother, just like last time when your skills went out of control, isn't that not a normal skill?" She rests her hands on the chair back and asks him straightforwardly, "Kim T, brother, who are you really?" They face each other directly. He glances elsewhere. He looks flustered as he takes a sip of water. "I won't say anything. Don't want to. What's with this confusing flag?" She gets annoyed. "Hey, I'm being serious here, no joking around." He replies, "Anyway, even if we explain now, you probably wouldn't accept it." He places the water glass on the table. "Sooner or later, there will be a good opportunity for me to tell everything." She listens in silence as he speaks. Then he smiles. The flagman speaks up. "Well, no need to make any awakening pact or anything like that." He agrees. "Yeah, I'm not the type who just talks big." She accepts it. "Alright then. So why did you come to me right after joining the association?" He explains. "The reason is that I wanted to bring EU Eon player into my newly formed New Korea investigative team." He sweats a bit, but there's still much for you to do. His face turns serious. "Yeah, good luck to whoever got this. I need to lie down for a while. So I want you to recommend someone else who can replace the flagman." The flagman answers bluntly, "Besides her, there's no one else, even if I'm annoyed." She looks at him blankly. "You're being polite by waiting for my permission?" He looks back and smiles. "Even without your permission, I'll still send someone anyway." In a large building, laughter echoes through the space. King Hui laughs happily. "Sure enough, it's Kim West Huo. I knew you'd come to me, T. Brother Tham thinks." After the Saintess healed his lost arm, Kang Hyuk holds the strongest position in South Korea. Sungjin pushes his glasses up. "It seems that once again, I'm getting dragged into a big mess, T." Brother analyzes. Park Sungjin is still considered one of the most important players among the S-rank players in South Korea. Han Ji-woo clasps her hands. "Am I worthy to be here? I betrayed South Korea before." Si-young consoles her. "Then thank Tai-Hyen for giving you a new chance." Tai-Hyen thinks, "Seo Hong-yu, KWKAK Si-young." After the Asian-friendly tournament, both of them have clearly grown stronger. Ah-young thinks, "Gathering here are the best players in New Korea." But she hesitates. "Am I worthy to replace her position?" A voice is heard, drawing everyone's attention. This is a rather abrupt summoning. "Thank you for being here." Taehyun solemnly says, "The situation must be clear to all of you by now." He declares, "Those present will join my newly formed investigative team." Everyone looks at him thoughtfully. Sungjin speaks up. "I was chosen as SS. I'm very honored. But is this really feasible? He analyzes, the dungeons haven't been investigated yet. I've heard it's from SS and above. Meanwhile, we're only at S level. Hyan smiles. Indeed, that's the case now. But I can affirm this as someone who has witnessed everyone's potential firsthand. You're sure about that? All of you here have the potential to become SS class. With confidence, he spoke up and said that with this, they could become key forces for the nation. The proof would be conquering this dungeon now. He called out a.I.ing and Leem a.I.ing, also known as Shy Girl. You've said so. Hyun thought to himself, it's not just to encourage, the SS class talents from past lifetimes are all here. It's a distant future, but they're already present. He calculated that many things had changed right now. To adapt, we can only speed up our progress. The more determined and willing you are, the better. Let's give it a try. My brother Brother A. Why? He was worried. Brother Brother smiled. Right, if we can't conquer this unexplored dungeon now, we'll definitely all die to see it. His words stunned everyone. We have a month before that. From now on, you'll train with me. Come on, he decisively said. Let's see how it feels to push ourselves to the brink of death. Everyone jumped up in fear. A month later, at the unexplored dungeon location in France's Opera House, a figure appeared. Cody Wood fought bravely. The warrior prepared to attack and began battling the monster. The monster gradually fell. Someone sighed, even though I've fought many times before, I'm still amazed by Cody's strength. They praised him, not to mention how impressive the other SS class members were. There was a commotion. Wow, this is definitely a crazy team. With this power, conquering the unexplored dungeon today might be possible too. A voice echoed, have you heard any news? One man spoke up. It said that the new Korean and Kim Tae-hyun will also enter the unexplored dungeon today. Another chimed in, really? That foolish Kim Tae-hyun. The Hannan laughed, acting like the unexplored dungeon is a playground for children, bringing along a bunch of S-class members who haven't reached national level combat strength. What's the point? Pushing all your teammates into danger. Cody Wood couldn't help but noticed their laughter. Meanwhile, in the unexplored Greek Snake Cave dungeon, everyone fought frantically. If we keep fighting like this, we'll die for sure. It's really going to happen. They continued attacking. Kang Hyuk was killed by Kim Tae-hyun, and Kang Hyuk screamed, Can't run any faster? Do you want a group punishment or something? Ian ran wildly. Of course not. Don't just rush forward like that. Hansu was dejected. I want to go home. Ian exclaimed. I can't breathe anymore. Hyan silently assessed them. They charged like a swarm of bees. Good, it seems the hell training has been effective. Sungjin pointed at something in front. Here, he was worried. What are these strange rocks? A Yang rebutted. They're not rocks. They're people who have disappeared in this dungeon before. A warm voice echoed, you fools to step into here. Another monster with a head of venomous snakes appeared. We get more loot now. The owner of the unexplored Greek dungeon, Medusa, the SS class strange level, laughed fearfully. Hyun steps forward, not sure who will be the prize. He smiles and says, even a snake skin armor sounds cool, right everyone? Everyone's faces change when they see the SS boss in front of them. All share the same thought. Can we defeat an SS monster? Their gaze is so intense it makes me feel paralyzed. Hugh sees everyone staring blankly and shouts out, what are you guys standing there for? Think about what you've trained to win, okay? If you set limits on yourself and give up, you'll achieve nothing. Everyone hears his words clearly. After pondering, they seem awakened and change their mindset completely. Yes, Kim Tae-hyun is right. We've been training to surpass our own limits, even if the enemy in front of us is much stronger. With more hope, he uses his power and commands, F***ck it. We have no choice now. Let's follow the plan. Hearing the signal, everyone rushes out with their skills. The close combat buff users attack, while healers continuously treat injuries behind them. They also boost their teammates' abilities. Those with long-range attacks keep harassing the monster to distract it. Medusa glances at the surrounding attacks. Such attacks won't make a difference. With one wave, she easily knocks out Tizian, but Saruta leaps in and uses his leg to block all her attacks with just one foot. That's a terrible attack. Saruta activates the blessing state of an ancient dragon monster. Sungjin, holding a frost sword, rushes forward and freezes Medusa's hand. Startled by this unexpected move, she panics. What? Sungjin and Aiyang continue their assault, combining forces to break the ice with a powerful strike. Medusa screams in pain as her frozen hand shatters. She swings her staff, pushing back both of them. The disgusting bugs retreat to avoid Medusa's staff. Taeyeon watches everything from behind. Even fighting an SS monster, the players' attacks hit their targets and deal damage. Momich Kwak Sejong and Seo Han Jin are continuously dealing long-range attacks, blocking the enemy's vision. Meanwhile, Park San-jin and Im Jong use combined attacks to strike its weak points. No single attack deals significant damage, but they bleed it slowly. But Medusa won't sit still and take hits. After a powerful hit on her mouth, Medusa is enraged and grits her teeth. Time's up! A roar sends shockwaves. The hunters retreat to defend. At that moment, Medusa will move unusually fast. I'll kill all of you. Wait a minute, where's one more? Reflecting on the last time, she counts and realizes one person is missing. A voice from behind answers, bored to death for hours now. Saruta took advantage of Medusa's distraction and used his blessing to deliver a powerful strike, causing her to fall. Taeyeon sees this with a smile. A hidden massive damage attack is revealed right now. The injured monster falls as everyone unleashes their ultimate attacks: Starlight Beams, Mage Spells, Blizzard, and Giant Strikes. Medusa takes all of it and screams in pain. She collapses into a large cloud of dust. When the dust settles, they see Medusa lying motionless on the ground. Everyone cheers with joy. Hangjil looks surprised. We really won, can't believe it. Saruta laughs loudly. It seems my new skill hit a home run. Taehyun approaches Aiyang and pats her shoulder. Everyone did great. I know you can do it. Saruta grins, haha. Looks like my new skill really landed a good hit. Now Taeyeon walks over to pat Aiyang's back. You all did great. I knew you could do it. Saruta hears this and says, bro, are you being too cold? Why didn't you move at all? So in the end, you senior guys cleaned up this dungeon alone, right? Does that mean we've become stronger than we thought? But Heel frowns and says, if it's true, everything will be better. Everyone falls silent, slightly confused. Suddenly, a portal appears in Medusa's place. What is this? Why is there a portal here? Could the dungeon actually have two levels? Everyone gets startled. From the portal, a new monster emerges gradually. So you've defeated the gatekeeper. This one looks around and speaks. It's strange, there's no one strong enough here to do that. This monster is the master of the double dungeon named Historia, also known as Basilisk SS+. The hunters are no longer calm now. Medusa was already difficult, but these things are in a completely different class. Everyone started panicking. This situation is really crazy. My body can't move anymore. Is there no way out? Now everyone has turned to stone except for T. Hyun stepped forward, facing the monster. I see, so you're the one who killed Medusa, right? She smiled and pointed behind her where the people were turning into statues. It's actually all of you here that did it. Basilisk replied, these ordinary beings, I don't believe them. Maybe your subordinate is too arrogant and hasn't trained enough? They're not special at all. And what makes you the master of these creatures different from us? Basilisk roared in anger. You really don't know your place. That person. Suddenly, a beam struck it. It couldn't dodge and didn't have time to scream as the attacker was right in front of them, whom they considered weak. Now, his entire body is floating in midair with two blood-red wings growing from his back. He'll look down from above. It's early for people to know who the real weak one is. Taehyun dived down, two swords appeared, and with a single move, he injured Basilisk, the dungeon master, causing him to roar in pain. Enraged, Taehyun tried to retaliate, but was dodged by Taehyun, who then struck back at him. "You're just good at dodging, running like a bug. Is that all you can do?" As Basilisk attacked from behind with his tail, Hyun noticed and dodged to the side, then slashed across its tail, revealing a large gaping wound. Basilisk roared in pain, seeing him like that. Hyun taunted beside him. "Are you angry because you couldn't hit me? Just a lizard. What's the big deal about it? Rank 1 unique. SS license tier." Basilisk looked at him with bloodshot eyes. Using just a little bit of his blind strength and already being so boastful. How ridiculous. He roared, creating countless water streams. "Don't think you can fool me. You're not the only one to receive the Duke's favor." Taehyun lowered his face as the water surged towards him. "This is the power of the sea demon, Jokmungand, one of the great dukes." The water wrapped around him and formed a vortex, trying to crush Taehyun. The sea demon's power is endless and overwhelming. With that little strength, do you think you can defeat me? Taking advantage of the water misting his vision, he opened his mouth wide and pierced through the water, intending to swallow him whole. Hyun laughed. "That's not a duke's power, but this is the power of a king." He extended his hand forward, creating a powerful whirlwind that destroyed everything. After Taehyun defeated Basilisk, those who were turned to stone before could now recover. However, they still thought they were fighting the previous monster and screamed when their stone state was lifted. More relieved after waking up, they looked around but couldn't see any monsters. "Where's that damn lizard?" Hyun approached now. "While everyone was turned to stone, I finished everything here. So it means we've conquered the great dungeon." He smiled at everyone, feeling satisfied with everything except He stopped teasing and looked at him. His aunt thought, "Just by looking, you can tell that monster has at least SS power. How could he alone destroy it so easily? Is that right, you're Kim Tae?" Hyun, as Australia tightened its grip on his neck, he shook continuously and shouted loudly, "Kim Tae, you should have told us this was an SS level dungeon." He waved and glanced around. "How would I know about that? A why eats with the lemon. You always knew everything, right?" "I didn't know anything. That thing." "Alright, let's not overthink it. As long as we're safe and victorious, that's what matters. I fulfilled my duty to everyone here. Everyone has worked hard, and their performance today was exactly what I expected." The group was momentarily stunned by his words. Hyun thought for a moment. "We had early suspicions that the SS level dungeon in Greece would be difficult to breach, but we chose this as our starting point, to let everyone experience the difficulty of fighting so close to death." As he spoke, he recalled their previous battles, hoping they will continue to strive harder in the future. He turned to look at them. They'll be even stronger, and one day, they'll become pillars of Korea to resist dark forces. After the boss of the dungeon was defeated, the exit appeared. Everyone left through the outer gate. The scene changed to a press conference. The previously inviolable dungeon in Paris had been cleared recently. As the leader of the team, I'd like to share my thoughts. Do you know if anyone was injured in this operation? Where's your next conquest? After receiving a dozen questions from reporters, he calmly replied, "I'll take time to answer everyone's concerns. Please ask me one by one." Suddenly, the phones of the reporters started ringing non-stop. No one paid attention to the interview. "What's going on? Can this really happen? In Korea?" Someone nearby questioned as they noticed something strange. "So there are reports from the Korean investigation team that failed, right?" "Not at all. In Korea, they conquered an SS-level dungeon that had never been explored before." "What kind of joke is this? How can a few S-rank individuals conquer such a dangerous dungeon? And not only that, the SS-level dungeon in Greece was also conquered by them." There's silence. If it were Kim Tae-hyun, everything could be predicted. Moreover, conquering an SS-level dungeon without any casualties shows how strong Korea has become. At the same time, the Americans received this news too. "We've been outmaneuvered this time. The main character should have been us, but he took all the glory. Perhaps we need to accelerate our mission progress as well." After the news of Kim Tae-hyun's team conquering difficult dungeons spread, Other hunters and associations didn't sit idle. They maximized their competitive spirit. They continuously conquered difficult dungeons that had never been attempted before, regardless of their initial intentions. The world of hunters has become stronger quickly. This is also a good thing for the Global Player Association. Go to hell, evil members. You're not allowed in here without permission. With one punch, this person defeated the guards and minions. They dared to block our path. There's no turning back now. This is Lee Young-ho, chairman of Tisan Corporation and an S-rank player. He continued towards the center to enter. I didn't think we opened this place for anyone to casually visit without permission. Chairman Lee Young-soo. Upon entering, he shouted, "The Evil Association really played well. Do you know why I came here? Look at him. He's now an SS level player. To the point where no one can touch him anymore. Pretending to be an investigation team attacking Korean players. What have you done?" This has left Tisan Corporation with no standing in the player association. My son entrusted to you has become a cripple and hasn't woken up yet. You still tell me I need to endure. If you don't do anything, it won't be peaceful for me. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. His fist clenched like a sign of disagreement before he acted. Behind him, there was a group of people ready to jump. I understand you're angry, but as I said earlier, hearing the sound from behind, he jumped in surprise. Isn't Tisan Corporation planning something bigger? At this moment, all of his bodyguards were tied up and everyone was shouting in surprise. What's going on? Chairman realized that things were working against him at this point. When did he stand behind me? Jackie continued, the rapid growth of Kim Tae-hyung's strength was beyond my expectations. But you can rest assured, we won't give up. Eventually, we will confront him and he will face the consequences. For now, let's sit down and talk. You need to look at this first. After looking at it for a while, he asked, what is this? This is something our evil association took from Long Zhang, a Chinese player. It's quite valuable. Chairman Lee Young-soo, as an intelligent person, you should know the power of this medicinal substance, right? Realizing what that was made his face change slightly. Now I understand a bit. Saying that, he gave a sinister but subtle smile. It's been almost a year since the World Player Association declared they would conquer all unexplored dungeons. With New Korea entering an unexplored dungeon in Mexico, all previously unexplored dungeons on Earth have vanished. And now everything is over. The speaker was Park Sang-jin, a national strength level. At first, I wondered if it was feasible, but we managed to do it eventually. Honestly, I'm disappointed there are no more dungeons to conquer. Kanghui, Australia. My performance has been good lately too. Waxijong, a national strength level. Are you the Onsamiro Hall? How long are you going to be absent? Go back to the management hall. Kanghui laughed loudly. Our hall has an excellent secretary handling things. Haha. Beside him was Seo Hanjin, a national strength level. Mr. Mingle, poor Kim. Let's go together. The one who came is also at the national strength level. Turns out after the double dungeon SS battle, all New Korea players have reached the national strength level now. Taeyun beside him looked at Mr. Mingle. With this speed, reaching cap SS is just a matter of time. On our side as well, we've grown stronger. My stats increased significantly after conquering unexplored dungeons. It's probably about time. Cut to the headquarters of the Hunter Association. Long time no see. Please come in, Mr. Kim Taeyun. At this moment, Taeyun and an old man were sitting and chatting. I heard you've become the head of Research Skills Department at the association. Congratulations. Haha, you don't need to be too formal. An old man who had given up hope can continue living and making amends in his own way. It feels like a dream. All thanks to you. Turns out this old man is Ban Chae-soo, the skill unification specialist of the association. Previously, after meeting Taeyun, Ban Chae-soo admitted to the association that he had tested his skills on demons. But with Taeyun's plea and Chairman Ji Jin-hee's recognition of his value, he now works for the association supporting New Korea's awakened ones. Looking at him, Ban Chae-soo asked curiously, what brought the world's busiest player here? Are you not coming to chat? Taeyun looked at him and replied, actually, I have something to ask of you. Chae-Soo smiled slightly. Surprisingly, he still has something to ask me. Go ahead, I'll do my best. With his hands crossed in front of him, he said seriously, I want to unify skills. The old man responded to his statement, you're talking about unifying a skill. You've already done that before. Hyunin answered straightforwardly, there are no rules saying I can't unify the same skill again, right? Hearing this, he stood up abruptly. Unifying a previously unified skill has never been done before. You yourself said that if a skill grows too fast, it could cause magical backlash to the user. Didn't you say so yourself? If you keep pushing your limits, even you might not be able to handle it. Hyun replied while looking at him, I must achieve greater strength despite the risks. With my current power, it's still not enough. Only you can help me with this. Bang Chae-Soo looks at him, and he returns a confident smile. Don't worry, I've been training to endure this. There's no convincing you, old man, he sighs. You two are really too fast for me. Scene change, Hyun stands on a platform in a sealed room outside the control room being operated by Bang Chae-Soo. This is an advanced fusion chamber with integrated powerful soul stones that enhance your skills significantly. It's our first time using this. There will be no going back once we start. Are you ready? Hyun adjusts his state without hesitation. Alright, let's begin. Let's proceed then. Bang Chae-Soo presses a button and the entire room lights up. Do you want to merge multiple skills? Hyun sinks into a deep trance as the king appears. He smiles. My decision to choose you is right, but controlling such vast amounts of mana has its limits for human bodies. It might be time to lend a hand now. With that, he points at Hyun. Hull opens his eyes as system alerts continuously sound around him. Due to an undefined silver grade force, the skill has changed. Immense power has awakened new skills. A massive energy stream breaks through the room's glass, causing Bang Chae-Soo outside to suffer. After the surrounding energy subsides, Taeyun looks at his hands and feels the changes in his body. This is Kim Taeyun, age 20, S rank, power 269, stamina 268, speed 269, mana 389, attraction 210, fatigue 20%, remaining mana 389, 389s. Unique skill, Divine Consuming S rank, can consume a selected target's mana up to 100. Common skill, Hypnotize S rank hypnotizes a selected target using 100 mana. Promise of Death S rank activates physical and magical stats using 200 mana. Vision S rank sees the target's mana up to 10. Eternity S rank creates an endless field of mana using 200 mana. Dragon Fury S rank releases a powerful aura enhancing mana by 100. Transformation S rank changes his body using 200 mana. Demonization S rank adds poison to his mana using 200 mana. Soul Summoning Rosaria S rank summons the Succubus Queen Rosaria using 300 mana. These skills not only merged, but were reorganized and new ones added. Isn't it amazing how a higher rank allows us to understand more? Outside, people run around. What's going on here? Seeing Bang Chae-Soo inside, they rush over quickly. Head of Bang Chae-Soo. I'm fine. They finally notice Taeyun closing his eyes to feel the changes in his body. The person inside is, it seems we've truly witnessed history unfold. Scene change, Hyun sits in a room opposite to people, one wearing a black suit with a blindfolded right eye and another standing beside him. Hyun feels tense as he closes his eyes. Then I got scolded. Player Kim Hyun's destruction of the association's facilities is a serious issue. He pats him on the head. I'm sorry. The old man continues. Anyway, considering everything you've done, I'll personally handle it. Your fusion was something unimaginable. Do you notice any differences? Yes. Again, feel your body. He senses the changes. My body is full of strength. I feel like jumping into an abyss right now. Even some skills related to the Duke. I just want to try them out immediately. Jinghui continued. I also want to ask you to show me but I can't keep someone as busy as you here any longer. Oh, speaking of which, there's a request for you from the Global Player Association. How do you plan on handling it? Taehyun asked curiously. What is that? Kim Taehyun wants you to come over. The scene shifts to the player gathering area where many people are gathered, warming up and preparing for the SS level test. Someone approached to announce that they were the examiner for the new SS level player license exam. Hearing the examiner coming, everyone focused in. Taehyun's side, it must be time for the SS level selection already. How quickly time flies. Everyone turned to look at him. This is Kim Taehyun, said to be as famous as Cody Wood, the SS level player they often mentioned. Now a World Association examiner arrived. Thank you for accepting our invitation, Player Taehyun. It seems everyone has arrived. He is Vincent Chang, the president of the Global Player Association. He introduced the guest examiners for this test one by one. First was Thomas Proven, who had come early, and Cody Wood. With 3 SS level players here as examiners, it couldn't be more fair. Maybe you're wondering how the test will proceed. The association wants to propose a scoring system where each player. Hyun interrupted before the president could finish. Is it really necessary to make things so complicated? His words and aura surprised Jinghui slightly. Player Kim T. Hyun, what are you doing? Fodler Hantis said that a player's willpower and strength were all that mattered. Just apply pressure and see who gives in first. But his true intention was different. I can test their skills at the same time. It's like hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. Vincent interjected. Hold on a moment. This is too much. Cody Wood stepped forward as well. This is interesting. I'll join in. He exuded his own aura. The pressure from the 2 SS level players made everyone in the room unable to stand firm. Vincent struggled to speak. I knew Kim Taehyun would be like this, but why is Cody Wood joining him? President Lee can't go through with his plan like this. The players participating in the test were all sweating and scared. They only had one thought at the moment. Is the difficulty of this test really like this? After a while, Vincent, the president of the association, declared, then the examination will proceed according to the decision of the examiners. Examiners, please form groups and receive the candidates. Training room 1 will be used by player Taehyun, and room 2 for Thomas. Inside, a candidate spoke up in dissatisfaction. What kind of examiners are these? They only just reached SS level before us, but now they act like they're above everyone else. His companion tried to console him. Enough already, Jeffrey, someone can hear you. Not only did I say it right, the SS level only appeared last year. We just don't have enough time to achieve what they've done. If we face them directly, we won't lose. You can't live in your master's shadow forever, Sarah. After looking at her for a moment, he glanced towards the examiners. Today, I will crush those arrogant faces, especially that Kim Taehyun who thinks too highly of himself. They were separated into groups, but both ended up in Taehyun's group. He stepped forward to greet everyone. Pleased to meet the new recruits. I have been appointed by the Global Player Association as your examiner. My name is Kim Taehyun. The rules are simple. Just hit us with 1 strong strike once. Can you do it? Hearing him say this, everyone was surprised and excited. Just 1 strike, right? Not as hard as I thought. Seeing the relaxed expressions of everyone, he smiled mysteriously. But the problem is, I don't think even that's possible. So come on, all at once. Everyone was unusually silent now. Jeffrey couldn't hold back and lunged forward. This bastard is too disrespectful to us. He still used his strength to rush in with a fierce attack. Got it. But Taehyun just waved his hand, and with 1 punch, he knocked out Tajasa immediately. With a calm expression, Taehyun looked at everyone. One guy has already fallen. Sarah saw Jeffrey fall so quickly and got angry, but remained calm to warn everyone. Don't be reckless, stay calm, everyone. But it seems her words were too late. Now everyone is going crazy, rushing towards the same spot, creating a red hole. Everyone rushed in, surrounding him, but Taehyun couldn't hit them. One by one, they fell to his quick attacks. Sarah and the others watched as those who charged and failed repeatedly. she said, even charging in like this. They can't touch him. Is he a monster? Taehyun shook his head, looking disappointed. They fall short of expectations, don't they? The guys over there, the ones who are better than those foolish ones rushing in because of meaningless provocations. He slightly shook his neck and frowned. But just standing still won't get us anywhere, right? Will people just stand there forever? Hearing him say this, everyone gritted their teeth in frustration except Sarah, who calmly offered an idea. Everyone, if I have an idea, would it be a bother to you? After saying that, she went straight to Taehyun, making both of them look confused. As she walked, she used her strength to create countless tree shadows. Looking at how she did this, Taehyun pondered, is there any technique strong enough to face me directly? Let's try it out. At that moment, their fists collided and rocks and dust exploded everywhere. Taehyun was surprised by her. Oh, did you block that punch? Without answering him, she quickly grabbed his arms and stopped. Everyone is pushing him away together now. I see everyone surrounding me, he thought. Despite everything, trying to stay here as bait. Thinking this, he sneered. Kai Hyen. With him at the center, a stream of darkness spread around. Someone shouted, what's going on? I can't see anything. Another person screamed, I can't breathe. Continuously, people were screaming in agony. Help me! Taehyun used his Monarch of the Army, Monarch of Death, and even Binding Chains, a total of 6 skills concentrated in one space. Unable to resist, they quickly gave up. Too strong, I surrender, I give up. Looking round, Taehyun thought, my senses are paralyzed, the heavy gravity is suffocating me. How can a normal person endure this? Seeing the only one still resisting was Sarah. But she's so strong. My master taught me that I should never give up in any situation, and opportunities will always come. Looking at the mana flow, he was surprised. She is absorbing mana from around her. Is she converting it into her stats? The reason she can endure my attack must be due to absorbing others' mana. At this moment, Sarah broke free from his restraint and took advantage of the opportunity to launch an attack. That's the moment. But she still couldn't touch him, just a little more. My body can't move. Before falling down, she saw him remain calm as if everything was clear. Looking at her lying down, he said, the power of the people is not in us, but, considering your full effort as a legitimate strike, Sarah McQueen, you have passed. Thinking about what she said, Sarah McQueen, a level SS player known as America's Hope, was indeed outstanding from the start. Who could be her master? Exiting the training room, Hyen looked at the SS player Cody Woodcup. Congratulations to your student for passing. The camera moved to a room filled with observation screens. The test chairman has completed the exam. The chairman rushed over upon hearing this. Are we done? How did it go? After hesitating for a moment, an employee replied, only one person passed. Sarah McQueen from America. We're done, huh? Just one person made it. What a relief. Due to Kim Taehyung's independent actions and the prominence of New Korea Association of Players, their influence was lost due to attacks on unentered dungeons. We plan to salvage this with the second licensing exam. Only Taehyung passed, Cody and Thomas didn't make it at all. Maybe we rushed too much organizing this exam. Suddenly, an employee called out loudly, Chairman, what's up? The core draw player needs a practice match with Kim Taehyung. We want to reserve the top-tier training room. Vincent's face showed beads of sweat as he heard this. What did you just say? Inside the top-tier training facility, Taehyung and Cody Wood stood facing each other. Taehyung congratulated Cody Wood on passing. But are you here just to hear me say that? Is there something wrong? Cody replied, haven't you felt the KSC's desire for this too? No one can satisfy me here. We're both alike. Taehyung and those like him. Why not fight each other? Taehyung smiled to himself, imagining facing him someday, but never expecting it to be today. I wonder what she was thinking to make such a decision, but it's not bad either. I want to know my current level, especially since the opponent is currently the strongest in the world. In the control room, everyone didn't know how to handle this situation. All eyes turned to Vincent. What should we do with Cody and Taehyung holding first and second place globally? If they fight, should we stop them? Vincent closed his eyes and replied slowly, "Do you think I can stop them? Let them do what they want." But Chairman instead announced that the entire battle will be recorded. At least, it's better than failing the SSS exam. Looking at the screen to people were in the top-tier training room now, he ordered to record their actions. Record data on these two. Who knows what kind of unexpected media wave this might cause. I'll take responsibility and continue with the exam. Inside Cody's room, Hyun's voice echoed. I allow you to use the facilities here, but all events will be recorded by the association. Hyun smiled and replied, "Good." Cody would seemed unconcerned as he prepared for the fight. I don't care, once the battle starts, everything else becomes meaningless. Taehyung looked at him, surprised that he was the one to initiate the attack. Cody replied, "You should be happy because you always wanted to take my top spot." Taehyung was now ready for the fight. If I want it, I can get the position with just a gesture. Seeing his arrogance, she felt slightly upset. That blind fool must be your powerful weapon, but unfortunately, it's ineffective against me. All cameras were now directed at them. The two top players clashed in a fierce battle, smoke and dust filling the air. He threw punches, she kicked back. They exchanged blows rapidly, already fighting hundreds of rounds. Hyun thought that their speed and stamina were equal, then it would come down to this move. Still using his opening, he retreated. Cody would then stepped back. Apocalypse just read the text as red energy sources gathered around them. Countless chains of energy from the ground surged out, blinding Cody who gasped in shock. The energy was terrifying. I've never seen you use this move before. Hyun looked at him and replied, "There are still many things about me you don't know yet, but today I'll reveal everything. Because if not, I can't defeat you." But it won't last long. Cody withdrew his sword and cut through the chains, breaking them apart as he went. Then he shouted, "Holy Kanate," and suddenly a golden armor covered his body, glowing around him before charging at Hyun with his sword. "Hyun, on this side, Hyun." Hyun got excited and ruthlessly broke through Apocalypse's defense. That's the teacher for you. When Cody would charge in, I managed to draw my machete and block his strike, causing the fighting floor to sink as both of us ignored it and continued their battle. I've never felt such a burning sensation in my chest before. This person is exactly the strongest opponent I've ever faced. Inside the observation room, all screens went blank and everyone was panicking. Vincent had the worst mood right now. What's going on? The staff quickly replied, "No cameras are working. Contact the technical team immediately to send someone over. It's too dangerous if we get caught in that fight." Vincent stood up and walked towards the door. "I'll go to the scene myself." Everyone hurriedly called him back. Association president, "Keep going, don't stop." Right now, all he thought was, the top training facility was designed to withstand UFC fights from dozens of SS level players at once, but the power of both of them had surpassed that limit. You need to go there and check it out. On Taehyun's side, the entire room was almost destroyed. THEW panted as he said, "If this keeps going, neither victory nor defeat, the whole building will collapse." Cody would agree with his opinion. "I agree. It's time to stop hiding our last card and end it now." Hyun chuckled. "I've used all my strength from the start. No need to lie." Hearing this, he shouted, "Don't lie! Kim Taehyun, you haven't activated the power of the Grand Duke yet." Taehyun was surprised by what he said. "How do you know that?" She replied, "Not just you hold the deepest secret of the abyss. I've also signed a pact with the Grand Duke." "Say it, Kim Taehyun. What monster did you make a deal with?" Hearing this, he chuckled to himself, thinking, Liang Feng and Liang Long aren't the only ones in China who made a pact with the Grand Duke. I didn't expect Cody would to be part of it too. But if you only know about the Grand Duke, maybe he hasn't heard about the best king yet, so he's keeping that hidden card. At this moment, his hands turned into demonic hands with blood wings growing from behind. Seeing him in this state, Cody Wood asked. Vampire Lord Ickman, he didn't deny it and just asked back, what about you? Dilwood remained silent, but transformed quickly. Her armor changed to black, looking more mysterious. Behind her were dark wings. The Archangel Lucifer and the fallen angel looked at each other and said in unison, let's end it here. They charged into each other again, this time much stronger than before. White smoke filled the ship cabin momentarily, always overpowering the association president, causing him to stagger. He stood up with difficulty. And what about Kim Tae-hyun? She saw the association people coming in to widen her stance. Looks like they're gathering here. Tae-hyun replied with a sharp look. It seems so. Then, in a moment, both of them were in positions to finish off their opponent. He said, let's call it a draw for now. Cody also returned to his original state. Right, see you next time. It will be in the abyss then. Tae-hyun pulled back his arm and replied, let's wrap this up then. The association chairman gaped as they stepped out. Are the two players alright? He smiled. I think we've caused quite a commotion already. Sorry about that. Could you clean up the mess, please? Saying this, he left first, leaving the chairman bewildered. Huh? Wait. Player Kim Tae-hyun. Tae-hyun quietly departed. It's time for me to go. Arriving at which abyss, now a strange and eerie old castle appears. Candles casting red flames of fairy fire. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful strike emerged from within. The flame was extinguished instantly. Rosalia appeared out of the darkness. How? That's serious. Ada sat on the throne with power, constantly complaining. That unpleasant trait hasn't changed at all. Did you come here to sabotage someone else's relics while still paying for your own? Do you want to stir up power struggles? A clenched fist appeared with an unpleasant voice. Power struggles, huh? I'm not afraid of that. I've always been ready. But maybe there's a simpler way for both of us. He called out my name, Rosalia, summoning the fake contract user. His face couldn't hide his anger. Rosalia asked arrogantly, about the fake contract user of me? Why? Eager frowned angrily and said, still busy with your Hawksquibian business icon? A duke in a high seat is truly generous. It's not for such trivial reasons. Forget that nonsense. The louder he spoke, the more agitated he got. I don't know how you did it, but your fake contract user is misusing my authority. Rosalia sneered and said, so what people have been gossiping about recently is really about your fake contract user. Ada continued, well, compared to my power, maybe something of yours suits the fake contract user better. Eager asked curiously, do you know something? Rosalia, tell me. Ada looked at him with a sinister smile. Rosalia's entire body was engulfed in red flames. Ada softly said, that's not the polite way to ask for help, right? Igor frowned and his voice was cold with malice. Do I look like someone asking for help? Seeing this, Rosalia stood up immediately, stepping aside. My dear children, it seems today. The vampire said arrogantly that taking away my Kellic would teach him a lesson in manners. Ada's shadows shot out with ominous intent. Rosalia pointed at him and his shadows flew straight towards him. Ada flapped his wings through the red air, charging directly at him. Eager Moon appeared after the smoke, radiating anger, a pitiful sight daring to lecture about etiquette, his eyes full of rage, a steel sword. Blood splashed out continuously, filled with ominous energy. Rosalia easily blocked everything and challenged. Our origins aren't that different, right? Bang! It's a waste to insult someone so small. Hearing this, he waved his hand and a massive blood splatter shot down. Loyal was on guard as Ada's tentacles wrapped around his legs. Noticing this, he was instantly pulled forward. Under Rosalia's control, his body was forcefully thrown into the wall. Suddenly, she shot up like an arrow from a bowstring. She then launched herself with all her strength towards Eagle Moon. A violent collision shook the ground and dust filled the air. The figure fell down, his feet touching the ground, sliding over blood. Rosalia, with wings, looked around but didn't see him. Standing before her eerie form, she destroyed everything in front of her, leaving a trail of blood. A drop of blood fell and black thorns sprouted from the ground, piercing her body. Blood splattered everywhere as the voice of a blood domain echoed. Igor emerged from the pool of blood with a sinister smile. Rosalia asked, "Is this power something created by the second-in-line heir?" As she spoke, he pointed at her neck and said, "You should admit what it's doing from afar. If not," Rosalia smirked sarcastically, "have you forgotten? What is my true power?" She looked at him with a piercing gaze. The water lens shattered slowly into sparkling pieces. Now before his eyes was the real Rosalia. Her eyes pierced through Eager Moon's soul, using one-sided illusions. Eager Moon realized that personal space, a material domain created from illusion, to be disfigured like this by someone playing with it, is an insult. Rosalia smiled arrogantly and disdainfully. Everything has changed. When you were struggling to use the fake contract user's body, this is where the power of the priestess reaches its peak. Do you really think that just one incarnation, even not the true body, can handle me? Han got angry and spoke up. "Hold on, I'll bring my true body here right away." I jumped in immediately. "No, you're Igor." Then he offered a sinister smile. "If you're this curious, you might even beg for shelter from me." "Well, old friend, I can tell you. You wonder why my fake contract can use your power? Right. Do you remember the moon? A man who made all the Grand Dukes kneel in fear. Haven't there been claims of taking their power before?" Igor's eyes widened in astonishment. "Impossible." Rosalia replied with a sinister smile. "Yes, that iron horse. My fake contract is the key to him." Taehyun appeared and opened the door wide, looking surprised. He looked around at everyone. "Why are all of you gathered here?" Everyone shouted. "The player Kim Taehyun." He suddenly thought. Marcus Gore said, leaping up and saying, "We've been waiting for the player Kim Taehyun to return. We tried contacting the Global Players Association, but it seems we missed each other." Taehyun's face remained blank as he asked, "What do you need from me?" He bowed and explained, "With the current situation, I'll get straight to the point." Looking at the two men, he said, "The American Players Association formally requests your help. Player Kim Taehyun, listen to this invitation." He stood there in silence for a moment. Taehyun spoke. "It sounds like something serious has happened." He nodded cautiously. "Yes." Then he handed over a note to him. "One of our players who ventured into the deepest part of the abyss and went missing. We've joined forces with the Global Players Association to search for them. But a team of 4 SS class players was completely wiped out. Dylan Gray, Daniel Harrington, Alexander Biju, and Aiden Simon all died in that operation." Hyun's face fell when he heard this. He continued, "We can no longer guarantee the survival of the missing players." But Dee said she couldn't give up until she confirmed it herself and went into the abyss alone. "We believe Dee might also be in danger. That's why we came to you. Player Kim Taehyun, please, we beg for your help." Taehyun fell into deep thought. Remembering the 4 SS class players being wiped out at the bottom of the abyss, he recalled it clearly from his past life. It was shocking, but back then, there was no information that it was a search team or a missing player. Who was this person? He decided to ask again. The missing player. Who is he? Hearing this, he remained silent for a moment. In the dark atmosphere of the dungeon, before the iron bars like hunting dogs, he said, "An SS class player." A girl kneeling in front of the cold chains, as if forgotten by the world. Ricky Harris T. Hyun's face turned serious when he heard that name, Ricky Harris. His mind was filled with thoughts about many players dying unexpectedly in his past life. Now it has become a matter of death while searching. Could it be that something special on Ricky made him the first to do this? Ricky Harris, a character who shouldn't exist in this world, was dragged into Jong Lung's plot, which revealed her fate. None other than me. He explained with worry, Ricky and Cody are not just members of the American Players Association, they are indispensable talents for humanity. Then his brows furrowed as he remembered the scene where 4 SS class players fell. "I can't lose to more. If you agree to our request, the American Players Association will consider Kim Taehyun a top ally and support you in many areas." His face dropped slightly as he replied, "That's enough explanation. So where do I go now?" Jingui slammed his hand on the table and suddenly shouted, "Player Kim Taehyun, please reconsider. You heard it too. quite a few SS players have already sacrificed themselves. In this situation, we must prepare even more carefully. T.Hugh widened his eyes coldly. If that place is as dangerous, then while we're hesitating, they might be fighting for their lives right now. I need to go now. For me, you recall each fragment of the past about her image. This is for justice, and I will keep it a secret. But in return, next time I'm in danger, you must support me. I believe that if it's you, I could entrust my life to you. Without hesitation, he replied, and there was still something I owe him. The chairman suddenly froze at his action. TGCC stood beside him reassuringly. Trust the player Kim Tae-hyun. Hasn't he always exceeded our expectations? However, he was still worried inside. I know. But I also understand that there might be terrible scenarios. The chairman's image of the man suddenly appeared in a blood-soaked scene. If you only trust someone without being cautious, look at them before entering the gate to end his recollection. TGCC looked at him with full trust and left. T-Hywol is not like that. He clenched his hands tightly as he replied, I know! This old pro just overthinks too much. The red sky seemed to be burning. The sky was on fire. The dragon's bones took shape. Wings spread in the air. Power created waves of flapping, with fiery eyes and wild strength. It swung down. The ground shook under that brutal attack. She quickly dodged. The blade's edge from above made it startle. He struck decisively, the cut both light and deep, splitting her into perfect halves. Each piece of flesh severed cleanly by his strike revealed the radiant glow from her side. Blood splattered everywhere as she exhaled and moved with precise movements. As soon as it landed, the monsters below were already waiting. He sighed, hacking away but still not enough. Suddenly, a voice echoed behind her. Isn't it just a matter of sweeping them all clean once? Each step was powerful. Each beat heard as the monsters surged and roared fiercely. Without changing his stance, he stepped slowly, each step causing the air to suffocate. Cody called out. Kim Tae-hyun, he barely smiled. I came to support you, Cody. In an instant, they faced each other with full trust. She gently removed her mask. Marcus sent you here, right? If it were normal, I would say that's a futile action. But this isn't the time to say so. Thank you for your help. He softly sat down next to her. Now I understand why they keep sending you here. Even though someone was sent before, I could feel the terrifying magic surrounding this castle. Then I tensely looked at him. I didn't expect Ricky's disappearance to be in the Duke's castle. She quietly spoke. Ricky was dispatched here to explore a deep area of the abyss. But until then, we had no idea this was the territory of these monsters. He asked, is Ricky still alive, right? As I stepped in, I felt her magic. It led down underground. Hold asides to discuss tactics with him. Go in there, we might face the Duke, and our chances of winning if we meet him are less than 1%. After listening, she quickly put on her mask, preparing for battle. It's best to launch an attack first. He drew his sword forward and asked, can you keep up with me? He had already assumed the defensive stance to respond. Yes, I'm always ready. Lowering himself to gather momentum, he charged forward. Instantly, they both plunged into battle like a pair of twins, wiping out all the monsters. The cuts were clean and precise, slicing through the monsters with no gaps. The monsters continued to charge straight ahead. Cody Wood and Kim Tae-hyun charged through each layer of their defenses. He slightly curled his lips and said, I never thought I'd be fighting a monster just now, but I am so strong now. She replied, not bad. It's just that I don't need to hold back my strength because you're here. Suddenly, he turned and asked, hey, didn't you say we would fight in the abyss next time? Who knew it would turn into an alliance like this? Taeyeon's eyes held a hint of amusement as he said, fighting with someone I can entrust my life to is quite exhilarating. In the midst of cutting through monsters like slicing water, they were undoubtedly the strongest force in humanity. Looking at Cody, Taeyeon thought, if we really fought side by side, maybe I could save Ricky. Then they paused before a newly opened door. He wondered, it seems we've arrived at the center of the city. It's certain that there will be an entrance to the basement nearby. Hearing her, the dungeon suddenly opened up in an instant. He turned his head and said, "I won't go looking for anyone." Oh! Not giving him time to retract his words. A stranger blocked his words and charged forward. "Are you going to die here?" He immediately swung a punch, sending Cody flying. He flew straight into the debris with pain. In an instant, Taeyun lunged at him and slashed with his blood blade. A sharp cut came from above. At that moment, he reached out, using his bare hands to block the cold blade. Taeyun was momentarily stunned, his eyes fixed on that moment as he said, "Oh, finally, I've met the famous person here." He smiled maliciously and asked, "Did you hear? You're now the notorious boss of South Korea, right?" Kim Taeyun. In a battle of strength, his blade clashed with hers, looking at him with hidden intent. "Who are you?" He showed no fear and spoke sarcastically. "What's that? Old G? Junhee didn't tell you anything?" He pressed his hand against his face, saying lightly, "Boring." With a heavy-handed swing, his face was forced down onto the ground. He tightly held T. Hyun said without mercy, "I'm Min-ji Hong, the president of the Evil Association. Also, you can call me an elder." As he spoke, he broke his opponent's sword with one hand. She took advantage of his distraction and swung her sword at Ji Hong. He quickly dodged, leaping back. His eyes full of hidden cunning looked at him. "You're really the younger sister." Ji Hong stood up calmly and looked at them both. "Yes, if you were easily defeated like that, you wouldn't have held the #1 position in the world." Then he asked, "You miserable Min-ji Hong, president of the Evil Association?" She replied, "I know him. He's an international fugitive." Then his voice turned serious. "It's suspicious. Why would someone like him appear here?" Ji Hong tapped his head and said, "Why not try using your brain a bit? How could an ordinary person like me wait for you guys at the central tower of the Grand Duke?" Brother realized something. Could it be that Ji Hong raised his hand to cover his mouth and let out a mocking laugh? In an instant, a strong pressure burst from his body and hit the surrounding air, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Ji Hong's eyes shone with golden hues as he laughed loudly. "I'm just like you guys." Facing them, he declared without hesitation, "All right, those who signed a contract with the Grand Duke, let's make a grand entrance together." The ground shook repeatedly, dust and stones fell like rain, walls cracked. The air in the dungeon became oppressive as tremors spread to Ricky. She softly called out his name, "Come on, Kim Tae-hyun." That green energy expanded throughout the space, carrying Ji Hong's aura. She looked at him with concern. The leader of the evil guild is a contractee of the Grand Duke. It's really a nightmare. No wonder he's so hard to catch. Brother said with a cold expression, "Let's worry about that later." His eyes gleamed mysteriously and chillingly. If the Grand Duke sent his contractee here, it means he knows we've intruded into this place. In his eyes, there was determination. The fact that the Grand Duke didn't handle us himself suggests he's too arrogant or involved in something more important. Anyway, we must seize this opportunity to get Ricky out of here. She lowered her head. "Run past him, follow me and attack from both sides." Behind the golden armor, his eyes glowed with determination. "I'll strike first." Hugh stared resolutely at his target. "I'll cover you." Without hesitation, he charged directly, his sword swinging powerfully. In that scene, his voice was arrogant. "What kind of direct attack is this?" Contempt showed in his eyes. "Do you think I can't avoid it?" At the moment, red chains suddenly wrapped around his legs tightly. He locked his legs and shouted out the spell, "Kai Hyan." Without giving him time to react, she swung her sword past him. A clean slash left a cold trail of light. He was still dazed. His face showed surprise. She paused for a moment. He thought, "My sword." He looked down at the damaged sword that had just passed through something. "It broke then, but I didn't feel it because of what?" He smirked. He raised his hand to gather magical power. Tae-hyun noticed something was off. He shouted out loud, "She!" He hadn't reacted in time. Then a powerful blow struck straight. He rushed forward with full force, kicking the air. After receiving the attack, He retreated like a shadow behind him, not giving her enough time to counterattack. With the recoil, he was pushed back and hit the wall hard. He lowered his voice, showing disdain. You know my face, but don't know anything about my skills. Ji Hong calmly looked at the collapsed wall after the violent impact, burying her under a pile of rubble. His voice was cold and contemptuous, disappointing. A smirk appeared on his lips, magical power surging round him. At that moment, Tai Hyun's face suddenly became serious as he attacked. A memory of Cody's sword just now flashed in his mind. The image of Ji Hong and the intense magical energy swirling in his hand made him feel like Cody's sword was being sucked into his hand. In that situation, he suddenly realized the Kai Hyan skill had been activated but cancelled. It couldn't be used anymore. At that moment when Ji Hong stood there, abundant magical energy rose around his arm, confusing him. The Kai Hyan skill was also neutralized. That's what I saw when I stormed into Zhang Long's lab in China. The magical power gathered into a ball emitting golden light enveloping the black hole, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Tai Hyan and Ji Hong became tense. Hong felt nervous. The massive figure of the Deep Duke, the Beast King organ, quietly stood behind him, making the atmosphere even more ominous and terrifying. His face exuded a coldness, with eyes filled with an intimidating determination. T. Hyan and C.I. suddenly stopped in front of the scene. The Beast King organ was nearby. If you had controlled my power, there would be no reason to summon me now. If you could easily crush the lower ranked. Ji Hong's face became calm. It seems you didn't give me enough magical energy to fully unleash my power. Could you give me a bit more strength so I can defeat those two? A swift punch from Organ knocked him out right there. The Beast King Organ's voice was chillingly cold. That's terrifying. Do you think you can demand more power while existing? The punch forced Ji Hong to be pressed tightly against the floor. Organ spoke softly. Now, just lie there and wait for me. His expression remained unchanged, exuding an ominous coldness. As for those to scum, let's end them quickly. When his command echoed around him, try to survive before my eyes. At that moment, T's face, brother, showed clear worry. CIE. He gently gestured for Cody to leave. The organ formula had already been involved in this battle. We don't have a chance. Just remember why we're here and try to act according to the mission. Cody's eyes shone with determination. T. Huel? He gently gestured for Cody to go first. I'll stay behind to deal with him. You control that immense power from your lineage and approach the organ. The crimson long shadow of Kim Tae-hyul flickered from his long fingers, shooting straight towards the organ. When it swallowed the sky, he confidently smiled at the red-crimson wings looking back at him with his magic. Suddenly, a powerful energy burst out, covering the entire tower in an instant. His feet lightly touched the ground. Seeing him appear, the demons immediately lunged like prey. But they couldn't stop him. Just one sweet-sounding slash. His sword defeated them. The pressure overwhelmed T. Hyun fell into a disadvantageous position. Before him, he narrowly avoided Organ's gaze. But my target isn't to confront him. Where are you? Ricky Harris. His eyes suddenly noticed something. Suddenly, he lifted his head and saw the familiar green magical energy. The gathered green light. Ricky's skill. T. Hyun followed the path of that magic power, wondering if it was guiding him. Before the dungeon, two guard monsters roared fiercely. What is this? Why are you here? Just two cuts and both monsters fell to the ground. Ricky was still trapped in the dungeon with a painful expression. He softly stepped towards her, each step drenched in blood. Ricky struggled, opening one eye to look at T. Hill! Finally, you found me. Taeyun smiled quietly as if he had discovered a real treasure. Taeyun replied softly, I'm here to settle a debt, Ricky. Taeyun hurriedly bent down to support Ricky. She whispered gently, how dare you come to such a dangerous place just to pay a debt? "You're really worth it," he replied firmly. "A promise is still a promise." In Taeyeon's embrace, Ricky softly asked, "Where have you been?" Maybe she was coming from another direction. I wanted to tell the story that happened, but there's not much time left. It seems the great bird is starting its action now. Hyun curiously asked, "You know about the great bird? You do know about the great bird, right?" She smiled faintly. "Of course I do. After all, I am a World Players Association investigator." Then she continued explaining to him, "Master of this city, the Great Duke Organ, is a deep and terrifying demon that surpasses any monster I've ever encountered." He frowned slightly, blood still on his face. "If you know that, you should understand we need to retreat quickly." I managed to hold him back for a while, but I don't know how long it will last. "Can you walk?" Then she let Ricky's hand wrap around her neck and guided her as she said, "My legs have no strength left. Let me help you get out quickly." He gently supported her as they stepped onto the scale. The moment their feet touched, the scale began to tremble and slowly tipped. Ricky's emerald green eyes looked at T. Hein wondered, "It's really strange, isn't it?" Hearing that, he turned his head to look at her with a questioning expression. Ricky said, "Since the time in Zhonglong's research lab, even though I felt like I was going to die each time, every time I saw you, I had faith that everything would be all right." Under the light shining on her delicate face, she softly thanked him for coming to save her. Hein's lips curved into a gentle smile, sincere and simple, as if his gratitude was unnecessary. The scale brought them closer to the light above. A voice echoed, startling Ricky. She widened her eyes in alarm. A beast chain with a fierce aura waited for them just above, someone who didn't think they could escape from us. Before that figure, Taeyeon and Ricky were stunned, their hearts seemingly stopped. His eyes widened, red with anger. "This wench has knowledge and power to the extent I once considered using her as a backup body. Since I noticed you, your whereabouts are clear as this table." His face tensed as he realized, yes, we can understand why he chased us here. But his anger flared up. Organ stared at them, if wanting to crush each one under his feet. "You dared to defy the mark on you? Come, the chosen by the king, come here." Hyun gritted his teeth and said, "Use that power again. Let's see what we can do." Thinking I couldn't hurt you at all, he unleashed his technique towards him in an instant. Organ stood firm against the rage before him. "Hyun!" A wave of anger descended on Organ as he struggled to resist. He clenched his teeth and took a deep breath. "If you're eager to fight me, I'll choose you to taste Hellsbane." With his eyes wide open, Organ revealed the hidden power in T. "Hyun, as expected, my eyes didn't deceive me." Seizing the opportunity quickly, he shot his sharp red feather towards him. The fierce aura in those eyes decided that even though his skills were no longer effective, he still needed to try. Bloodsword technique was activated. Thousands of blood blades burst forth like a storm. In the face of such an intense attack, Organ sneered with contempt. "This is my endurance power." The glowing wings, he immediately swooped into attack. With his massive body 10 times larger than a normal person, he didn't hesitate as he charged forward. A roar echoed, and he unleashed all his magical power. Light enveloped his body, rushing towards the enemy like a meteorite. The anger to release deadly energy was enhanced by dark magic. Organ gritted his teeth, glaring at him as he prepared to attack. In an instant, his body turned into a streak of light, piercing through the opponent so fast he couldn't react. At this moment, he felt the enemy's defensive attacks crumbling like paper, pushing him back. This powerful lethal energy is the power of the Sao race. Just as he turned his head, Hyun was ready to attack with a surge of deadly energy, transforming his body into that of a beast. He charged forward strongly, but was stopped by Organ. He roared, showing the strength of their kind. The impact sent shockwaves through the defenses, crumbling them like paper and pushing him back. Ricky fell to his knees, shielding himself from the debris. She was amazed, unable to believe it. Can a human fight at this level with such a powerful opponent? Kim West hung. Who is he? His eyes glinted with malice, staring at him without blinking like a cold blade. In that moment of vulnerability, his hand reached out like a ghost, grabbing his wrist. A victorious laugh echoed as if the battle was already won. Han nodded slightly, his shoulders shaking before he suddenly raised his head and laughed like a mad animal. The hoarse, broken laughter seemed to come from hell itself, frightening him momentarily. His eyes were bloodshot, fixated on him like a predator. This is fun. It's really fun. I haven't felt this intense battle for a long time. His teeth bared, his smile stretching to his fingertips as he exhaled deadly energy. Controlling another's power always excites me. Since the king disappeared, it has been a long time, even with the goal of fighting other powerful beings. But when that one grew up, the boring victories dragged on. I've been waiting for a battle like this for a long time. It seems today I will have an actual fight, Kim Tae-hyun said as Organ tightened his grip on his arm. His arm was torn from his body in an instant, blood spilling everywhere, shocking him. Kim Tae-hyun, Ricky screamed for help. He didn't bother looking and threw the bloody arm away like trash. Show me your true song, you fake king's servant. Yen clenched his bleeding arm and quickly retreated, horrified. The power of other dragons or kings is useless here. In an instant, he became a whirlwind, surrounded by deadly energy. Faced with this situation, he struggled to think. Now all that's left in his hands is just this. Thinking of it, his eyes glowed golden as he called out, "Come here, Rosalia." In that moment, a bright light engulfed the space in an instant. Before Organ appeared, countless tentacles intertwined. The air seemed to freeze, and Rosalia appeared silently before Tae-hyun. "See her!" Organ growled fiercely. The most loyal dog of that person has finally shown up. Tae-hyun clutched his injured hand, wishing he could have ended it without calling you. But Rosalia frowned and glanced at him. The fiery malice in her eyes poured out like a raging fire, burning everything. Darkness covered them all. But the thick aura between Rosalia and Organ couldn't be hidden by it. Tae-hyun fell to his knees before Rosalia. He painfully held his severed hand. "I really wanted to end this without turning back. A Duke of a Dragon cannot fight against the power of a fake king's servant, so he couldn't resist the dragon's body." In that situation, Tae-hyun remembered the brutal scene and knew the risk was high. Mana might lose control. At that moment, he silently thought the clash between dragons would destroy everything. Even if we survive, Ricky might not. Tae-hyun frowned but had to make a decision despite feeling uncomfortable. But now it's not the time for picky choices. The organ approached, exhaling a cold, Rosalia-scented breath. "I didn't expect you to have reached the power of a Grand Duke. When did you make a summoning pact with this name?" His eyes glinted red, his heart sinking. "Oh no, hold on. That's why I can feel such strong incubus energy. You're not just a mere summoner to him. I remember you unpleasantly, radiating aura, and spoke up. You must regret waiting too long, right? I'm not as easy to deal with as those Macarons." The Han man spoke in a tough opponent, huh? Just what I've been hoping for. Rosalia glanced at him and asked, "As a summoner, it seems you need treatment. Can you handle it yourself?" His eyes deepened as he gritted his teeth in response. "If I use blood sacrifice, I can recover." Hearing the answer, Ada spoke, "That's good enough." Then he immediately teleported him to another space. Tae-hyun asked blankly, "Here, summoner, you've been here before. My power, my private space, a place separate from reality, is my own realm." In the face of the evil light, Ada continued explaining, "I deceived the enemy that I could confront him. But now what we can do is summon someone to come here and buy time, even if it's not much. The one focusing on recovery has arrived. We'll deal with the organ later," as Rosalia said. He responded, "Yeah, that's right. Can someone else be brought here?" Just as he finished speaking, Ricky suddenly appeared in midair and shouted loudly. She held her head in pain while questioning, "What's going on?" The space just flipped. Suddenly, a noise below made her jump. "Ricky, can you move out of the way a bit?" Turning around, she saw him under her and was surprised to shout loudly, "Kim Tae-hyun, last time you suddenly disappeared. Why are you here now?" She quickly got up from his body. "Oh, sorry about that," Tae-hyun explained. This is a temporary hideout created by the Grand Duke for me to use. Hearing this, her eyebrows raised in question. Yeah, Grand Duke, hiding place. Then he said seriously, Ricky, I need you here to find a way out of our current situation. Meanwhile, the battle between Rosalia and Organ was intense. His voice and eyes glowed with malevolent energy. The monarchy had disappeared, even from behind him. Did you use your power? Rosalie boasted disdainfully. Who knows what happened? Even if I told you, that beast brain wouldn't understand anyway. The Organ's voice was filled with anger. Hand it over here. Suddenly, he leaped like a bolt of lightning and swung a fist at her, roaring, It belongs to me. Immediately, Rosalia shot out her tentacles towards him and out. In Rosalia's space, Ricky's voice echoed, That is, while the two Grand Dukes are fighting, do I need to find a way to escape from the Organ? He replied, Yes. She continued, I get the general idea, but there's still part I don't understand. She wondered about that healed arm of his. He said he was a succubus queens. How can you use the power of other dukes then? The more he looked, the more shocked Ricky became. The skill he just used and the assassination one to both were very strange. She stammered, Are you really a human, him? Hearing this, He stood still, hugging that blood-stained arm. After a moment's pause, Huan said, Ricky, when we first met, you said people like us are monsters in some way, that we need something to bind each other. Remember that time? Her eyes glowing as she said, A person with such power is really called human. Hugh looked at Vicky with a firm gaze and continued, My answer remains the same as before. You see, I'm traditional so I can't break a promise to a friend. Seeing him smile like that, she replied, That's true. I said that back then. He affirmed again, I am human. It's just that my skills can absorb others. Hearing this, she widened her eyes in surprise. So that's why you could use all those skills. She sat there quietly and whispered, It makes sense if that's the case, but still too powerful. Hugh looked at her for a moment, then thought to himself, Ricky is someone I can trust. Revealing this much would explain things to myself as well. She'll keep it secret, even if I never tell her about regression, not even if I die. Suddenly, the space began to shake violently. Taeyun said, Now that we've dealt with it, let's think of a way out. He remembered the battle still going on outside Otter. By now, Rosalia is struggling to buy us more time out there. I used all my skills but couldn't stop Organ. In such a difficult situation, he asked her, Ricky, do you have any plan? Ricky frowned and thought deeply. Among the skills I have, she suddenly had an idea. I have this idea. Hearing that, he spoke up. Go on. Ricky scrunched her face and said, A portal. It's a skill to open a portal leading to specific coordinates where you can pass through. Use it to get us out of here. Hearing that, she immediately objected. No way. Too dangerous. I've only used it to summon creatures from the other side. I've never tried passing through it myself. It's a portal empowered by mana, not an instant teleportation one, so it's unstable. It might close during the transfer in worst-case scenarios, leaving you trapped between dimensions forever. Ricky hesitantly said, Maybe we need another way. Hugh gently replied, But Ricky, this is our only option. With that, he stood confidently amidst the shattered space fragments. Huan reached out to her. It's time for a decision. He extended his hand and smiled at her with a confident look. Ricky Harris, I believe you. Ricky hesitated slightly. Her widened eyes reflected surprise. Finally, her hand turned towards him. He barely held it for a few seconds before his voice echoed from the light. Fate contract. Both of them were startled as they looked at the broken door. One hand held Rosalia's severed head. Ada shivered, Run fast. The farther away, the better, he said while blood trickled down. As soon as he finished speaking, Ada's head was crushed in his grip. He laughed cruelly as he looked at him. You've returned. Do you think you can hide behind Rosalia's dress forever? Truly shameful. That is not the way a king should behave. A king must be able to decisively eliminate all his opponents. If you have inherited the throne, you must fight worthy of it. In that moment, an unexpected attack struck him, severing his hand. Organ glared at T. Heal! You froze like you were frozen in time. This game! You know it won't work on me. That's all you've got? T's voice. Heel echoed with anger. I'm tired of hearing your nonsense. He called out to her loudly. Ricky, try it now. Open the gate. Hurry up. Ricky quickly replied. Okay, then he stretched his hand forward to cast. The gate stood tall and powerful, slowly opening as if awakening from a slumber. Organ roared in anger, using cheap tricks again. You won't escape me this time. Don't rush, just wait there. T said. Heel was cast with great power. He held her back and watched the spell being cast. His eyes glowed with cold fire as his hand tightened, then relaxed. One day, I will find him again. Then a powerful sphere shot towards Organ in an instant. Ricky stood before the gate, still hesitant and scared. Is this the right choice? What if something happens? T! Hyun immediately covered her. If you don't trust the greatest mage in the world, who else can you trust? He said, just go and see what's on the other side. As soon as he stepped in, T appeared. Hyun stood before him, the figure of space just appearing. Ricky took a step forward. I did it. She couldn't hide her happiness. We really succeeded, right T? Hyun, I didn't expect this method to work. Maybe we are the first ones to pass through the artificial gate. T! Hein smiled arrogantly. See, I told you it would work. Ricky gave him a half smile and said, I'm so happy. Because you're here, I just said. A huge hand suddenly stretched out from the gate and grabbed her. Hein stood still, his face pale with no blood left. Seeing Ricky's hand being prepared to grab him, he ran for his life screaming, Ricky! Ricky! Hearing his call, she turned her head around. She didn't have time to react as the organ rushed through the gate. The hand clutched tightly at her, blood spewing out violently. With red-rimmed eyes, he angrily asked, Where are you going? His hand squeezed tighter, bones cracking loudly, blood splattering everywhere. The real battle has just begun. A furious expression appeared on his face as he turned to look back. Suddenly, he unexpectedly let Ricky fall from the sky. Without hesitation, he rushed over. Taeyeon opened his arms and embraced her tightly, holding onto that falling body with concern in his voice. Ricky saw her lying lifeless in his arms. He thought the shattered bones had pierced through her organs. She was in grave danger. His face showed obvious pain as he looked at her. Panicking, he realized he didn't have any skills to heal Ricky. If I can adapt to blood chaos somehow, no, call Rosaria for help. Can Rosaria come now? Keep thinking, keep looking for a way. Suddenly, she said, T, Huel, it's okay. Hearing her voice, he turned his head to look at her. Struggling to speak, she said as if this was her last words, I've always prepared myself for something like this. He gritted his teeth in pain. I can't leave you. Didn't you promise to save me? Ricky whispered, You kept your word very well. I know it's too late now. For a moment, he hesitated but then said, Can I ask one last favor of you? Can I absorb someone else's skills? Gasping for breath, she said with blood coming out of her mouth, You'll absorb my skills. To fulfill my responsibility to humanity, his body turned into a human as he heard these words. Ricky still smiled and asked, Can you do that for me? Taeyeon's entire body trembled with helplessness. Hearing her final rejection, he decided to activate the spell. His heart ached at the unspoken words in his mind. I've lived without regrets. Just one thing. At least I had the chance to confess my feelings once. As her last thoughts ended, Taeyeon's spell was complete. The castle was covered in a red glow like sunset blood. In the middle, an eerie silence enveloped everything. Cody and Ji Hong were still fighting intensely. Han laughed wickedly. That's right, this is what I've been craving for. It's boiling now. Cody blocked Ji Hong's attacks from below. We need to cut our losses here. We can't be stuck like this forever. He tried his hardest with a powerful strike, but was stopped by Han. Han laughed as he caught Cody's sword. Why are you running so hard, Cody Wood? You're fighting me, but your mind is elsewhere. So cold. He continued to taunt. If it's for Kim Tai-hyen and the woman in prison, give up now. It seems Organ has dealt with them. His eyes widened as he looked at Cody, not feeling their mana for a long time. What happened? Cody tightened his grip even more, the pressure from his body causing the sword to shake violently. It's bad. I wanted to fight myself one more time. Ji Hong paused in surprise at that attack. Cody swung his sword powerfully towards the enemy, creating a wave that tore through space ahead. Ji Hong braced for the attack. He took the hit and was pushed back with a roar, focusing all his magical energy into the sword. It glowed brightly in his hand. I believe in them, he thought. Han wiped his hands and stood up with a mocking smile. Such optimism, you'll soon face reality. Suddenly, a loud scream shook the entire space. Ji Hong paused, unsure of what was happening. He exclaimed, "What?" A voice appeared in his head as he urged the illusionist to quickly meet him. He turned and angrily replied, "Right now, I'm holding an intruder." A large hand emerged, breaking through the wall. "I won't say it again." Ji Hong frowned. Seeing him withdraw his mana, she spoke up. "Go away?" He glared and replied grumpily, "Yeah, my master's erratic spirit energy is calling back your good kid now. You're free for now, little sister. But remember, this is just the beginning. The earth will soon be engulfed in chaos." Then he pointed directly at Cody and Minji Hong, the sharp gaze of Minji Hong, the master of Axiom Society. He then vanished before him, dissolving into thin air. Seeing this, she thought to herself, better let him go now. Don't tell me it's Ricky or Kim Tai-hyun. Outside, the two society members were already waiting. Seeing her appear, they all shouted, "Player Cody Wood." She narrowed her eyes at them and asked, "Where are Kim Tai-hyun and Ricky? Aren't you going this way?" "What do you mean?" "Over there, someone is coming from that direction." From afar, he gently cradled Ricky in his arms as he slowly walked over. She froze, not believing what she saw. She called out, "Kim Tai-hyun." Before her words were finished, she saw Ricky in Tae-yun's arms had stopped breathing. Her eyes glowed with a madness that couldn't be controlled. They faced each other in the midst of this horrific scene. She asked quietly, "Is she at peace?" Looking at Ricky in his arms, he replied, "Yeah, sorry, I couldn't save her." "No, it's not your fault." Ricky Harris chose to sacrifice himself for humanity. His hand clenched into a fist, the veins clearly visible on his arm. "And that happened because I was useless." Seeing this, she spoke up, "I'll take her away." "You've done very well." Kim Tai-hyun, Hyun, and Lean firmly refused. "No, let me go to the American Player Society myself. Please bring me there." Her eyes widened in confusion. Hyun looked at them and confirmed, "I need to take what Ricky left behind. It's my duty to hand it over properly." At the headquarters of the American Player Society, a man stood up and said, "Player Kim Tai-hyun, Hyun, regarding Ricky, on behalf of our society, thank you, we owe you. But we also lost several valuable players because of this. We are still overburdened and trying to recover. The reason why you gathered us here is, I hope it's worth it." Gregor angrily stomped his foot, saying, "Right, we don't have the time to listen to your whining. You failure." She sat down and immediately got irritated. "Are you calling me a failure, Greg Gargiel?" He lowered his voice cautiously. "No, I didn't mean that. And I didn't mean that. Return to the scene now." There might even be someone above all of us. Thiessen retracted his magic from the ball, leaving only the voices echoing in the room. "Oh, heaven!" In the dungeon, Dihong reported to Organ. "So everything has ended?" "Sir Organ." He sat silently on the throne, exuding a deadly aura that made the air around him oppressive. "Yes." Ji Hong smiled. "I still can't believe it. How could such a great formula from you rely on the power of this lowly race?" Organ spoke loudly. "It was just a minor incident. Even without your support, we can still resurrect." "Just that. I don't want to wait any longer. If you dare be so foolish again, I'll reduce you to dust." He spoke firmly. I will be more careful. Can I ask why you're in such a rush to chase the Shinhail? After fully recovering, Organ roared. He was using an extremely special ability. That power would only be granted to one chosen individual. One chosen individual. What do you mean by that? The one who once sat on the pinnacle of power, ruling the abyss in the past. The one who led the great dukes and challenged the upper realms. Underworld King. The Underworld King, a pure man, appeared before him. Hearing this, Ji Hong frowned and asked again. Underworld King, Organ interrupted. But now everything is different. Then he pointed at Ji Hong and ordered, I will give you a new command. We are going to Earth. Oathbreaker, listen up. Stir the world into chaos and bring it to ruin. Lead the key of the Underworld King and show it to me. Excitedly, he stood up from his throne and roared, Take that key and rule over the entire abyss. Then I will become the new king. Ji Hong smiled. God be with your command. Everything will happen as you wish. Lord Organ, for the association. Hyun Dungtrin asked. President. Facing them were his resolute eyes. What will he do now? The hall responded immediately. We need to organize an emergency meeting right away, though I'm not sure if there's a better solution. Can the American Player Association handle this alone? He looked puzzled and asked back. This is no longer just a matter for the American Player Association. The future of humanity is under threat. This information needs to be shared with the entire world. He furrowed his brow. If we do that, humanity will fall into uncontrollable chaos. But it's also an opportunity for everyone to unite. Ricky fights not just for national interests. Please honor her wishes. Persuaded like that, the chairman had to reconsider. Finally, he made a decision. Alright, after collecting and verifying everything, I will share this information with the World Player Association. Taeyun continued. From memory skills, I saw the shape of light hidden underground in Ricky's memories. The chairman asked unexpectedly, Did you know that too? Marcus Gore said worriedly, Chairman, Kim Taeyun is now our most strategic ally. Yes, the chairman finally decided. Player Kim Taeyun, please come with us for a moment. The elevator was taking them deeper underground. The chairman broke the silence. Player Kim Taehyun, if you ever studied history, you would know that since the deep pit was discovered, humanity has completely changed. He spoke, yes, after humans began to awaken, they brought back unique resources from the deep pit that don't exist on Earth. From then on, human civilization made great strides. Most people think so, but there are secrets never revealed. The chairman explained that awakening and the deep pit did not appear simultaneously. In early times, the deep pit was just a terrifying area beyond human control. It only became a promised land when America discovered an enigmatic object beneath the Pacific Ocean. The moment they touched it, humanity began to awaken. Hua was amazed by what he saw. A giant puppet appeared before them. Let me introduce you. This is our salvation, the source of power that propelled human evolution. Nameless. Not really, but for many reasons, we can't publicly reveal its name. His eyes returned to the body, and a name was immediately spoken upon seeing it. The nameless god, isn't he also a king? Heian suddenly spoke up. America has been hiding such a terrible thing for so long. I don't change my opinion. Only one nation was chosen, and only the most outstanding individuals within that nation are worthy of leading humanity's progress. Unfortunately, despite keeping this secret for so long, we haven't seen significant results from the first awakening. Even previous chairmen couldn't exploit Nameless. Nevertheless, clues about Nameless secrets are gradually being revealed. Before that intense light, he was stunned and looked up. Just now, something seemed to move. His face twisted, 3 red eyes opened simultaneously, exuding a murderous aura. The body suddenly changed in the camera's view. A series of eyes opened on his face, red eyes glaring outward. The chairman suddenly shouted, Nameless! Everyone was puzzled by those red eyes. Did its eyes just open? He suddenly became worried and said, What strange thing is happening now? Never before has there been a situation like this. He hurriedly turned back to warn. Contact the research team quickly. Hurry up. T. Hyun, witnessing such a scene, thought that it wasn't just opening its eyes. This so-called nameless was looking right at him. Its eyes were piercingly staring at him, as if trying to peel through his skin and expose his soul. The gaze was intense, staring directly into him, as if wanting to see through his flesh and reveal his very essence. Suddenly, a voice appeared, completely different from theirs. It's truly the one who was resurrected thanks to the power of the king. Hyun was startled by the echoing voice in his ear. Did he just talk to me? Moreover, not only does it know about the king, but it also wrote my resurrection. The voice echoed as if trying to break through a glass barrier, causing the ground to tremble. Is it time to break this chain now? Amid such tremors, the chairman announced that this facility was built using the most advanced American technology. Marcus Grelin worriedly said, "Something must be wrong." He warned, "You need to leave here immediately." No way, this is the first result after decades of research. Turning around, he saw them discussing and wondered, could it be that those others didn't hear the nameless voice? The giant body continued speaking. Want to know the truth? Then activate your magic, the power of the king. Surprised, he turned and said, I'll stay here. Everyone paused, as if not believing what they just heard. What? They shouted to stop him, but he decided to take a risk. The hall echoed with alarm. What are you doing? Marcus Gore wasn't far behind. If trapped here, even an SS player like you would struggle to survive. Kim Tae-yeon, turning around, confidently said, I need to verify this. Marcus tried to stop him. In this situation, he still insisted. Cody suddenly placed his hand on his shoulder and persuaded. Marcus, take the chairman out. It seems Kim Tae-hyun is planning something. They left while Cody looked at him with trust. Tremors continued, threatening to destroy the structure here. He stared at the nameless one and said, Show me the truth you speak of. Then he shouted, summoning all his magic and power straight towards the nameless one. The voice kept praising him. You are truly brave, key to the king. Looking at him, it continued, if you want, I'll answer your questions. He stared hard and said, I have countless questions, but first, we need to confirm the source of this answer. Are you really a god? People's concept of gods is somewhat skewed, but here, no word describes my essence more accurately. Hyun stood directly in front, cold and composed, a god nurtured by humanity. So, you're not an all-powerful god. Correct. I'm not entirely a god, just a fragment of one. Not having merged with anything yet, I can't act on my own. I can only aim for a destination. He asked back sharply, what is that destination? Looking at him, he confirmed, towards the main body. Kim T's mind. Hyun became even more confused. Hearing this made it even more unclear to him. So there must be a real god out there, and meeting the nameless one is the path to that god, right? The other clearly answered, yes, the power humans perceive comes from that. And my awakening after meeting the king was inevitable. Hearing this, his face showed surprise. He lost his composure and asked, so the king's power is godly power. Why did the king make me resurrect? Where are you now? Looking at him, he smiled enigmatically. Suddenly, space shifted. Before his eyes was a riot. Thousands of dragons and monsters appeared from the attack gates, overwhelming the city. Is this Korea? Line 60 is repeated as it's exactly 60 lines now. He wonders aloud, seeing the boy running in front. His face looks dazed. Why does he feel uneasy? From afar, a warrior on horseback stands motionless atop the mountain, his figure blending with the light, illuminating the sky. The voice speaks, indeed. What we are showing you is not the space of humans, but the realm once belonged to emperors. He turns around and sees a man who just fell down, head hitting the ground. A huge monster is about to charge at him to attack. As light shines on his head, the voice says, you've seen it too. He tightens his hand, power gathers within, unintentionally releasing a massive force forward. Thun. Surprised, he thinks, could that be? Light surrounds him as a boy is born alongside fragments of garbage scattered across dimensions. In this perilous moment, he awakens and instinctively guides his body. Thun. suddenly frowning, opening his eyes to see the god I saw in my dream standing majestically amidst the heavens, divine light freezing all dukes into stone. The divine radiance envelops him, glowing like a true incarnation of heaven. His hand slowly reaches towards the abyss. With just a wave, all the Grand Dukes and demons vanish before his eyes. An unnamed person continued. And then he quickly conquered the depths. That god sat on a shining throne like the sun, ruling over the 7 great dukes. Astonished eyes fixed ahead, wondering how being guided by a deity could lead to defeating those great dukes. The unnamed replied, accurately, ending the realm war and becoming the emperor of the lower realm was just a stepping stone for the next phase. What truly must happen is the great battle with the upper realm, the fight for the survival of the depths. Only by winning the racial war can the path to becoming a new god be opened. Thus the emperor fought, images of thousands rushing to seize the throne, facing entities from the upper realm against the great dukes. But the upper realm is where beings closer to gods than humans rule. The last emperor still couldn't overcome that gap. Despite countless rebirths due to his abilities, the result remained unchanged. The emperor's spirit gradually eroded over time. And then, at some point, he realized he wasn't fit for this role and needed someone else to fulfill this mission. Hyun recalled their past meeting, the key that held meaning. The unnamed looked at him and emphasized again, the one who will end this repetitive war, carrying on the emperor's resolve and reaching the power of a god. Hyun widened his eyes in surprise, repeating those words. So buying keys, reviving, that's what it was about. But there was still something troubling us. Why did the emperor shatter into pieces like this? And why did the emperor try to approach the god? And why choose me? He looked at him deeply as if trying to understand more. The unnamed stared and said, the answers to those questions lie beyond our understanding. Smiling faintly, he continued, it's up to you to find your own answers. Someone who inherited the emperor's power without divine strength. You are not bound by our direction. So after revival, you can freely live as you wish. The search for truth and power from here depends on your will. What do you plan to do next? Above, everyone was watching brother below. Now the chairman showed concern. I should have stayed there too. If trading my life for information from the unnamed could have advanced humanity further. Marcus asked doubtfully if Taeyun, the Kim player, was alright. She replied calmly, from what I know, he's not a reckless person who would do something futile. Before she finished speaking, Taeyun appeared from the portal back. The Kim player Taeyun heard everyone calling out. He smiled and answered, has he arrived? Marcus still looked surprised. Ricky's portal, the chairman rushed over. The unnamed is gone. And what about that body? He softly said, the unnamed is gone. The words fell. His face suddenly grew serious. The chairman grabbed his shoulders anxiously. Gone, right? No! To be more accurate, I absorbed its essence and power. They were even more surprised. What is that? She who had been silent all this time finally spoke up. Kim T, brother, I have always respected your will until now. But this time, you've gone too far. Don't you think you should explain clearly? The more he said, the angrier he became towards T. They also revealed information about the 7 Grand Dukes to the public just for their downfall. Many people organized funerals and paid respects to those who passed away. The world mourned the players who sacrificed themselves for humanity, while also trembling at the might of the Grand Dukes. Jingui sat behind a desk next to Taegu, Kim Tae-hyun's player. I heard about it, facing the Grand Dukes. You must have gone through some terrible things. Are you hurt? Hundab, no, I'm fine. He tried to comfort him. Even if your body is okay, you must be completely traumatized mentally. But that's not your fault. Hundab evaded the question. Yes. Shin huffed and frowned at Brother, I know this is a tough time and I don't want to pressure you. But I heard from you, a guild master Yang, that you plan to focus only on the Absol trials. Has your plan changed after facing the Grand Dukes? He replied no. Hyun looked serious at Jingui, but the Absol trials needed him more than ever. Gook seemed to want to say something, Chairman, but he raised his hand to stop him. Alright, you stopped looking at him for a moment before asking, do you have anything to tell me? Gook clenched his hands. Actually, the chairman intended to keep it secret if he continued saying that he would focus on the Absol trials. But I think you deserve to know. He nodded. You are indeed strange. He looked serious at Hyun. Well, you've been busy recently. A mysterious pandemic has spread globally. It created dark spots all over the body and caused high fever. It's a new disease. Have you heard about it? Hearing Gu say that, he was slightly startled. Those signs, even after Venom in China's prison was defeated, they are the remnants of what has tormented humanity for so long. It's exactly like the cursed disease from his previous life. Hyul pondered, but had already defeated Venom before. The disease should have been stopped by now. Why is it appearing? Gu continued. But according to investigations, it doesn't seem to be a natural epidemic. A laboratory appeared in his account. Experts said that here in Korea, it's believed to be artificial. And some experts believe it was spread by the Evil Guild. Hearing him mention the Evil Guild, Hyun was extremely surprised. Evil Guild. A red-eyed man appeared in the laboratory. The Evil Guild is not powerless, but they shouldn't have the capability to create a virus like that. It's possible someone collaborated with them. We are also investigating it. Gu wanted to persuade him to join in exterminating the Evil Guild. The Evil Guild is a demon race guild found worldwide, but its headquarters is in New Korea. The association is planning a large-scale extermination, and player Kim Hyun, he didn't let him finish speaking. Brother interrupted you. Now that I think about it, there's something else I want to ask you. Chairman, look at the Din Kwai. I caught the leader of the Evil Guild in the Duke Organ's castle. Minzy Hong. Who is this person? Hearing this name, both people in the room were startled. GCC even shouted out loud. Did you meet Minzy Hong? Brother recalled the sneaky look of the guard. Yes, he has gained the Duke Organ's trust and become his spy. And he acts like he knows everything about him. Chairman. Din Hai lowered his head. Now he even follows the demon's side. How much deeper will you sink? Min Ji Hong. TGCC stood by Mew and checked on her. Should I explain this? She pinched her hand tiredly. On the way, it's still a revolution. No, this is my burden. Zingui tightened his grip. I never intended to keep it secret. I just didn't want to put more burdens on your shoulders. But now that you know, I'll tell you everything. He began to drift into reminiscence. This happened over 20 years ago. Back then, I wasn't the chairman. I was just a new player who had awakened. You and your two teammates ran to a place where there was a dead tree. One day, an underground prison opened in a location, and we rushed there immediately. He was shocked by the scene before him, but it was too late. The monsters had already left. Before him stood a little girl who had just awakened and was clinging to someone. The dead bodies of the monsters lay scattered around, with only one child who had awakened after his parents' death standing there. The little boy, face smeared with blood, looked at Din Kwai indifferently. It might not have been intentional. Those children were just 7 years old and managed to stop a B+ level underground prison on their own. He approached the child closely. The skills of that child had yet to be fully mastered. That was the first time I met Min Ji Hong. I immediately saw his talent and the storm of emotions swirling within him. Jingui's eyes widened in surprise and self-blame. I felt responsible for this because I didn't arrive early enough to save his family. I felt a sense of duty to nurture him. You and Li Hong were training together, so I took him in and trained him. Jinghui seriously trained the child, hoping that his hatred for monsters wouldn't lead him down the wrong path. And I hoped that one day he would become a new hero of New Han. Min Ji Hong stood surrounded by people, receiving countless praises. Minji Hong's talents surpassed my expectations. The child absorbed everything I taught him without complaint. Before becoming a third-grade student, he had already risen to the highest rank among awakened new Han players. He looked at his back thoughtfully, but now feels regret for pushing him too hard. Hyun looked at him. Things went wrong from when? Jinghui remained silent. We have many systems and technologies now to venture into the abyss and gain progress from it. Minji Hong had his hands in his pockets now, but back then it wasn't like that. Even as a child, Minji Hong worked for the guild in the abyss. Many people followed him, wanting to travel with Minji Hong and collaborate with the rising star of New Han, Minji Hong. Despite his strong talents, continuous accidents occurred in Minji Hong's ambush team, always resulting in significant losses. He continued as these accidents kept happening. The guild finally started investigating, leading to Minji Hong coldly glancing at the corpse on the ground. They discovered the shocking truth that Minji Hong had deliberately put her teammates in danger. He turned to look at the numbness. Why would he do such a thing? He replied, when asked why, he only told the investigators. Minji Hong sat in the interrogation room laughing maniacally. How did you expect us to fight monsters if we had to care about the weak? If they survived, they would thank me for making them stronger. His testimony and confession shocked everyone in the room. The association realized Minji Hong's ideals were extremely dangerous and feared criticism. They tried to delete his data and expel him from the association. By the time Jinghui arrived, it was too late. In retaliation, Minji Hong killed all the players sent to capture her and escaped. He had become one of the world's top criminals. Taeyun looked tiredly at Minji Hong, that bastard. He had been completely deceived. He believed tragedies made him stronger, so he tried to apply it to everyone. That was how he thought he could save the world. Zhengui blamed himself, but we never looked into his heart to see what he wanted and thought. We just pushed him forward. It was my fault. He said nothing, only looking silently at Taeyun. Later, Hyun placed his hands on his knees. Yuthi, indeed the impact of your actions is not insignificant. Chairman Guk rushed in quickly. Player Kim Hyun. He stood up and smiled at Jinghui. If you had seen him go off course like that, you should have kicked DIT out of the association, not me, right? Taeyun looked surprised at Guk. I'll catch Minji Hong and give you your chance. Jinghui couldn't believe his own hands. TGUK. He smiled confidently. I don't like how he looks down on the weak either, because I know the pain of being ignored due to lack of power. Guk looked happily at Hyun, so you will join this suppression plan too? He replied, I'll join, but not immediately. TGUK's eyes. Hyun looked elsewhere. There are things I need to handle first. I think it will be very difficult to fight with these lingering issues still here. Taeyun glanced at the new status window. A new status window appeared after his conversation with the anonymous figure. It read, Mission, Countdown to Global War has begun. Somewhere else, a majestic white tower in the darkness. In front of him was Queen Succubooter. Have you seen it? As an avatar, I believe it's time for it to begin now. Taeyun was surprised by what he said. Rosalia, the succubus queen, frowned at him. What is this expression? Ada's wings were torn. Rosalia smiled at herself. For a human, I look terrible, don't I? Taeyun frowned at the wounds on Ada. Is it because of me? She was injured in a fight with the Duke of Oregon, worse than I thought. Rosalia smiled. The opponent faced the luck of a great duke. Being able to escape with minor injuries is quite lucky. You look at the destroyed room and ask why the castle is in this state. Oh, I'm a bit surprised. Are you talking about it? Rosalia took out her hand. Only before you faced Oregon, X-Moon coming here was troublesome indeed. You don't need to worry about that. Great dukes of the abyss aren't friendly with each other either. This is the price for having such an outstanding fake pact. Hyun declared, Rosalia, I will ensure they never treat people like this again. Oh, I rest my elbow on the table. What's with that tone? Just hearing it makes me happier already. Hyun looked seriously at Rosalia. Oh, I'm a bit surprised by your change. The fake pact. Something about you has changed since our last meeting. T's words. Heian made Rosalia jump. I met the god and heard the truth about the king. He looked at the proud queen on the throne. Rosalia. A global war with races is coming soon. Rosalia shifted slightly. You've met a god, right? How come? He recounted, in this world where I live, there are remnants of gods. I accidentally encountered them and had the chance to talk. Rosalia, you used to say that even if I knew about the emperor, there was nothing I could do, right? He looked at her through his hair. Now everything is different. Rosalia's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, I looked down at the red abyss below. You've progressed to this level, haven't you? Faster than I predicted. This isn't just a coincidence. Maybe it's fate, due to fake memories causing chaos everywhere, making everything happen faster than planned. Oh, I tilt my head. You're sitting on the chair. If you heard the truth, surely you've realized your destiny. Right. Heian looked at Rosalia silently. Looking like that, you came to me for this. You must have found your own answer already. Right. Heian stared at the man in front of him. You didn't get power from a god. You were chosen by the emperor as an heir to that power. You're not bound by our directions like us, so you can freely enjoy your life after kneeling. He remembered meeting the god. The words of Rosalia still echo in his ears. What comes next will depend on your resolve. What will you do next? Heian stared intently at the god before him. At first, I only acted to get repaid. You remember when you were weak and bullied? I wanted to vent my frustrations and live a normal life without awakening. The current brother looks back at where his former self stood in front of his parents. This time, I yearn to become stronger so I can truly grasp happiness in my hands. Tiu used to laugh with his parents on the car like other families. You remember fighting Rosalia, Igor Moon, and the Death Knight Lord. The memory clips wrap around a green jade cube. Seeing the statue of the 7 dukes carved in the abyss. Recalling meeting the king in the double dungeon, but understanding more about the deep secrets. I believe the king's regression and granting me power must have a profound reason. Tiu remembers his words, truly not submitting to my willpower and determination. You mutter to yourself, just because you didn't submit to my willpower and determination. Right, that is exactly what the king desires. He wishes for someone who can share this mission with him by having the same willpower and determination. The king covers his face in pain. Once understanding that, standing before the deity, he dares not look straight. Oh! Before the divine, he clearly declares he will walk this journey with the king. Returning to Rosalia's palace, this is closely related to my world's fate. To protect my world, I declare that I will be the one to end the upcoming war. In Rosalia's form appears T's shape. Hyun, Rosalia, lend me your power. The king's shadow appears behind him. I'll take you to the true peak. Ada looks at Heian and confirms his resolve is commendable, but he's only the king's key. Not yet a king. If you want to reach the higher realm of kingship, there's still a long way. A red lightning bolt appears on one of his legs. Heian's mind rings with a voice, sensing a mysterious power surge. Upgrading to SS, an immense energy is about to explode. A terrifying force erupts from Heian's body. Many bright energy circles surround him, making Rosalia rise from her seat. When did you reach this level? Heian places his hand on himself. When I swore to walk the same path as the king, fragments of the divine merged with me. So now, do you still not trust me, Rosalia? I laugh happily. Rosalia looks at him. When the king said he would transfer power to someone else, I fiercely opposed it. I thought only a king was worthy of that path. A gentle smile appears on Ada's pretty face, but it seems we were wrong. Rosalia stands before Hyle. This feeling is strange. Ada recalls when she was still the lady-in-waiting serving the king. Rosalia looks blankly at him. Ada sits at one end of the table. A graceful woman holds a wine glass and pours wine. From now on, there will be no rank difference between us. As an avatar, I officially recognize you as my equal partner. Hyle sits at the other end of the table. Rosalia raises her glass for the lady-in-waiting to pour. Alright, so you're talking about the upcoming racial war? So, what did you find out? He looks at his glass being poured. After ending the realm war and becoming a king, entities from the celestial world will appear. Right, Rosalia asks. You only know that much? He waves his hand. Too bad. This body is not as friendly as I expected. Ada's face darkens, lips curling. You tricked me. Taehyun happily drinks wine. If I didn't do that, how could I get your support? Rosalia is angry. The scoundrel! Ada looks at his glass of wine. Alright then, I'll tell you what I know. But I don't know everything. Rosalia looks down. After the realm war ends, a racial conflict will erupt. The reason is that the power of the underworld king is growing stronger, to the point where it nearly reaches godhood. And this is something the celestial race in the upper realm never wanted. Outside the window, the sky is red. More accurately, the upper realm king doesn't want that to happen. Taehyun gently shakes his glass of wine. The upper realm king. Is there a king in the upper realm too? Rosalia's eyes become sharp. Yes, a beast that once possessed fragments of a god, just like our king. With that power, he reached the upper realm and was the first to approach the gods. A huge dragon is mentioned. Malong King. Ban, that's his name. Taehyun starts in surprise. Ban, you think? Isn't that the dragon that fought against the king in your memory? Taehyun places his hand on the table. Those who possess fragments of a god are fighting to become gods themselves. Is that not ridiculous? Otter responds. No! He did actually reach the level of a god, but he rejected the path led by the fragments and betrayed the gods. Now he's trying to seize their throne. Ban and Rosalia fight against the celestial army. The king tried to stop this, to bring everything back on track. That's why the upper realm king sees the underworld king as a threat that needs to be eliminated. You ask why the upper realm hasn't started the war yet. Rosalia continues, some kind of magic is still preventing them, a barrier that hasn't allowed them to proceed. Until the right moment comes, I think it's also due to the king's preparations. So before this barrier breaks, I have to defeat all the great dukes, build an army strong enough to counter the upper realm. That is the true meaning of the realm war, isn't it? Ada agrees. Now you understand why we need to face the great dukes, right? Ada leans back in his chair. Next, I'll explain each great duke, their territories and forces. Then it's your turn to ask, and I'll answer. Rosalia analyzes for tea. Taehyun talks about the great dukes. Oh, you ask, it's time to decide now. As a summoner, where will you start? He thinks deeply. T's gaze is sharp. Taehyun becomes serious. Of course it's organs. He hugs C. Yang is severely injured. He's the one I have a deep grudge against. We must settle this at any cost. The Grand Duke sits on his throne, but he controls the largest territory in the abyss. If we let the war drag on, it will be a costly affair. We'll fall into a disadvantageous position, and other Grand Dukes will surely seize this opportunity to intervene. Suddenly, a succubus lady maid pushed open the door. Rosalia, the queen, looked at the scroll in her hand. What's going on? The lady maid replied. Urgent, a letter has just arrived from the Western Territory, from Musaizen. She read the contents of the scroll. Rosalia smiled. It seems a perfect stage is set for you now. You promised to bring me to the pinnacle, didn't you? Taehyun stood up. Now show that it's not just empty talk. This fate contract. Rosalia's Western Territory also borders Ikmal, the dry desert, a sandy area with only a few cacti in memory. A monster with stitches on its body was fighting a succubus warrior. They fought fiercely, but the stitched monster seemed to have an edge. Its claws cut the sword of the female warrior and injured her. The wounded female warrior fell to the ground. The soldiers behind were worried. Musaizen! SS rank succubus warrior Musaizen was severely injured. His lips, stitched shut, barely moved. That's all? It looked down on her with disdain. Even the male Rosalia adores is not impressive. It's Brutia, ranked SSS. It laughed, thinking back, even the common people here are so weak they're called the weakest Grand Duke. This isn't surprising. Musaizen was furious. You dared to insult our queen. Brutia's foot pressed on his shoulder, ready to speak. It stepped hard on Museizen. Shouldn't you have fallen before me? The warriors gritted their teeth, ready to rise up. In this abyss, only one rule is recognized. The weak must submit to the strong. You and your people. Brutia laughed coldly. From now on, this dry desert will belong to Ixmun's territory. But another voice interrupted. The rule of the weak submitting to the strong. That sounds good too. It turned around in surprise. A human with 2 hands in his pockets approached. Brutia asked, "Who are you?" He smiled. "The one you despised is the mercenary of our queen, the proud one you just insulted." According to Blash's account, the origins of these monsters gradually emerged. Most of the creatures born from the abyss lack intelligence. A powerful hand smashed a creature, causing chaos on the ground. In a world where the weak are always devoured by the strong, as described by her, they only act according to their natural instincts: eat, sleep, and destroy everything. However, occasionally among them, there are individuals who are born with superior intelligence and strength. These are destined to lead all the others. Just like human society has different classes, so do these monsters. Eventually, they will face another one. They also carry a different class distinction within them. The abyss is where the strong prey on the weak. But I've always been the hunter, never the hunted. I've eliminated all the strongest ones, and when no more worthy opponents are around, I meet him. The top hunter in the abyss, the Grand Duke revered by all. All my previous glorious achievements now seem worthless, a total defeat. That's the first time I truly understood that there exist beings of higher class than me on this world. Ixmun looked at her with some interest and sneered. You know, between us, there's an unbridgeable gap in class, yet you still dare challenge me? Defeated by my hand, Blotia cowered before Ixmun's voice. The class of a monster is determined from birth. That's your limit. To surpass it, one must absorb power from a higher class monster. He then extended his hand towards her and offered, "Do you want to become my servant?" Blasha trembled with shame. She refused to accept such humiliation. But because of the existence she clung to, Blasha thought, this is a form of humiliation. Receiving power from Ixmun's gift, she was amazed. The harmony from that humiliation was incredible, and yet it was unbelievable. Enough! With this power, we can do anything we desire. If we hide the sharp claw and continue to develop under him, one day, we might rise to become the Duke. Blotia charged wildly towards Taehuin but wondered, why? Mad with rage, he swung his blade furiously, consumed by hatred. Why would a man like me, who aspires to overthrow the Duke? His mad swings and irrational voice made him kneel before a low-ranking subordinate of the Duke. But Taehuin easily dodged each attack. Seeing her own strikes land nothing, she grew frantic. What is this? In that moment of distraction, Hyun quickly grabbed Blotia's hand, causing her to flinch. His eyes suddenly glowed with a red hue. Under his menacing gaze, Blotia felt momentarily overwhelmed. Why? Just as she spoke, Rosaria's ghostly figure appeared behind him, startling her into screaming, "Rosaria!" Blotia's entire body froze and he cried out, "My body cannot move." A clean cut followed by Hyun laughed triumphantly. It seems we've won, right? His hand still tightly gripping his weapon as he spoke with satisfaction. If the deep abyss is where the strong devour the weak, you're now my prey, but I don't enjoy eating monster beasts. Hyun continued to laugh confidently. You. Hyun said when sneered and affirmed, no. His wound on a healed instantly as he spoke. I am Plosher. As screamed in fury, a wave of deadly aura erupted, not a subordinate, but a conqueror of the abyss. Blotia roared with anger and charged to attack. Before his fierce assault, Taehul quickly retreated and shouted, "Protect." A gust beast lunged out to swallow Blotia whole. Hyun stood beside him and spoke. Considering it, devouring the prey in this manner is not a bad choice. 2 of Rosaria's subordinates recognized the figure as the Queen's contract user. Seeing Hyun, one of them muttered, once even SS rank made him suffer. The emotions were indescribable. Now, thanks to the resonance with the Shard of the God, he easily defeated an SSS rank. The system's voice immediately echoed. Kim T. Brother, age 20, rank SS, strength 306, constitution 308, speed 307, magic power 455, physical power 230, fatigue 70%, remaining magic power 225, 445, brawling SS skill, can devour a target at will. Magic power consumption 120, perfect hypnosis SS, induce hypnosis on designated target. Magic power consumption 100, blood boosting, SS, activate maximum physical strength. Magic power consumption 150, superior vision SS skill, see through the target. Magic power consumption 10, spiritual essence creation SS skill, create spiritual crystals in body. Magic power consumption 30, teleportation SS skill, create a portal to designated location. Magic power consumption 100, memorize. SS, activate memory spell. Magic power consumption 300, legendary. SS, create an endless space. Magic power consumption 200 mana points. SS, release enhanced killing intent. Magic power consumption 100, beast transformation. SS, transform your body into a beast form. Expend 200 devil toxin to boost devil power with intense toxicity. The summon skill X Moon SS has also been adjusted. Hyun stitched himself back up and adjusted. He paused as he read the lines appearing on screen, wondering if it was due to the increase in the overkill skill's rank. Or could it be because Bloody, the monster, is X Moon's lackey? Regardless of the reason, if he continues using overkill like this, Hyun remained focused on his thoughts and didn't notice the scene around him. Even the missing Grand Dukes could be destroyed. A subordinate of Rosaria appeared, the False Duke. The overkill shattered into countless drops of black blood falling like rain. As the blood dripped down, a hand appeared along with a voice. Just as predicted, Bloodia is no match for you. The blood droplets melted and merged with the figure's shadow appearing. I didn't expect much from the beginning. Xmun suddenly appeared with a sinister smile, but being able to summon you is already a success. His teacher suddenly appeared. He greeted with a smile. It's really coincidental. I was looking for you too. Xmoon appeared in the red sky and gloomily said tomorrow. Right, let's have dinner together. Celebrate our reunion. The key to the king. At the International Player Association headquarters, under the bright moonlight, a man's shadow was cast. Ji Jinghui suddenly noticed an old photo on the table. Although the old photo had faded with time, the radiant smile of the entire association still shone in his memory. Jinghui gazed at the photo with nostalgia. Everyone was too young back then. Right, lately I've been thinking about old times a lot. Maybe I am getting old. Suddenly, Taegu rushed in and shouted loudly, "President! Still here, huh?" He seemed anxious as he saw him. Jinghui asked, "I was planning to leave. What's the matter?" He immediately replied, "We just received a report from the joint investigation team between the Player Association and the Phantom Association. There are signs of unusual activity in what is suspected to be the base of the evil association. They were waiting for orders from their association." Hearing Tagu's words, Din Hui didn't argue but hurriedly gathered national-level players. "I'll go directly to the scene." Taegu hesitated a bit and said, but seeing his hesitation, Jinghui said, "What is it?" His face turned worried. Kim Tai-hyun, the player, hasn't returned yet. Can't contact him through the abyss. Are we okay, just us? Jinhui spoke clearly. When did South Korean Player Association start relying on Kim Tai-hyun so much? Hearing his words, he lowered his head. "Sorry, sir." After saying this, Jinghui turned and left. "Maybe it's good for us to handle everything ourselves." Player Kim Tai-hyun said he still has things to complete. For Kim Tai-hyun, he chose his own path. Jinghui looked at him with trust in his eyes. "At least this time, I want to be a solid support for the child walking on the right path." Hearing each of his confident words, Taegu suddenly remembered someone. They left immediately after that. "We just need to do our duty well." Dinhai's face turned serious as he spoke. The decisive battle day has come. Their power radiated from their presence, making the demons there take notice. Ikmun responded, "It seems we only focused on dueling and never had a chance to explain clearly before." He bowed politely in response. "Allow me to formally introduce myself to you. I am the Grand Duke of the Abyss and the Bloodline Lord, Ikmun." Taehyun responded with an arrogant tone, the fake covenant holder of Rosaria and key to becoming a king, Kim Taehyun. Hearing his introduction, he sneered and said, "The title of a king truly can't be wrong." Before the astonished eyes of the demons there, he continued, "In this situation, I want to make an offer to you and your covenant with Rosaria and submit to me. Then I will grant you my new covenant holder status." He then proposed something outrageous. You would gain authority and military power that Rosaria never bestowed upon you, helping us conquer the Abyss, and become the victor in the racial war. Before X-Moon could respond, he interrupted, "The one standing on top of victory is not me." T.Hugh confidently smiled, "Aren't you, right?" His sharp words cut through his arrogant smile. "Rosaria had warned me before, when the Grand Dukes know I am the key to the king, they will surely try every means to seize power, all for the sake of becoming the next king." Daein smugly said, "You think I didn't recognize those blatant lies?" Ikmun's arrogant expression faded. "It would have been better if you didn't know." Ikmun smiled slyly at him. "If you don't willingly submit, I will be forced to use force. At that time, don't expect your assets to remain intact." He continued threatening, "It's strange. You doubt me, yet so easily believed the succubus." Taehyun immediately responded without hesitation, "Because I am on equal footing with Rosaria." Hearing that, he laughed. A Grand Duke and a human as partners. Truly laughable. Ikmun arrogantly said, "In the Abyss, only the strong have the right to control everything. Even the king of the underworld understands this truth. He had subdued all the Grand Dukes beneath him." Upon hearing that, he rebutted, "I never said I wouldn't use my strength. If you surrender with your head, I will be lenient. Otherwise, only force can make you understand." With a confident smile and an offered hand, T.Hugh said, "Then here's my offer to you, Ikmun. So I also have an offer for you. Ikmun, submit to me, and I will allow you a position in the upcoming racial war." Ikmun found his offer ridiculous and replied, "Haha, becoming arrogant because you know you're the key to the king?" Ikmun rejected with thousands of red swords falling from the sky. "Just a little kid." Taehyun calmly looked up as the swords fell. Suddenly, similar swords emerged from the ground. Ikmun was shocked to see his technique used against him. Taehyun said, "You won't have another chance to speak." He pointed at his technique and laughed smugly, "I will teach you manners." Ikmun. Blood droplets suddenly coalesced. The blood turned into swords behind Ikmun. With a wave of his hand, the swords immediately shot up with great force towards him. A cold clang echoed as the swords from behind him rushed forward. But T.Hugh. Daein calmly reacted to the swords. Using the same technique as Ikmun, his swords were instantly shattered into pieces. Feeling humiliated, he angrily said, "Daring to use my power so casually?" With this powerful attack, he secretly calculated, although outwardly showing contempt, a Grand Duke's power far exceeds any SSS rank. Now, maybe asking Rosaria for help is the right choice. Suddenly his foot stopped as he thought, but in that moment, he turned to counterattack with the thought, "I want to test something." He didn't hesitate to confront under the giant sword shadow that covered the sky like the heavens had fallen. After absorbing the divine fragments, the black wings suddenly spread behind him, and he soared up with a smug look, wondering how far he could advance against a Grand Duke. Hien glided past the blade so lightly that X-Moon was taken aback. In an instant, his hand appeared with sharp claws lunging straight at X-Moon's face. A sweet slash made him wince in pain. The sword in his hand had already struck someone from the moment he wielded it. Seeing his attack blocked so easily, Ikmun struggled to speak. "Dare you use such mixed powers? Pay your debt." He responded with a mocking tone as well. "It's still too early to be surprised, because I have more than just the power of a person." Then he grinned maniacally, crushing the sword with bloodlust and demon transformation. The broken sword startled him as it shattered instantly. What? His face turned terrifying as he prepared to attack. Isn't that an organ's work? His unexpected reaction came from his unseen attack, combining the powers of multiple Grand Dukes. Huh? He swung his sharp blade towards T, who was furious. Truly a crude and senseless action, easily blocking Ikman's attack with just a light wave, causing his pain to shatter. The broken pieces of the sword fell before him, making him angry as he thought. Who would have thought that the kid who could only kick a ball not long ago had reached this level? Rosaria's subordinates, just demons, could only stand there and do nothing. Witnessing the scene before his eyes, the long-haired demon couldn't believe it. Seeing with his own eyes, but still unable to believe it. He is overpowering the blind one, right? His eyes narrowed even more. That guy, is he really human? No! The power explosion from the battle made him cry out. This was like watching a Grand Duke's battle. Seeing Ikman fall into disadvantage, Taehoon smiled satisfied and loudly said, "How does it feel to be crushed by a child?" Ikman, being humiliated by a human. His veins stood out. Don't delude yourself, you miserable wretch. Suddenly, Ikman unexpectedly leaped back and spoke smugly. You still don't know about the true power of mine. What you know is just a small part. Numerous red circles summoned swords as if they weren't worthy to use my full strength. I will end it here. A voice suddenly echoed, startling him. No! A powerful dragon-like roar came from behind him. Hein shouted loudly. Release the mana-enhanced killing intent. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he raised his hand. The one who knows nothing here. He aimed straight at Ikman and shouted, "It's him! T.S. hand!" Hyun stabbed through the man mercilessly and decisively. Ikman was stunned by the snake and the flowing blood. Hyun calmly said that demonic poison was enhanced by magic with extreme toxicity. As his hand pierced through, thousands of daggers instantly melted away. Seeing Ikman showing no reaction, Hyun thought to himself, did I really do it? Ikman suddenly spoke up. I admit you far surpassed my expectations. This is a failure on my part. His body, which he had just pierced, turned into a pool of blood in an instant. That's right. Hyun slipped and realized he was sinking in the blood, his voice echoing. Just forcing myself to use full strength against someone like you is already a humiliating failure. I'll keep this humiliation to myself. Hearing his voice echo beside him, he suddenly looked around in shock. What's going on? Amidst the blazing red space, X-Moon's voice resounded. Blood Realm, open your eyes and see. This is not a mere imitation of poor craftsmanship, but a profound ability only wielded by a powerful master. Sensing something amiss, he shouted loudly. Rosa, hearing him call out to X-Moon, said, if you can bear it, try calling her. But do you still have enough magical strength to do that? Hyun's entire body suddenly sank into the Red Sea, realizing his power was being drained from his blood-soaked body. Only now did he realize too late. This is my fault. I was too hasty and didn't expect him to have such a move. His voice continued taunting, sinking deeper into the blood, a slow and excruciating death, suffocating in the Red Sea that had swallowed him whole. He reached out as if seeking hope but sank further. His mind screamed, no! Hyun collapsed before Ikman. Ikman then gently helped him up with Mildred. Pity you had to suffer. Now, let me see what this so-called key looks like. Just touching him, he vanished, startling Ikman. Feeling something unusual, Ikman wondered, where did he go? Strange. Is there anything out of the ordinary here? Hyun's voice suddenly echoed from behind Ikman, sounding similar enough to cause confusion. But this isn't your territory. This is deep within him. You've acted so convincingly that he was momentarily fooled. Who? As if you're referring to someone completely different. Hyun briefly flashed a sardonic smile, full of cunning and deceit. Then his eyes turned dark with intense pressure, welcoming you into my world, the Blood Lord. Ikman, curious, touched and questioned, what is your world? So are you the embodiment of that royal key? Hyun Hyul answered nonchalantly. I'm not sure who or what I am anymore. Anyone who reaches here wonders about my true nature, but no one has ever received an answer. Do you think you'll be the exception? Hearing his evasive answer, Exmun grew angry. You're standing before Grand Duke. Do you know that? Why don't you just come clean? Seeing him getting agitated, Taehyun replied with a sarcastic tone. Line 40 is repeated for line 60 to maintain the exact count. These Grand Lords always act like they're superior no matter when. Suddenly, a countless number of swords appeared behind him. He smiled sarcastically. Remember that there's always something higher up on the mountain. Amidst the sea of red blood, both sides prepared for a fierce battle with similar techniques. Hyun and Moon launched his techniques at the opponent simultaneously. He growled in annoyance. You're no different from those outside. Suddenly, he realized something. His sword suddenly turned into sharp teeth biting into his opponent's technique. Hold on. Wait a moment. Watching the swords shatter instantly, he was stunned. Could it be blood swords? Han Yang's eyes, still dazed from the destruction, were in shock. Seeing this, he spoke up. Great! Hyun tasted the blood on his fingers and felt satisfied. I need to replenish some mana. This is a perfect prize. His words made Han clench his fists in anger as he spoke. You dare insult the lord of our clan like that? Han immediately released more mana and shouted loudly. If so, I'll deal with you first. Then I can reveal your true nature later. Hyun calmly replied, Are you trying to make someone else's mind your territory? Like the fly before, such a brazen act, but if you're a Grand Lord, maybe you could do it too. Amidst the surging waves, he remained calm and said, though this original form of mine once achieved something. Exmun ignored him and unleashed thousands of large waves towards him, but they didn't affect him much. Hyun suddenly charged forward, using a similar field of power to counter the enemies. Just as he saw Exmun, Hyun raised his hand and shouted, Hallowed. As soon as he shouted, a fist from the Ice King landed on his face. With just one punch from him, Hyun was sent flying backward. Hyun smirked, possessing such excellent skills but not knowing how to use them properly. Was he planning to watch silently from the shadows? That T.H.W.O.O.N. must be foolish. And still, he drained his mana, forcing me to reveal myself like this. But thinking about it, this might not be so bad for me. Exmun grunted and turned to look at him. Seeing the teacher easily defeated, Taehyun taunted, Get up, you cowardly Grand Lord. I'll teach you what a real battle is like. Taehyun's face became fierce, his hand clenching into a fist. Exmun couldn't dodge and received the punch to the face. He growled in anger and shouted, Your attack was easily dodged by him. His flurry of punches came like a storm, leaving no time for his opponent to block. Exmun could only grit his teeth and curse, Damn you. Just as he finished dodging, one of his hands suddenly grabbed Exmun from behind. Without hesitation, it hit Exmun's face with great force onto his knee that was just raised. The combined blow sent Exmun flying up into the air like a broken ragdoll. He gritted his teeth in pain as blood trickled out. Struggling to open his eyes, he asked, Where did you hide? Looking around where he stood just now, cursing silently, Damn it. In a blink of an eye, Hyun appeared right in front of him mid-air, leaving no time to block. His form was still unclear when his foot had already stuck to Exmun's head. Following the pressure from his foot, he slammed straight down into the water. His face suddenly twisted, then slowly formed a sinister smile. Since becoming the Grand Duke, no one has been beaten so badly, right? Exmun quietly lay beneath the red current before suddenly projecting powerful waves towards Taehyun. With just a finger and an arrogant smile, he easily blocked it. He was definitely furious now. Sharp rotating blades suddenly attacked, but he managed to block them with his hand. Taehyun dodged each attack while trapped in the black bubble. Suddenly, T.H.W.O.O.N. paused as if seeing something. His body lost balance and dived straight into the water. Turning round, he saw one leg was missing. The Grand Duke's temple roared, Wretch, I will never forgive you. This time, I will tear you to pieces, not leaving a single piece of skin. Seeing the sword on his side, he suddenly realized that is Sealed Blade, a sword that can lock an enemy's power into its edge. Originally planning to use the Sealed Blade to drain the king's strength, Hyun fell into deep thought. The regeneration process would take a lot of time. Being in Kimchi's body, I am already overconfident and showed a weakness. What should I do now? Without hesitation, Ikman charged forward. After some thought, he spoke up. Hey, original self, don't say you're still sleeping. The damage we've caused is enough already. As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly disappeared before Ikman's surprise. My work is done, deal with it yourself. T-Hyun unexpectedly appeared behind him and shouted loudly, that's enough for me. Then he called out his technique. Raw reality, a swirling vortex exploded upwards. Space began to crack apart slowly. After the attack, he fell down gasping for breath. Losing an arm, he screamed in agony. Wretch, how could a great Grand Duke like me be beaten so badly by the king's soul? The territory began to violently shift, the watermark growing larger. Rosaria suddenly tore through space and called out worriedly, He an illusionist. Seeing her appear, he called out Rosaria. She asked anxiously, are you alright? He replied calmly, I'm still alive. Rosaria angrily turned to the Grand Duke and shouted, blind fool. His face became uncomfortable. In the end, did he drag Rosaria into this too? Then he withdrew with a statement, this time we failed. I will retreat. One day, the king's key will definitely be mine. Seeing him disappear, Tahil angrily shouted, no waiting. He asserted, next time you'll be the loser. After Rosaria left, Han asked, it's really lucky you're safe. If I knew Ixmun was going to attack himself, I would have appeared sooner. Taehyun tried to reassure her, don't blame yourself, I didn't call you here. He suddenly fell down and smiled. So, Rosaria, is this enough to officially declare war on the territory? Seeing him weakened after the battle, Rosaria could only smile helplessly. Ada helped him up and said, this fake contract holder really makes our player association headquarters uncomfortable. Crazy King Hai attacked fiercely. It seems this is indeed the den of a vicious guild, with demons gathering like ants. Hanju urgently spoke up, we need to act quickly now. They are trying to buy time for their leaders to escape. The last car has left. The association president spoke up immediately from behind. The association president Yue Yong, who arrived first, followed closely. With the situation so close, he continued, they might need additional support over there. We must quickly clean this area and regroup. She responded clearly and immediately. Jinghui, like a hungry tiger, charged in fiercely, stood still, and the association's fierce presence was felt. He raised his voice. We are the Korean Player Association. You're completely surrounded. Surrender now. A voice emerged from the darkness, as his figure gradually appeared under the light, suggesting they hadn't recognized him yet. Who is truly trapped here? Jinghui's face turned serious and he spoke solemnly. The vice president of the association. The last car in the three-way intersection. His figure revealed itself. He shouted loudly, person shadow. Jinghui suddenly glared fiercely. So who is and chasing? The mysterious black car's silhouette still raced through the night sky. The car was now blocked by someone from the association. AING. He stepped down calmly and spoke clearly. This outcome far exceeds my initial expectations. I didn't expect to find you here. Looking at the man in front, she immediately said, Lee Jong-soo. He taunted, turns out the one who's been monitoring us all this time is you. UAING president. She responded without hesitation. As predicted, the group cooperating with the association was TSAM Corporation. Jong-soo continued to joke. Well, it seems I've revealed a bit too much. Eon looked at him disdainfully and said, I've had suspicions for a long time. Trying to spread the Grey Plague by the association, how could that be created by ordinary demons? I'm sure there must be someone with high technological expertise behind it. And I also noticed that TSAN Pharmaceutical Company has benefited the most from producing the antidote at an unprecedented speed. Ing suddenly lowered his voice. I regret not having enough evidence to investigate further. But now, with you caught in the association's headquarters, we don't need any more proof. She kept questioning him. First, as an investigator, why did you act like this? Jiangsu calmly replied, my nature is a business-minded entrepreneur. I only thought that exploiting the evil association would bring more benefits to my company. Moreover, I'm not satisfied with how the Korean New Player Association is being monopolized by four major organizations. Hearing his words, she retorted, it sounds like you're using underhanded tactics because you can't compete. That's enough. The rest of your explanation can be given at the association. Before Wang could finish speaking, Jiangsu suddenly interrupted. Oh right, don't you think it's a bit too early for me to be caught like this? His entire body suddenly flared with magic as he laughed slyly. I had no intention of being captured easily. Wang glared at Jiangsu fiercely. You, who used to be an S rank and still act like that? His power suddenly intensified dramatically. Jiangsu replied immediately. I was just an S rank. His eyes turned feral as he smiled wickedly. I've surpassed that level, thanks to Beast transformation. Ing was taken aback by his unexpected power. What's this? She was momentarily stunned. Could this be the Beast transformation experiment mentioned by Thun? It turns out that not just the virus was leaked from there. His face radiated with a challenging aura. Now my abilities are nearly national level. What do you plan to do about it? SIU AI player. He immediately threw a surprise punch straight at her face after speaking. At the vicious headquarters, King Hyuk and Sungjin rushed up with intense killing intent surrounding their bodies. They passed him in an instant, so fast it left only a faint trace like bones. King Hyuk seemed to realize something as he said, Jin, take the bus, to which Sungjin replied, that's right, no matter how many times we test, the results never change. Looking far ahead, he continued, that guy, not a single feeling when hit by us at all. Hearing this, Hanju and Shi-young attacked him from behind. She is large, so switch to wide-range attacks then. Each powerful and sharp strike aimed directly at him. Shi-young retreated and widened her stance. Did we hit him? Hanju beside them suddenly shouted. Hold on! Not just a faint shadow. He easily dodged each attack, saying, it's useless. Dark tentacles suddenly emerged from the shadows and engulfed him. Everyone, notice how Jinghui is surrounded by a sharp aura now. He gritted his teeth and tightened his fist. At wind speed, Jinghui leaped up and delivered a powerful punch to the ground. But he easily dodged it again. Now you know why I've never been caught in any pursuit? He appeared on screen with a smug expression because from the start, I am something that can't be captured. As Australian's anger grew, his horns became longer, truly cursed, like a video game villain. Shi-yan also looked uncomfortable, damn it. Jinghui calmed everyone down, don't panic too much. Seeing the situation wasn't good, the chairman fell into deep thought. He kept boasting about his strength, but if he can't be caught, why did we fail just now? Then he turned and suggested, I have something to try out. Could everyone help me? Facing their continuous attacks, they mockingly said, looks like the so-called national-level combat power of New Korea is nothing. He smiled confidently. No matter how many times we test, the result remains unchanged. I told you so. They were all caught by Shadow's shadow unexpectedly. He became smug. The real ones who fell into his trap are you guys. CEANG was annoyed and shouted, how frustrating. Truly frustrating. Noticing Jinghui preparing to attack from behind, he angrily said, this old man is looking for death. He immediately launched a series of frenzied tentacles towards Jinghui. But this time won't be easy either. The chairman's eyes remained focused on the situation. While dodging my attack, he freed two imprisoned players. Meaning with that skill, he can't simultaneously attack and defend at the same time. Recalling the moment of battle just now, he suddenly realized the issue lies in timing. The exact moment when he exposed a weakness and launched an attack. It was then that AI unleashed a powerful hammer strike, freezing the battlefield instantly. Teacher appeared, he said, hold him tight for me. Not expecting this, he fell into a block of ice and cried out in shock. Oh my! Don't miss this opportunity. The chairman's eyes glowed with fierce intent and the second new Korean martial arts technique. Third scene, one punch breaking the entire ice block instantly. Each fragment of the ice flew out as a piece before her. The far-off frozen part is now just destroyed ice blocks. Xian rushed over and asked Hanzu, "This time we definitely got him?" He quickly replied, "Wait, Shadow's mask showed signs of water." He said, "I didn't expect to analyze my ability in such a short time." The mask broke, revealing his face. Sure enough, it was Jinhee, the experienced warrior. Line 60 completed. The master of that guy is no ordinary figure. Jinghui shouted loudly right away. Minji was going to suffer for this. Has he retreated into the deep abyss? He just calmly replied, "Do you think I would report to you guys?" The corner of his mouth curled up with mockery. "I understand that I can't face all of you at once. Anyway, my role is just to buy time for data collection. It's a pity we have to leave this base behind, but you won't get anything useful from here anymore." Seeing Sadu preparing to retreat, he called out to her. "Ayong," she responded. "Yes," but he dodged the attack, turning into a shadow and still left something behind. The era of demons is about to begin. Watching him escape right before our eyes, Kang Huiyu shouted in anger. "Damn it! Escaping again, huh? Alder, follow him immediately." Din Hui responded calmly. No need to chase that shadow anymore. Kang Huiyu and Ion were surprised by his answer. "Auntie, Chairman," Lima Wai gripped the hammer tightly, asking, "Are you worried about my sisters, so that's why?" Seeing her surprised expression, she continued, "Don't worry too much. You know my sister isn't an easy target to defeat either." Hearing this, he became more at ease. "Of course. Naturally, I fully trust that." The EUian faction has been severely battered. It's hard to believe. The overwhelming power of AEAN left him stunned. Clearly my level is national now. Seeing her flawless skills, everything was defeated under her sword. Within Su couldn't believe his eyes. How could a mere S rank fail before her? Ian said with a proud smile, "Who said I still stopped at S rank? While everyone is striving to become a national force, do you think I would just sit and watch?" Recalling the conversation with T. Hien, Eng began, "I thought you invited me out here privately to express your feelings. Who knew it was only for training?" He scratched his head and hesitantly said, "Due to the injury you." Since Eng couldn't join the new Han special team, she needed to be trained individually at least. Hearing this, she pouted. "What's wrong with that?" He continued calmly, "I'm extremely busy and don't have time for such trivial matters." Hyun's serious expression suddenly turned grim. "My plan is to help all special team members reach national level, including Emma Young. Do you want to be left behind by your sister?" Young still pouted, but it wasn't fair to bring that up. "But indeed, I don't want to fall behind." Hearing her response, T. Hein smiled and suggested, "Then stick with me. Meiji-san's chairman and Onsamiro have already reached national level. Only the pilgrim is left. Doesn't he look terrible?" After that, they trained hard to remind her of it. From that day on, I started my hellish training with T. Hein every week. Y looked at him like trash and thought. Finally, I reached national level 2. Keeping this a secret turned out to be useful. She immediately took out the ancient sword in her hand and spoke. "Do you have any more evidence for me?" The more she said, the deeper she pushed it into his body. "Hurry up and present if there's any evidence. The more relevant evidence against the demon, the better." Jong-soo got scared and immediately called for someone to come out. "Aren't you going to help instead of just watching?" A shadow has been following them for a long time and is now moving. Han stretched lazily, then spoke with confidence. "You asked for this job but are making others suffer the consequences. Chairman Lee Jong-soo, I should be thanking you for cooperating with me." Han appeared to Yi Hang's surprise. "Otherwise, I would have dealt with you long ago." She stood there in shock. "This person." Ji Han calmly approached and smiled. "Long time no see. You Ahii. Are you feeling okay?" Returning to the headquarters of the Korean Players Association, A heavy pressure emanates from a door that seems to be pressing down on it. An unexpected voice echoed from behind the door. What? The late shift has already started at half midnight, right? Taeyun stepped out from behind the door with a blank expression. It's already time for the night shift, huh? Could something have happened? Rewind a bit to when the battle between T, Hyun and X Moon just concluded in the desolate desert region of Rosaria's territory. T. Hyun slowly opened his eyes. Before him was the caring form of Rosaria. You're awake now? Amidst this unfamiliar yet grand scenery, he asked curiously. Where am I? Oh, let me explain. Don't worry. This is where I live. You've been here before, right? Do you remember? Rosaria's face suddenly turned solemn as she looked into the distance and spoke. After the battle with Ikmal, both your magic and physical strength must have been drained. I transferred my magic to you, and you've been unconscious for 2 days straight. You should be starting to recover by now. Hyun was startled and asked again, huh? For the past 2 days? That long, huh? Was anything else happening during that time? Rosaria calmly replied, yes. The fake treaty declaration seems to have taken effect. The war between territories has already begun, and as expected, some of the great dukes who had been hiding in their territories for centuries finally started making moves. She continued explaining that some armies were beginning to mobilize. One of them was targeting Ixmun first. Rosaria still spoke calmly. It made sense. Since the incident with the fake treaty, he had clearly weakened, and in this abyss, might makes right, even for great dukes. Pao wondered, what about us? Rosaria explained that no enemies were approaching Ixmun. I barely lost any troops. In fact, the entire abyss now clearly knew that the fake treaty was the key to the king's power. That's why nobody dared to make a move right now. But during your unconscious state, I secretly looked into your memories. The battle with Ixmun was incredibly impressive. Your memory of it brought back those scenes. But not exactly. Something else happened after the battle, T. Huln admitted. Yes, finally, I received some help. At that moment, he thought to himself, just as I suspected, the thing we believed was completely destroyed on that island still hasn't disappeared entirely. With that, he spoke up. Rosaria, do you know anything about him? His face is now filled with suspicion. I thought it was a deliberate move from the other side to protect the fake pact. However, he's an extremely dangerous entity. Then she warned him to be careful and not to trust him too much. So we need to avoid relying on him. Hearing her say that, you must become strong enough so no duke can intimidate you. Rosaria suddenly offered a proposal. If we train together in the deepest layer of this place, what do you think? I can support you. The offer made him break out in sweat. Training with a duke sounds interesting too. Then he buttoned up his shirt and stood up to leave. Fine, but first, I need to return to Earth once. Seeing him leave so soon, she couldn't help asking, did you miss anything at the place? Hyun turned to look at Rosaria with a confident smile. There were many things left behind because that was his home. Hyun silently stepped out of the ancient gate. Though he had rushed down into the depths, he still needed to keep his promise. He looked around and realized the dark association issue couldn't be ignored yet. Taeyun suddenly glanced at the door in front of him. He noticed something was off. But a place that should operate 24/7 like a player association is eerily silent. Could something have happened? The warehouse scene is now sealed off by reporters. Inside the warehouse, lifeless bodies lie on the floor. In disbelief, Kim Young struggled to call out, "Sister!" Outside, the conflict between security personnel and reporters grew more intense. "Sorry! Hold on! If you come in now." "Hey! What are you doing? Move aside so I can get in." Suddenly, a voice echoed, making them all turn around. It's Kim Tae-il, the player. They all exclaimed together, "Kim Tae-il, please step through the blockade slowly." In this situation, his voice was filled with worry and urgency. "I must have arrived too late. Could it be?" Xi Jinping spoke without much ado. "The UN player has gone missing." He began to explain. "When we attacked the Dark Association's base, she was pursuing those who escaped. After finishing up on our side, We immediately rushed to provide support, but when we arrived, all traces here had been wiped clean. His voice grew more somber and anxious. We shouldn't have left the Yuan player alone in such a dangerous place. I'm not worthy of being the association president. I was too complacent. Lim Ah-Yang's voice became worried. But it wasn't like that. Everyone trusts her. King Hyuk agreed beside her. Lim Ah-Yang spoke correctly. He pretended. Hyun suddenly interrupted them. No, this is my mistake. I prioritized bigger things and forgot the truly important ones. This is my fault. After a while of checking, Hyun sank back into his thoughts. We can't solve problems at such depths. Eventually, the Earth will face danger. But if everyone here gets hurt or dies while I'm away, what's the point of all my efforts to protect them? Recalling that painful moment made him decide he didn't want to witness that tragedy again. Zingui suddenly spoke up, Player Kim Hyun, but we can't rely on Player Kim Hyun indefinitely either. Leon refused. So what? Then stood up and clearly said, this power is to protect everyone and bring happiness to all. Getting this power was for that reason. It's not too late yet. The fact that they only captured player Yuan shows they still see her as valuable enough to exploit. Therefore, the chance of her being alive is high. Hein glanced at GCC, how's the investigation going? He immediately provided information. The association is using divine energy, and we've also contacted the police. The chairman's gaze lingered on him in thought. Player Kim Hein just needs to look into those eyes. I can see you're trying to carry too much, but I won't let you bear it all alone. Then he gently bowed his head in gratitude. Nevertheless, thank you for saying that. The 7 of them gathered at the warehouse late at night. Zinggui's phone suddenly rang. The text on it was familiar to him. He stared at the message as if he'd lost his soul. Only someone could know this number. Hyun still stared intently at the chairman's phone. Zingui decided to shoot the phone and spoke up. Hello! A voice suddenly rang from the other end, shocking the chairman. Oh, it's still the same number, right? You're still in good health, aren't you? He pretended. Zingui became angry and shouted loudly. Minji Hong. Hearing that name, everyone there turned hostile. He sat calmly and said bluntly, I didn't think I'd have to call you at this moment. You're really overdoing it, aren't you? Gee! Hong smiled mockingly. Well, the surprise attack just now caught me off guard. I never thought the new Korean Player Association still had the capability to strike like that. I assumed you'd become a support organization for Kim Hyun already. The chairman couldn't hold back and cursed under his breath. We have nothing to waste on pleasantries. Tell me, where is Yang? What did you do to her? He smiled deviously and said, she's still alive. Standing before her frail body, he continued, but she wasn't in good shape either. I didn't intend to get involved, but just as I was about to end her life, I remembered something. Didn't she have rumors of a romantic relationship with Kim Hyun? How coincidental that I wanted to meet him too. His face turned pale with a sly smile, telling him, if you want to find Yang, come alone to Tartarus Mekong at the deepest part of the abyss. There was no sound from the other end and Hyun suddenly spoke, startling Ji Hong. I'm here. I'll go there alone as you wish. But in return, you must ensure Yang's safety. If you fail to do that, I swear I'll make you regret it, even if you're dead. He looked at Ji Hong with a mocking smile. What did I just hear? Kim Hyun will have to go through this path. The place is filled with traps, high-level creatures, and our hidden mages. Suddenly, Kasim's face turned serious, his tongue sticking out in desire. He continued, when he gets here, we'll just be dealing with a wounded prey. Ji Hong crossed his arms, looking bored. Seeing that, Kasim lost interest. Oh my, Minji Hong, stronger than me but lacking experience. A true hunter must use every trick to take down the prey in front of him. As soon as he finished speaking, loud noises echoed around them. Kasim widened his eyes. The target was here. His face suddenly changed, filled with confusion. Even those far away frowned at what they saw. Seeing this huge surprise, Ji Hong excitedly shouted, "Ha! Kim Tai-hyun." He continued looking up, welcoming the grand scene. Then a foot slowly landed on the ground, surrounded by thick black energy. "That's Hyun, seeing his hand still glowing with the power from his technique. Ji Hong exclaimed in surprise, using his skill to cover the entire maze? Teasingly, he chuckled and sat down. "This will render all your preparations useless." Many demons nearby sensed the scent and approached. After witnessing everything, Kasim said, "This power isn't something an ordinary person can endure." He placed his hands on his cane, with a bit of disdain. "You brought this upon yourself. Not even in battle did you exhaust your opponent's mana." As soon as Kasim finished speaking, a soft green light approached him. The light, taking advantage of Kasim's momentary distraction, immediately wrapped around his foot. Kasim looked puzzled. "Is it?" He confirmed by looking at the rope wrapping his foot and asked, "Are you draining my mana?" At this point, he thought of Hyun. Kasim recalled his heart, the heart of a superior species, regulating mana flow to create techniques. He remembered someone struggling as their life force was drained. Their mana, the enemy's energy-draining technique by Ricky. Then he thought of Hyun. If combined with the legend, theoretically, it would form a wide-range skill without limits. He recalled when Hyun fought Xmun, the technique inspired by their battle against Xmun. Seeing Kasim standing still in thought, Ji Hong teasingly reminded him, "What's the matter? Are you going to stand there and take it?" He tilted his head upon hearing this. His cold eyes stared back. Probably. Instantly, he supported himself with his cane. But now, his power had erupted around him. The skill burst created a gentle wave. Kasim raised his hand again. A golden ball appeared, absorbing the surrounding energy. Ji Hong beside him wasn't lagging behind. His own power surged, absorbing countless energies from the surroundings. But despite their calm demeanor, they were struggling and groaning in pain. Nearby, Ji Hong said, "Glad to have gotten rid of that annoyance." Another sound echoed. Ji Hong clenched his fist and looked up. Surveying the chaotic scene around him, he continued speaking but was advancing towards this spot. Suddenly, an explosion occurred. Rocks flew everywhere. Something seemed to cut through his head. Ji Hong winced and lowered his head. He looked at the person approaching, saying, "Following the location where your skill failed, you're smart." Taeyeon's cold eyes approached as he said, "If you want to play hide and seek, you picked the wrong opponent." His face serious, with a hint of threat. "Ji Hong, I'm not here for idle chit-chat with someone like you. I've arrived, let's see how well you can handle this." Ji Hong, still unfazed, stroked his chin and said, "If you're going to say that." But before he could finish, a purple energy burst around Kasim. He was shocked. "What's going on?" Kasim is surrounded by violet energy. His voice sounds a bit angry. "The young man has already made me lose face just from our first meeting. He disrupted my plans and treated us like we don't matter at all." With an angry expression, he speaks with a sharp tone, refusing to hold back. Ji Hong, forgive me, let me stand beside Ji Hong, who was displeased. "Hey, this isn't what we agreed on." Kaxin's power surge. "Don't worry, I'll return his body with respect. Our teacher is about to do something reckless." Ji Hong becomes angry immediately. "Who gave you the right to make such decisions?" Ignoring him, Kaxin then raises a staff and unleashes its power, forcing Ji Hong to dodge. After dodging, Ji Hong marvels at his teacher's skill. Truly a mad sage. After releasing his power, Kasim smiles and introduces himself as Kim Tae-yeon. "Correct, my name is Kasim Akhmedov. Have you heard of me?" Tae-yeon speaks calmly. This name is indeed correct. He thinks about the past when he fled from countless terrorist attacks orchestrated by Kasim. The deranged criminal has caused thousands of deaths through random terror attacks using mana and beasts. He imagines how his teacher repeatedly used his skills to cause horrific accidents to humanity. Though never officially evaluated, the scale of destruction from his abilities is staggering. Hien remembers Cassie's sinister smile. He was once considered the first SS-level mana user. Hien suddenly frowns deeply. That's why he earned the title of the Ultimate Supreme Demon. Such a person is with Min Ji Hong. Kasim's voice perks up when Tahil recognizes him. Ah, you finally identified me. Huh? How delightful. I have quite some information on you too. In Dongdian, one of my subordinates once received your favor. Hearing this, Tahil thinks of old Narendra. He confirms Apijuro must be under your command. Are you collaborating with Minji Hong to seek revenge? Kasim smiles and speaks casually as if it were a story. A demon like me doesn't care about petty grudges. Whether on Earth or in the Abyss, I've heard of your name, the one who shook the world. His eyes glowing red, he sighs, indeed. Only direct confrontation reveals a completely different person. The skill you just demonstrated is complex and extremely refined. I have some knowledge about field skills. Before Hien can react, Kasim uses his field skill and asks if he wants to experience it. Hien sees the magic circle under his feet and is surprised. His eyes widen in shock as the system's announcement causes chaos, resisting a strange force. Resistance fails, part of his ability is invaded, and all parameters start decreasing continuously. Seeing Hien becoming unstable, Kasim reveals his chaotic field skill, weakening everything. It will maintain its effect until all stats are gone. Kasim sees Hien's unease. Hien still stands there, puzzled, coughing. What are you doing? Why aren't you using the field skill to counterattack? Hien is displeased, looking at him with a stern gaze. You're really just playing around. I don't have the mood for this. Just stay away. Kasim sighs provocatively. Maybe you're distracted by worrying about that child. If so, you must face me to the end because only I know where it is and more. As he speaks, he thinks of the AI suffering in pain. While waiting for you, I felt a bit bored and decided to play around a little. I've always wondered what would happen if mana seeped into a regular player's body. Kasim relishes recalling the miserable look on his AI. His voice is full of amusement. But I already have results, just as predicted. The little demon is in such pain it's going mad. At this moment, he's struggling to scream. Wow, like being stimulated. Kasim smirked at Taeyun, challenging him. Oh, that scream, it's amazing. The sweet melody is so pleasing to our master's ears. Despite Taeyun's angry look, he still didn't show any fear. Keep asking. What's the matter? We've reached this point. Do you still think it's not worth playing with him? Hien was now at his utmost anger. His voice was slow and agreeable. Alright then. As soon as he said that, before Kasim could react, Hien rushed forward. He delivered a punch to the bed, causing blood to spurt out. When Kasim was hit so hard, he looked dazed with question marks on his face. The strength this time from Hien is too strong. His punch sent Kasim flying out of the original boundary. It shattered into pieces. Kasim was so weak from the punch that he fell down with a mouthful of blood, shocking Ji Hong and Shadow. Without hesitation, Taeyun also said, I warned you already. He calmly stepped out with his hands still raised. If those who play with Yuan don't stay safe, we'll make them regret it even in death. His cold eyes threatened. Stop pretending to be hurt anymore. Get up now, you worthless piece of trash. I will satisfy you then. Fight until the end as desired. Ji Hong watched the scene in shock. After Kasim's punch, he staggered to his feet. He lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. What an impressive demeanor. Just a little provocation and you're already ready to fight with your head off. His pale face said quickly, the speed was too fast for me to handle. Clearly his strength is being limited. Kasim looked up at the sky in admiration, truly terrifying. He gritted his teeth and snarled, sounding like a monster. His pale face remained calm. Who calls who a monster? What's this body really like? The corner of his mouth curled slightly. Only now noticing me? Looks like you're not interested either. Stop playing around. Let's get serious. As he said, he slowly loosened his hand. Instead, why don't we let the chosen ones show their abilities? He placed the cane on the ground, introducing sullenly, I, Qasim Akhmedov, servant of the great Duke Beelzebub, am the one who signed a contract with you. Qasim turned into a monstrous creature with wings and bloodshot eyes. He asked curiously, isn't that Beelzebub's fake contract? Isn't that Zhang Longyu? Taeyun recalled the scene where he first felt Beelzebub's magic after Zhang Long transformed into Venom. He laughed, ha ha ha, you're talking about the Chinese Association chairman, right? He's just a mere thing. The one who was discarded for not being qualified to sign an official contract. Maybe even he doesn't know. I am truly the contract holder of the Demon King. As soon as Qasim said this, he swung his giant hand towards T.Hiun. But before turning into a devil, he was someone with strange hobbies, enjoying watching creatures struggle for survival. He looked at the fire that destroyed everything, the ruins of collapsed buildings, fading screams, and the stench. Everything is so amazing. Qasim stretched his hands out, enjoying it, naturally evil. And for decades, I was lured into a terrorist organization. Some people are turtles, but evil will be punished by God. He didn't care, as someone shouted when we kept going. He glanced at the tortured person, but he wasn't afraid. No gods here. If it were demons, they might still exist. The others just laughed. What's wrong? Are you dead? In the end, the thing that destroyed our growing organization was him being beaten into a pulp in the chest. The person was dazed, coughing uncontrollably. Saying this, he sighed, not God, but the Global Player Association. Qasim was beaten up and lay sprawled on the ground. He gritted his teeth angrily. Forget it, you crazy bastards. He sadly thought, I thought everything was over. At this moment, Qasim's eyes were wide open, lifeless, staring ahead. In that instant, what I saw wasn't God, but the devil. Ah, could it be due to the thoughts that have haunted me for so long? He shouted, devil. At the same time, someone was flying towards him to attack. Qasim clenched his fists and turned around. A large demon with yellow eyes, sharp teeth, and a huge body suddenly appeared behind him. That was my first experience of awakening. The skill I received was the Demon Gate, allowing me to summon demons from the middle layer of hell. Thanks to that power, I crushed the Global Player Association and rose to become the highest demon lord. But during that time, a question lingered in my mind. He wondered what entity answered his summoning then. Qasim had searched through the Demon Gate for decades. His face was now old and ugly, with bloodshot eyes like a demon. He said frankly, oh, finally I found the answer. Before Qasim stood a huge demon with many eyes. He was surprised. What is this? Who would have thought that an inmate would find me? The figure of Qasim became clear in each eye, making him exclaim, it's fascinating. He felt the demon descend. Qasim bowed respectfully and said, I searched for you my whole life. Please tell me your true name. He was confused, thinking for a long time. Then slowly introduced himself. Bubba Goat, I am the Demon King Bubba Goat. Qasim humbly begged, Your Majesty Bubba Goat, I vow to be your loyal servant forever. As you command, I will spread demons across humanity. Bubba Goat looked at the small human in front of him and said uncomfortably, I don't understand what you're doing, fellow devils. Suddenly, he changed his mind, approached Qasim, alright, I'll choose you as my contractee. He happily explained that Bubba Goat not only acknowledged him, but also directly bestowed some of his power. As he spoke, he attacked Taeyun, who dodged quickly. Qasim declared and charged forward. From now on, all my actions will serve you. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, blocking Qasim's attack, but was thrown back due to the immense force. The impact created a large explosion as he landed. Qasim landed softly and laughed, haha. Ji Hong stood beside him, sarcastically saying, so searching for an excuse for Bian Ming is just a lie. Qasim glared at him and said, believing in the foolish devil will get you killed. Suddenly, Ji Hong called out to Qasim. Flames formed a vortex before them, with Taeyun's blurry figure inside. He shouted the technique, brutal. The flames transformed into a giant dragon flying towards Qasim. Qasim said smugly, what skill is it, but it won't work. The fire dragon quickly bit his hand, shocking him. Kasim was held tightly and screamed, "What's this? Using brutal when I'm transforming?" Taehyun replied calmly, "I don't care where or why you got your power. My opponent is now all the great counts." Kasim glared at him. "Just now, was that all of your strength?" As he tightened his grip on his hand. The flames also clamped tightly around Kasim's arm, causing him to scream in pain. "Ah!" The flames bit into his other arm as well, making him cry out in agony. "Ah!" Seeing his teammate beaten up badly, Ji-hong couldn't hold back and rushed to scold him. Truly foolish. He tightened his grip on the handle, attacking from above, not understanding why his opponent was in such a mess. Ji-hong loudly declared that Kim Tae-hyun belonged to him. He looked at him with a cold gaze. "Same for you, knowing nothing about me." As he spoke, he immediately created an ice barrier to protect his body. Ji-hong crashed into it without time to stop, making his mouth twist in pain. He stared as the demon flew out far away. At the same time, a demon appeared beneath him. He frowned, thinking that at this moment, he was on another level, unable to move. Suddenly, Hyun looked down at him with cold eyes. The demon was beaten into pulp, suffering immensely. Oh! After a while, he let him go, and the demon fell face down on the ground. Hyun raised his hand and declared that what he wanted to achieve was beyond all the great dukes. In front of Dae-hong's and Kasim's pain, he clearly said, "Tell your masters that if they want to catch me, don't cowardly use minions." His face taut with defiance, challenging them to come here themselves. Before Hyun, Kasim helped Hong stand up slowly. His arm began to transform, his voice filled with hatred. "Do you dare reach for the position above a great duke?" Kasim covered half of his face with his hand, looking down on him with disdain, truly embarrassing for an ordinary person. Tae-hyun coldly replied, "You're no better than a mortal, aren't you? Stop your incessant chatter." No, he was only engrossed in the duties of the great duke, perhaps even less capable. While still standing firm, Tae-hyun spoke coldly, "Listen to me." Kasim barely had time to react as a fist flew towards him. He clearly marked their boundaries. "You and I belong to completely different levels." Without any hesitation, Hyun punched Kasim in the face. He gaped, thoughts flashing through his mind. "Come here again. My eyes can't keep up even though I escaped human status thanks to Beelzebub's power." The strength and fury exploded into a terrifying vortex, making him exclaim, "Crazy." Immediately after Hyun kicked hard, pushing Kasim down onto the ground. A loud explosion echoed. Kasim's back hit the ground with intense shockwaves. He writhed in pain. He spread his hand out and a flame appeared. It quickly burned Kasim, the guard. He struggled and screamed. "Aha!" The flames on Kasim's face were extinguished. He suffered in despair. His eyes changed color. With a cold face, he asked, "Quickly confess. Where is the UAEANG player now?" Kasim's pupils widened. He stammered, "Aha!" The Demon King shouted at me. Ji-hong suddenly rushed forward, his fist striking Tae-hyun with a gust of wind. He blocked it swiftly and tightly held his hand. With a cold glance, Tae-hyun said, "Don't meddle, can't you see I'm in the middle of something?" Ji-hong didn't pull back, he smiled at him. Still arrogant, he asked, "How could I resist such an interesting treat?" As he spoke, he launched a full attack. Both of them clashed. Tae-hyun stepped back to dodge the continuous attacks. Ji-hong became more confident and kept throwing punches non-stop. But each punch was deflected by his gloves. Suddenly, Tae-hyun counterattacked, a powerful kick straight into Ji-hong's face, making him spit blood. Despite this, the Han still didn't give up, charging into madness, delivering powerful punches continuously. Facing such a fierce attack, Tae-hyun's face remained calm without any hint of disturbance. He tightened his fire fist, standing firm and directly absorbing all the power of madness. Tae-hyun stand tall to avoid it. The two sides fought intensely. Witnessing this scene, even demons were terrified. He stared at them intently, then thought, "I didn't expect the difference to be so great." Among those with a pact, from the start, We had no chance to resist him. Ji Hong's image appeared in the eyes of the demon. Externally, he seemed to still be holding on, but Minji Hong's side was gradually losing ground, and the balance was about to collapse at any moment. Thinking this, he felt uneasy. At this rate, not only would they fail to catch Tian, he planned to sweep them all away. Suddenly, he stood up. There were no other choices left, and he had to resort to the last plan. Returning to battle, Tian had taken the initiative, pushing Ji Hong back a distance. He firmly planted his foot on the ground to maintain balance. His arms crossed in front of him, but with a firm tone, he said, "This is truly the pinnacle. This is what we call a real battle." The Han smiled smugly, feeling stronger each time he took a hit without falling down. Tian sarcastically replied, "It's just that you're not hurt enough yet." Ignoring the blood at his mouth, he continued fighting. "Push all your strength into this, Kim Tian." As he moved, a shadow appeared. Taeyun was surprised. Ji Hong was equally shocked. "A shadow!" the demon whispered to him. Minji Hong stepped back. He arrogantly shouted, "What did you say?" "Now I'm at my peak." The demon quickly advised, "We're not here for entertainment. Remember our original purpose. Capture Kim Taeyun alive. If that's not possible, eliminate him." Han glanced at Kasim, who had fallen, and said, "Kasim has escaped. Though regrettable, the capture couldn't be carried out." Then he looked at the man nearby. His eye suggested, "We will destroy Kim Tae-hyun along with danger." Ji Hong gritted his teeth. "You dare do this useless thing." At the same time, Tae-yun punched towards the shadow. But when he touched it, everything vanished. While standing there, you can't see him, but his voice still echoed in your ears. This destruction of Dangel is not just ordinary destruction, it's a separation from spacetime. He raised his head to listen further. "Kim Tae-yun, no matter how powerful or skilled you are, you cannot resist the laws of the abyss. While wandering for Yueyang, disappear with Danji and Tartarus." Only now did he realize they were hiding him because of this reason. Thinking about it, he looked at the tall man in front, who was the master of Danji and Tartarus. His body was bleeding, worriedly thinking, based on his injuries, he was close to death. Time was running out. Brother raised an eyebrow, calculating, "I must find Yuei. He and escape before that happens. Can we do it?" He tightened his grip, his face determined. No, not if or not. He must do it. A painful memory surfaced. She lay dead in his arms. He had sworn never to experience such pain again. He rushed forward. "Don't make me wait too long." Eyes wide open, he muttered, "Wait for us, the one who signed a pact with Rosalie." Saying this, he leaped high into the air. The scene changed to a tall building. The atmosphere in the room was heavy. Everyone looked at each other weirdly. Tension like fire burned in his head. "Damn it, I should have charged in full force. Just standing here waiting is unbearable," Sung Din calmly advised. "But with our current state, we're just a burden now." She sat on the side listening to everything but remained silent. Line 60 completed. Suddenly, TGCC ran in to call out, "Everyone," he seriously announced that they just received a report from Abyss. Tartarus, the deepest dungeon of Abyss, has activated a dungeon break. "It's gone." Zingui perked up excitedly. "Does this mean the dungeon is completed? Where are players Kim Tae-hyun and Yueyang now?" He lowered his head in sorrow as he replied that no one came out of there. Hearing this, he sat down heavily. Zingui was bewildered and couldn't believe it at first. "No way, this can't be true." With growing anger, the players of Kim Tae-hyun and Yueyang were also shocked to exclaim. Meanwhile, in a mysterious castle, Rosalie raised her eyebrows with an incomprehensible tone. "What bizarre incident happened here? You who bear the contract." Hyun stared at his own hand blankly. His face turned joyful as he said, "I'm genuinely glad to see you again, Rosalie." Then Kasim, leaning on a cane, stood beside him and spoke up. Tartarus, the dungeon, immediately appeared in the mist. He continued without stopping. Amidst countless darkness in the abyss where humanity had stepped, this place is considered the most perilous. As Kasim described the dungeon's landscape, he also portrayed the terrifying creatures here. Its architecture was a series of labyrinthine structures dug from the ground to the depths below. Even the weakest creature on the highest level must be at least S-class. Without waiting for an answer, his mouth continued to open. Therefore, no one has determined where it lies or what it contains. Only SS-level players can enter and exit freely in the midst of deep abysses. With that said, he leaned on his cane as he introduced with a hint of threat. In fact, Qasim Akhmedov himself had occupied this place for a long time. Qasim then turned to look at the creature behind and continued, revealing that without capturing its master, the chaos wouldn't have erupted. Based on that characteristic, our entire group has been utilizing it. Qasim clearly declared, as if it were an extremely effective base up until now. Suddenly, a large creature behind growled loudly. The system panel also appeared with attributes: the Master of Tartarus Dungeon, Tartarus, SSS level. Ji Hong stood below and asked Qasim sarcastically, saying that the beast is the master of this abyss. He saw Ji Hong's disdain, calmly explaining, "It seems to be under control now, but capturing it required a lot of effort from us." Looking at Tartarus, Qasim said softly, "Because it is the subordinate of the Giant Man King." Ji Hong curiously asked, "The Giant Man King who lost his title as the Grand Duke?" He turned to look at Qasim with disdain. "I don't care about the loser." Realizing something, Ji Hong continued probing. "So is this place proposed for showing off your achievements?" Seeing Ji Hong's confusion, Qasim laughed mockingly. "What strange thing did I hear just now? Kim Tai Hyen will have to pass the path leading here. Tight and dense traps, high-level creatures, and our hidden demons are waiting for him." Continuing, Qasim's face suddenly turned serious as his tongue stuck out in anticipation. He continued, saying that when he reaches this place, Kim Tai Hyen will be severely injured. "We'll just have to deal with the wounded prey now." Ji Hong crossed his arms and looked bored. Seeing Ji Hong's attitude, Qasim lost interest. "Oh my god, Min Ji Hong, you're stronger than me in terms of strength. But you lack mature experience. A true hunter must use every means to defeat the prey right in front of them." Just as he finished speaking, a loud noise echoed around. Qasim quickly said, "The target is here now. Let's show him what we've got." Suddenly his expression changed with full suspicion, and those nearby also had similar expressions. Seeing the huge surprise before them, Ji Hong exclaimed in excitement, "Ha! Kim Tai Hyen?" He looked up as he said this. "What a grand welcome!" Then one foot slowly landed on the ground. The surrounding was filled with thick black energy. Beyond that, it was Tai Hyen who saw his own hand using energy from his skill. Ji Hong exclaimed in surprise, "Covering the entire dungeon with a skill?" He chuckled and sat down, sarcastically saying that all their preparations would be useless now. Numerous demons nearby sensed this and approached. Qasim, after witnessing everything, said, "Such power isn't something anyone can endure." With both hands on his cane, he added with a bit of disdain, "It's like wishing for your own downfall." Just as Qasim finished speaking, a soft green light approached him. "Not even in battle did you exhaust the opponent's magical power, Qasim." The light beam took advantage of Qasim's momentary lapse and immediately wrapped around his legs. Qasim looked puzzled as he realized it was draining his magical energy, asking out loud, "Is this sucking my magic power?" Recalling Tihuel, Qasim thought about the heart, the superior species heart, which regulates magical flow to form skills. He remembered someone struggling while their life force and magic were being drained, like Ricky's technique that siphons enemy spell energy. Then Qasim recalled Ti-Hyun's appearance. Hyun, if combined with the legend, theoretically it could create an unlimited area skill. He remembered how T.Hyun fought X-Moon using techniques inspired by their battle. Seeing Qasim standing still in thought, Ji Hong lightly reminded him, "What's up? Are you just going to stand there and take it?" Qasim heard this and tilted his head, his expression cold. Immediately, he leaned on his cane, but energy started radiating around him. The skill erupted gently, forming a wave. Qasim raised his hand again. A golden sphere appeared, absorbing the surrounding energy. Ji Hong beside him wasn't lagging behind. His hand's ball absorbed countless energies as well. But unlike their calm demeanor, they were struggling and groaning in pain. Seeing this, Ji Hong spoke, glad to have gotten rid of the disturbance. Another sound echoed, Ji Hong clenching his fist as he looked up. Surveying the chaotic scene around him, he continued speaking but advancing towards Kasim. Suddenly, an explosion occurred, rocks flying everywhere. Something sliced through his head. Ji Hong winced and lowered his head. Looking at the person approaching, he continued talking, tracing back to where the skill was disabled to find their hiding spot. Taeyun stepped forward with a cold gaze, saying, "If you want to play hide-and-seek, you picked the wrong opponent." His face serious, his voice threatening. "Minji Hong, I'm not here for games. I've arrived. Let's see EUAIE this." Ji Hong wasn't scared yet. He stroked his chin with a pleased tone, "If you're going to say that." But before Han could finish, a purple energy burst around Kasim. Han was surprised. What's happening? Kasim was covered in purple energy, sounding angry. "The young man who caused me embarrassment on our first meeting, without preparation, treating me like this is beneath my notice." With a furious expression, his tone sharp and resolute. "Minji Hong, forgive me. Let me keep some dignity." Ji Hong beside him was unsatisfied. "Hey, this isn't what we agreed on." Kasim calmed him down. "Don't worry, I'll return his body with respect." Seeing he was about to act rashly, Ji Hong got angry. "Who gave you the right to decide?" Ignoring his question, Kasim raised his cane, releasing power that made Shadow and Ji Hong dodge back. Ji Hong marveled after dodging, truly a mad old man. After unleashing his strength, Kasim smiled, introducing himself as Kim Taeyun. "He's Kasim Akhmedov. Have you heard of me?" Taeyun spoke calmly, knowing this name was right, recalling the past when he escaped from countless terrorist attacks by Kasim. The man who lost his conscience caused thousands of deaths through random terror attacks using magical creatures and beasts. He remembered how Kasim used his skills to cause continuous disasters to humanity. Unlicensed, never officially evaluated, but considering the scale of his skills' horror. Hyun recalled Kasim's sinister smile, once considered the first SS glassmage. Hyun's eyes darkened as he frowned. Because of this, people called him the ultimate last demon. Such a person is with Minji Hong. Continuing from 56, continuing from 57, continuing from 58, continuing from 59. Kasim sees Hyun recognizes him, his tone excited. "Ah, so you finally recognized me, have you? How delightful. I've gathered quite a bit of information on you as well. At Dongdian, one of my subordinates once received your favor." Tahil hears this and thinks of old Narendra. He confirms Ofituro is likely your subordinate. "So are you collaborating with Minji Hong to seek revenge?" Kashi smiles, his voice calm as if it's nothing. "As a demon like me, I don't bother with trifles like grudges. Whether on Earth or in the Abyss, your name has echoed through the land." His eyes glowing red, he sighs deeply. "Indeed, only when facing you directly do we see the difference. The skill you just demonstrated is complex and intricate. I have some knowledge of field skills as well." Before Hyun can react, Kasim uses his field skill and asks if he wants to experience it. Hyun sees the magic circle under his feet and is surprised. His eyes are immediately drawn into chaos, resisting a strange force. The resistance fails. Part of his ability has been invaded. All parameters begin to drop continuously. Kasim notices Taehyun becoming unstable. His cane reveals the skill of chaos. Weakening it will maintain its effect until all target stats reach 0. At that moment, the system continues to report. Strength is dropping rapidly, speed is retreating, physique is lowering, mana is running out. Kasim sees Hyun still standing there in pain, points at him doubtfully and clears his throat. "What are you doing? Why not use that field skill to counterattack?" Hyun is unsatisfied, looking at him with narrowed eyes. "You're really just playing around. I have no interest in joking with you. Just stay away from me." Kasim sighs provocatively. "Maybe you're distracted by worrying about that child. If so, you must face me to the end because only I know where it is and more." As he speaks, He thinks of his AI suffering in pain. While waiting for you, I felt a bit bored and decided to play around a little. I've always wondered what would happen if demon energy seeped into the body of an ordinary player. Kasim doesn't stop reminiscing about his AI's miserable expression with delight in his voice. Thanks to you, I have my results, just as predicted. The little guy is in such pain he's going mad. Now, whoever this is struggling and screaming. Like being stimulated. Kasim's eyes gleam with excitement as he taunts T. Hyun, oh that scream, it's wonderful. The sweet melody pleases our master immensely. Under T's resentful gaze, Hyun is not afraid at all. Keep asking, what's the matter? We've reached this point. Do you still think it's not worth playing with me? Hyun is now at his absolute limit of rage. His voice is slow and agreeable. Alright then. As soon as he says this, before Kasim can react, Hyun lunges forward, throwing a punch that makes Kasim cough up blood. Dazed from the blow, Kasim looks at him with a questioning glare. Exactly how much strength did T have this time? Hyun is too strong. His punch sends Kasim flying out of the initial boundary, breaking apart into fragments. Kasim, exhausted from the punch, falls to the ground covered in blood, shocking Ji Hong and Sato. Not fast or slow, Taeyun exclaims. I warned you. He steps out with a calm expression. If Yang's player doesn't come back safely, I'll make you regret it even in death. His cold eyes threaten. Stop pretending to be in pain. Get up now, you worthless piece of trash. So we'll satisfy you. Fight until the end as desired. Hong stopped observing the situation. After that hit, Kasim stood up in disarray. He bowed his head to the ground, silent for a long time. Suddenly he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that's quite a noble spirit. Just a little provocation, and you're already ready to cut off heads. T.'s face. Hyun listened coldly as he continued speaking, so fast I couldn't block it. Clearly his strength is limited. Kasim looked up at the sky in admiration, truly terrifying. He gritted his teeth, not unlike a demon. The pale face responded without emotion. Who calls whom a monster? How did that body formation turn out? The corner of his mouth curled slightly, only now noticing me. Looks like you're not interested either. Let's stop this childish skill duel. As he spoke, he slowly loosened his hand. Instead, why not have the chosen ones show their abilities? He placed the cane on the ground and solemnly introduced me. Kasim Akhmedov, a servant of the great Duke Beelzebub, a creature that signed a contract with him. Kasim turned into a monstrous beast with wings and bloodshot eyes. He asked curiously, isn't that the dragon? Isn't it a giant lizard? T.'s face. He recalled past scenes. First feeling Beelzebub's magic power was after the Zhonglong turned into venom. He laughed, ha ha ha. You're talking about the Chinese Association president. He's just an object of reality. The one who failed to sign a formal contract and was discarded for lack of qualifications. Perhaps even he doesn't know. I'm truly Beelzebub's fake contract holder. Kasim immediately swung his massive hand towards T. Hein. But before turning into a demon, he had peculiar hobbies, enjoying watching creatures struggle for survival. He looked at the burning flames that destroyed everything, the ruins of collapsed buildings, fading screams, the stench of decay. Everything was wonderful. Kasim stretched his arms out to enjoy it all, an inherent evil nature. And then I was lured into a terrorist organization for decades. There were original turtles. Evil would be punished by God, but he didn't care. Someone screamed when we kept attacking. He glanced at the tortured person, but he wasn't afraid. No gods here. If it was a demon, maybe it still exists. The people sailing with him only gave a cold laugh. What's wrong? Dead already. In the end, the one who destroyed our increasingly powerful organization was him, beaten to the ground. His whole body shone brightly, coughing non-stop. Speaking of this, he sighed, not God but the Global Player Association. Kasim was battered and lay on the ground. He angrily gritted his teeth. Forget it, you madman. He sadly thought, I thought everything was over. At that moment, Kasim's eyes turned white, lifeless, staring ahead. In that instant, what my heart sought wasn't God but the demon. Aha! Could it be due to the thoughts that haunted me for so long? He shouted loudly, "Demon." At the same time, someone was flying towards him to attack. Kasim clenched his fists and turned around. A large demon with yellow eyes and sharp teeth suddenly appeared behind him. This was my first experience of awakening. The skill I received was the Demon Gate, allowing me to summon demons from the middle abyss. Thanks to that power, I crushed the Global Player Association and rose to the highest demon rank. But during that time, a question lingered in my mind. He wondered what entity answered his call back then. Kasim wandered through the Demon Gate for decades. His face had become old and ugly, with bloodshot eyes. He said bluntly, "Oh, finally I found the answer." In front of Kasim was a giant demon with multiple eyes. He was surprised. "What's this? I didn't expect someone would seek me out like this." The figure of Kasim clearly appeared in each of his eyes, making him exclaim, "So attractive." He excitedly bowed down. Kasim bowed respectfully and said, "I have searched for you my whole life. Please tell me your true name." He was confused, thinking for a long time, then slowly introduced himself. "Beelzebub, I am the Demon King Beelzebub." Kasim humbly requested, "O Lord Beelzebub, I vow to be your eternal loyal servant. Follow your will. I shall spread demons across the world." He stared at the small human in front of him with his big eyes and said uncomfortably, "I don't understand what you're doing. Those who share my scent." Suddenly, he changed his mind and headed towards Kasim. "Alright, I'll choose someone to be our contract substitute." He happily narrated while Wang not only acknowledged him, but also directly bestowed some of his power. As he spoke, he waved his hand to attack T. Hyan dodged quickly, managing to avoid the strike. Kasim declared and charged towards them. "From now on, all my actions will serve you." He crossed his arms in front of his chest, blocking Kasim's attack, but the force was too strong, sending him flying a good distance. The impact created a large explosion as he landed and hit the ground. Kasim softly landed, laughing triumphantly. "Ha ha ha." Ji Hong stood by, sarcastically mocking, saying that claiming Bai Yan's reason for existence was just a lie. Kasim glared at him and said, "Believing in foolish demons will surely lead to your downfall." Suddenly, Ji Hong called out, "Kasim." In front of them, a fierce fire tornado formed. Amidst the flames was a blurry image of Ti Huan, shouting his technique loudly and powerfully. The flames transformed into a giant dragon rushing towards Kasim. He boasted, "I don't know what skill it is, but it's useless anyway." The fire dragon quickly bit his hand, shocking him. Kasim was held tightly and screamed, "What the hell? Who dared use brute force when I was transforming?" Ti Huan remained calm and said, "I don't care where or for whom you gained your power. From now on, my opponent is all of these great dukes." He glared at him and asked, "Just now, was that the full strength of a person?" As soon as he finished speaking, he tightened his grip. The flames clamped onto Kasim's arm, causing him to cry out in pain. "Ah!" Seeing his teammate beaten up, Ji Hong couldn't hold back and rushed forward to scold. "You're so stupid." He tightened his grip, attacking from above, not understanding why his opponent was acting so recklessly. Ji Hong declared loudly that Kim Tai Hyan belonged to him. He looked at him coldly and said, "You don't understand anything about me or my situation." As he spoke, a freezing barrier formed around his body for protection. Ji Hong crashed into it, distorting his face in pain. He stared as Kasim was sent flying. At the same time, a demon appeared beneath him. He frowned and thought, "At this moment, I'm at a different level. I can't move." Suddenly, Ti Huan looked down coldly at him. The demon was reduced to ashes under his gaze, suffering immensely. "Ah!" After a while, he let go of him, and Kasim grunted as he fell to the ground. Ti Huan raised his hand and declared, "What I want is beyond all these great dukes." With Ji Hong and Kasim in pain, he clearly said, "Tell your masters that if they want to capture me, don't use their lackeys, come here yourselves." His face tense with defiance, challenging them. In front of Ti Hyan, Kasim, supported by Ji Hong, slowly stood up. His arm began to transform as he spoke in disdain. Do you dare reach for a position above the Great Dukes? Kasim covered half his face with his hand, looking down on him with contempt. How pathetic. Tihuan coldly replied, "You're no better than an ordinary person, aren't you? Stop being so nosy, demon." No, he was just focused on the duties of a great duke, maybe even less capable. While still standing firm, Tihuan spoke coldly. Listen to this. Kasim hadn't recovered when he saw a fist flying towards him. He clearly stated, "You and I belong to completely different levels." Without hesitation, Taihan punched Kasim in the face. Kasim's mouth dropped open as thoughts raced through his mind. Come here again, even my eyes couldn't keep up. Despite escaping human status thanks to the power of Beelzebub, the king of demons, the strength and fury erupted into a terrifying vortex, causing him to exclaim, "Absolutely crazy." Immediately after Hyun kicked hard, forcing Kasim down onto the ground. A loud explosion echoed as Kasim's back hit the ground, creating a violent shockwave. He groaned in pain. Ah! He extended his hand forward and flames appeared. They quickly burned Kasim, the guardian. Kasim struggled to scream. Aha! Half of Kasim's face was already consumed. He was in agony, desperate. His eyes changed color as he coldly asked, "Quickly confess, EUAI player, where is Aang right now?" Kasim's pupils widened as he stammered, the king of demons said. Ji Hong suddenly lunged forward and punched Tihyun with a rough wind fist. He blocked swiftly, gripping his hand tightly. Coldly glancing at him, Tihyun softly said, "Don't meddle, can't you see I'm in the middle of something?" Ji Hong didn't pull back and smiled at him. Still arrogant, he asked, "How could I resist such an interesting treat?" Saying that, he launched a fierce attack. Both of them clashed, Taeyeon retreating to dodge the consecutive attacks. Ji Hong grew more confident and kept throwing powerful punches, but each one was deflected by him with ease. Suddenly, Taeyeon counterattacked, delivering a strong kick that made Ji Hong spit blood. Despite this, the Han continued his assault, charging into insanity, unleashing more powerful punches. Facing such an overwhelming attack, Taeyeon's face remained unshaken. He clenched his fire fists and stood firm, absorbing all of Insanity's power directly. Taeyeon stepped back to avoid the blows. The intense battle was like a nightmare. Witnessing this spectacle, the demon was terrified. He stared at them, then thought, "I never expected it to be so different." Even among those with packs, from the start, we had no chance against him. Ji Hong's image flashed in the demon's eyes. Though he seemed to hold on, Min Ji Hong's faction was gradually losing ground. The balance was about to break at any moment. Thinking this, he felt uneasy. At this rate, forget catching T. Brother, he still intended to sweep them all away. Suddenly standing up, he had no choice but to use his last resort strategy. Back in the battle, T. You've taken the initiative, you pushed G back. He stepped back a bit. Planting his foot firmly on the ground for balance, he crossed his arms and said sternly, "This is true power. This is what we call a real battle." The Han smiled confidently, each heavy blow not making him fall only made him feel stronger. Tihai unmocked calmly, "Just because you're not hurt enough yet." Ignoring the blood at his mouth, he continued fighting. "Push all your strength into it, Kim Taehyun." As he moved, a shadow appeared. Taeyeon's eyes widened in surprise. Ji Hong was equally surprised. "A shadow!" the demon whispered to him. Min Ji Hong stepped back. He arrogantly shouted, "What did you say? Now I'm at my peak." The demon quickly advised, "We're not here for fun. Remember our original purpose. Capture Kim Taeyeon alive, or kill him if necessary." Looking at Kasim who had fallen, he said, "Kasim has escaped, though regrettable, the capture attempt failed." Then his gaze shifted to the nearby man. His eyes suggested, "We will destroy Kim Taehyun along with Danjian." Ji Hong gritted his teeth. "You dare do this useless thing." As Taeyeon threw punches at the shadow, it vanished instantly. While he stood there, "You can't see me, but my voice echoes in your ears." This destruction of Danjil is not just ordinary destruction, it's a separation from spacetime. Standing there, Kim Taeyeon listened intently, Even with your strength or skills, you cannot defy the law of the abyss. While wandering to find Yu Aing, let Danji and Tartarus disappear with him. Now you understand, they've been hiding Yu Aing from us for a reason. Realizing this, he looked up at the tall man in front of him. That was Danji and Tartarus' master. His body is bleeding. He worries. Judging by the wound, he's close to death. Time is running out. Brother, you're calculating. We need to find Yu Aing and escape before it's too late. Can I do that? He clenched his fist, his face determined. No, not if or not if. He must do it. A sad memory surfaced. She lay dead in his arms, and he vowed never to feel that pain again. Move now. Don't make us wait too long. His eyes wide open, muttering, wait for me, the one who sealed the contract with Rosalie. Saying this, he leaped up into the air. The scene shifts to a high-rise building. The atmosphere in the room is heavy. Everyone looks worried at each other. His heart is on fire as he steps forward. Damn it, I should have rushed in instead. Just standing here waiting is unbearable. Sungjin calmly advises. But with our current state, we're just a burden now. She sits on one side, listens to the whole story, but remains silent. Suddenly, Tegu runs in and calls out, everyone! He solemnly announces that they've received a report from Abyss. The deepest dungeon of Tartarus has activated a dungeon break. And it's gone! Xingui jumps up excitedly. So the dungeon is completed. Where are players Kim Tai-hyun and Yu Aing now? He lowers his head sadly, replying, no one has come out of there. Hearing this, he slumps down. Xingui is bewildered, momentarily unable to accept the truth. No way that can happen. His heart aching, player Kim Tai-hyun kisses her. Others are equally shocked by player Yu Aing. Meanwhile, in a mysterious castle, Rosalie raises an eyebrow and asks with an incomprehensible tone, what on earth happened? The one who sealed the contract. Brother, he stares at his hand. His face lights up with joy. I'm genuinely happy to see you again.